Lin Yuan, this 30 million apartment, my name, must be added to the property deed. Otherwise I'm not getting married. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open as he gasped for breath, chest heaving violently. His eyes throbbed with pain. The dull agony of having his eyeballs gouged out while still alive seemed to linger at the ends of his nerves. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his eye sockets. His eyes were still there. They had not been dug out. Reborn. Ding. Detected host has been reborn. The line of fate has undergone a major deviation. 10,000-fold critical strike system has been activated. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. A system? Could it be that after reading Tomato's novels for 10 years, he had finally gained the favor of the great Hong Shitzi, and this overwhelming fortune had at last fallen into his lap? System, what functions do you have? Lin Yuan asked swiftly in his heart. This system can provide one 10,000-fold critical strike opportunity every day. The host may select any item to trigger a critical strike. After the critical strike, the item's attributes quantity or quality will be increased 10,000 times. Note: limited to once per day. The host must choose carefully. 10,000-fold critical strike. Lin Yuan's heart pounded wildly. In that ocean survival world where resources were desperately scarce, a mere sip of fresh water could spark a bloodbath. If he could turn a single piece of bread into 10,000 loaves or transform an ordinary iron sword into a divine weapon with one critical strike, why would he need to cower and scrape by? He could soar straight into the sky. What are you spacing out for? Is my request really that excessive, as if I were asking for your life? Sitting opposite him was a woman with exquisite makeup and an expression full of arrogance. Lu Tingting, the girlfriend he had dated for 3 years. Lin Yuan's breathing instantly grew heavy as boundless hatred surged and churned in his chest. In his mind, scenes of his previous life's tragic despair flashed past like a revolving lantern. A global cataclysm, seawater inundated everything, and all of humanity was forced into survival upon the ocean. No fresh water, no food. The ocean expanded endlessly, its area surpassing Earth many times over, even connecting to unknown realms of alien seas. Sea beasts rampaged, dangers lurked on every side. The only thing one could rely on was the initial seafaring vessel one started with. If luck was poor, you might begin with a tiny dinghy. With better luck, perhaps a fishing boat or a freighter. If fortune defied the heavens, you could start directly with a cruise ship or even a warship. Lin Yuan's starting lot was abysmal. He drew only a shabby wooden raft 2 by 3 meters in size. He risked his life scrounging for supplies on the sea, struggling desperately to survive until he finally upgraded the raft into a fishing boat. Later, he narrowly escaped death time and again to obtain an excellent grade survival item. He thought, full of hope, that from then on he could carve out a name for himself on the vast sea, perhaps even cross the ocean to find his parents and younger sister. But the woman he loved, Lu Tingting, colluded with his best brother Chun Hao, and while he slept, bound him tightly. Lin Yuan Haoge said that as long as we offer this fishing boat as a tribute, we can join the Blackfish gang. You're a useless waste. How could you possibly protect me? Haoge is 10,000 times better than you. That vicious face overlapped perfectly with the exquisitely made-up face before him now. Lu Tingting had personally gouged out his eyes. Chun Hao had laughed arrogantly as he kicked him into the sea to feed the beasts. Don't worry, I'll take very good care of Tingting. On the bed and off it, inside and out. Lin Yuan stared fixedly at Lu Tingting, his fists clenched so hard his knuckles cracked. Being stared at made her uneasy, but she quickly lifted her chin again, voice growing even more aggressive. What are you daydreaming about? My best friend's boyfriend bought a place and paid in full, and the deed only has her name on it. Letting you add my name is already me compromising, okay? If you can't even handle this little thing, how am I supposed to hold my head up in my circle of girlfriends, eh? The saleswoman standing nearby chimed in. Sir, Miss Lu is right. These days, if you love her, you give her a home. Adding a name is just a small, effortless job. If you can't even give her that bit of security, what's the point of getting married, eh? Lin Yuan looked at the contract on the table that he was about to sign and suddenly laughed. His laughter sent chills down spines. In his previous life, he had compromised at precisely this point. In order to buy this apartment, he had not only emptied all the savings he earned from stock trading, but had even persuaded his parents back home to sell their ancestral house. A full 30 million. Yet when the cataclysm came, this 30 million luxury residence, along with all the splendor of the magic city, sank to the bottom of the sea. It became a ruin that not even fish or shrimp deigned to glance at. Add your name. Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa, eyes filled with mockery. Yes, that's right. Lu Tingting lifted her chin with self-righteous certainty. Chun Hao just bought his girlfriend a Porsche yesterday and didn't even bat an eye. Look at you pinching every penny over a mere apartment. Chun Hao says that if a man truly loves a woman, he should turn over all his assets to her. You're not even half the man Chun Hao is. At the mention of Chun Hao's name, the killing intent in Lin Yuan's eyes nearly became tangible, surging outward. What a fine Chun Hao. What a fine good brother. Since Junhao is so generous, why don't you go to him? Lu Tingting froze. She had never imagined that the always submissive Lin Yuan would dare contradict her like this. Lin Yuan, you bastard. Furious, Lu Tingting leapt to her feet and pointed at his nose as she cursed. Do you think I'm desperate for your stupid apartment? If you weren't so honest and obedient, why would I have wasted 3 years on you? If you don't add my name today, then this wedding is off. She thought this move had him locked in place. In the past, whenever she so much as mentioned breaking up, Lin Yuan would grovel and coax her, lowering himself in every way. Several bystanders who were also viewing properties drifted over to watch. This young man is really something. Buying a place without putting the woman's name on it. Who'd dare marry him? Exactly. She's a beautiful young girl choosing to be with you. Oh, what's wrong with wanting a bit of security? Young people nowadays are too calculating. A chubby man in a suit even sneered aloud. Kid, if you don't have the money, don't pretend you can afford a luxury flat. If you can't even meet a woman's demands, what kind of man are you? Faced with the pointing fingers of the crowd and Lu Tingting's smug satisfaction, Lin Yuan rose to his feet and snatched up the purchase contract from the table. Rip! He tore the contract cleanly in two and flung the pieces straight into Lu Tingting's meticulously made-up face. What kind of thing do you think you are that you deserve to have your name on my property deed? In his past life, he had witnessed his parents' love and believed that girls ought to be like his mother. Lu Tingting was spoiled, yes, but he had thought he could afford to indulge her. Nor had he entirely failed to notice the hints of betrayal. He simply refused to face them. He refused to think the worst of a woman who was with him. After the apocalypse, having seen the cruelty of the human heart, he still preserved a final shred of dignity for Lu Tingting. He never imagined that this mercy buried in his heart would become the blade that took his life. He rubbed a hand over his face, his gaze turning icy. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the saleswoman beside them was stunned. MMR. Lin, what are you doing? Lu Tingting's face flushed scarlet where the paper had struck her, and she trembled with rage. Lin Yuan. Are you insane? I'm insane. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh. Sell my family's old house, spend the money I earned, and write your name on it. Is your youth inlaid with diamonds, or blessed by the heavens that it's worth 30 million? Lin Yuan advanced a step, eyes as sharp as blades. Did you really think I didn't know about all the filthy things you two have been doing behind my back? Lu Tingting's face turned deathly pale, her gaze flitting away. You're talking nonsense. Nonsense? Lin Yuan sneered. Where did you go last night? Did you really think I didn't know you got into Chunhao's car? Since you think he's so great, this wedding I'm not having it. Get out. The single word crashed to the ground like a hammer blow. The entire agency hall fell utterly silent. The bystanders who had just been speaking up for Lu Tingting all shut their mouths at once. The way they looked at her changed completely. So she was a gold digger who also put a green hat on her man. The pot-bellied man coughed awkwardly and turned his head away in embarrassment. Surrounded by eyes full of contempt, Lu Tingting was consumed by shame and fury. She bit her lip hard and glared at Lin Yuan with venom. Fine. Lin Yuan, don't you dare regret this. I'm telling you, without me, you'll be single for the rest of your life. Chunhao is 10,000 times better than you. You're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. If you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, we're finished for good. Leaving those harsh words behind, Lu Tingting stomped out the front doors in her high heels, seething with rage. Watching her retreating back, Lin Yuan felt not the slightest ripple in his heart. He even found it somewhat laughable. 10,000 times stronger. Yes, in his previous life, Chunhao had indeed been ruthless enough, vicious enough. In this life, he would only be more ruthless, more vicious. Lin Yuan glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. There were still 23 hours and 50 minutes before the global cataclysm. Time was pressing. He had to make full use of the 10,000-fold critical strike system to create sufficient conditions at the very start. Sir, are you still buying this place? The saleswoman asked cautiously. By my ass. Lin Yuan cast her a cold glance. This pile of concrete and steel will be nothing but sea-bottom junk tomorrow. With that, Lin Yuan strode out of the sales office with long, decisive steps, leaving the saleswoman standing there bewildered. Is he insane? If he can't afford it, he should just say so. What's with the act? Stepping out of the luxurious sales office, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly against the piercing early autumn sunlight of the magic capital. Who would have thought that under this clear, gentle sky the firmament would be torn apart tomorrow? Endless seawater would descend from the heavens, submerging this planet completely. The human civilization mankind is so proud of would not even be able to stir up a single splash before such a cataclysmic disaster. He took out his phone and found that familiar number. Dad, Mom, and his younger sister. In his previous life, the cataclysm had struck far too suddenly. All communications were severed, and everyone was randomly transported onto an endless expanse of open sea. Until the moment he died, Lin Yuan had never been able to see his parents and sister again, not even once. Only after exhausting every channel for information did he learn that in the middle phase of the catastrophe his parents had entered an official Jiangnan offshore fortress. It was not until just before his death that Chunhao told him the truth, that his parents had been starved to death there because of extreme food shortages. As for his younger sister Lin Xiaoxiao, her whereabouts were completely unknown. In this life, he would never allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. Even if everyone was forcibly scattered after the cataclysm, he would still leave his family with enough resources to survive. The call connected. After a single ring, it was picked up. Hello, UNZ. His father Lin Jiangwo spoke, his voice hoarse and weathered by the years. How did the procedures for buying the house go? Do you have enough money? If it's not enough, Dad will go borrow some more. Listening to those plain, unadorned words that nevertheless weighed heavier than Mount Tai, Lin Yuan's nose stung sharply. For the sake of what he had called his happiness, his parents had sold the old house they had lived in their entire lives and moved into a cramped rental. He was nothing short of a beast. Dad, Lin Yuan forced down the tremor in his voice. I'm not buying the apartment anymore. Lu Tingting and I have broken up. The other end of the line fell into obvious silence. Broken up? What happened? Is it because she thinks our family's conditions aren't good enough? Lin Jiangwo's voice was filled with self-blame. It's not a problem with us. Lin Yuan said firmly, each word like a nailed verdict. She is the one who is unworthy. Dad, listen to me. There's no time to explain everything right now. I just transferred 1 million into your account. Right now, immediately, you need to take Mom and Xiao Xiao to the supermarket. Spend all of that 1 million. Buy compressed biscuits, canned food, bottled water, warm clothing. The more the better. And go to a hardware store to buy 3 of the sharpest mountain knives or fire axes you can find. Remember, no matter what happens, those supplies must never leave your side. Silence fell instantly on the other end of the line. Only after more than 10 seconds did Lin Jiangwo lower his voice and ask, UNZ, did you get yourself into some sort of trouble? Are you planning to run away? Lin Yuan let out a bitter laugh. Dad, it's far more serious than running away. By this time tomorrow, the sky will have collapsed. Everyone will be cast into the boundless sea. You must do exactly as I say. Buy everything, stay at home, and do not go anywhere. Lock all doors and windows. No matter who knocks, do not open the door. Lin Jiangwo did not press him with more questions. As a father, he could hear the unshakable resolve in his son's tone. No matter how unbelievable it all sounded, he would stand by his child. All right, Dad understands. I'll go buy everything now. His taciturn father had always been the firmest pillar in Lin Yuan's life. The phone was suddenly snatched away by his younger sister Lin Xiaoxiao. Bro, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Mom and Dad. I've never liked that Lu Tingting anyway. Breaking up is for the best. You've got to be careful out there too. Don't be afraid. At worst, our whole family can just go back to the countryside and farm the land. Listening to his sister's clear, crisp voice, warmth flooded Lin Yuan's heart, tinged with a fierce ache. All right, Xiao Xiao, be good and protect Mom and Dad. After hanging up, Lin Yuan exhaled a long, turbid breath. The bonds of family were his greatest driving force to keep living in this apocalypse. But he quickly calmed down. What was he lacking most right now? With less than 24 hours until the cataclysm and 30 million in cash at his disposal, that money was enough to purchase mountains of supplies. However, when disaster descended, each person could only take what they carried on their own body. With nowhere to store supplies, no matter how much he bought, it would all be useless. In his last life, that shabby wooden raft hadn't even its space to place his feet. Was he supposed to tie several tons of supplies to his own body? He would sink straight to the bottom and become fish food. Space. He needed a vast storage space. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the backpack lying in the corner. He had bought it in college and had been using it ever since. System, I want to apply a 10,000-fold critical strike to this backpack. Command received. Applying 10,000-fold critical strike to ordinary backpack. Critical strike successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining infinite static storage space bound to bearer. Item description: internal space is infinitely large with time in a state of absolute stasis. Soup placed inside will still be scalding hot. When retrieved, any living creature stored will die instantly. It cannot be dropped nor can it be stolen. Lin Yuan was stunned. Infinite in size, absolutely static in time. This was practically a divine tool tailor-made for stockpiling goods in the apocalypse. With a single thought, the phone in his hand vanished, appearing instead in a gray, boundless, misty space. With another thought, the phone returned to his palm. Convenient, swift, entirely without delay. Lin Yuan trembled all over with excitement. With this infinite space, he could now go on an unrestrained, frenzied buying spree. He glanced at the remaining balance in his bank account, 29 million. It sounded like a fortune, yet for Lin Yuan facing an unknown apocalypse, it was far from enough. After the cataclysm, the oceans would expand without limit and no one would know how long they would be adrift at sea. Beyond food and water, he would need all manner of survival tools, weapons, medicine, even generators and fuel. This amount of money was far too little. He had to get more. A lot more. He flagged down a taxi. Sir, to the Shengding Financial Building. Shengding Financial, the largest private lending company in Magic City. As long as you have collateral, the speed of loan disbursement is astonishing. Of course, the interest is frighteningly high. But does Lin Yuan care about the interest? By this time tomorrow, the money will be nothing more than worthless paper. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan sat in the business room of Shengding Financial. He was received by a bald manager with a face full of flesh. Brother Lin, I've looked over your asset verification. The bald manager, cigar in mouth, flipped through the documents Lin Yuan had handed over. There are 20 million in your stock account, but cashing out will take time. You say you have another 10 million in cash and want to gather 100 million. That's quite a gap you have. What will you use as collateral? Lin Yuan remained unfazed, directly slapping several documents on the table and pulling up the earnings from recent years on his phone. Here are the ownership documents for 2 sports cars under my name, along with proof of various financial products and earnings for the past 35 years. I will pledge everything I can. I only need 100 million cash on the spot. The term is 1 day. The bald manager was taken aback. He had been in this business for over a decade and had seen gamblers and bosses needing quick capital, but he had never seen anyone this crazy, putting everything on the line for just 1 day. Brother Lin, are you planning? The bald manager narrowed his eyes and looked Lin Yuan up and down. However, if these assets were to be liquidated, at most, I could get you 50 million. 100 million is too risky. The several aides nearby began to laugh mockingly. Kid, have you lost your mind thinking about money? Do you really think of us as a money printing machine? With this junk you dare to demand 100 million. Lin Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. Mr. Wang, let's not beat around the bush. I know how massive your funding pool is behind the scenes, and I understand your rules. I'll calculate the interest for 50 million as if it were 100 million. In 1 day, including principal and interest, I'll repay you 120 million. So what's it going to be? Are we doing this or not? The moment those words were spoken, the business room fell silent. Earning 20 million in interest in 1 day? That's practically robbery. The bald manager straightened up, forgetting to smoke his cigar. He took Lin Yuan's phone, and the more he looked, the more astonished he became. In just 3 years, Lin Yuan had earned 40 million from a mere 100,000 in capital. Every stock he handled only rose without losses. His gaze changed. Are you serious? It's in black and white. Oh, let's sign the contract right away. Lin Yuan tossed a pen over. The bald manager stared at Lin Yuan for a full half-minute. He saw no panic in this young man's eyes, only a profound silence. Good. That's decisive. The bald manager slapped his thigh. I'll take this deal. Arrange for the funds to be transferred immediately. Within an hour, Lin Yuan received a text message on his phone. Your account, ending in 7788, has received funds of 710000. 00 yuan. Current balance 100 yuan. 100 million. It's in. The bald manager's face was squeezed together with joy. Brother Lin, wishing you great success. But let me say this up front, if you can't pay back the money tomorrow, your life will be mine. Lin Yuan stood up and tidied his clothes. Looking at the greedy expression of the bald manager, he smiled lightly. Don't worry, I will repay the money on time tomorrow. Tomorrow this building will sink to the bottom of the sea. After leaving Shengding Financial, Lin Yuan directly rented a heavy-duty truck. The first stop, the largest wholesale market in Magic City. What is most important for survival in the apocalypse? Water. A person can go 3 days without food, but absolutely cannot go 3 days without water. Although the sea is full of water, it's seawater. Drinking it would lead to death even faster. Lin Yuan rushed into the largest purified water wholesale station. Boss, I want all the bottled water and barrel water in your warehouse. The boss, who was lying in a rocking chair watching short videos, was startled. Young man, are you joking? I have 100,000 boxes of mineral water and 50,000 barrels of bottled water in my warehouse. Oh, do you have a place to store it? Without saying another word, Lin Yuan swiped his card. Ding. Payment successful, 5 million. The boss looked at the long string of zeros on the POS machine, his eyes nearly popping out. Holy crap. A god of wealth. The boss leaped up from the rocking chair. Boss, are you planning a big project? Lin Yuan casually fabricated a story. My company sent me to provide aid in Africa. They lack water, so I'm stocking up. The boss suddenly realized and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Such a generous investment. No wonder it's a big company. Don't worry, I'll have someone load it onto your truck right away. No need to load it onto the truck. Just give me the warehouse keys. I'll arrange for a truck to come pick it up. Tell your staff to leave, mine don't like being watched while they work. The boss took the money without caring so much, happily handing over the keys and taking the workers away. After confirming the area was clear, Lin Yuan walked into the massive warehouse. With a thought whoosh, the entire warehouse of purified water vanished without a trace. All entered the infinite static space. Looking at the mountain-like pile of water resources in the space, Lin Yuan felt a strong sense of security rise in his heart. But this was still far from enough. The second stop, the grain and oil wholesale market. Lin Yuan called in dozens of large trucks, paying each driver 10,000 With no other tasks, they just needed to drive back and forth. Although the apocalypse is about to arrive, he doesn't want to stir up trouble before it happens, letting people know he has infinite space. The necessary distractions must still be made. The truck drivers didn't know what he was up to, but were happy to earn easy money. The shopping spree began. Rice, flour, cooking oil. Pork, chicken, lamb, beef. The only thing missing was fish. If you ask why, it's because he had eaten enough fish in his past life. Vacuum-packed cured meats, ham, sausages. High-calorie chocolates, compressed biscuits, canned goods. As long as it could be eaten drunk or stored, Lin Yuan swept it all up. The wholesalers on the entire street were alarmed. Holy crap, whose young master is out shopping? Buying rice, clearing out the cold storage of pork. Damn, this isn't shopping, this is preparing for war. A few bosses gathered together looking at Lin Yuan's image of swiping cards frantically, both shocked and envious. A boss selling condiments couldn't help but step forward. Little brother, are you buying so much food? Are you sure you can eat it all? Be careful, it goes bad. Lin Yuan replied calmly, aid in Africa, 100,000 workers. How could this be enough? Hurry up and pack all the salt, sugar, and soy sauce from your shop. Less talk, swipe the card. The condiment boss choked, but seeing the bank card handed over immediately replaced it with a flattering smile. Sure thing, sir. The money flowed out like water. In just a few hours, Lin Yuan had squandered half of his 100 million. What he got in return was a mountain of supplies piled up in the space. Grains, water, meat, seasonings, vegetable seeds. Enough for him to eat for thousands of years. But Lin Yuan's steps did not stop. He glanced at the time. There were still 18 hours until the disaster. Lin Yuan emptied several large supermarkets, stocking up on over 10,000 daily necessities, clothes, bed sheets, and comforters. These things may not count for much before the apocalypse, but in the damp and cold sea, a warm blanket is the ultimate comfort. Of course, he also took all the food in the supermarket. Lin Yuan rushed into several central kitchens of large restaurant chains. Utilizing the time-stopping characteristic of the infinite space, he directly spent heavily, having the kitchen work at full power, preparing a total of 20,000 servings of hot dishes: braised pork over rice, yellow braised chicken, rice mutton soup. Stored hot, taken out, still steaming. In the cold sea, a bowl of hot soup is more precious than gold. There are still 10 hours until the disaster. Next, it's time to buy some hard currency. Survival tools, medicine, and weapons. He still vividly remembers the excruciating pain from when Chun Hao's bone knife pierced his eye in his past life. In this life, he will arm himself to the teeth. Lin Yuan jumped onto the truck, pressing the accelerator, speeding towards the hardware and electrical city in the suburbs of Magic City. The truck sped down the road. The tires screeched against the asphalt, and with a sudden brake, it came to a steady stop in front of the largest geek hardcore hardware and electrical city in the Magic City. Lin Yuan jumped out of the car without a moment's pause. With less than a day left before the apocalypse, he had to make the most of every second. In the ocean of survival during the end times, merely having food and drink would only guarantee you wouldn't starve. But to survive long and hard, one must have a bloody weapon in hand. In his past life, the pain of that rusty, blunt knife slowly gouging into his eye was still etched in his bones. In this life, he would arm himself to the teeth. Lin Yuan strode into the largest Wolf Warrior outdoor equipment emporium. Boss, we have a big deal here. The boss was a middle-aged man with a beer belly lounging in a rocking chair while cracking sunflower seeds. Hearing this, he lifted his eyelids and glanced at Lin Yuan. Little brother, are you buying a flashlight or a military shovel? Feel free to browse. The prices are clearly marked on the wall, no haggling. Lin Yuan didn't waste words and walked up. Smack. A black card was slapped directly on the glass counter. I want all your polar thermal clothing and heavy-duty diving suits. High-carbon steel mountain knives, multifunctional military shovels, fire rescue axes. Whatever you have in stock, I want it all. Compound bows, crossbows, and all the alloy arrows. Pack them all up for me. And over there, the portable diesel generator, high-efficiency, solar folding panels, high-power searchlights, military-grade, high-frequency walkie-talkies. 100 sets of each. A barrage of supplies was listed. The sunflower seeds in the boss' hand fell all over the ground. He suddenly sat up straight, utterly stunned. Brother, are you trying to claim the mountain as your own? The boss swallowed hard, his voice trembling. This is no small amount. It adds up to over 1 million. The company is organizing an extreme survival rally in the wasteland. Money is not an issue. Lin Yuan pointed at the black card on the table. Can you finish counting within half an hour? Yes, the card is right here. If not, it'll go to another place. Yes, absolutely. The boss' eyes instantly sparkled with red light. He had encountered a living cash cow. Guys, wake up. Get out here and start packing. The boss yelled. A dozen workers in the store rushed out frantically, starting to count and move supplies. Lin Yuan leaned against the counter, watching boxes of hardcore equipment that could save lives in the apocalypse pile up like a mountain, the urgency in his heart easing slightly. Just then, a brand new red Porsche 718 arrogantly drifted and stopped in front of the store. The car door swung open. Chun Hao, slicked back hair, and clad in a high-end suit, was the first to step out. Following closely, Lu Tingting, wearing sky-high heels, also got out. In the passenger seat was a striking woman in a strap dress. As the three approached the entrance, Lu Tingting immediately spotted Lin Yuan leaning against the counter. She paused for a moment, then coldly laughed, walking over with an air of arrogance. "Lin Yuan, you really are a persistent ghost." Lu Tingting crossed her arms, chin held high. "You just played the big shot at the sales office, and now you're following me here. Do you think that pretending to bump into me in this shabby place will earn you my forgiveness?" Lin Yuan frowned slightly and turned his head. "Let me tell you, if my name is not on the house deed, this marriage is absolutely off. Even if you kneel and beg me today, it won't work." Lu Tingting felt extremely pleased. Her charm was indeed irresistible. Lin Yuan was coming to seek opportunities to reconcile, but she was determined not to relent easily. Lin Yuan would have to transfer 3 to 5 million to her card and buy her a few luxury handbags to make amends. Otherwise this matter was far from over. The striking woman beside her chimed in. "Tingting, is this the stingy boyfriend who won't even put your name on a 30 million house? He looks decent, but he's just a broke loser." Chunhao stepped forward, feigning concern for Lin Yuan. "Yuanzi, I'm not trying to speak ill of you. Women want nothing but a sense of security. You won't even put her name on a property deed and even tore up the contract. That's just not decent conduct." He paused deliberately, raising his voice. "If you can't afford a house, just tell your buddies. My dad has a construction project, but it's easy to take one down and make a quick profit of a few million. Come help me out, and I guarantee you'll be able to buy a spacious apartment in the Magic City within a year." Chunhao's words sounded very sincere. Yet both overtly and covertly, he was flaunting his wealth and status. Lu Tingting's eyes lit up. This was a real man. "Did you hear that, Lin Yuan? Just a little slip from Brother Hao's fingers could feed you for a lifetime. You should quickly thank Brother Hao." Lin Yuan scoffed. "If you want her, take her. I've used her and played with her, so it's not a loss." Chunhao was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. Lu Tingting was furious. "Lin Yuan, what do you take me for?" The striking woman couldn't hold back a laugh. Lu Tingting, usually so good at pretending, was now being publicly humiliated. But as part of Chunhao's entourage, she still had to speak up. "Your words are too much. There's a line of suitors for Tingting stretching all the way to Paris." Lin Yuan replied, "Are you sure those suitors are human?" With a single sentence, Chunhao's expression changed. Did that mean he was insulted too? Yuanzi. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to waste more words and directly picked up a list from the counter, handing it to the hardware store boss. "Boss, no need to organize. Pack everything on this list. Put it all in your independent warehouse behind. He'll call someone to pick it up later." The boss glanced at the list, his heart racing. "Boss Lin, the items on this list add up to 8 million. Are you sure you want it all?" Lin Yuan said nothing and pointed at the black card. "Swipe the card." The boss trembled as he picked up the black card and swiped it on the POS machine. Ding. "Payment successful, 8 million. The crisp electronic synthesized voice echoed in the store. Lu Tingting's scream suddenly stopped. The striking woman gaped, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Chunhao's hypocritical smile instantly froze and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. Over 8 million. He swiped it without batting an eye. The hardware store boss was so excited his face turned red, shouting, "Quick! Call all the store staff out to pack for Boss Lin. Be careful, don't bump or scratch anything." Lin Yuan put away the bank card and coldly glanced at Chunhao and the others. "I don't like anyone disturbing me while I count stock." Lin Yuan told the boss, "Block these people off and don't let them approach the warehouse." The boss now treated Lin Yuan like a beloved grandfather, daring not to disobey. He immediately waved his hand, and several burly workers stood in front of Chunhao and his companions. "Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, our store is booked by Boss Lin today. Please leave." Lu Tingting trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Yuan and cursing. "Lin Yuan, have you lost your mind? You have over 8 million and won't buy me a house, yet you come here to buy this junk. Have you lost your mind? That money is half mine. How dare you spend it recklessly?" Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. He turned his head, his gaze as cold as a knife. "Your money." Lin Yuan scoffed. "What do you think you are?" After saying that, Lin Yuan walked towards the back warehouse without looking back. He wished he could kill this pair of dogs and cats right now, but he had more important things to do. Time must not be wasted on garbage. Lu Tingting was left in a fit of rage as she was forcibly pushed out by the workers. Outside the store, Chunhao stood next to the Porsche, his expression changing rapidly. He didn't explode with anger, but stared intently at the hardware store's sign. Something was off. Lin Yuan was an extraordinarily rational person. He wouldn't possibly spend over 8 million out of spite to buy a bunch of junk. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Oldly, help me check Lin Yuan's account transactions for today." "Yes, that Lin Yuan, make it quick." 5 minutes later, the phone rang back. As Chunhao listened to the report on the other end of the line, his expression grew increasingly grave. After hanging up, a layer of cold sweat had already formed on the back of Chunhao. "Brother Hao, what happened?" Lu Tingting leaned over, her face full of reluctance. "Where did that lunatic Lin Yuan get so much money?" Chunhao looked at Lu Tingting as if she were an idiot. You're long-haired and short-sighted. Chun Hao's voice was low. Lin Yuan today not only mortgaged all his assets to borrow 100 million in high-interest loans, but in just a few hours he spent tens of millions cleaning out the material market in the Magic City. Rice, bottled water, generators, thermal clothing. He nearly bought half of the wholesale city. He really has gone mad. What's he going to do with all those things? Can they be eaten? Lu Tingting's eyes widened. You don't understand a thing. Chun Hao shook Lu Tingting's hand away, his eyes fierce. Who is Lin Yuan? He's the kind of ruthless character who made 40 million in 3 years in the stock market with 100,000 in capital. Such an exceptionally smart person, how could he act without purpose? Chun Hao grew more and more alarmed as he thought about it. He had followed Lin Yuan to buy stocks a few times, and each time he made a fortune. Lin Yuan's vision was frighteningly sharp. The way he frantically hoarded supplies today must be because he sensed some business opportunity that ordinary people couldn't detect. Without hesitation, Chun Hao took out his phone. Hello, Manager Zhang. Withdraw all available funds under my... Yes, all of it. Immediately order 10,000 tons of rice, 5,000 boxes of bottled water, and various outdoor survival equipment. Hurry. Lu Tingting was completely dumbfounded. Brother Hao, why are you going crazy with him too? Chun Hao scoffed. That kid Lin Yuan is definitely playing a big game. I absolutely cannot let him make all the money alone. Chun Hao's mind was racing with calculations. Regardless of what Lin Yuan was plotting, Chun Hao wanted to get a piece of the pie. Buying a bunch of supplies to store, at worst he would lose a little in storage fees, but if he bet right it would be a huge profit. Meanwhile, in the back warehouse of the hardware store, Lin Yuan looked at the mountain of supplies, his mind focused. Whoosh. The entire warehouse was instantly emptied, all the equipment entering an infinite static space. Lin Yuan glanced at his watch. It was time to buy medicine. In the outskirts of Magic City, there lies a secluded private hospital nestled within a lush forest. There are no signs, no noisy patients, and not a single security guard in sight. Yet those in the underground circles of Magic City know that only the wealthy or the noble can come here for treatment. Lin Yuan parked his truck at the entrance and strode inside. In the director's office, a woman in a white coat leaned back in a genuine leather swivel chair. She held a slender lady's cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, a strikingly beautiful, yet fiercely aggressive face emerged. Su Hongye, a notorious evil doctor in the underground circles of Magic City. Her medical skills are divine, but her personality is exceedingly eccentric. Many morally corrupt individuals who seek her treatment often meet an untimely demise. Yet the forensic experts can find no issues. Her methods are astoundingly skillful. Exceptionally intelligent, she walks the line between righteous and wicked. Upon seeing Lin Yuan push the door open, her eyes brightened as she extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. A rare guest. Su Hongye stood up, her white coat concealing an incredibly alluring figure, her long legs striding forward. What brings you to my little shabby temple, eh? What about your precious girlfriend? Didn't she come with you? Lin Yuan approached the sofa and sat down, his tone nonchalant. We broke up. Su Hongye paused for a moment before bursting into a lazy laughter. Good riddance. Su Hongye walked to the wine cabinet, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and handed one to Lin Yuan. I've said it before, Lu Tingting isn't worthy of you. She's full of petty airs and is calculating to the core. You, Lin Yuan, are a dragon, and she doesn't even measure up to a mudfish. Lin Yuan took the wine glass and downed it in one gulp. He locked his gaze onto Su Hongye's eyes and got straight to the point. I want to buy medicine. In large quantities. Su Hongye raised an eyebrow, her red lips slightly parted. How large? 5 tons, Lin Yuan stated a figure. Broad-spectrum antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, anesthetics, and first aid kits. Also various simple surgical instruments. I want every prescription drug that your hospital has. As soon as he said this, the attending physician who was sorting through medical records trembled, causing the records to scatter everywhere. The attending physician stared wide-eyed at Lin Yuan as if he were a madman. 5 tons of prescription drugs. That's a charge that could send one to prison. If even a small portion is discovered, the entire hospital will be shut down. Su Hongye was taken aback as well. Her hand holding the wine glass froze in midair as she gazed deeply at Lin Yuan. She didn't ask why, nor did she inquire what he needed the drugs for. Because they shared a bond that was life-saving. Years ago, when Su Hongye was being hunted down and had been stabbed twice, it was Lin Yuan who happened to pass by and saved her life by shoving her into the trunk. All right. Su Hongye showed no hesitation, directly turning to the attending physician and commanding, go open the underground pharmacy. Count out 5 tons of supplies and pack them all up. The attending physician became anxious, sweat pouring down his face as he rushed over. Director, this isn't following protocol. If so many prescription drugs flow out, our hospital will be done for. This is a matter of losing heads. Su Hongye's expression turned cold, her gaze becoming sharp as a knife. My word is law. Go do it. The attending physician trembled in fear and hurriedly ran out, leaving only Lin Yuan and Su Hongye in the office. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. After a while, the attending physician called in on the internal line to say the supplies were prepared. Lin Yuan stood up, ready to fetch the drugs from the pharmacy. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused. Memories from his past life flashed through his mind. After the calamity struck, Su Hongye was bitten on the face by a mutated fish monster. That strikingly beautiful face was utterly disfigured. Although she survived in the apocalypse through her formidable medical skills and ruthless tactics, she established a fearsome reputation. Yet the scar that ran across her entire face became the pain of her lifetime. Hongye. Lin Yuan turned around. Su Hongye was taken aback by his sudden serious tone. What's wrong? Prepare some handy weapons to keep on you. Lin Yuan's tone was somber. Something big is about to happen. Su Hongye narrowed her eyes and stepped closer to Lin Yuan. They were extremely close, almost able to smell each other's breath. A big event. Su Hongye exhaled lightly. How big? The kind where the sky crashes down. Lin Yuan did not back down, maintaining eye contact with her. Are you buying these drugs to deal with this big event? Lin Yuan suddenly reached out and pulled Su Hongye into his embrace. Su Hongye was entirely stunned. Usually high and mighty, decisive in her actions, at this moment, she felt soft and flushed, a hint of red creeping onto her face. A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind. Just as she raised her hand, wanting to embrace Lin Yuan back, he had already pulled away. The motion was clean and decisive, without a trace of reluctance. Only one sentence lingered in the corridor. Remember my words, don't die. Su Hongye stood there in a daze, staring at the empty doorway, feeling a sense of loss. After a moment, she suddenly smiled, her smile radiantly bright. Yet in an instant her expression turned cold as ice, her eyes becoming extremely frigid. With Lin Yuan's character unflinching amidst calamity, when he said something big was coming, it was undoubtedly a grave matter. Su Hongye walked over to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the office. The woman in the mirror was strikingly beautiful and full of charm. She reached out and gently caressed her cheek. Is the sky falling? Interesting. Su Hongye turned around and walked to her desk, pulling open the bottom drawer. Inside lay 2 black Glock handguns and several rows of gleaming surgical knives. She took out the handguns, expertly racking the slide. Click. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the room. In the underground pharmacy, Lin Yuan looked at the warehouse filled with boxes of drugs and waved his hand. Whoosh. 5 tons of medicine vanished into thin air, all absorbed into an infinite static space. He quickly exited the hospital and got into his car. Checking the time, it was 1 a.m. Less than 8 hours until the calamity strikes. It was time to go home and make the final preparations. In the magical city, the Jin Show Garden community. This is where Lin Yuan resides. He parked his truck by the roadside and drove his second-hand car into the underground garage of the community. Just as he backed the car into the parking space, a loud bang echoed in the empty garage. The car shook violently, and Lin Yuan swiftly stepped on the brakes. A modified Jeep Wrangler crashed directly into the rear of Lin Yuan's car. The taillight shattered instantly, and the bumper caved in significantly. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold as he pushed open the car door and stepped out. The door of the Wrangler was also kicked open with a bang, revealing a couple with tattooed arms. The man was bare-chested with a body full of bulging muscles and grotesque tattoos on both arms, wearing a thick gold chain around his neck. The woman was dressed in revealing straps, chewing gum, and dressed like a punk. Lin Yuan recognized these two. They lived in the apartment above him. They were usually arrogant and often threw parties with loud bass music at midnight, disturbing the peace of the entire building. Lin Yuan had communicated with them several times before. They not only ignored him, but also resorted to threats, vowing to kill Lin Yuan. To avoid trouble, Lin Yuan had kept his temper in check. But now only a few hours remained until the dawn of the age of exploration. Laws, morals, and order would soon turn to mere scraps. Murder and theft would become the norm. Lin Yuan gazed at the damaged rear of his car, his expression serious and silent. The tattooed man swaggered over, holding a baseball bat. You blind dog. The tattooed man, acting like a villain, pointed the baseball bat at Lin Yuan's nose, spitting as he spoke. How did you park? Didn't you see me backing up? Didn't you see I was backing up? The tattooed woman chimed in contemptuously, kicking Lin Yuan's car tire. What a poor loser, taking up such a big space with a broken car. Hurry up and pay. If you don't bring out 100,000 today, I'll smash your broken car and break your leg. Don't delay us from going out for drinks. The commotion in the underground garage attracted a few passing neighbors. Upon seeing the bullying couple, everyone was frightened and kept their distance, whispering among themselves. This young man is in trouble, provoking a gang of thugs. These two are connected to the underworld. Oh, I heard they've taken lives, and yesterday, they put old Wong from next door in the hospital. Quickly leave, don't bring trouble upon yourself. Everyone thought Lin Yuan was about to be beaten and forced to pay. After all, the tattooed man's size and the baseball bat were very intimidating. Lin Yuan opened the trunk directly. Inside lay a high-carbon steel axe he had just bought from the hardware store. This axe weighed 10 pounds with a blood groove on the blade shimmering with a chilling light. Lin Yuan grasped the axe handle, lifting the 10-pound axe in his hand, and walked step by step toward the tattooed man. With each step his aura changed dramatically. In his past life on the vast sea, in order to survive and fight for a drop of fresh water, he had severed people's heads. To live he had killed fish monsters and slain otherworldly beasts. That palpable killing intent born from mountains of corpses and seas of blood erupted like a tangible force. The surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. The swagger on the tattooed man's face instantly froze. He looked into Lin Yuan's emotionless eyes, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Even those in the underworld are human and fear death. He could clearly sense that this young man in front of him was truly capable of killing. Moreover, he had killed before. What? What do you want to do? The tattooed man retreated a step, his hands shaking with the baseball bat. I warn you, this is a law-abiding society. You dare to touch me, try it. Lin Yuan sneered. Law-abiding society. Didn't you just say you wanted to smash my car? Before his words fell, Lin Yuan swung the axe with force. Whoosh. The heavy axe sliced through the air with a sharp wind, narrowly missing the tattooed man's scalp. Boom. A deafening crash echoed. The 10-pound axe crashed down hard on the Wrangler's hood. The sturdy hood was split open, sparks flying everywhere. The tattooed man fell to the ground in fright. The tattooed woman screamed and crouched on the ground, covering her head and trembling. The neighbors watching the commotion were all dumbfounded. This usually quiet young man suddenly turned more ruthless than a gangster. With a single blow, the off-road vehicle was cleaved in half. Lin Yuan withdrew the axe with one hand, looking down at the tattooed man sprawled on the ground. From now on, keep your eyes open. If you provoke me again, it won't be just a car that gets cleaved. After saying that, Lin Yuan turned and headed to the elevator, holding the dripping axe, leaving the tattooed man gasping for breath, his face pale, unable to get up for a long time. Back in his rental apartment, Lin Yuan tossed the axe onto the sofa. He took out his phone and checked his bank balance. There were still 3 million left. After tonight, that money would barely be enough for toilet paper. Lin Yuan directly opened all the food delivery apps on his phone. Bao Le Macho Tuan and Quan Min Dian Ping. As long as it was deliverable, it had to be high-calorie and nutritious food. He placed orders frantically. Boss, I want all the whole roasted lamb from your shop, all of it. Fast delivery. What about KFC? Make all your fried chicken burgers and family buckets. I'll send a car to pick them up. Old Mo's chicken soup. Kill all your chickens and send the soup over. Barbecue. I want all your barbecue tonight. Cook it until it's well done. Lin Yuan's fingers flew across the screen. Order after order flew like snowflakes to various restaurants in the magical city. 3 million in cash was squandered within an hour. The entire food delivery community in the magical city was in an uproar. What the hell? Who was at the Jinxiu Garden address? They ordered thousands of deliveries. I picked up 500 orders of Huang Min Ji, all going to that one place. This is a rich man. Hurry and deliver, or we'll lose money for delays. In the next few hours, the threshold of Lin Yuan's rental apartment was almost trampled by delivery drivers. One steaming dish after another was delivered inside, piling up like a small mountain. Lin Yuan closed the door and willed it. Whoosh. All the food instantly entered the infinite static space. Time stands absolutely still in that space. This means that even a whole roasted lamb taken out 1,000 years later would still be steaming and tender. Looking at the mountains of materials, weapons, medicines, and food piled up in the space, Lin Yuan let out a long breath. Everything was ready. He walked to the window and opened it. The wind outside had stopped. The air became incredibly oppressive, as if even breathing had become difficult. High above, a faint black crack was quietly tearing open. The age of exploration. Lin Yuan clenched his fists. He looked across at the child in the opposite building, still working late with the lights on. He looked downstairs at the couple who had set up a breakfast stall early in the morning. Lin Yuan sighed. He walked to the computer, opened the webpage, and with his main account typed out a title, The Coming Apocalypse, a Global Ocean Survival Guide, must read for survival. The sound of keyboard tapping echoed in the room. Lin Yuan's fingers flew across the keys. He had just posted the article titled Apocalypse Descends, a Global Guide to Aquatic Survival on the forum. The entire piece contained thousands of words, each one a lesson learned through blood in his past life. As soon as the post was published, a swarm of night owls gathered to check it out. The comments section instantly exploded. How much fake liquor has this guy consumed? Writing a sci-fi novel at midnight. Why not say aliens are attacking Earth? These online authors will make up anything just for attention. Let's disperse. The original poster is definitely mentally unstable. The screen was filled with derision and insults. Not a single person took it seriously. Lin Yuan looked at these comments and felt not a trace of anger. He knew perfectly well that no one would believe him. That was exactly right. If everyone believed, it would pose a major problem. At the end of the post, he added 10 survival guidelines for the sea. This was the real substance. The first rule: your vessel is your lifeline. Never abandon it, even if it's just a piece of driftwood. The second rule: freshwater is worth 100 times its weight in gold. Do not waste a drop. If necessary, store your urine. The third rule: if you encounter a sea beast, don't hesitate. Run for your life. He continued writing until the 10th rule. Lin Yuan deliberately kept a trick up his sleeve. He wrote, in the later stages of survival, the crisis becomes extremely terrifying. Teamwork is essential for survival. These 10 rules may seem simple, but they are ironclad principles verified through countless life and death experiences. Lin Yuan included the teamwork rule to lay a foundation for future developments. In the end, humanity would face terrifying challenges where solo endeavors would lead to certain death. As for whether others believed it or not, that depended on their fate. Ding ding ding. Suddenly his phone rang. The name Lu Tingting flashed on the screen. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh and pressed the answer key. Hello, Yuan. Lu Tingting's voice was deliberately sweet, making one's skin crawl. Why did you make such a scene at the hardware store earlier? I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? Lu Tingting paused, waiting for Lin Yuan's reaction. In the past, Lin Yuan would have simply gone along with her. He would have even bought her nice flowers and gifts to appease her. But this time he quietly listened to her performance. Seeing Lin Yuan silent, Lu Tingting thought he had softened. Yuanzi, why are you buying so much junk? Hao Ge said you must have discovered a lucrative opportunity. Seeing Lu Tingting speechless, Lin Yuan's tone turned icy. Stop pretending in front of me, it's nauseating. If you really have the ability, Seeing Lu Tingting speechless, Lin Yuan's tone turned icy. Stop pretending in front of me, it's nauseating. If you really have the ability, let Chun Hao buy you that 30 million house. Lu Tingting was thoroughly enraged. Lin Yuan, don't push your luck. Who do you think you are? Without me, you'll never find another woman in your life. I'm telling you, this isn't over. Just wait. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yuan hung up the phone and quickly added her number to the blacklist. He didn't intend to waste the last few hours of peace on such trash. He opened WeChat and found the chat window with his younger sister Lin Xiaoxiao. His fingers flew over the screen. He sent over a survival guide that was 10 times more detailed than anything available online. This was an absolutely exclusive survival manual. It meticulously detailed how to quickly gather essential supplies, how to use blueprints to craft tools, and how to upgrade vessels. It even included how to identify poisonous fish and how to avoid early-stage sea storms. Regarding human nature, he mentioned that in the apocalypse, people's hearts are like prisons. Wealth cannot be leaked, so one must tread carefully. He also thoroughly explained the teamwork loophole he left in the post to his sister. The online version was a reminder, but this one for his sister was a lifeline. Lin Xiaoxiao was bold yet meticulous, clever since childhood. With this detailed guide, their parents and she could absolutely survive the initial hardships. Soon Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a shocked emoji. Brother, this is written too realistically. It gave me goose. Lin Yuan replied, memorize it all. Keep it in your mind. Remember, do not tell anyone. Lin Xiaoxiao sent a salute emoji. Mission accomplished. Lin Yuan turned off his phone, deeply burying his worries about his family. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 4 a.m. Outside, the night was as dark as thick ink. Lin Yuan stood up and stretched his muscles. His joints cracked with sharp sounds. It was time to head out. Chun Hao should be nearly ready by now. In fact, encountering Chun Hao at the hardware store today was no coincidence. Lin Yuan had intentionally posted a location on his moments visible only to Chun Hao. A man as arrogant and greedy as Chun Hao would definitely come running like a shark sensing blood. Lin Yuan's frenzied shopping spree at the hardware store was to set a trap for Chun Hao. Chun Hao, in his arrogance, thought he could profit greatly by following the trend. Little did he know that the supplies he had painstakingly hoarded were all for Lin Yuan's benefit. Lu Tingting was sitting on the bed in her rental room, furious as she slammed her phone onto the pillow. That damn Lin Yuan. How dare he hang up on me? She gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling. After her anger subsided, Lu Tingting began to calm down and weigh the pros and cons. Chun Hao was indeed wealthy, but he changed women more frequently than clothes. In his eyes, she was merely a plaything with decent looks. But Lin Yuan was different. Lin Yuan was handsome, intelligent, and had earned 40 million on his own in 3 years. Most importantly, Lin Yuan had always been obedient to her, treating her like a precious gem. Where could she find such a long-term prospect again? Compared to him, Lin Yuan was absolutely the best marriage candidate. Lu Tingting turned to look at her roommate seated at the desk. Her roommate Wang Bing was aptly named, often appearing cold and aloof. She had always envied Wang Bing's cool and noble demeanor. Chun Hao had warned Lu Tingting before not to provoke this woman. She was not to be trifled with. Bing Bing, do you think I should give Lin Yuan a way out? Lu Tingting asked tentatively. Wang Bing's eyes were glued to the computer screen. On the screen was Lin Yuan's post titled Apocalypse Descends, a Global Guide to Aquatic Survival. Wang Bing's expression grew increasingly horrified as her long fingers flew over the keyboard. Quickly, a report on Lin Yuan's activities for the day appeared on the screen. Borrowing 100 million at high interest. buying out a wholesale pure water supply station, clearing out the cold storage of pork, raiding the hardware and electrical city, emptying several supermarkets. As she pondered the motives behind this series of insane actions combined with the post, Wang Bing suddenly stood up. She quickly grabbed the nearby backpack, stuffing in some warm clothes and high-calorie food. "What are you doing?" Lu Tingting was startled by her sudden movement. Wang Bing slung the bag over her shoulder and shot Lu Tingting a cold glance. "I really don't know what kind of luck you have to be chosen by him, but your good fortune ends here." Lu Tingting was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. "What do you mean?" Wang Bing walked to the door, hand resting on the doorknob. "You'd better go find Chunhao right now." After saying that, she slammed the door shut and walked away without looking back. Lu Tingting stomped her feet in anger. "What is this? Why act so high and mighty?" But Wang Bing's words still made her feel a bit uneasy. Plus, after being rebuffed by Lin Yuan, she was in urgent need of comfort from someone. Lu Tingting quickly touched up her makeup and took a taxi straight to Chunhao's warehouse in the suburbs. In the western suburbs of the Magic City, 5 enormous steel-structured warehouses towered majestically. Chunhao stood at the entrance, a cigar clenched between his teeth, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha! Lin Yuan, you truly are a commercial prodigy. But you're still too inexperienced." Chunhao waved his hand, grandly pointing at the 5 massive warehouses behind him. "Do you see? That's a total of 5 billion worth of supplies. Rice, bottled water, generators, medical equipment, winter clothing. Everything Lin Yuan could think of I've purchased 10 times over." The several subordinates beside him looked shocked, raising their thumbs and showering him with praise. Brother Hao truly has foresight. Lin Yuan's little antics can't compare to Brother Hao. Once this wave of market activity starts, Brother Hao will be the biggest supplier in the Magic City. The entire market will have to consider Brother Hao's interests. Chunhao was elated by the flattery. He relished the sensation of standing over the clever ones. What if Lin Yuan discovered a business opportunity? In the end, wouldn't he be devoured by Chunhao's financial might? Just then, Lu Tingting stepped out of a taxi, strutting in high heels and swaying her hips towards Chunhao. "Brother Hao," Lu Tingting called sweetly. Chunhao frowned slightly. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to comfort Lin Yuan?" Lu Tingting pouted, looking aggrieved. "I just called Lin Yuan, and he scolded me without saying anything." Chunhao's expression darkened instantly. Has Lin Yuan truly changed? Not even Lu Tingting, his soft spot, could sway him anymore. Lu Tingting, seeing Chunhao's grim face, felt even more anxious. "Brother Hao, Lin Yuan doesn't want me anymore. What should I do?" Chunhao sneered, reaching out to pinch Lu Tingting. "Looks like this brother Lin's tastes have changed. Next time he'll set him up with a pure college girl to try out." Lu Tingting's face changed dramatically. "What about me? Are you not going to care for me anymore?" Chunhao patted her cheek, his tone frivolous. "You are just— if only you asked for less, he wouldn't have turned against you." Lu Tingting grew anxious, grabbing Chunhao's arm. "Brother Hao, you can't do this. He actually proposed to me. I'm here to tell you this good news." Chunhao laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Lu Tingting's waist. "That's more like it. Once you're married, his money will be your money. Then you can slowly probe his intentions. There will be plenty of opportunities." Chunhao led Lu Tingting towards the Maybach parked by the roadside. "Come on, I'll take you to relax." He glanced back at the 5 massive warehouses, his eyes filled with pride. These supplies would be the absolute capital for his dominance in the Magic City's business world. The Maybach's engine roared as it sped away. Chunhao could never imagine that once he left, everything in those 5 warehouses would no longer belong to him. At 4:30 in the morning, in the warehouse district of the Magic City, a black sedan quietly parked in the shadows not far from Warehouse No. 5. The car door opened and Lin Yuan stepped out, followed by a burly middle-aged man with a resolute face. He was the security department manager of this storage area, an excellent former reconnaissance soldier. After the great disaster struck in his past life, Old Song carved a bloody path on the sea with his exceptional skills. Lin Yuan and Old Song forged a deep bond during a battle against sea beasts. They once fought back to back, truly brothers who could trust each other's backs. But the friendship between him and Lin Yuan can be traced back 2 years. 2 years ago, Old Song's daughter was suddenly diagnosed with leukemia, when he had sold everything but still couldn't raise enough for the surgery. It was Lin Yuan who donated 300,000 to pull the little girl back from the brink of death. Later, Lin Yuan helped arrange for unemployed Old Song to take on the role of security manager here. Old Song had always remembered this kindness deeply. "Mr. Lin, this is the place." He took out a universal access card and swiped it on the heavy electronic door. Beep. The green light lit up and the gates slowly slid open. Lin Yuan stepped into the warehouse. Click. Rows of high-powered searchlights instantly lit up, illuminating the vast space as bright as day. The scene before him was incredibly shocking. 5 interconnected giant steel-structured warehouses were crammed full. There were piles of high-quality rice and mountains of bottled purified water, brand new portable generators, boxes of antibiotics and first aid kits, and countless polar cold weather clothing and multifunctional survival tools. A rough estimate suggested that the supplies here were at least 5 times more than what Lin Yuan had purchased before. Looking at these supplies, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Chenhao, you think you're using me to make money. In reality, you're merely a super money bag for me to explode gold coins. In his past life, you colluded with Lu Tingting to gouge out my eyes, seize my fishing boat, and take my exceptional items. This 5 billion worth of supplies is just a little interest payment. Lin Yuan waved his hand, prompting Old Song to exit the warehouse. He walked to the pile of supplies, concentrating his mind. Whoosh! An invisible wave of energy instantly swept through the entire one warehouse. The towering supplies vanished without a trace, not even leaving a plastic bag behind. Repeating the process in the second warehouse, the third warehouse, the fourth warehouse, and the fifth warehouse. In just a few minutes, all 5 giant warehouses, each costing over 10 million, were cleaned out by Lin Yuan. Not even the shelves were spared. The entire process was seamless without any sound. Lin Yuan stepped outside and saw Old Song guarding the entrance. Now go home immediately. Lin Yuan's tone was serious. Get your daughter to your side and bring the sharpest weapon you have with you. No matter what happens outside, protect your daughter at all costs. Old Song swallowed hard. Though he couldn't comprehend everything that had just happened, the soldier's instinct told him that Lin Yuan was not joking. Understood. Without hesitation, Old Song turned and ran out. His life was saved by Lin Yuan, and so was his daughter's. He unconditionally trusted Lin Yuan. Watching Old Song's figure disappear into the night, Lin Yuan exhaled deeply. With 5 billion worth of supplies secured along with his previous stockpile, his reserves had reached an extremely terrifying level. Enough for him to live a godlike life in the apocalypse. After leaving the storage area, he thought for a moment and decided to dismantle the storage facility, as well sucking it into the storage space. After all, upgrading the vehicle in the future would require a large amount of resources, and nothing could be wasted. Time ticked away. The sky gradually brightened, but this morning was extremely strange. A suffocating dark purple covered the entire sky, with winds reaching level 8, and purple lightning danced wildly within the purple thunderclouds. Suddenly someone pointed at the sky and screamed, "What is that?" Pedestrians on the street looked up. Above the heavens, enormous black cracks appeared, as if someone had cleaved the sky with a giant blade. From those fissures, horrifying sounds of roaring waves could be heard. As if the Milky Way were inverted, the pressure instantly reached its peak. The internet crashed instantly. All social media and short video apps collapsed, and panic spread among the crowd like a plague. Major television stations urgently interrupted all programs, and the faces of official broadcasters appeared on the screens, trying to maintain calm. Citizens, please remain calm. This is just a rare atmospheric optical phenomenon. The government has activated an emergency plan. Please stay in safe areas and do not believe in rumors. The official reassurances felt weak and powerless as the black cracks in the sky grew larger. There was even a hint of seawater dripping from the cracks. Plop! A drop of icy seawater splashed onto Lin Yuan's cheek. He reached up to touch the water on his face. It was salty. Lin Yuan stood at the warehouse door and tossed his phone into the nearby trash can. It was useless. Once the age of exploration arrives, all human communication devices will turn into scrap metal. The rules of the Blue Star will be completely rewritten. Boom! The sky emitted a deafening roar. Endless seawater poured down from the heavens like the Milky Way cascading. Suddenly, a holographic screen emitting a cold blue light appeared before Lin Yuan. Ocean Survival System activated, scanning player data. All Blue Star humans will soon be randomly teleported. Lin Yuan looked at the blue box in front of him, raising an eyebrow slightly. A massive black rift spanned across the sky. The sea poured down from those eerie cracks, enveloping the world in a blinding white haze. The streets were utterly paralyzed. Countless people crashed their vehicles, abandoning them, screaming and running like headless flies in waist-deep water. Boom! A heavy off-road vehicle rolled over the surface, splashing water up to 2 meters high. Lin Yuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, flooring the accelerator as he sped down the wrong lane. His target was clear, the deepwater harbor of Magic City. With less than an hour left until the global teleportation, this was his last hunting ground. Food and water could keep you alive, but to live like a human and to upgrade those shabby vehicles, basic materials were indispensable. Wood was easy to salvage, but high-grade metal materials and machine tools capable of manufacturing precision parts were priceless treasures. The harbor had long been evacuated due to the highest-level typhoon warning. The bonded area, typically guarded tightly, now had not a single shadow in sight. The off-road vehicle roared as it smashed through the lifting barrier, plunging into the massive container yard. Lin Yuan pushed open the car door, and the wind mixed with rain brutally hit his face, stinging painfully. He brandished a mountain axe and rushed to the front of Super Warehouse No. 1, where the anti-theft rolling door was locked tight. Bang! Bang! The 10-kilogram high-carbon steel mountain axe smashed down twice, obliterating the control box. Lin Yuan exerted all his strength, forcibly tearing the rolling door open just enough to slip inside. The sight that greeted him took his breath away. The entire warehouse, spanning 30,000 square meters, was filled with strategic materials waiting for export. To the left were bundles of military-grade titanium alloy plates and high-yield strength special steel. In the apocalypse, these items were the most unbreakable armor. To the right were hundreds of unopened German 5-axis precision machine tools, industrial mother machines. With these, even missile parts could be produced. The total value here was conservatively estimated at 500 billion. Time was running out. The iron roof of the warehouse had already been torn open by the raging wind. Lin Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot as he suddenly spread his arms wide, pushing his will to the limit. Gather for me. With a whoosh, the mountain of special steel vanished in an instant, leaving not even a layer of dust on the ground. Lin Yuan charged through the warehouse like an insatiable ancient beast. Gather, gather, gather. A heavy machine tool over 10 meters long. Gather. A container weighing dozens of tons. Directly gather it with skin and bones. In just 10 minutes, the super warehouse valued at hundreds of billions was cleaned out by Lin Yuan more thoroughly than a dog cleaned a plate, leaving not even a single nail on the concrete floor. Lin Yuan burst out of the warehouse, braving the Category 10 typhoon, stumbling towards the coastline. The dock was being violently battered by towering waves. There were dozens of ocean-going freighters securely anchored nearby. The most eye-catching was a luxury cruise ship, the Ocean Star, costing a staggering 1 billion. This behemoth stretched over 200 meters, equipped with an infinity pool, a helicopter pad, and even a small golf course. The storm was too fierce, causing the cruise ship to sway violently in the tumultuous waters, its mooring lines snapping one by one. Lin Yuan wiped the rain from his face, charged up the gangway, and pressed his hands firmly against the cold anchor of the ship. If he missed this, it would be unforgivable. Get inside. Boom. The massive luxury cruise ship vanished from the raging sea in an abrupt wave of spatial fluctuation. It was sucked into the absolutely still infinite space. Due to its enormous size, the seawater instantly rushed in to fill the void, creating a small whirlpool. Awesome. Lin Yuan slammed his fist against the railing, laughing maniacally at the sky. The extreme joy of instantly possessing hundreds of billions in assets intertwined violently with the deathly fear of the apocalypse looming outside, thrilling every nerve in his body. This was capital. This was the absolute confidence to survive in the apocalypse. Just then the temperature plummeted. The early autumn warmth of over 30 degrees dropped by more than 10 degrees within minutes. On the distant horizon, a towering ice-blue wall of water 100 meters high swept towards them with overwhelming force. A tsunami. The real and off-world tsunami was coming. A cold blue holographic screen popped up in the retinas of all humans. Global ocean survival system has been bound. On the streets, the crowds seeking shelter from the rain were stunned. What the hell is this? A system? Damn, the system from novels has descended. Could it be that I am the destined child? Heaven help me, give me a spatial ability. Give me a fireball spell. Countless people frantically tapped on the virtual panel in front of them, trying to uncover hidden superpower options. But soon euphoria turned into utter disappointment. The panel was bare with only 3 options: personal data, area chat, aerial trade. No fire-breathing or water-spouting superpowers. No standard spatial backpack from novels. Not even the most basic newbie gift pack. What a ripoff. Isn't this just a broken game interface? I just raided a supermarket for a cart of instant noodles. Where am I supposed to put the cart system? I can't swim while carrying a cart. Panic and curses echoed through the air. The 100-meter-high icy tsunami had already crashed down overhead. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the suburbs, Chun Hao stared intently at the blue panel before him. After a moment of shock, he burst into maniacal laughter. Huh. So that's how it is. Chun Hao trembled with excitement, pointing at the apocalyptic scene outside and shouting, Lin Yuan, that poor bastard, must have received the news early. That's why he went crazy borrowing high-interest loans to stock up. Did he think he could dominate the world with those supplies? Dream on. Lu Tingting, hiding behind the sofa, looked at the aerial trade feature on the panel, her eyes lighting up. How good does this trade function mean that as long as we have food, others will have to trade their lives for it? Exactly. Chun Hao pulled Lu Tingting into his arms. I have a whole 5 billion worth of supplies. As long as I post in the trading hall, everyone in the world will have to kneel and call me grandpa. Those high and mighty female celebrities and supermodels, as long as I offer them a sip of water, they'll have to obediently strip and line up. What can that useless Lin Yuan compare to me? I am the only king of this new world. Chun Hao's mind was filled with visions of ascending to the throne. Let's go. Head to the warehouse now. I want to guard those supplies myself. Whoever dares to come near will be killed. The two jumped into a Maybach, slamming the accelerator to burst through the villa's doors, speeding towards the row of warehouses in the western suburbs. The typhoon raged as the Maybach skidded wildly in the puddles, nearly crashing into roadblocks several times. 10 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt in front of 5 massive steel-structured warehouse doors. Chunhao dashed out into the rain, trembling fingers pulled out the access card, swiping it on the sensor to open the door. My 5 billion empire. My throne. The doors slowly slid open. The backup power activated and floodlights instantly illuminated the area. Chunhao's boastful shout abruptly ceased. The enormous steel warehouse had vanished. Not just the mountain of supplies, but even the iron racks and wooden pallets for storing goods were gone. Everything was a blinding white, utterly clean. How is this possible? Chunhao frantically spun around on the empty concrete floor, his eyes nearly bulging out. Warehouse no. 1 is gone. No. 2 is gone too. All gone. I had 5 huge warehouses. Did a ghost eat them? Who did this? Who on earth did this? He dropped to his knees with a thud, gripping his hair tightly, letting out a wailing scream like a slaughtered pig. One moment, he was the king of the world, the next, he was left with nothing. I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore. Lu Tingting stumbled in wearing high heels, and seeing the empty floor, her mind went blank. Chunhao, didn't you say you had 5 billion worth of supplies? Where's it? You liar. If I had known you were a waste that couldn't even protect junk, I might as well have gone back to find Lin Yuan. At least he has enough supplies. Lu Tingting shouted, pointing her finger at Chunhao's nose, cursing angrily. Bitch, how dare you mention him? Chunhao suddenly lunged up, his face twisted like a demon, swinging his arm in a wide arc. Smack! A resounding slap landed heavily on Lu Tingting's face. Lu Tingting was knocked heavily to the ground, blood at the corner of her mouth. They weren't given any time to continue their dog-eat-dog fight. Boom! The warehouse roof shattered in an instant, and a 100-meter-high icy tsunami like a giant mouth of the abyss completely engulfed Magic City. Cold, dark, suffocating, the water pressure squeezed his lungs. Just when Lin Yuan thought his alveoli would burst, an irresistible force yanked him upwards and hurled him. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yuan expelled the seawater that had choked his airway and opened his eyes wide. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its light painfully bright. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of deep blue sea, a completely unfamiliar and alien ocean. As the tsunami engulfed Blue Star, nearly 10 billion people across the globe were completely scattered by this mighty force, randomly tossed into this sea of death. Lin Yuan lowered his head to look at the makeshift raft he relied on for survival. It was made of 4 dark, rotting logs tied together with a few frayed and nearly broken grass ropes. 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. As the waves rolled, water surged over his ankles. There was no canopy, no motor, not even a broken plank to paddle with. Starting raft, a rickety wooden raft. Lin Yuan scoffed, truly remarkable, just like the hellish beginning of his past life. While others had guns, he had toothpicks. However, Lin Yuan did not panic. He even found a hint of familiarity in the rotten wood beneath his feet. He stomped down twice to test the raft's weight limit. He directly summoned the blue system interface. Entering the area channel. Current area: Dragon Country District 9981 survivors 100,000. A full million people had been assigned to this area, and messages in the channel were rapidly scrolling at a terrifying speed of tens of thousands per second. Help! I can't swim. Where the hell is this? God, are you messing with me? I was just at home in the bathroom. Why did I get teleported along with the toilet? Am I supposed to float on a toilet in the sea? Damn, at least you have a toilet to sit on. I only have a broken surfboard under my feet. There were also dark shadows swimming in the water, possibly sharks. Wall, where are my wife and kids? Has anyone seen my family? Cries of despair, curses, and howls of anguish spread throughout the channel. Soon some people calmed down from their panic and began to piece together rafts. After all, in this vast ocean, a raft was life. This broken system definitely has hidden rules. Why am I floating in the water holding a tire while that guy over there just dozens of meters away got assigned a motorized inflatable boat? Big brother with the inflatable boat, take me along. My door plank is about to fall apart. Huh. The heavens do not abandon me. I drew a 7-meter coastal fishing boat. It has a cabin. Plus it came with a net of bottled water. I hit the jackpot. A fishing boat is nothing. Open your eyes and look at the coordinates I shared. The Changrong, a large ocean cargo ship over 100 meters long. I am the only god in this sea area. As soon as this message was sent, it was accompanied by a high-definition image of the cargo ship's deck. The entire area channel erupted with envy spilling out of the screen. Holy crap. We've captured a wild luck god. Starting off at max level. Big brother, do you need any accessories? I just graduated from college. I'm sensible and not clingy. I'm begging to ride your coattails. Just as everyone was fawning over that cargo ship, big shot, a dazzling golden VIP message arrogantly floated across the top of the channel. Such a top-tier special message in the entire district costs extremely precious early survival points. Chunhao, this young master starts with a 12-meter luxury double-decker speedboat. equipped with luxurious furniture and high-end red wine. The Chongrong is big, but it's just a metal hunk for transporting goods. By the way, Lin Yuan, I know you're in District 9981. If you're alive, come out and say something. Chen Hao also happened to be in this district. Moreover, he was incredibly lucky drawing a luxury speedboat. Lin Yuan's gaze instantly turned cold. This brat's life was quite tough. However, it was of no concern. He did not understand modesty, and without the strength to protect himself, he did not know how ruthless people could become to survive. He would soon pay the price. As Chun Hao made his presence known, those opportunists in the channel immediately started stirring up trouble. Brother Hao is mighty. That yacht is definitely a moving palace on the water, much more comfortable than that broken cargo ship. Brother Hao, who is Lin Yuan? Is he your enemy? I can help you teach him a lesson. Lu Tingting, I am Lin Yuan's ex-girlfriend Lu Tingting. Brother Hao, I'm also in this district. I drew a small fishing boat with a canopy. Come pick me up with your yacht. As for that poor Lin Yuan, he probably drew some broken trash and has long been shark bait. Chun Hao lounged on the yacht's sofa, swirling his glass of red wine, utterly pleased with himself. What does it matter that 500 million worth of supplies are gone? With this yacht, he could still reign as emperor. Thinking of this made him feel a pang of regret. Chun Hao, Lin Yuan, stop pretending to be dead. Come out and let everyone see what kind of trash you have. If you kneel and beg me now, I might be in a good mood and give you a sip of urine. Lin Yuan looked at the provocative messages rapidly jumping in the channel and smiled mockingly. He input his thoughts. Lin Yuan ripped wooden raft. The moment these 4 words appeared, the entire district burst into laughter. A ripped wooden raft. Those 4 words just destroyed my defenses. It must fall apart at the slightest breeze. What luck, the god of misfortune is truly with us. I can't believe Brother Hao is even announcing to the whole district to find you. Turns out you are just a prime example of someone waiting to die from the beginning. Lin Yuan, right. Let me give you some advice. Jump into the sea and restart the game. When the sun comes out, you'll be roasted into jerky. Chun Hao laughed so hard, he was rolling on the floor, tears streaming down his face. Huh, Lin Yuan. What's the use of your scheming to hoard supplies with high-interest loans? Your broken wooden raft doesn't even have a place to put your feet. All your supplies must have sunk to the bottom of the sea. This is fate. You, a lowly worm from the bottom, will forever only deserve to be stepped on by me and eat shit. Lu Tingting also stepped on him hard to please Chun Hao. Lin Yuan, do you now realize how useless you are? No money, no skills, yet you still pretend to be noble. I truly was blind to have dated you for 3 years. Just wait there on those rotten logs to die. I will sit on Brother Hao's yacht watching you get pecked blind by the seagulls. The mockery of bystanders and the frenzied barking of enemies. Lin Yuan stood in water that barely reached his ankles, facing the laughter of hundreds of thousands, his expression unchanged. The pain of having his eyes gouged out in his past life had long since turned his heart to iron. He communicated with the infinite space filled with supplies. System. Lin Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. For the broken wooden raft beneath my feet, use today's 10,000-fold critical hit. Ding. Command from the host received. Conducting material assessment on the target vessel Ragged Raft. The target material is of extremely poor quality with a loose structure. Basic critical hit multiplier 500 times. Detected that the host possesses high-grade materials such as massive military-grade special steel high-strength titanium alloy plates and top-tier precision 5-axis machine core within the infinite space, along with a complete luxury yacht. System prompt. Would you like to consume the above materials to enhance this critical hit through deep fusion? If you choose to enhance, the critical hit effect will exceed material limits and undergo a qualitative leap. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Enhance immediately. Fuse as much material as possible. Build it to the max. High-grade materials being deducted. 10,000 times critical hit stacked with top-grade materials for deep fusion vehicle upgrade commencing. The surrounding seawater instantly evaporated and boiled due to the terrifying heat, creating monstrous waves over 10 meters high, as if a deep-water bomb had been dropped. In the golden light, the decayed would turn to ashes. Heavy black titanium alloy armor plates materialized in the void and began to stitch together rapidly. The piercing sound of metal friction and hydraulic valves echoed across the sea. The core of the precision machine transformed into countless gears, madly interlocking, constructing an extremely complex power system. 10 meters. 50 meters, 100 meters. The massive black hull forcefully parted the sea, emitting a deafening low frequency. The Ragged Raft successfully achieved 1,000 times critical hit, and you have obtained a heavy-duty nuclear-powered luxury yacht initial form. The golden light faded. Lin Yuan stood upright on the commanding tower, which was dozens of meters tall. Beneath his feet was a special alloy deck coated with anti-slip material. A streamlined giant ship, 150 meters long, resembled a steel behemoth quietly lurking on the surface of the sea. The entire hull was covered with black titanium alloy armor that could withstand direct hits from heavy artillery, reflecting a cold and bloodthirsty gleam under the sunlight. At the bow there were even 2 unactivated closed defense cannon bases and 6 reserve torpedo launch tube openings. Deep within the hull, a miniature nuclear reactor emitted a steady hum, providing a continuous, nearly limitless source of terrifying power. What the hell is this ship meant for survival? It's simply a steel fortress capable of rampaging across the sea. Lin Yuan touched the cold, heavy metal railing, and the blood in his chest boiled with excitement. In his past life, he had barely survived in this cannibalistic sea for 3 whole years, unable to even get his hands on a leaking tin boat. Ultimately betrayed by his brothers and blinded by a green tea BTCH. And now on the first day of the game, he starts with a nuclear-powered cruiser. At that moment in the regional channel, Chun Hao and his sycophantic lackeys were still wildly taunting. Hey, why is Lin Yuan so quiet? Is it because he's too heavy sinking those rotten pieces of wood and drinking? How good can you send a coordinate? I'll paddle my broken bathtub over to you. I can do laundry and cook, and I can even tell jokes to make you happy. How Gu is just kind-hearted, still caring about the survival of that kind of trash. How Gu, come pick me up. I can't wait to serve you in every possible way. Lin Yuan leaned back in the extremely comfortable leather seat of the command tower and pulled out a can of iced cola from his space. Fizz, the pull tab opened and bubbles surged. The light screen refreshed instantly. Area announcement detected an epic vehicle being born in this area, triggering a hidden mechanism regional vehicle strength leaderboard. The 10086 district ranking list has officially started displaying the top 5 in real time. Chun Hao was boasting in the channel leaderboard. Everyone get ready to worship my double-decker yacht, it's definitely the number 1. As soon as the message was sent, the data panel began refreshing from bottom to top. 5th place, diesel-powered assault boat. Owner Zhao E. 4th place, medium-sized sailing fishing boat. Owner Zhang Quang 3rd place, Chongrong cargo ship. Owner Zhao Jiangwo. 2nd place, I double-decker fuel sightseeing yacht. Owner Chun Hao. Chun Hao's name was displayed in 2nd place, and he was instantly stunned. The lackeys below quickly found their angle to flatter. Hao Gu is amazing. 2nd in the whole district. The 1st place only managed to get a larger motorized speedboat. This is too awesome. Hao Gu is truly the boss among bosses. The flattery comments continued scrolling across the screen. The golden 1st place information featuring a 360-degree panoramic 3D model domineeringly shattered the layout of the previous 4 entries. 1st place, heavy-duty nuclear-powered luxury yacht initial form. Parameters: full load displacement of 8,500 tons, fully covered with special titanium alloy armor, micro-nuclear reactor for infinite endurance. Owner Lin Yuan. The massive armored ship photo occupied 2/3 of the screen space. The streamlined hull, thick anti-explosion steel plates, and unactivated closed defense cannon bases exuded a sense of pressure even through the light screen. The public screen, which had been scrolling rapidly, suddenly went silent for over a minute. Afterwards, the channel, holy crap, am I blind? What the hell is this thing? A nuclear-powered luxury yacht. You call this a... Is your raft made of titanium alloy and a nuclear reactor? This is insane. This world has absolutely gone crazy. While I'm struggling to paddle and dodge sharks, you've managed to get a luxury yacht. Report. I demand the system to seal cheating players. This must be a photoshopped image. I don't believe it. Even if the system has a bug, it wouldn't give such a freakish vehicle. Those who had just been queuing up to mock Lin Yuan felt their cheeks burning, as if they had been slapped hundreds of times. The once arrogant big shot who had bragged about the Chongrong cargo ship completely lost his composure. Lin Dalao. This is a pure luxury yacht. My cargo ship may be large, but it's just an unarmored, flimsy freighter. Please team up with me. I need your support. The internet celebrities and socialites who had just been flattering Chun Hao instantly switched sides, completely disregarding their previous dignity. Lin Yuan, brother, I'm a top-up master. My account was hacked earlier, and those nasty comments about you were definitely... Does your cruiser need a personal life secretary? I can do any position, and you don't even have to feed me. Ooh, I have my own biscuits. Lin Xiao, I'm the president of the top socialite circle in Magic City. I'll bring 3 supermodel friends to serve you. Just let us on the ship, and we'll be your private maids. What's Chun Hao even worth? He dares to flaunt his broken yacht in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, send a coordinate, and I'll drive over and smash his broken speedboat to feed the fish. Meanwhile, on his own speedboat, Chun Hao stared fixedly at the high-definition image of the cruiser, his eyes nearly popping out. His hand trembled, and his goblet fell to the deck, shattering into pieces. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just 10 minutes ago, he was messaging saying he was on a broken wooden raft. How could he transform this quickly? Is he mocking me? Chun Hao's face twisted in jealousy. He had originally thought that with this speedboat, he would be the sole king of this area. But in front of Lin Yuan's nuclear-powered cruiser, his 12-meter speedboat was nothing more than a ridiculous plastic toy. Just a slight scrape would shatter it to pieces. On another small fishing boat, Lu Tingting was pale and regretting her past decisions. A nuclear-powered luxury yacht. This was simply a fortress at sea. If she hadn't messed up at the sales office trying to flirt with Chun, how she would have been the absolute mistress of this luxury yacht. She could have comfortably lounged in a temperature-controlled, air-conditioned room, sipping red wine and enjoying the ocean view. Lin Yuan. A Yuan. It's me, Tingting. Lu Tingting frantically spammed the channel. I was forced by that beast Chen Hao. I only have you in my heart. Can you come to pick me up? I'll be your servant, and I will obey you in everything. Lin Yuan was speechless. He hadn't wanted to expose himself, but the system had blown his cover. It was quite helpless. So he decided to go with the flow. Watching the ugly performances of these clowns in the channel, Lin Yuan took a big sip of the icy cold cola. I don't take garbage on this ship. If you want to board, wait for the next life. One sentence directly sentenced Lu Tingting to death. Furious, Lu Tingting cried loudly on the small fishing boat, slapping herself left and right, making her face swell up. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters anymore. He decided to inspect the interior of the yacht to make arrangements for future upgrades. Although it was luxurious now, it was merely superficial and could easily attract unwanted attention. The 150-meter hull had its pros and cons. Everything must be arranged thoroughly. Lin Yuan closed the chat panel and turned to enter the cabin. The 150-meter giant ship boasted an astonishing level of luxury. Stepping on the thick and soft Persian carpet, he walked through the long corridor. The central air conditioning system steadily maintained a constant temperature of 24 degrees. Against the backdrop of the scorching heat outside, it felt like paradise. Lin Yuan descended the spiral staircase. In his line of sight were a luxurious bar counter crafted from solid wood and a massive circular sofa upholstered in genuine leather. Although the temperature-controlled wine cabinet occupying an entire wall was currently empty, it exuded the undeniable scent of wealth. The lower level even featured a private mini-cinema and a fully equipped gym. Of course, its level of luxury extended far beyond that. The dining room, indoor swimming pool, and bathroom all provided top-tier enjoyment. As for the bedroom, it measured 30 square meters with a bed 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. He stared at it for a long time. This bed was enormous, truly enormous. How many people could fit on such a large bed? The wicked wealthy. Even ironclad kidneys couldn't withstand this kind of torment. What pleased Lin Yuan the most was the yacht's built-in seawater desalination and circulation system. As long as the nuclear-powered reactor was operational, he would never have to worry about running out of water. Sitting on the leather sofa, Lin Yuan began to review the system's mechanics. The crit multiplier system offered only one chance each day. The multiplier fluctuated randomly between 100 and 10,000 times. Today, fortune favored him, and after combining 5 billion worth of high-level materials, he had suddenly transformed into a maritime fortress. But to survive in this treacherous sea until the end. He even contemplated crossing the ocean in search of his parents and sister. He had to devise a meticulous survival plan. At this stage, frantically stockpiling maritime resources. Utilizing the crit opportunities, he continuously upgraded the yacht's weapon systems and defensive armor. He had an infinite amount of ordinary supplies stored, enough to last hundreds of lifetimes. However, the unique blueprints, crystal cores, and special items necessary for ocean survival had to be salvaged from the sea. Lin Yuan drew back the curtains in the master bedroom and glanced at the ocean outside. The sun was blazing down, and the scorching rays sliced through the skin like a knife. Just a few short hours had passed. The moral limits within the regional channel had already begun to collapse. Thirst, dehydration, hunger. These were the three swords of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. Those who started with nothing but broken planks and tires had already succumbed to dizziness from the sun. The channel was filled with desperate wails. Who can give me a sip of water? I'm dying of thirst. My throat is parched. I drank a mouthful of seawater, and now my stomach feels like it's on fire. Please, great ones, have a heart. I'm willing to work like a dog. But soon some began to figure things out. An ID with a golden glow sent a highlighted message in the channel. Everyone, don't panic. Pay attention to the sea surface. Floating barrels and treasure chests will randomly refresh on the sea. Just now I fished up a barrel with a bottle of mineral water and half a loaf of bread inside. Upon hearing this news, it was like a shot of adrenaline amidst despair. Lin Yuan nodded. There would always be clever people who discover a glimmer of hope. Although this ocean survival game was designed to push people to their limits in the initial stages, it was relatively gentle and did not truly aim for outright death. Once the news spread, everyone frantically leaned over their vessels, staring intently at the ocean surface. In a sea area far from Lin Yuan, Chun Hao lay under the sunshade of his luxurious double-decker speedboat, sweating profusely. His speedboat was indeed nice, but compared to Lin Yuan's, it was like a toy. Although there was air conditioning, it consumed electricity, which was a scarce resource at sea and needed to be salvaged from fuel. After showing off for a long time, he reluctantly turned it off. As for food, there were only a few bottles of red wine in the wine cabinet. Lu Tingting lay on the deck like a dead dog, her stomach growling from hunger. Next to her was a female internet celebrity with 1 million followers flattering Chun Hao by massaging his legs. Chun Hao felt a surge of anger in his heart. His assets worth 500 million. If he hadn't lost them, he would undoubtedly be the undisputed overlord of this world. Now enjoying the luxuries, why should he endure such humiliation? The thought of this made him grind his teeth in frustration. To maintain his facade of a big shot, Chun Hao took out a bottle of red wine and poured half a glass. He snapped a photo and directly posted it to the regional channel. Chun Hao brothers, the sun at sea is indeed scorching. Fortunately, I had law fight to quench my thirst at the start. You all can slowly fish for barrels, but I'm going to drink first. As soon as this photo was posted, those on the verge of madness from thirst in the channel turned sour with envy. Damn, Hao Gu is amazing. He can still drink red wine at a time like this. I'm so jealous I'm crying. I can barely even urinate. Hao Gu, share a sip of wine. I'll trade you the plastic I just fished up. Lu Tingting immediately seized the opportunity to chime in on the channel. Lu Tingting, Hao Gu is just amazing. It doesn't matter how luxurious Lin Yuan's yacht is, without food, he still suffers from hunger. The female internet celebrity was also unwilling to be outdone. Hong Miao Miao, Hao guest speedboat is so spacious and comfortable, and this red wine is really sweet. These two sang in harmony, elevating Chun Hao's vanity to its peak. While the entire region was fawning over Chun Hao, Lin Yuan leaned back on the leather sofa in the command room, sneering. Pretending to be impressive with me. He directly entered the luxurious kitchen, first taking out some pork, beef, lamb, and chicken to store in the large refrigerator, putting ratatouille vegetables and fruits in the fresh section. After filling it to the brim, he ignited the stove and heated the oil. He took out a piece of high-quality black pork belly and sliced it thinly, grabbing a handful of fresh green chili peppers. Sizzle. The pork belly hit the pan, releasing rich fat, then the peppers were added, stir-fried for a bit, and the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. He then took out a red, large, and glistening rock sugar apple from his storage. The dish was plated and the apple was placed beside it. He also served a bowl of steaming hot northeast rice. Together with the temperature display panel of the central air conditioning in the background, he included it all in the shot. He directly tossed it into the regional channel. Accompanied by the caption, stir-fried spicy pork, it's a bit greasy, so I'm having an apple to satisfy my cravings. The photo was sent out. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Countless exclamation marks instantly filled the screen. Steaming hot rice. Where did he get the fire? Where did he get the pot? Where did he get the meat? Lin Yuan, my father. Grandfather. Give me a bowl of soup and I'll pawn my wife to you. That apple. Such a big apple with droplets of water on it. I am so thirsty that I could drink my own urine, and he is actually eating a candied apple to relieve his thirst. Look at the background. Look at that temperature panel. 24 degrees. He is using air conditioning. I can't take it anymore. People die when compared, goods are thrown away when compared. I am looking at that plate of meat, and my saliva is flooding the raft. Shocked. Comprehensive shock. These foods were indeed nothing before the apocalypse. But this is the ocean. Where did the meat come from? Even if he had brought a few pounds of supplies before teleporting, it would still be raw. Hunger and thirst magnified this ordinary meal into a luxury multiplied by 10,000. Has everyone forgotten? That is a nuclear-powered luxury, yet the energy is unlimited. This is too ridiculous. People die when compared. My little broken boat is simply worse than firewood compared to Lin Yuan's. Chun Hao kicked over the small coffee table in anger. The crimson wine splattered everywhere, but he was completely unaware. He stared at the virtual panel intently, his eyes nearly bleeding with rage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chun Hao's face twisted, his eyes bloodshot. How could he have hot food? How could he have ice apples? Wasn't his supplies sunk in the sea? It must be the food that came with that ship. It turned out he had also learned that even if a large amount of supplies were bought before the apocalypse, they couldn't be brought along. Only if the supplies were protected within a 1-meter radius would they come along. This made him feel much better. He had lost 500 million in supplies, and Lin Yuan's preparations had gone down the drain. But now seeing Lin Yuan eating and drinking, well, he could only envy his incredible luck, having started with a nuclear-powered luxury yacht. The food reserves were so rich. Lu Tingting looked at the braised pork on the screen, saliva uncontrollably flowing down. Her stomach was drumming, wildly hungry enough that her gastric acid was churning. If she hadn't broken up with Lin Yuan, the one eating meat in the air-conditioned room would be her. Regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. The female internet celebrity also swallowed hard, suddenly finding the red wine unappetizing. Chun Hao's jealousy completely exploded. He couldn't stand Lin Yuan living better than him. He immediately made a fuss in the channel, trying to stand on the moral high ground. Chun Hao, Lin Yuan. We are all survivors from the same district. Don't you feel ashamed hoarding so much food for yourself? I propose establishing the 9981 District Survival Mutual Aid Association. Lin Yuan must contribute his yacht and food, and I will distribute them. Only then can everyone survive. This extremely shameless moral kidnapping unexpectedly received countless responses in an instant. In dire straits, people are easily stirred up. How Go is right. With great power comes great responsibility. Lin Yuan, you must hand over the food. Exactly. Why should you have all the good food? Send out the coordinates. We need to board the ship. Seeing this, Chun Hao became even more arrogant, directly starting to organize manpower. Chun Hao, brothers close to Lin Yuan, come with me. No matter how big his yacht is, it's only him alone. As long as we can board the ship, I guarantee you will enjoy the good food. Now recruiting a death squad. We need 3 strong men. Immediately, a large number of desperate individuals eagerly signed up in the channel. I sign up. He'll be a mercenary. Count me in. I'm starving, I don't fear killing. Chun Hao looked at the constantly popping registration information, a cruel smile appearing. Lin Yuan, your time of death has come. On the yacht, Lin Yuan took a bite of the crisp, sweet, juicy ice apple. He coldly gazed at the clowns shouting in the channel. Moral kidnapping. In the apocalypse, morality is too hard to even wipe one's backside with. He was publicly flaunting his wealth in the area channel, of course, to slap Chun Hao in the face. But it wasn't just to slap him in the face. In the vast ocean, going solo as a lone wolf is not a viable path. He had experienced this in his past life, and the outcome was tragic. In this life, the exposure of his luxury yacht meant endless trouble. Instead of hiding, it was better to voluntarily expose himself to the eyes of the wise. His collaborators must go through the baptism of blood and fire. He smiled. The reason he kept Chun Hao around was not because of his kindness, but because this person had some luck. From the moment his initial vehicle came out of the cruise ship, it was evident, and various events from his past life indeed proved that he was favored by this ocean. Killing him is easy, but one must maximize the benefits. Once he has squeezed out all his value, it will be time for him to die. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the yacht's surveillance screen. A wooden raft made of several broken planks was quietly approaching the yacht's massive steel hull. On the raft, 3 people were lying flat. It was the couple with flower tattoos who had bumped into Lin Yuan's car in the garage that morning. There was also a girl whose hair was tightly grabbed by the tattooed man. The tattooed man threatened in a low voice. Cry louder. Call for help. If the people above don't open the door, I'll kill you first and eat you. The girl was trembling with fear, tears mixed with seawater streaming down, only able to shout with her hoarse voice. Help! Is anyone there to save me? I'm so cold. The tattooed woman sneered from the side, pulling out a hooked iron tool with a rope from her pocket. This was the initial supply she had fished out during the day. Honey, once that idiot sticks his head out, I'll throw the hook up. We'll climb up and kill him, then this big ship will be ours. Lin Yuan watched everything clearly from the screen. The methods were truly dirty. Lin Yuan grabbed the mountain axe placed on the sofa, pushed open the cabin door, and walked to the edge of the deck. Oh, is the show starting now? Lin Yuan's voice was cold, drifting down from the deck high above. The tattooed man saw who was standing above. It's you. He never expected that the master of this fortress-like giant ship was actually the ruthless person who had smashed a car with an axe. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the tattooed woman's eyes, and she suddenly exerted force with her arm. The iron hook whistled as it flew toward the ship's railing, getting stuck tightly. Climb. The tattooed man gritted his teeth and jumped up fiercely, crazily climbing up the rope like a gorilla. As long as he could get up, as long as he could grab this ship. Lin Yuan looked at him climbing up expressionlessly. When the tattooed man was halfway up, hanging in midair, Lin Yuan raised the mountain axe in his hand. I said, if you provoke me again, it won't be just a car that I chop. With a swift motion, the axe fell. The sharp blade directly severed the rope. The tattooed man let out a piercing scream, falling straight into the cold, dark sea. Along with a huge splash erupted. The tattooed man thrashed in the water, blood all over his face. Help! Help! Just then, 2 black dorsal fins suddenly surfaced in the ocean. Sharks. The smell of blood attracted predators from the sea. Wife, save me. Something is biting my leg. The tattooed man let out a desperate scream. The seawater was instantly dyed red. The tattooed woman screamed in fright, not daring to care for her man, urging the girl to desperately paddle the raft to escape. Lin Yuan stood on the deck, coldly observing. In this world, kindness is the greatest cruelty to one. The first night over, the ocean descended with temperatures dropping by 4 to 5 degrees and the ocean temperature around 10 degrees. It was not cold enough to be unbearable, but still uncomfortable. So cold. I feel like my blood is about to freeze. Who has clothes? I'd trade 3 pieces of wood for a tattered garment. I can barely hold on. Something is banging against my door. I have 5 million in my account. Who will give me a blanket? This 5 million is yours. Chun Hao, brother Hao, please have mercy and let me take refuge on your yacht from the wind. Chun Hao felt somewhat uncomfortable on his double-decker speedboat. His speedboat had an open-top sightseeing design. Although there was a small cabin with a resting area, it was narrow and cramped. How could the dignified young master Chun endure such suffering? Come here. He called to Lu Tingting, who was slow to respond. The internet celebrity then leaped into his arms, feeling a bit better. Lu Tingting gritted her teeth in hatred. Ah! A scream pierced the air. There were 3 men on the deck dealing with those trying to climb aboard the yacht. One had a fierce demeanor with one eye blind. He used to be a mercenary and was ruthless, cutting the hands of anyone who tried to climb up. Another had shifty eyes leering at Lu Tingting's waist and thighs, his gaze greasy and repulsive. The third was tall and burly with a dull expression. They were the crew carefully chosen by Chun Hao. Their initial vessels were not very good, so they flocked to him without hesitation. Young Master Chen, we've dealt with the people. Is there anything else you want? The shifty-eyed man named Zhang Li said, his gaze scanning Lu Tingting and the internet celebrity. The mercenary revealed a yellow-toothed grin. We've dealt with them, boss. Why not let my brothers have some fun with the girl? He lewdly stared at the internet celebrity, who was startled, her eyes brimming with tears. This mercenary was terrifying in appearance. Chun Hao's displeasure flickered but quickly dissipated. He stood up and pushed the internet celebrity toward them. Here's a reward for you. Tears streamed down the internet celebrity's face. The mercenary's gaze swept over Lu Tingting, who instinctively recoiled, looking pleadingly at Chun Hao. Chun Hao frowned. Brother, this woman won't do. She is Lin Yuan's woman. The mercenary with yellow teeth looked cruel. What does Lin Yuan count for? He doesn't count for anything, but this woman is his fiancée. If we want to board his luxury yacht, we must rely on. The mercenary squinted and smiled, wrapping an arm around the internet celebrity as he headed toward the cabin. Let's go have some fun. Zhang Li rubbed his hands together and followed suit. The internet celebrity finally couldn't hold back her tears. The mercenary was furious. What are you crying for? Cry again, and he'll throw you overboard. The internet celebrity glanced at the endless ocean outside and dared not cry anymore. Lu Tingting narrowly escaped disaster, drenched in cold sweat. She finally realized from the moment they entered the ocean to survive, all previous laws had ceased to exist. She looked at Chun Hao's face, cold and cruel, ignoring the internet celebrity's pleading gaze. She suddenly understood that Chun Hao had always been this kind of person. Only before he had been more discreet and civilized. After all, what was the difference between her and the internet celebrity? She shivered, filled with regret. She remembered Lin Yuan's kindness. If it were Lin Yuan, he would surely protect her well. Okay, Tingting, contact Lin Yuan. No matter what, we must make him lower his guard and let us board the ship. Chun Hao laughed again, giving Lu Tingting a pat on the rear. You're so charming. Lin Yuan hasn't had anything good. I believe in you. Lu Tingting felt a bit angry, but didn't dare to show it, pouting playfully. Young Master Chen, we treated him so poorly before. How could he still let us board? Chun Hao chuckled. Men are fundamentally the same. Haven't you not slept with him yet? Tell him you miss him and want to devote yourself to him. He'll soften up. Lu Tingting's eyes glimmered. Yes, how could she forget? Previously, to maintain her jade-like woman persona, she had always been aloof, never giving Lin Yuan anything. In fact, Lin Yuan had looks and intelligence. Apart from his somewhat poor background, he had no flaws. Moreover, he was living on a luxury yacht now, and who knew when this damn survival game would end. In any case, she wouldn't suffer any losses. With that thought, she opened the regional chat and sent Lin Yuan a private message. Outside the luxury yacht, the cold night was shaking, while inside the cabin, it was warm as spring. He walked into the ultra-luxurious bathroom attached to the master suite of the yacht. The intelligent constant temperature system maintained the bathroom at a perfect 30 degrees. The huge bathtub was already filled with hot water. Lin Yuan took off his clothes and casually tossed them into the nearby fully automatic washer-dryer. He stepped into the bathtub. The warm water enveloped his body instantly, washing away a day's fatigue and the resentment within him. He even added a few drops of rose essential oil to the water. In the survival at sea, others had to be frugal, even with a sip of water. Yet he could indulge in a hot bath without a care. How could that not feel exhilarating? After his bath, he changed into a set of silk pajamas. Lin Yuan held a cup of hot milk and walked toward the 5-meter by 5-meter king-sized bed. This was the most relaxed moment since his rebirth, even the most relaxed in the past 3 years. In his previous life drifting at sea, he had to sleep with one eye open every night, fearing that a wave would capsize the raft, afraid of being dragged into the abyss by a sea beast in his dreams, worried that those around him would suddenly betray him. Yet now the heavy titanium alloy armor isolated all dangers. Lin Yuan lay on the soft mattress, listening to the faint sounds of the wind and waves outside. He soon fell into a deep sleep. As for the private message from Lu Tingting, he didn't hear it at all. Since revealing the luxury yacht, his inbox had instantly filled up, and he had promptly turned off the email notifications. Unaware that Lu Tingting had been waiting with her eyes open all night, even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. He slept soundly. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the large porthole onto the bed. Lin Yuan opened his eyes on time, full of energy and in perfect condition. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the turbulent, deep blue sea. Precautions were raised immediately. The current safety was merely temporary. In the later stages, this sea area would evolve to host terrifying sea beasts the size of mountains. Deep-sea giant squids dozens of meters long and mutated sperm whales that could swallow cargo ships in one bite. Even this nuclear-powered yacht would only be a slightly tougher appetizer in front of such monsters if it didn't continue to upgrade its armor and weapons. I must improve my strength quickly. Ding. A new day has arrived. System prompt: today's 10,000-fold critical strike count has been refreshed. Lin Yuan's spirit lifted. This was what he had been waiting for. In ocean survival, one of the most secure and important ways to obtain resources was fishing. What was caught was not just fish to eat. More often it would be resource barrels refreshed by the system, or even bronze and silver-level treasure chests. This is why a regular fishing rod blueprint from his past life could fetch sky-high prices. Lin Yuan rummaged through the ordinary carbon fiber sea rod distributed by the game system. For this fishing rod, use today's 10,000-fold critical strike. Received command. Reorganizing material and structure of target item, ordinary carbon fiber sea rod. Critical strike successful. Triggered 5,000-fold ultimate critical strike. Congratulations, host has obtained legendary equipment. Anchor of the sea god fishing form. A flash of golden light enveloped the entire fishing rod. After the blinding light faded, a majestic long rod radiating a deep blue glow made of neither metal nor wood lay on the deck. The fishing line was nearly invisible to the naked eye, yet it had a strong presence. Anchor of the sea god fishing form. Attribute 1, be absolutely resilient. The fishing line will never break and the fishing rod will never be damaged. Attribute 2, fishing for all things. The hook will catch anything. It can not only catch marine life, but also deep-sea relic treasure chests, special items, and even unknown life forms. Attribute 3, power enhancement. While holding the rod, the host's strength temporarily increases 5-fold. Attribute 4, the material is indestructible, no bait required. After being thrown into the sea, it automatically searches for the highest value targets within a 10-mile radius, guaranteeing no empty casts. The hook will always catch something. Fishing for all things. Automatically seeking treasure. This is not fishing, it's a cash machine on the sea. Lin Yuan took the fishing rod and strode onto the deck. The sea breeze blew gently. In the distance, those who had barely survived the first night were desperately scraping the broken wooden planks on the surface of the sea with their hands. With a flick of his wrist, swish, the fish hook cut through the air with a whoosh, tracing a perfect parabola as it plunged into the deep sea 100 meters away. In less than 10 seconds, the fishing line suddenly tightened and the fishing rod vibrated slightly. It was hooked. The speed was absurdly fast. Lin Yuan pressed the automatic reeling button on the handle. The motor emitted a faint hum. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. A box glowing with a bronze hue was directly hoisted onto the deck. Clunk. The box landed and popped open automatically. Acquired basic wooden planks X20. Acquired small seawater purifier blueprint X1. Acquired rusty iron nails X50. These were all urgently needed basic materials, especially that purifier blueprint, which could definitely be traded for good items in the trading hall. Lin Yuan was in high spirits. He waved the rod again. This time the time in the water was a bit longer. A full 5 minutes passed. Suddenly the fishing rod emitted a series of urgent beeping sounds. The fishing line was stretched straight, and the tip of the rod bent into a crescent. Warning. Captured an extremely high-value target. Target vitality is immense. Please stabilize your stance, host. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. An extremely high-value target. Did he catch a golden treasure chest? Or some rare, deep-sea exotic beast? He gripped the fishing rod tightly, his feet firmly planted on the deck. He pressed the powerful reeling button. The motor below went into overdrive. Huge white waves rolled up on the sea surface, and whatever was below was struggling desperately. Come up. Lin Yuan exerted his arms, yanking upward with great force. Splash. A massive column of water shot up into the sky. What broke the surface was not a sparkling treasure chest, but a person. A woman with a devilish figure, exquisite curves, and drenched from head to toe. Lin Yuan was stunned. He focused and looked closely. The woman wore a white shirt that had been half torn apart by the sea, the wet fabric clinging to her body, outlining breathtaking curves. Her face was pale as paper, yet stunningly beautiful. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was all too familiar with this face. Anyone who had been online or watched television before the apocalypse would recognize her. She was a sensation across the internet, dubbed the flower on the high ridge. The superstar who had topped the national goddess chart for 3 consecutive years, Su Bingbing. This anchor of the sea god could even reel in a superstar. But the question was, what use was catching a celebrity? Why did the system determine she was a high-value target? Did she possess some extraordinary trait? Lin Yuan searched his memory. In his past life, Su Bingbing's fame hadn't spread, but there was indeed a lucky goddess renowned across the ocean. This lucky goddess lived up to her title, relying on immense luck to help a small force quickly grow into a formidable power. Could this lucky goddess be her? Let's observe. Su Bingbing coughed and looked up, meeting the eyes that were cold and profound, and the massive, luxurious steel fortress. She was completely mesmerized. You? Who are you? Lin Yuan retracted the fishing rod, looking down at this former national goddess. My name is Lin Yuan. Welcome aboard my trophy. Su Bingbing's mind buzzed with chaos. Just 10 minutes ago, she had been lying on a small motorboat with her best friend. The boat was her initial vehicle. Although it was only 2 meters long at least, she didn't have to be submerged in water. The fresh water was gone, and the sun above was scorching enough to roast a person. Just as Su Bingbing was gasping with her eyes closed, her best friend suddenly kicked her hard in the stomach. Splash! Su Bingbing fell into the sea. The salty seawater immediately flooded her mouth, and as she clung to the railing, trying to climb back up, her best friend grabbed a piece of wood and struck her across the back of her hand. Get lost! Her best friend's eyes were bloodshot. There's no water left if we stay together, we'll both die. With your pretty face, even if you feed it to a shark, you'll surely be reborn into a good life in your next life. Su Bingbing's eyes widened. She was the nation's sweetheart, a viral sensation online, always surrounded by admirers. This best friend of hers consumed her resources and took advantage of her. Now to survive, she was actually trying to kill her. Despair washed over her. After several attempts to climb, Su Bingbing lost all her strength, her body sinking deeper, her vision growing dimmer. She closed her eyes and gave up struggling. Just then, whoosh, a terrifying force suddenly hooked onto her clothes on her back. Su Bingbing felt as if she were a fish being yanked out of the water, soaring into the air. Bang! She fell heavily onto a hard wooden board. Soaked through, her white shirt clung tightly to her body, exposing her perfect curves. She lay on the ground, coughing violently, expelling all the seawater from her stomach. Cough, cough, cough. I'm saved. Su Bingbing gasped for air and suddenly looked up. A pair of black tactical boots stopped right in front of her face. Looking up along the boots, she saw a tall man. His gaze was cold, and he held a fishing rod emitting a ghostly blue light. Have you had enough of watching? Lin Yuan looked down at her, his tone flat. Su Bingbing shivered, her voice trembling. Why you? Who are you? Lin Yuan. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan retracted the sea god's anchor. Welcome aboard. From now on, you are my trophy. Su Bingbing was stunned. A trophy? She had been dominating the trending charts for years, worth over 100 million. Countless wealthy young men queued to gift her sports cars, yet she couldn't even touch them. Now she had become someone else's trophy. Lin Yuan paid no mind to her thoughts, his gaze sweeping over her. Her white shirt soaked with seawater clung tightly, revealing her pitiable yet stunningly beautiful face. Truly a rare gem. But Lin Yuan felt no stirrings in his heart. This was the apocalypse. Beauty that couldn't be exchanged for resources and combat power was just a useless burden. Gurgle. A loud sound broke the silence. Su Bingbing's stomach growled. Her face instantly flushed red, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Since she had entered the water yesterday, she hadn't eaten a single bite, and she was utterly starving. Lin Yuan turned and walked towards the cabin. Keep up. Su Bingbing bit her lip, quickly got up and jogged after Lin Yuan. Soaked through, her expensive custom white shirt clung tightly, outlining breathtaking curves. As she stepped into the cabin, Su Bingbing gasped, sharply, shivering all over. Cold air. The cabin was surprisingly blowing a constant temperature of 24 degrees. Outside, those seeking survival would dive headfirst into the sea to escape the poisonous sun. This man had central air conditioning in here. Underfoot was a thick, soft Persian carpet. Beside her was a luxurious, genuine leather circular sofa, and overhead hung a dazzling crystal chandelier. Was this really survival in the desperate apocalypse at sea? This was clearly the president's suite of the top 7-star hotel in the magical city. Su Bingbing's eyes widened further. Lin Yuan led her into a luxurious kitchen and casually opened a wall-sized refrigerator. Take whatever you want to eat. Su Bingbing peeked inside. She was so stunned that she felt like she was nailed to the spot, her mind buzzing. Inside the massive refrigeration chamber, the top layer was neatly stacked with dozens of premium Australian M9 Wagyu beef, Ningxia Salt Lake sheep Qingyuan chicken. The middle layer was filled with various fresh fruits, cherries glistening with fresh water droplets, bright red French Gina, and red-yellow Australian mangoes. The bottom layer was stuffed with fresh broccoli, tomatoes, and even fresh greens. On the side door, chilled cola, pure milk, and large bottles of imported orange juice formed a wall. The frozen section was even more extravagant, piled high with various precious ingredients. Su Bingbing rubbed her eyes vigorously. She suspected she was dead in the sea, hallucinating. In this deadly sea where a sip of water could cost a life, the items in this refrigerator were priceless. Are all of these yours? Su Bingbing's voice changed completely, pointing at the refrigerator with trembling hands. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. He took out a steak and turned to grab a frying pan. Su Bingbing watched his actions, her mind suddenly clearing. She wasn't stupid. This man saved her, and he definitely wouldn't feed her for free. In this lawless apocalypse, to stay in this paradise-like place, she had to demonstrate absolute value. Su Bingbing rushed over, snatching the steak from Lin Yuan's hand. She quickly pulled an apron off the side and tied it around her neck. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. You a big star can cook. Those pampered starlets couldn't even boil instant noodles and would cry on Weibo if they got a paper cut. Su Bingbing puffed out her chest proudly. Water droplets slid down her chin, pure and alluring. I can do a lot more than that. She looked Lin Yuan in the eye, boldly hinting. You saved my life, I have to find a way to repay you right. I must cook this meal. As long as she could stay on this boat, even if this man made some outrageous demands, she would accept. It was better than being fed to sharks. She was an incredibly smart woman. In this lawless ocean, beauty was original sin and her only bargaining chip. To remain in this safe and luxurious fortress, she had to spare no effort to showcase her value. Moreover, this man before her was extremely handsome, tall, and possessed unfathomable strength. 1,000 times better than the madmen outside who had turned into beasts to survive. Even if it meant losing out, she was willing. Lin Yuan looked at her soaked clothes. The white shirt soaked with seawater was almost transparent, revealing the alluring curves within. He turned around, opened a storage cabinet, and tossed a black and white made outfit along with a dry towel directly into Su Bingbing's arms. Turn left at the end, take a hot shower, and change into this before coming out to cook. Su Bingbing held the scantily clad maid outfit, her face turning crimson to the neck. She secretly cursed. As expected, all men are the same. Pretending to be aloof, but deep down they all have a wicked sense of humor. Want to play dress up? Fine. This lady will play along for as long as you want. As long as you don't kick me off the boat. All right, wait a moment, Boss Lin. Su Bingbing gritted her teeth and obediently walked toward the bathroom with the clothes. Lin Yuan watched her retreating figure, his gaze clear. Wicked sense of humor. Perhaps a little. In his past life, this ocean was famously known as the goddess of fortune. Any food she personally handled had a chance to trigger a premium buff. A single bite could increase strength tremendously. A sip of soup could temporarily provide immunity to diseases. If Su Bingbing truly was that goddess of fortune, keeping her on the boat as a mascot would be an incredibly Listening to the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, Lin Yuan walked to the island counter and took out a chilled bottle of soda water. PSSSH. He pulled the tab. Lin Yuan took a big gulp, the icy bubbles sliding down his throat, dispelling the heat within. He stared at the frosted glass door of the bathroom. A shadowy figure moved behind the door. This woman was indeed a rare beauty. But in the apocalypse, pretty faces died the fastest. What he wanted was absolute utility. If the food Su Bingbing made had no special effects, then she was only fit for doing menial chores. Click. The bathroom door swung open. A fragrant scent of shower gel wafted into the kitchen. Su Bingbing emerged with a flushed face. The black and white lace-made outfit clung tightly to her body. The short skirt barely covered her upper thighs, revealing her long, fair legs. The white lace headband adorned her head, paired with her innocent and pure first love face, creating a lethal combination of purity and allure. She awkwardly tugged at the hem of her skirt. Boss Lin, I've finished washing up. Can I go cook now? Lin Yuan pulled over a high bar stool and sat down. Let's begin. Show me what you can really do. The sound of chopping vegetables soon echoed through the kitchen. Thud, thud, thud. The knife skills were surprisingly adept with a strong sense of rhythm. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. He had indeed practiced. He brought up the system panel and switched to the regional chat channel. Just a glance at the data in the upper right corner made Lin Yuan's gaze sharpen. Current number of survivors 9728001000000. Over 20,000 people have perished. And this was just after one night. Some died from freezing, some from starvation, others from fighting over resources, and some were dragged into the water by sea beasts at night. The brutality of survival in the ocean had begun to reveal itself. Messages in the chat channel were scrolling furiously, filled with desperate cries for help and frantic curses. Is there anyone who can save me? My leg is bitten off, the water is filled with blood. That thing is coming again. Can someone please give me a sip of water? I drank half a bottle of my own urine, and now my throat is so swollen I can hardly speak. They're all dead. All of them. The brother on the raft beside me was still talking to me last night. This morning he was stiff. I don't want to die. However, some clever individuals survived the first night and began to explore ways to live. The system's trading hall module. Those lucky enough to find supply chests or who learned to make spears from wood to fish began to frantically capitalize in the trading hall. Lin Yuan opened the trading panel. At a glance, the listings were truly eye-opening. Seller Zhang Sen item for trade Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch. Requirement 1 bottle of water. Note this watch originally cost 4 million. Now it can be exchanged for just 1 bottle of water. Seller leasee item for trade property deed for a luxury apartment in the Magic City. Requirement exchange for a pack of instant noodles. Note I keep my word, whoever feeds me this apartment is theirs. Seller Wang Dafu item for trade half a piece of moldy bread. Requirement a screenshot of a 1 million cash transfer plus a Rolex Submariner. Note once I return to civilized society, I will strike it rich, no payment no deal. Wang Dafu's bread was snatched away in an instant. In the face of the stark survival crisis, these once prestigious symbols of status and wealth had completely turned into trash, even too hard to wipe oneself with. Prices were skyrocketing to an outrageous degree. Those lucky enough to catch live fish from the sea or find broken barrels with food became the privileged upper class. I just traded half a piece of uneaten raw oyster for a Bulgari diamond necklace. I couldn't afford to buy this thing even with 10 years of salary, and now looking at this broken chain, I can't help but feel a pang in my heart. Bro, you should be grateful at least you got food. Sigh, I still have 50 million in savings. Who can give me a bond? They'll transfer it all to you. I'm really about to starve. Lin Yuan coldly watched these frenzied trading messages. The monetary system that human society had built over thousands of years had completely collapsed overnight. This is the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Cruel bloody. Creak. The kitchen door swung open. A rich aroma of meat wafted throughout the living room. Su Bingbing stepped out gracefully holding 2 exquisite Western dining plates. Lin Yuan looked up, and his breath momentarily halted for half a second. Su Bingbing, being a national goddess, had an impressive figure. This outfit accentuated her devilish curves perfectly, her long fair legs peeking out from beneath the hem of her dress. Combined with her face that exuded both purity and allure, her appeal was off the charts. Boss Lin, Su Bingbing's voice was sweet to the point of being cloying as she bent down to gently place the plates on the coffee table. With that bend, the view at her neckline was fully revealed. The pan-seared M9 Wagyu beef sizzled, accompanied by stir-fried broccoli and a few cherry tomatoes. 2 bowls of creamy mushroom soup were steaming hot. It was a feast for the senses. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, picked up his knife and fork, and cut a piece of beef to put in his mouth. The meat was tender and juicy, perfectly cooked. It seemed that this big star was indeed not lying. She was not just a pretty face who could only whine. Su Bingbing sat opposite him, nibbling delicately with her fork, looking at the sumptuous feast before her, then glancing outside at the dark, turbulent sea, where cries of despair echoed. Her eyes suddenly reddened and tears began to fall. Yesterday, she had been scheming for resources and connections in the entertainment industry. Today, she had fallen into the water, thinking she was doomed. Now she sat in a maid outfit eating king crab on a warm yacht. This drastic shift made her develop a deep sense of dependence on Lin Yuan before her. Lin Yuan ate while casually opening the private chat channel. There were more than a dozen unread messages, all from Lu Tingting. Yuan, where did you go last night? I sent so many messages and you didn't reply. I froze all night in the cold wind thinking only of you. As long as you let me on the boat, I will agree to any position guaranteed to serve you well. Just say the word, and I will strip naked on the deck waiting for you. Yuan, please. Lin Yuan looked at the screen and let out a cold laugh. How cheap. After dating for 3 years, she wouldn't even let him hold her hand, always dangling the promise of saving the best for the wedding night over him. Yet she turned around to pursue the rich second-generation Chun Hao for money. Now for a bite to eat, she was openly flirting online. What are you laughing at? Su Bingbing curiously leaned over, a fragrant breeze wafting. Lin Yuan did not hide it, directly showing her the virtual chat interface. Su Bingbing glanced at the text on the screen, and her expression instantly became extremely disdainful. This is too shameless. Lin Yuan replied calmly, she is my ex-girlfriend. Su Bingbing was taken aback, straightening her back, her proud chest heaving. Master, you absolutely must not pay her any mind. She only has her eyes on your boat and resources. Once she has used you up and drained your value, she will kick you to the curb without hesitation. Su Bingbing scolded indignantly. On one hand, it was due to a woman's innate aversion to green tea bitches. On the other hand, she now regarded this yacht as her only sanctuary. She absolutely would not allow another woman to come and vie for attention. Lu Tingting was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, seeing that Lin Yuan was not responding to her private messages. Chun Hao was already losing patience. The million-follower online celebrity who was called in for a night was now stripped and thrown out to scrub the deck. The thugs looked at her with increasingly ravenous eyes. If Lin Yuan was not captured soon, Chun Hao would definitely throw her to that pack of beasts. Lu Tingting gritted her teeth. She directly ran to the public channel to perform. Lu Tingting, Yuan, I know you are watching the channel. Please just reply to me, okay? Lu Tingting, yesterday at the sales office I really didn't mean it. I just lost my temper and said some harsh words in my heart. There's only you from beginning to end. Our 3 years of relationship, could it really be completely severed because of a few angry words yesterday? Lu Tingting, you live on such a large luxurious yacht with food and drink inside. Can you really enjoy it while watching your fiancé nearly freeze outside? How can you live with yourself? Let me on the boat. Even if I have to be a maid doing laundry and cooking, I'm willing. As soon as this chain of green tea remarks came out, those in the channel who were starved for attention immediately went wild, cheering crazily. Damn, this girl is too humble, or it hurts my heart to watch. Lin Dalao, the girl has spoken to this extent. A day as a husband is worth 100 days of grace. Are you still a man? Exactly. With such a big yacht, how can having one more person eat you out? If you don't want her, just send a location, I'll paddle over to get her. Rich people are just cold-blooded and heartless. The screen was filled with moral condemnation. These people living in the mud loved to see those in high positions being dragged down. In the yacht's living room, Su Bingbing stood beside the sofa, her chest heaving with anger. She despised such two-faced green tea more than anything. The scene of her best friend's betrayal was still vivid in her mind, coupled with her urgent need to prove her worth in front of Lin Yuan, binding herself tightly to the owner of this ship. Su Bingbing, Lu Tingting, right. Put away your nauseating White Lotus act. Su Bingbing, Lin Yuan Gij's clothes are washed by a fully automatic washer and dryer, and I cook his meals. Who do you think you are? What makes you worthy of being a maid on this yacht? As soon as this message was sent, those who were still echoing Lu Tingting were all stunned. Su Bingbing. Without any hesitation, Su Bingbing directly activated the system's holographic photo upload function. She stood in the luxurious yacht living room. Behind her was a huge floor-to-ceiling window and the dark, raging sea outside. She was wearing a highly alluring maid outfit, holding half-eaten steak in her hand. Click send. The entire 9,981 district channel exploded. Damn, am I blind? Su Bingbing. The national goddess Su Bingbing. Damn, it really is her. I can recognize that sexy mole on her collarbone. I look at her poster every night to sleep. Why is she wearing a maid outfit? Whose boat is she on? That background. It's Lin Yuan's nuclear-powered yacht. Nuclear-powered luxury yacht paired with the national first love superstar. God, just strike me down with lightning. My back teeth are all crushed. What kind of divine day is this? While we are drinking urine and avoiding sharks, she is enjoying the service of a female star on a yacht. I said Lin Xiao must not have a thing for this broken shoe. He's hiding the national goddess in a golden house. The wind instantly reversed. Those who were just helping Lu Tingting now turned against her and began to spray insults. Lu Tingting, just shut up already. She has Su Bingbing serving her. What do they need you for? Still doing laundry and cooking? What do you have to compare to a female star? Shameless thing. On the other side on the speedboat, Chen Hao stared at the system panel, his eyes blood-red with rage. Bitch. They are all bitches. Chen Hao roared like a mad beast, jealousy nearly making him spit blood. That was Su Bingbing. He spent tens of millions on resources, pulled countless connections, but never even got to see her once, the top-tier unreachable flower. Now she was actually wearing a lowly maid outfit serving Lin Yuan on his yacht. Why does Lin Yuan, that poor bastard, deserve such emperor-like treatment? Chen Hao kicked over a nearby table in anger, smashing a broken plank he just pulled up to smithereens. Lu Tingting felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stared blankly at Su Bingbing's stunning face in the photo, which overshadowed her tenfold and that maddeningly proud figure. Then she looked at the steak she was eating and the living environment. Lu Tingting's psychological defenses completely crumbled. No wonder Lin Yuan was indifferent to her constant attempts to please him. No wonder Lin Yuan had no interest in even replying to a single message from her. With a stunning beauty like Su Bingbing in a maid outfit actively pursuing him, what was Lu Tingting even worth? No, it shouldn't be like this. Lu Tingting wailed, regretting to the core. Chen Hao turned to look at Lu Tingting, who was slumped on the deck like a dead person. He slapped her hard across the face. Smack. Useless waste. You can't even attract a man, go scrub the deck. Lu Tingting covered her swollen face, wanting to say something, but looking at the furious Chen Hao, she dared not utter another word. On the yacht. Master, I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? This address of master was delivered with an utterly natural tone mixed with a hint of coyness that seemed to refuse yet invite. Lin Yuan watched as Su Bingbing finished sending messages, standing there nervously like a child who had done something wrong. He nodded secretly. This woman is clever if she knows how to use her status to suppress her opponents and also how to declare her allegiance. Regardless of whether she is the goddess of luck, at least she has a good head on her shoulders. Just as the entire district was in a frenzy of gossip, suddenly a glaring red prompt box popped up on Lin Yuan's panel. System prompt: you have been added to the 9981 District Survival Mutual Aid Group. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. He opened the group chat. The group master wrote 2 characters, Chen Hao. The group already had nearly 500 people. All of them were the regional elites who had been shouting the loudest in the channel these days, including gangsters who formed cliques and nouveau riche who obtained big ships. Lin Yuan sneered. A mutual aid group. It seems they can't take it by force and are preparing to play moral condemnation and establish a centralized rule. Chen Hao, welcome Lin Yuan brother to the group. Everyone give a round of applause. Immediately rows of hypocritical welcome expressions flooded the screen. Lin Yuan picked up the iced cola on the table and took a sip. Want to play? Then let's play together. Lin Yuan, speak quickly if you have something to say, or if not, get lost. Don't waste my time listening to a female star sing. The group fell silent. Chun Hao's face turned green in an instant. On the speedboat, Chun Hao's face turned green. The powerful aura he had painstakingly built was shattered by a single remark. He suppressed his anger. Chun Hao, since brother Lin Yuan has joined the group, I will speak plainly. We are all human seeds in this vast ocean, and fighting alone leads to a dead end. Brother Lin has a nuclear-powered yacht with food and drink. He should provide shelter for everyone. I propose that Lin Yuan share the yacht's coordinates and some supplies, and I Chun Hao will act as the guarantor for the distribution. As long as we work together, we can ensure everyone survives. This statement was grandiose, standing on the high ground of righteousness. The hungry people in the group immediately followed suit. Brother Hao is right. In poverty, one should focus on oneself, in prosperity, one should help the world. Lin Yuan, how can you occupy such a large ship alone and still have a conscience? Exactly, so many have died outside. What harm is there in letting out some extra rooms? I suggest we directly elect Lin Yuan as the vice group leader. As long as you provide food for everyone, we will all recognize you as our big brother. If you don't share, you will be the sinner of humanity, a selfish little person. Moral kidnapping, those looking to take advantage, and sycophants all emerged. Lin Yuan sat on the leather sofa, watching the chaos on the screen. He couldn't help but laugh. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, these people were still living in the illusion of a peaceful era. Lin Yuan, help the world in prosperity. You worthless people who can't even gather a pair of clean underwear dare to talk to me about the world. Want supplies? Exchange your lives for them. Want yacht coordinates? If you have the guts, go find them in the sea. If you do find them, I'll use my clothes and guns to welcome you. Don't try to moralize me. I have no morals. Those clamoring for supplies felt their faces stung. No one expected Lin Yuan to dare to tear apart the facade in front of hundreds. He showed them no face. After a brief silence, a storm of insults erupted. What are you so arrogant about? Do you really think you can survive alone until the end? Once we gather, we will snatch your ship. Everyone ignore this selfish bastard. Oh, let him wait for death alone at sea. Seeing the group enraged, Chun Hao immediately stepped up to play the good guy, while also beginning his show-off act. Chun Hao, everyone stop arguing. Brother Lin might be overly cautious and reluctant to part with his supplies. We cannot force him. He then shared a high-definition screenshot. It was a wooden treasure chest he had just fished out of. In the screenshot, the chest was opened. Inside lay 10 iron plates, 5 pieces of plastic, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a bottle of 500 milliliters of pure water. On the second day, when the majority were still drinking urine and gnawing on moldy wood. This was a fortune. Chun Hao, brothers, I had good luck today. As long as you follow me and obey the management, this pack of biscuits will be shared among everyone. The tide in the group shifted instantly. Various excessively flattering comments flooded the screen. Brother Hao is awesome. He actually opened a wooden treasure chest. Oh my God, with food and drink, Brother Hao is the true son of destiny. Look at Brother Hao's vision. Now look at that Lin Yuan, he's simply inhuman. Brother Hao, share the coordinates. I'll paddle over on a board to join you. Chun Hao laughed wildly on the speedboat, finally feeling his frustration from losing supplies dissipate somewhat. This was the effect he wanted. With a pack of broken biscuits, he could gather the hearts of hundreds of desperate people. Once he formed a team, the first thing he would do is to take down Lin Yuan. He provocatively tagged Lin Yuan. Chun Hao, Lin Yuan, did you see that? This is called public opinion. Don't think that just having a yacht makes you invincible. What I have here are high-level materials obtained from a treasure chest. Your big ship, which came from random luck, will eventually run out of resources. Lin Yuan really couldn't hold back. With such shabby stuff, you dare to bring it out to embarrass yourself. Lin Yuan brought up the system panel. He took a screenshot of the blueprint he had fished up this morning using the anchor of the sea god. Without hesitation, he threw it into the group. Lin Yuan shared the image. Small seawater purifier manufacturing blueprint, excellent grade explanation, consumes basic materials to convert seawater into pure drinking water. Maximum daily conversion, 5,000 milliliters. These few shining golden characters dazzled the eyes. A seawater purifier. This meant an endless supply of fresh water. In this sea of death where fresh water was worth 10,000 times more than gold, whoever controlled fresh water controlled the hope of survival. What the hell is that thing? A seawater purifier blueprint. Excellent grade. My God, am I seeing things? With this thing, it's like having unlimited fresh water. I could survive on 100 milliliters a day. That means I can keep 50 people alive. This is insane. How did Linda get such a divine blueprint? Chun Hao's half bottle of murky mineral water isn't worth anything. Linda has grasped the source of life. I was actually still licking those few rusty iron pieces. The sudden shift in public opinion was astonishing. Just a moment ago, the group members were praising Chun Hao, and the next second, they turned 180 degrees. This is the most real reflection of the apocalypse. Whoever controls the core survival resources is the true life giver. Chun Hao stared at the attributes of that blueprint. His eyes were filled with jealousy and bloodshot. Impossible. How does he even have such things? I toiled for half a day just to get half a bottle of water. He actually directly obtained the blueprint for unlimited water production. Chun Hao felt a surge of bitterness in his throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wang Dana, Lin Yuan, big boss. Dad, is the blueprint for sale? I'll trade you my little broken boat. Zhao Si, Lin God, please take care of me. I can endure hardship. I only ask for a sip of clean water every day. Li Gooden. Chun Hao, hurry up and take your broken biscuits and roll away. Don't obstruct Lin God's eyes here. Lin Yuan closed the group chat. His private message inbox was flooded. He casually scrolled through, encountering all sorts of people. Some were crying and begging for charity. Some even sent nude photos hoping to exchange their bodies for the blueprint. Others talked about the shared destiny of humanity, demanding he publicly disclose the manufacturing technology for free. Lin Yuan filtered them all out. Among them, a few morons even sent threats. Lin Yuan, if you know what's good for you, hand over the blueprint, or I will find your coordinates and kill you. I used to be in the underworld. You can't handle this blueprint. Give it to me for protection. Lin Yuan didn't even look at it, directly blocking them. At this moment, a particularly arrogant private message popped up. Zhang Kuang, captain of the Wild Waves Squad. Lin Yuan, if you know what's good for you, hand over the blueprint. We are the Wild Waves Squad, 3 desperate people starting with a 7-meter motor fishing boat. No matter how big your boat is, it can only hold 1 person. Once we find you, you're dead. Hand over the blueprint now, and you'll be spared. Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold, looking for death. He didn't reply a single word and directly clicked on the avatar to block. He made sure to remember the ID of this Zhang Kuang. As long as he dared to show his face, he would be crushed. Soon after, another private message caught Lin Yuan's attention. Captain of the Chongrong, Zhao Zhengwo. Brother Lin, I am Zhao Zhengwo, captain of the Chongrong. I know the water purification blueprint is precious, but I have a heavy crossbow manufacturing blueprint here. I want to trade it for the water purifier blueprint. Oh, what do you think? Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Zhengwo from the Chongrong ship. He remembered this person. In his previous life, this big shot who started with a 100-meter-long ocean freighter had incredibly good luck. But his mistake was being overly loyal and trusting his subordinates too much. In the 3rd month of the apocalypse, he was betrayed by the crew under him and was brutally killed in his captain's cabin. Even his body was thrown into the sea to feed the mutated sharks. Lin Yuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Water purifier blueprints. This item was undoubtedly rare at this stage. Although water purifiers were a necessity for survival, in the long run the value of weapon blueprints far surpassed that of basic living facilities. In the later stages, as sea beasts rampaged and pirates ran rampant, having plenty of water without the means to protect oneself would only make one a target. Besides, the drop rate for water purifier blueprints would gradually increase with time. However, the drop rate for weapon blueprints was shockingly low. Zhao Zhengwo's willingness to trade this indicated that he was truly desperate. When one could barely keep their life, what use was there for weapons? However, in negotiations, the one who reveals their bottom line first loses. Lin Yuan said, Captain Zhao, while weapon blueprints are indeed valuable, if one dies of thirst now, what use is a crossbow? Your bargaining chip is insufficient. The other party fell silent for a moment. Zhao Zhengwo, captain of the Chongrong ship, said, Brother Lin is right. Water is life. Therefore, I happened to catch a luminous stone today, which the system calls beginner water element crystal. I'll use this in exchange for your blueprints. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Crystal. This was the absolute core energy for upgrading vehicles and powering advanced weapons in the later stages. Currently, the value of this item had yet to be discovered, and Zhao Zhengwo had no idea he was giving away such a treasure. Lin Yuan said, deal. Transaction completed. A message quickly arrived from the other side. Zhao Zhengwo, captain of the Chongrong ship, thank you, Brother Lin, for saving my life. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just let me know. Lin Yuan looked at this message and chuckled softly. This captain was indeed reasonable. I hope he can survive a bit longer. If he can demonstrate more value in the future, I wouldn't mind offering him some advice to prevent him from being killed by his subordinates again. With the crossbow blueprints in hand, Lin Yuan immediately opened the construction panel. Although the yacht was large and had firearms on board, the weapons crafted from the system's blueprints could not only disregard bullet restrictions to condense crossbow bolts, but also enjoy the attributes of the vehicle and could even be infinitely upgraded in the later stages. This was the true weapon of a killer. The system prompt popped up immediately. Manufacturing requirements wood 050, iron block 020, copper block 010, animal muscle 05. Lin Yuan glanced at the requirements and frowned slightly. I was careless. Although he had hundreds of billions of high-grade military special steel and titanium alloy plates in his space, he didn't have the most basic wood and scrap iron. He had swallowed all of the hardware city and the dock yesterday. Who would bother hoarding rotten wood and rusty iron? Without materials, blueprints are just waste paper. A 10,000-fold critical hit could only be attempted once a day. If a blueprint for an air weapon received a critical hit without materials for fusion, the effect would be greatly diminished. I must first create the crossbow and obtain the physical item before proceeding with the critical hit upgrade. Where can I find materials? Lin Yuan grinned and stood up, heading straight for the luxurious bathroom in the master bedroom. He turned on the faucet. Clear, pure warm water poured into a large stainless steel thermos pulled from his storage space. It filled up to 1 cubic meter. 1 cubic meter of water equals 1,000 liters. Lin Yuan smiled, opened the regional trading hall, and directly listed it. Seller Lin Yuan trade item pure warm water 50 milliliters trade requirement wood X10 or iron block X5 or copper block X2 or animal muscle X1 stock to units. The regional channel was filled with discussions on how to get water and exchanges on how to drink urine. I can't take it anymore. My lips are all cracked. Can someone teach me how to filter out the salt from seawater? I took a sip and now my throat is burning. The sun is too fierce. I feel like I'm going to be dried out. They'll trade my wife for a sip of water. Anyone alive and breathing. Don't dream the one upstairs. Even a celestial being isn't worth a drop of water right now. As soon as the listing went up, the crowd went wild. Oh my God, Lin Yuan is selling water. Quickly go to the trading hall. Damn it, 50 milliliters of water. That's just one sip. He actually wanted to exchange for 10 pieces of wood. Robbery. Lin the skinflint. May you meet a terrible end. This is too greedy. How hard is it to fish out 10 pieces of wood floating on the sea? ITLL take half a day. We must resolutely resist such vampiric merchants. Don't buy it, even if you die of thirst. Let him rot in his hands. The entire channel was filled with deafening curses. Everyone was condemning Lin Yuan's lack of humanity. But at the same time, they were cursing Lin Yuan's system. Notification sounded like a torrential downpour. Ding. Transaction successful. Obtained wood X10. Ding. Transaction successful. Obtained iron block X5. Ding. Transaction successful. In less than 10 seconds, 2,000 units were sold out. These people who had just loudly proclaimed their resistance were instantly out of stock. Just moments ago, those who had rallied the crowd were now stunned as they returned to the trading panel. Sold out. Stunned. What the hell? Who bought it? Didn't we agree to resist together? You bunch of hypocritical bastards. Damn it. Leave me a sip. Grandpa Lin. Ancestor Lin. Please put up a bit more. They'll trade 20 pieces of wood for a sip of water. The essence of humanity was fully exposed at this moment. Inside the yacht's living room, Su Bingbing nestled into the wide soft leather sofa, gazing at the virtual panel filled with frantic and howling messages. Her laughter was charmingly chaotic. She wore a fitted black and white made outfit, her long and slender legs wrapped in a layer of gossamer black stockings. Her small feet swung adorably in the air. Languid and enchanting, she resembled an arrogant Persian cat. Master, you are truly wicked. Su Bingbing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Yuan, her voice sweetly teasing. You have tricked them out of their underwear. Lin Yuan gazed at her stunning beauty, thinking how naturally the title of master rolled off his tongue. Yet in his heart, there were no ripples of romance. What he truly pondered was how to fully activate this woman's goddess of fortune talent. Would he really have her cut beef in the kitchen for a lifetime? Wash the deck for eternity? This enormous nuclear-powered yacht certainly required a capable steward to manage its affairs. But whether she was fit for this position depended on her own abilities. He looked at the suddenly overflowing resources in the back end. Wood X 250000. Iron blocks X 120000. Copper blocks X 80,000. Animal tendons X 15,000. Various primary materials piled up like small mountains. Materials have been fully collected. Do you wish to manufacture a heavy crossbow? Manufacture. Ding. Deducting the corresponding resources. Heavy crossbow construction success. Swish. A blinding white light flashed. A heavy crossbow entirely black with a chilling metallic sheen thudded heavily onto the deck. The crossbow had a striking mechanical beauty with intricate patterns engraved on the bow arms. Lin Yuan picked up the hefty crossbow weighing 40 pounds with one hand and turned to Su Bingbing on the sofa. Do you know how to use this? Su Bingbing's eyes lit up and she immediately jumped off the sofa. I do. She ran over in her high heels saying, when filming an ancient assassin movie, I trained at a top shooting club for 2 months to avoid using a stunt double. As she spoke, she extended her fair hands, skillfully taking the heavy crossbow. Her body naturally leaned forward, her waist lowered, and her legs slightly apart. The maid outfit was already tight-fitting. Now with her standard tactical stance, her bodice curves were instantly revealed. The breathtaking perfect arc seemed ready to burst through the fragile fabric. Holding the crossbow, Su Bingbing tilted her head slightly, looking at Lin Yuan from above the sight. Her gaze was sultry with a misty allure. It was clear she was openly seducing him. Lin Yuan saw through her act, but remained unperturbed, speaking in a calm tone. Your posture is not standard, your lower body is too unsteady. When the recoil hits the crossbow, could break your nose. Su Bingbing, sensing his indifference, felt a surge of defiance within her. After all, she was the nation's first love, the dream girl of millions of otaku. She had bared her figure to this extent, yet was he really that dense? What's wrong with my stance? I was taught directly by a professional coach. Su Bingbing's tone was provocative as she deliberately pressed her waist down a bit more, proudly accentuating her assets. Lin Yuan said nothing and stepped closer. He directly pressed against her from behind. His broad, hard chest pressed tightly against her smooth and supple back through the thin fabric. His hands smoothly covered her delicate hands, gripping the heavy crossbow with an undeniable force. Keep your hands steady, breathe deeply. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in Su Bingbing's ear, his uniquely warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear. Su Bingbing's body jolted as if struck by electricity, freezing momentarily. She had only intended to flaunt her beauty, to tease this frosty man. However, being pressed so forcefully and overwhelmingly by him made her heart race to 180. Her cheeks flushed bright red like ripe apples burning hot. All her composure as a big star, all her seductive tactics were utterly crushed, her mind swirling like countless little deer colliding within. Look ahead, don't lose focus. Lin Yuan forcibly held her hand, aligning the heavy crossbow's sight with a piece of driftwood floating on the sea. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, beep, beep, beep. The high-precision radar alarm in the yacht's command tower suddenly shrieked urgently. Warning, an unidentified vehicle is rapidly approaching. Speed 40 knots. Entered restricted waters. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold. He abruptly let go of the blushing Su Bingbing, snatched the crossbow, and strode to the edge of the deck, gazing down at the tumultuous sea. On the vast ocean, a dilapidated motor fishing boat, over 7 meters long, was barreling towards the yacht, slicing through the white waves like a rabid dog. At the bow stood 3 bare-chested men, their muscles bulging. They were from the Wild Wave squad who had threatened to kill Lin Yuan in a private chat. The leading man had a face full of scars, a knife wound crossing his left eye, his expression grotesque. He stood firmly at the swaying bow, wielding a modified military compound crossbow. The sharp alloy arrowhead glinted with a bloodthirsty gleam under the scorching sun, directly aimed at Lin Yuan, who stood on the high deck. Lin Yuan, you ungrateful bastard. The scar-faced man's arrogant laughter, carried by the salty sea breeze, distinctly reached Lin Yuan's ears. Today I will let you know how to write the word death. Your ship and all the women on it belong to me. Lin Yuan stood on the towering titanium alloy deck, staring at the compound crossbow aimed at his heart. On the surface of the sea, a dilapidated motorized fishing boat roared as its engine churned, splashing large waves of white foam. It was less than 50 meters away from the nuclear-powered yacht. The leader of the Quanglong team, Zhang Quang, had his legs firmly planted at the bow of the swaying boat. He raised a modified military crossbow, his single eye gleaming with an extreme greed. This yacht was too large, too luxurious. Even before the apocalypse, it was a super toy only top billionaires could possess. Not to mention in this deathly sea where even a sip of water could cost you your life. If he could seize this ship with its climate-controlled environment, endless delicacies, and the newly emerged national first love Su Bingbing, it would all be his. Beside Zhang Quang, 2 lackeys were also drooling. One of the bald men licked his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. Big brother, this business can be done. That kid is alone. What use is a big ship? Us 3 brothers have killed before. That kid probably hasn't even slain a chicken. A few threats will make him wet his pants. The man will be chopped up and fed to the fish, and the girl can be kept for us brothers to enjoy in turns. Another skinny lackey chimed in. Exactly. The previous owner of this fishing boat was stabbed to death by us 3 and tossed into the sea to feed the sharks, right? In this vast ocean with no police around, strength is the only truth. Zhang Quang spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. No need to say more. I spent 8 years in the joiner. I've seen all kinds of ruthless characters. He raised the crossbow aimed at Lin Yuan, who stood high on the deck, and shouted loudly, I give you one last chance. Stop the boat, open the hatch, and roll out to kneel on the deck. Also clean that female celebrity inside, and bring her out. Today I'll show mercy and spare your life. If you dare to say a single word against it, I'll come over and cut your thing off and stuff it in your mouth. They were certain that Lin Yuan was a spineless coward. They had seen many wealthy people with delicate skin before the apocalypse. When faced with trouble, they would only call the police. As soon as a knife was held to their neck, they would immediately cower like dogs. In this world where there was no legal protection, such people were the most plump sheep. On the yacht's deck, Lin Yuan looked down from above, too lazy to utter a word. The heavy crossbow was firmly held in his hands. Click. The mechanism was loaded. He aimed and pulled the trigger. The entire motion was fluid without a hint of hesitation. Whoosh! A black shadow instantly tore through the air, heading straight for the fishing boat. Zhang Kuang was still laughing maniacally, his mouth wide open, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Thud! The sharp blade instantly pierced through flesh and bone. Zhang Kuang let out a shrill scream. The pure steel heavy crossbow bolt automatically conjured by the system directly penetrated his right shoulder. The immense impact violently hurled his body backward, crashing heavily onto the deck of the fishing boat. The crossbow fell with a clatter. Blood instantly stained half of his body. The two lackeys were completely stunned, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What the hell was that thing? That was a distance of 50 meters with such strong sea winds and a swaying boat. One arrow pierced through bone. This power was even more terrifying than a rifle. Big brother, are you okay? The bald man scrambled over to cover Zhang Kuang's wound. Zhang Kuang's face contorted in pain, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The previous arrogance had vanished in an instant. He had misjudged. The man on that colossal yacht was not some soft-hearted rich heir. He was a cold-blooded killer. Without a word of warning, he came straight for their lives. Run, damn it. Turn around. Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth and shouted frantically. The skinny lackey scrambled into the cockpit, flooring the accelerator and wildly steering the wheel. The broken fishing boat billowed black smoke, desperately trying to escape the area. Lin Yuan stood on the towering control tower, watching the fleeing fishing boat. He sneered. You've come this far. He turned around and directly pressed the smart navigation button on the control panel, shifting it into gear. Boom. The 8500-ton nuclear-powered steel behemoth erupted with a low growl. The massive hull violently tore through the water, creating towering waves over 10 meters high as it charged directly toward the dilapidated fishing boat. The speed was increasing. 40 knots. 50 knots. The three men on the fishing boat turned back, and their hearts nearly shattered with fear. A black steel mountain was crashing toward them. He's going to crush us. Turn the wheel hard to avoid it. Zhang Kuang screamed hysterically. But in the face of such overwhelming mass, any attempt to flee was futile. Lin Yuan stood with one leg on the railing, raising the heavy crossbow. His gaze was as cold as iron. Whoosh! The first arrow. The cockpit glass shattered instantly, and the skinny lackey's chest was directly pierced by the bolt, nailing him to the steering wheel. Whoosh! The second arrow. The bald man hadn't even had time to jump into the sea before his neck was shot through, and he fell headfirst into the turbulent waters, disappearing in an instant. Only Zhang Kuang remained collapsed in a pool of blood. He looked at the looming steel fortress, his eyes filled with fear and regret. He didn't want to die. He had just seized a fishing boat and wanted to be a king in this apocalypse. Don't kill me. I was wrong, Grandpa. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll be your dog. What answered him was the first ruthless sound of the arrow slicing through the air. Thud! An arrow pierced his head. Zhang Kuang's cries abruptly ceased. The Kuanglong team, three notorious outlaws, was completely annihilated. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Su Bingbing stood behind the glass door, pale-faced, trembling uncontrollably. She witnessed this one-sided massacre firsthand. 3 lives in that man's hands were as easily extinguished as crushing 3 ants. But she bit her lip tightly, not letting out a single scream. Nor did she rush out to say something foolish like "You are too cruel." Lin Yuan put down the crossbow and glanced at. He was very satisfied with her reaction. If this woman had dared to utter a plea for mercy, he would have unhesitatingly thrown her off the boat. Survival in the apocalypse meant that mercy towards enemies was cruelty towards oneself. If he didn't kill them today, once they regained their strength and boarded the ship, the man would be dismembered and the woman tortured to death. This was the truest law of blood and tears. Aren't you afraid? Not afraid. If the master doesn't kill them when they come aboard, my fate would be worse than death. She had completely understood. In this cannibalistic world, this man was an absolute god. At this moment, a few nautical miles away from the yacht, on several reefs and small boats, several small power heads originally drooling over the yacht with makeshift binoculars were all drenched in. Holy shit. This is too ruthless. Directly blew his head off. Not even a chance to say a word. That black crossbow must be a high-grade weapon. The range is terrifying. Quick, tell the brothers to row away. No one is allowed to approach that killing god. Several small boats turned around as if they had seen a ghost, fleeing in a panic. Lin Yuan glanced at the distant small black dots. The purpose of the killing, to warn others, had been achieved. At least for the next few days, no one would dare to bother him. As for the abandoned, dilapidated fishing boat, Lin Yuan raised his hand and directly locked it through the system panel. It was put up for regional trading. Seller Lin Yuan. Transaction items: a 7-meter-long small motorized fishing boat, undamaged, with half a bucket of diesel. Modified military composite crossbow, no arrows. Transaction requirements: only accepts rare blueprints, high-grade spirit stones, and top-tier items. Basic materials like wood and iron blocks are not negotiable. Auction time 1 hour. Highest bidder wins. This trading information was just posted. The entire 9,981 district's bullet screen froze. Soon it erupted like a waterfall. What the hell? What do I see? Selling a motorized fishing boat. Oh my. This is a god-level vehicle in its early stage. With this boat you can switch directly from hell mode to easy mode. And a composite crossbow. This is just too awesome. Wait. The key point is not what he is selling. The key point is where this boat came from. Isn't that the boat of the 3 lunatics from the Crazy Wave team? They were just boasting in the channel about robbing Lin Yuan's yacht. Now their boat and weapons are out for sale, but where? Thinking further sends chills down everyone's spine. Everyone felt their scalp tingle and cold sweat ran down their backs. 3 desperate individuals armed with composite crossbows setting out on a motorized boat to rob. But not only did they fail to rob, they were wiped out along with their boat by Lin Yuan. Old Lin is terrifying. This is definitely a one-sided massacre. Deservedly so. Those 3 bastards robbed my half bottle of water this morning. They got what they deserved. Who would dare to provoke him? He's like a steel fortress covered in barbs. Killing God. He's like the living king of hell at sea. The intimidation effect instantly reached its peak. Those who had once harbored fantasies about Lin Yuan's yacht now had to reconsider. Lin Yuan glanced at the survival count in the upper right corner. Current survival count 9215001000000. Another 50,000 less. Just on the second day, nearly 80,000 people would remain forever in this sea of death. Hunger, thirst, dehydration, and the brutal killings sparked by a tiny bit of resources. The first 10 days were the coldest elimination rounds. Survival of the fittest. Those without capability would only serve as nourishment for sea beasts. 1 fishing boat, 1 weapon's significance is immense. Lin Yuan's private chat inbox was instantly flooded. The sound of notifications rang incessantly. Clicking on a few, they were all messages from eager buyers with red eyes wanting to buy the fishing boat. For those still clinging to the wooden planks, this boat meant rebirth. Zhao Si Lin God. Please give me the boat. I have a blueprint for a refined level spear. I can transfer you all my remaining 100,000. Wong Million Boss Lin. I have 3 pieces of gold. Pure gold. They'll trade for your boat. Zhou Fu Big Brother, I have a blueprint for a telescope just opened from a bronze treasure chest. Can I trade it for your composite crossbow? Lin Yuan directly ignored these worthless remarks. Gold in the apocalypse was worth less than a piece of moldy bread. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at such low-level blueprints. At that moment, messages from Chun Hao and Lu Tingting also popped up among the rest. Chun Hao, Lin Yuan, we are all acquaintances. That broken boat is useless for you to keep. How about this? You give me the fishing boat and the composite crossbow. In the future, we can join forces in this sea area to grow bigger. Chun Hao was currently on a speedboat feeling extremely insecure. Lin Yuan's heavy crossbow posed a deadly threat to him. He needed to acquire a weapon. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yuan, how come I never noticed how funny you are before? You think you deserve to team up with me? Lu Tingting, Yuan. You must still love me, that's why you decided to sell the boat, right? Give me the boat, and I'll immediately set sail to find you. From now on I'll listen to you. This woman was still dreaming. Lin Yuan had no interest in blocking them. Keeping these 2 around would be entertaining to watch later. He turned around and handed the glowing blue anchor of the sea god to Su Bingbing. Go to the deck and throw this hook into the sea. Can you fish? Su Bingbing was taken aback for a moment, quickly wiped her hands dry, and respectfully accepted the fishing rod with both hands. I learned from a professional coach when filming a tropical island variety show before. Lin Yuan sat down on a nearby lounge chair, casually opened a can of ice cold beer. Give it a throw and see. He just wanted to test. Is this woman really the goddess of luck known across the ocean in his past life? If she truly possessed such a phenomenal talent for luck, then this anchor of the sea god, which could automatically seek treasures, would undoubtedly unleash 200% of its power in her hands. Although Su Bingbing did not understand Lin Yuan's intentions, she still obediently walked to the railing. Gripping the fishing rod with both hands, she gave it a strong throw. The hook traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the air, piercing into the sea. Buzz! The anchor of the sea god suddenly trembled violently. The tip of the rod bent into an exaggerated crescent moon. The force was so great that it nearly pulled Su Bingbing over the railing. Master, it's hooked. The strength is immense. Su Bingbing exclaimed, tightly holding the fishing rod, desperately leaning back. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It bit the hook in seconds. This luck is unbelievable. Steady your stance, press the reeling button. The motor turned wildly, and the fishing line was pulled straight. Splash! The water's surface erupted into a massive spray. An object was forcibly pulled out of the water, reflecting dazzling silver light in the sunlight. Thud! It crashed heavily onto the deck. Lin Yuan strode over, and the moment he saw the object, his pupils constricted sharply. The surface of the box was engraved with complex and mysterious patterns shining brightly in the sunlight. A silver treasure chest. On the second day of survival, the vast majority of people couldn't even salvage a floating broken barrel, and those who could open wooden treasure chests were truly rare. With the help of the anchor of the sea god, he had only managed to fish up a bronze treasure chest. Yet this woman with her very first cast directly pulled up a silver treasure chest. Is this not the luck of a true European emperor? Lin Yuan's gaze towards Su Bingbing completely changed. She was simply a human-shaped treasure trove. Master, this chest is so beautiful. Su Bingbing was both curious and amazed. It truly felt like playing a game so magical. Lin Yuan stepped forward and pressed the lock on the silver treasure chest. With a click it opened. A blinding silver light shot up into the sky, dispelling the surrounding heat. Ding! Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Acquired hydroponic ecological farm blueprint X1. Acquired intermediate flame spirit stone X3. Acquired advanced alloy armor plate manufacturing blueprint X1. Acquired golden contract scroll X1. For items quietly lay at the bottom of the chest. Each of these items could stir up a bloodbath in the regional channel. The advanced alloy armor plate was exactly what the yacht urgently needed for defensive upgrades. With the hydroponic ecological farm, he could achieve self-sufficiency of fresh vegetables and fruits within the yacht. The flame spirit stone was also an extremely important strategic resource in the later stages with wide-ranging uses. But what shocked Lin Yuan the most was that ancient parchment scroll radiating a faint golden light. Golden contract scroll attributes absolute loyalty. A contract signed on the premise of mutual consent. Once the contract is established, the contracted party will be thoroughly marked with the sole imprint of the host. Regardless of the strength of the contracted individual, their life and death are in the hands of the host's will. Effects cannot betray, cannot harm, the host cannot disobey any direct orders from the host. If there is defiance, the contracted party will instantly have their soul collapse and die explosively. Lin Yuan gasped in shock. This was the ultimate artifact to control the hearts of men. In ocean survival, the most terrifying thing was never the sea beasts or natural disasters, but the complexity of human hearts. How many top-tier leaders have been killed in their sleep by their most trusted brothers? With this scroll, he could capture powerful talents without any hesitation. At that moment, an extremely abrupt public rescue message flooded the regional channel. I am looking to purchase a motorized fishing boat. My name is Shun Manxue, the CEO of Qingqing Group. I have a blueprint for a high-level shipborne sonar detector. Whoever can provide me with a boat, I will not only hand over the blueprint, but also offer an absolute commitment of special value. If Mr. Lin Yuan sees this message, please check your private messages. My chips will definitely satisfy you. As soon as this message was sent, the previously calm regional channel exploded again. Shin Manxue, the iceberg CEO from Magic City worth billions? Wow, I saw her once at our company's annual meeting. Her aura was so cold it could freeze a person to death. She's actually in this area, and she wants to buy old Lin's boat. A high-level shipborne sonar blueprint. This is a good thing. It can detect fish schools. A commitment of special value. What does that mean? Could it be that this aloof CEO plans to offer herself in exchange? The scene shifts. A stormy area 30 nautical miles away from Lin Yuan's yacht. The wind howled and monstrous waves surged. Shun Manxue clung desperately to a dilapidated surfboard barely 2 square meters in size. Soaked to the bone, her expensive professional outfit worth over 100,000 yuan clung tightly to her body, already bleached by seawater. Her once breathtakingly beautiful face, which had captivated countless business tycoons, was now as pale as paper. Her lips were cracked and bleeding from severe dehydration. A shark's dorsal fin was circling around the surfboard, ready to strike at any moment. Shin Manxue was that this rickety board wouldn't withstand tonight's storm. She had to get that motorized fishing boat. No matter the cost. She stared at the private chat panel, gritting her teeth, waiting for the response from the man named Lin Yuan. The shark's circle was getting smaller. Finally, ding. Lin Yuan, the sonar blueprint isn't enough. What do you mean by special value? Shin Manxue's eyes lit up. She quickly pondered, displaying the absolute calm of a top-tier business person. Shin Manxue, Mr. Lin, let's not beat around the bush. I have ended up in this situation thanks to my good fiancé. He colluded with senior executives to seize power, tricking me into this dead end. I do not intend to rely on anyone. I have no interest in being a stepping stone. I want to establish my own maritime power and take care of that scum myself. This requires initial capital. I only need a motorized fishing boat that can withstand storms. My chips, besides the sonar blueprint, also include a complete business operation model from Qingqing Group. The key point is that I have awakened a hidden talent: material sensing. I can sense high-value underwater material points within a 50 nautical mile radius and offer Mr. Lin 100 free detections. Investing in this venture, Mr. Lin will reap huge profits. Lin Yuan leaned back on the leather sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest. This future queen of the seas was indeed in a desperate situation at the start. However, this also provided him with an excellent opportunity to buy in. Indeed, the reason he decided to pay attention to Shen Manxue was purely because of her exceptional skills displayed in ocean survival, her ruthless methods, and her potential status as a future maritime overlord. Material sensing. It seems this is her fundamental capital for establishing herself in the seas. Her fiancé likely doesn't know this. To bring it up like this indicates that this future female overlord has truly run out of options. This living radar combined with Su Bingbing's luck in opening boxes is simply a killer combo. This deal is bound to make a profit. Lin Yuan deal. You're quite ambitious and your chips are solid enough. I will not only provide you with a boat, but also weapons, and I will ensure you have enough fresh water and food to get through the initial phase. In the midst of the wind and waves, Shen Manxue lay on the broken surfboard staring at the screen, agreeing too readily. Years of experience in the business world told her that when something seems too good to be true, it often hides a poisonous hook. Before she could respond, Lin Yuan sent another message. Cooperation requires proof. Sign this, and I will come pick you up on the yacht. A screenshot of a golden sheepskin scroll popped up. Golden contract scroll. Attribute absolute loyalty. A contract is signed under the premise of mutual consent. Once the contract is established, the contracting party will be completely marked with the sole imprint of the contractor. Regardless of how strong the contracted party is, life and death lie at the contractor's will. Effect cannot betray, cannot harm the contractor, cannot disobey any direct orders from the contractor. If there is any defiance, the contracted party will face soul collapse and explode to death. A complete selling contract. These words were extremely eye-catching. The other party was not merely making an investment, they intended to swallow her whole, including her talents and the nascent power she was trying to establish. The cold-bloodedness of the higher-ups was vividly displayed. Shen Manxue bit her cracked lips, her fingers viciously tapping on the virtual keyboard. Shen Manxue, I'm looking for a partner, not a puppet. Lin Yuan replied briefly. Lin Yuan, then I wish you a pleasant chat with the shark. The waves surged. The circling shark lost patience, its dorsal fin slicing through the water, charging straight at the surfboard. The stench of blood hit her face. The hypocritical face of her fiancé lingered in her mind, mocking her downfall. If she died, she would lose even the chance for a comeback. Her enemies would seize her hard work and live better than anyone else. She had to survive. Even if it meant signing these harsh terms, even if it meant being completely bound, as long as she was alive, the game wasn't over yet. Shen Manxue, I sign. A transaction request popped up on the private chat panel. Accept. The golden light faded away. The system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Contract established. Target Shen Manxue. Loyalty locked 100, never betray. Target has automatically joined the team. Coordinate sharing activated. On the minimap, a red dot pulsed steadily. Lin Yuan stood up and stretched lazily. The ultimate living radar, the future queen of the seas, had thus become the #1 worker under his command. Su Bingbing. Lin Yuan shouted loudly. Su Bingbing was crouching to load a crossbow, and upon hearing, she quickly dropped the weapon and ran over. What's wrong, master? Lin Yuan walked to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dark horizon of the sea. 30 nautical miles southeast, full speed ahead. Let's go pick up our working emperor on board. Shen Manxue lay desperately on the surfboard, the waves threatening to shatter her bones. Waves of seawater poured down on her, and her body temperature was rapidly dissipating. 10 meters away, a massive great white shark broke through the surface, its dorsal fin resembling the scythe of death, tightening the encirclement. Just when she thought all was lost. Boom. A deafening horn brutally tore through the storm. A gigantic iron beast surged forth as if breaking through the abyss, its terrifying displacement of 8,000 tons directly crushed the raging waves. The shark, still attempting to hunt, didn't even have time to flee before being sucked into the violent whirlpool created by the yacht's turbines, shredded into a mass of blood. The massive hull came to a steady halt beside the surfboard, and a side hatch opened. Lin Yuan stood under the lights looking down as he tossed down a tactical rope ladder. The figure stood against the light, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Shen Manxue desperately grabbed the rope ladder and climbed onto the deck. She immediately collapsed, utterly exhausted. Lin Yuan pulled her into the cabin. As soon as they stepped through the doorway, Shen Manxue's mind buzzed. Outside was a hellish battlefield of storms and life and death. Inside, however, was a gentle breeze at a constant temperature of 24 degrees. Beneath her feet lay a thick, soft Persian carpet, and above her head hung a dazzling crystal chandelier. The circular bar, crafted from pure wood, exuded a faint fragrance of timber, and the climate-controlled wine cabinet displayed neatly arranged crystal glasses. There was no trace of the salty, fishy smell of the sea, only the freshness filtered by an expensive air purifier. The stark contrast made her mind buzz. How could this be possible? Shin Mengshu's breath caught. Even before the apocalypse, the luxury clubs she frequented in Modu didn't have such amenities. In this deathly sea where one had to ration even a sip of urine, such a paradise existed. What shocked her even more was yet to come. The sliding door of the luxurious kitchen opened. Su Bingbing, wearing high heels, confidently stepped out, holding a large tray. She was dressed in a fitted black and white lace-made outfit, her long legs encased in semi-transparent black stockings. Her makeup was exquisite, her expression alluring. Shin Manshue recognized that face at a glance. The nation's first love superstar Su Bingbing. She was actually working as a maid here. Moreover, judging by her demure yet radiant demeanor, she clearly enjoyed her role. Was this Lin Yuan's power? A floating fortress that could tame a top-tier celebrity into submission. If those struggling souls in the regional channel saw this scene, they would likely be consumed by jealousy to the point of vomiting blood. Su Bingbing gently placed the tray on the marble coffee table, glancing at the drenched Shun Manshue, a flicker of superiority in her gaze. No matter how rich you were in the past, or how many employees you commanded, once in the master's territory, you're just a beggar down on your luck. For plates and a bowl of soup. Pan-seared chicken garlic ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Plus a large bowl of steaming northeast rice. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, steam rising. Grr. Shin Mengshu's stomach let out an extremely ungracious growl. She thought she was a dignified person capable of controlling her instincts. But at that moment her stomach acid surged and her rationality crumbled. We'll talk after eating, Lin Yuan said, casually sitting in the single leather sofa. Shin Manshue didn't care about maintaining any CEO demeanor. She scrambled to the coffee table, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and devoured the food. The juices burst in her mouth and the rice was soft and sweet. She gulped down mouthfuls, nearly in tears. This was the best meal she had ever had in her life. In 10 minutes, she devoured 3 large bowls of rice, and the plates were spotless. Shin Manshue let out a satisfied burp, grabbing the top-quality tissue beside her to wipe her mouth. Still a bit unsatisfied. After filling her stomach, she forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart, her eyes regaining the sharp, domineering aura of a businesswoman. Boss Lin, I will remember your life-saving grace. The contract has been signed now, let's discuss the startup capital you will provide me. Lin Yuan looked at the fiercely determined Shun Manshue with great interest. This woman recovered quickly. One moment, she was a starving tiger, and the next she dared to sit across from him to negotiate terms. But she had misunderstood one thing. Lin Yuan raised his hand. A rusty copper key clanked down on the coffee table. It was the starting key for that reckless 7-meter fishing boat. The boat is yours. Lin Yuan's tone was flat without the slightest ripple. That composite crossbow is also yours, along with 50 steel arrows. 3 boxes of mineral water, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 1 box of ham sausages. This is all your wealth. Shin Mengshu's brow instantly furrowed into a tight knot. Boss Lin, are you joking? Shin Mengshu's voice rose a few notches. This amount of supplies isn't even enough for me to sail for 3 days. You want me to use this junk to establish a power that can dominate these waters, eh? If you want the horse to run, you must at least let it eat grass. Lin Yuan chuckled. He stood up and walked in front of Shin Manshue. His tall figure cast a strong sense of oppression as he looked down at her. President Shin, you have misunderstood one thing. Lin Yuan said lightly, openly dismissive. Right now you are worth this price. I will give you a boat, give you weapons, and provide you with enough food to last 3 days. If you can safeguard these supplies, proving that you are not a useless vase, I will naturally increase my investment. Lin Yuan suddenly leaned down, his gaze sharp as a blade. But if you can't even keep this little fortune, then not only will you waste my food, you will also waste an extremely precious golden contract scroll of mine. Utter contempt. Unforgiving blows. Shun Manshue trembled all over, her fists clenched tightly, a physiological reaction ignited by extreme disdain. The pride and fierce wolf-like nature deep within her were thoroughly ignited by Lin Yuan's few words. In the business world, those cunning old foxes were all polite to her, calling her general manager Shun. Now this man actually regarded her as a wild dog that could be discarded at any moment. Lin Yuan, remember what you said today. Shin Manshue bent down to pick up boxes of supplies, strapping the crossbow onto her slender back. Her stunning face was filled with defiance and ferocity. Lin Yuan, remember what you said today. This investment is undoubtedly the highest return deal you'll ever make in your life. With that, she turned without hesitation and pushed open the cabin door. Facing the raging wind and rain outside, she jumped onto the motor fishing boat, which was violently tossed by the waves without looking back. The engine erupted with a piercing roar. The fishing boat tore through the huge waves, disappearing into the pitch-black storm. The cabin door closed, isolating the howling wind from the inside. Su Bingbing tiptoed up behind Lin Yuan, extending her soft and delicate hand to gently massage his shoulder. Master, she said sweetly, the storm outside is so terrifying. How can a girl survive? There are so many rooms on our boat, and the bed is so big. She's so beautiful, and her figure is great. Why didn't you keep her on the boat? Lin Yuan swiftly slapped back. Oh, Su Bingbing exclaimed, her cheeks instantly turning as red as if they would bleed. She had not expected Lin Yuan's actions to be so bold and direct without any hesitation. Because you call me master, does she? Lin Yuan asked with a teasing smile, his gaze playful. Su Bingbing paused for a moment. Recalling Shun Mangshu's icy demeanor, which remained unyielding even while bowing her head, she instinctively shook her head. She does not. Thus she cannot stay. Shun Manxue is the wolf king, and a wolf's nature is to hunt and tear apart prey in the wilderness. Keeping her in a temperature-controlled cage would render her useless. Only by letting her out to smell blood and fight can she bring back the most succulent meat for me. Lin Yuan spoke with piercing clarity, each word striking at the heart. Su Bingbing's eyes instantly became as fluid as water. She leaned forward, pressing against Lin Yuan's broad back, gently rubbing against him through the thin fabric of her maid outfit. Then, master, what am I? She had clawed her way through the entertainment industry and understood too well how to manipulate a man's psychology. Since Shin Manxue was a wild wolf sent out to work, could she not comfortably be the pampered canary? Lin Yuan turned around, gripping her delicate chin, forcing her to look up. What do you want to become? His unabashed aggression was palpable. Su Bingbing's breath hitched, her heart racing like a war drum. Gathering her courage, she slightly tiptoed, her soft red lips close to Lin Yuan's ear, her breath fragrant. I want to be your little cotton-padded jacket that you can never part with at night. The collar of her maid outfit was already low-cut, and now with her movement it swayed, dangerously blurring the vision. A woman of such caliber actively throwing herself at him was irresistible to any man. Lin Yuan's blood surged instantly. He was never one to be chaste or saintly. Struggling in the apocalypse every day was a battle, licking blood from the edge of a knife. With a stunning beauty offering herself, why should he compromise? Suddenly, he bent down and took hold of Su Bingbing's slender waist, lifting her up in a domineering embrace. Striding towards the luxurious master bedroom, Su Bingbing let out a delicate cry, her hands tightly wrapped around Lin Yuan's neck. 2 hours later, Su Bingbing exhausted all her energy, falling into a deep sleep like a lazy kitten. Lin Yuan draped on a silk bathrobe and walked to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. He lit a post-coital cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he accessed the system panel. Although the yacht had already dominated this maritime area, his body remained a mere mortal. In case someone boarded the ship for close combat or encountered a mutated sea beast, the margin for error was extremely low. System, can it directly enhance my body with a 10,000-fold critical strike? Ding! The system's cold mechanical voice immediately rang out. Returning to the host, it can perform critical strike dimensional upgrades on the host's body. Warning: the host currently belongs to a fragile carbon-based life form, and a direct critical strike could lead to the instantaneous collapse of the gene chain, resulting in immediate death. It is necessary to extract a key medium item, the life source crystal nucleus. Only after fusion can the risk-free 10,000-fold critical strike be activated. Lin Yuan exhaled a thick white smoke ring, his gaze instantly sharp as an eagle's. The life source crystal nucleus. Memories from his past life rapidly surged in his mind. If he recalled correctly, in the eastern part of this initial maritime area, there lay a submerged ancient deep-sea relic. There, concealed within, was an unparalleled source crystal nucleus. Obtaining it would allow him to transcend the limits of species and directly become a deity in corporeal form. The next morning, the sun pierced over the horizon. The system survival leaderboard data refreshed on time. Countless survivors who had endured the cold night stared at the virtual screen, collectively inhaling a breath of icy sea breeze. In the red-lettered list of the top 100, the name of the notorious leader of the Crazy Wave team, Zhang Quang, who had originally ranked 5th, completely vanished, his avatar turning into a lifeless gray. Replacing it was a stunning ID, Shin Manxue. Her combat power evaluation data skyrocketed into the top 50 of the region like a rocket. Holy crap, Zhang Quang's name is gone. That ruthless person is dead. Look at the 5th place. The female CEO of the Qingqing Group, Shin Manxue, has arrived. This is definitely not a coincidence. Elder Lin just listed a fishing boat and a crossbow for sale in the trading hall, and Shin Manxue rose to power. This is insane. Shin Manxue must have struck some sort of unspeakable deal with Lin Shan. Did she trade her body for the complete set of top-notch equipment in Lin Shan's possession? Nonsense. Lin Shan's ship already has Su Bingbing on board. This is definitely a strong alliance between the big shots. Why should this be? Yesterday I sold everything I had to get 3 gold bricks, and he didn't even glance at me. That woman sends a private message and directly gets the ship and heavy firepower. I refuse to accept this. The entire channel was filled with sourness, and the shocking barrage of comments dazzled the eyes. Lin Yuan's casual investment was seen by others as an extravagant waste of wealth. Lu Tingting, covered in sea salt crystals, looked at the leaderboard on the screen, her features contorted with jealousy. Due to repeated failures, Chun Hao had her filter seawater, but she had no idea how to do that. Her skin was soaked and painful. She desperately sent a private message to Lin Yuan. Lu Tingting, Lin Yuan, what do you mean by this? I am your fiancé of 3 years. While I am outside drinking bitter and salty seawater, you give the ship and crossbow to an unrelated woman for free. Are you so cheap that you like being someone else's lapdog? You would rather support another woman than care about my well-being. You disgust me. After sending this hysterical question, she stared at the screen, waiting for a reply. Just half a second after sending the message, a glaring red exclamation mark popped up. System prompt: your message could not be sent. You have been permanently blocked by the other party. Lu Tingting screamed in a high-pitched tone, angrily smashing an empty plastic bottle on the deck and breaking down in tears. On the other side, Chun Hao lay on a lounge chair, his gaze as venomous as a coiled, poisonous snake. Lin Yuan's power was expanding too quickly. Not only did he guard an impregnable nuclear-powered fortress, but now he also started overtly supporting outs. If Shen Manxue, who obtained the ship and weapons, fully developed, there would be no way for Lin Yuan to control the sea area. He must get rid of him now. Chun Hao's mind raced, immediately fanning the flames in the mutual aid group. Chun Hao brothers in the group. Have you all seen clearly? Lin Yuan is relying on his ship and cannon to start a tyrannical dictatorship. Chun Hao, he would rather give the life-saving ship to a woman as a toy than share it to save everyone. We have hundreds of hot-blooded men in the group. As long as we work together, we can sneak onto his ship under the cover of darkness. The yacht belongs to me, and the supplies will be divided among everyone. We will enjoy the good life. He thought this passionate brainwashing would ignite the crowd's anger and pull together a suicide squad. However, after sending the message, the group fell silent. Not even a fart was heard. After a while, someone finally replied faintly. Zhao Laosan. How go, if we are going to attack, you should lead the way. The 3 ruthless guys from the Crazy Wave team, armed with composite crossbows, never even got close to Lin Yuan's ship before getting shot in the head by an arrow. My head is made of meat. I can't withstand those pitch-black armor-piercing crossbow bolts. Wang Dana, exactly how go? They have a nuclear-powered yacht. Who knows if there are automatic radars and machine gun positions on it? If we row our small wooden boards to charge, we won't even make a splash before getting turned into a sieve. Zhao Zhangwo. I publicly declare that I want no part in this. I will never oppose Lin Daolao. A bunch of cowards and useless people. Chun Hao gritted his teeth in anger. Relying on this group of rabble to be cannon fodder was a lost cause. His brain raced, and he began to accurately search for historical information in the regional channel. At this moment, a message jumped out. Wang Ning. Man, don't be angry. I didn't mean to leave you there. It was just that Xinxina girl was too scared, and I planned to send her back before coming to get you. Wait for me, I will be there soon. Shen Manxue. Okay, I'm waiting for you. Wang Ning. Shen Mengxi's fiancé. They were actually both in the sea area. As a rich second generation from Modu, he had certainly heard the rumors from the upper circles. This top young master was originally engaged to the top daughter of the Shen family, but he fell in love with a delicate and pure flower, thus having quite a few criticisms about his domineering fiancé. Without any hesitation, Chun Hao immediately sent a private message. Chen Hao, Wang Xiao, right? I am Chen Hao. Let's be straightforward. Your fiancé Shen Manxue is not dead, and she is latched onto Lin Yuan's powerful leg. She currently possesses a fast-moving ship and a heavy crossbow capable of piercing steel. Once she regains her strength, the first target for settling scores will definitely be you. Prepare to wash your neck and wait to die. 30 nautical miles away on a 10-meter-long medium-sized patrol boat, Wang Ning looked at the private message that popped up, his expression instantly darkening. He had thought that a rich girl like Shen Manxue would not survive even a night in the sea. Unexpectedly, this vixen was so tough that she latched onto the most terrifying overlord of the entire area. Wang Ning, what do you want to say? Don't beat around the bush, be direct. Chun Hao sneered. The big fish was hooked. Chun Hao, the enemy's enemy, is a natural ally. Let's team up to get rid of Lin Yuan. That super yacht will be mine, and all the supplies and women on board will belong to you. Shen Manxue will be left for you to deal with slowly. Do you dare to do it? Wang Ning stroked his chin, weighing his options crazily. Yesterday, he led his men to search for supplies on an island, and had incredible luck managing to snatch a bronze treasure chest. He opened it to reveal an extremely rare weapon, the portable mini demolition torpedo. This thing has incredible power, specifically targeting the hull armor of ships. Wang Ning, good. Pleasant cooperation. Lin Yuan's yacht is invincible on the surface, but absolutely blind underwater. I have armor-piercing heavy firepower which will cause his sea fortress to sink to the bottom and feed the turtles. The two scoundrels hit it off, each plotting a vicious assassination plan. Meanwhile, inside the spacious and bright command tower of the yacht, Lin Yuan was leaning back in the boss chair, leisurely eating the chilled grapes that Su Bingbing had peeled, and in the bottom right corner of the system panel, Shen Manxue utilized the radar map, shared through Material Scent, which suddenly emitted a series of urgent red flashes. Shen Manxue, boss 40 nautical miles to the east. At 300 meters underwater, we detected a high-value unknown energy source reaction. Features match ancient underwater ruins. Lin Yuan looked at the glaring red dot pulsating on the map and abruptly pushed Su Bingbing's hand away. The life source crystal core has been locked. The 10-meter-long medium-sized patrol boat rocked violently in the waves. The deck emitted a strong stench of rotten fish and shrimp. Under the sun, the smell fermented and assaulted the senses. 5 people were crammed into this cramped space, all looking gaunt and hollow-eyed. Wang Ning leaned against the cockpit door, tightly gripping a bloody dagger in his hand. At his feet lay several sets of worn-out diving suits. It was with this diving suit that he had retrieved a miniature explosive torpedo from a bronze chest on the seabed yesterday. This was his greatest assurance for killing Lin Yuan and seizing the nuclear-powered yacht. "Brother Ning, I really can't eat anymore," she said. "My mouth is full of the fishy taste. I feel like vomiting. Who understands this life? It's simply not a life for a human." A woman in a pink spaghetti strap dress huddled in the corner, throwing half a bloody piece of raw fish onto the deck with a thud. In this sea where countless had died, how many people were reduced to gnawing on moldy planks, and yet she was still complaining about the tasteless sashimi. The 3 remaining lackeys starving-eyed the filthy piece of fish and rushed forward, eagerly chewing on it, bones cracking between their teeth. "Brother Ning, I want to eat cooked food. Even a pack of instant noodles would be fine." Xian tugged at Wang Ning's pant leg, her voice high-pitched and pleading. Before the apocalypse, she loved flaunting her exquisite seafood dishes on social media from high-end restaurants. Now the smell of raw fish made her stomach churn, and she felt like she was about to vomit her bile. Wang Ning suppressed his irritation and patiently patted her shoulder. Xian, dear, where can we find cooked food in this vast ocean? Once we find a chance to take down Lin Yuan and seize his nuclear-powered yacht, you can have all the delicacies you—" Suddenly, a violent roar of an engine echoed from afar. Wang Ning turned sharply, gripping his dagger tightly. A 7-meter-long motorized fishing boat broke through the waves and steadied itself 10 meters away from the patrol boat. Shen Manxue stood at the bow. She had changed out of her tailored professional outfit into a sleek black waterproof suit, the tight fabric accentuating her wild and fiery figure. But the most lethal threat was the compound crossbow she held in her hands. The dark crossbow glimmered with a cold metallic sheen. The steel-made arrowhead was aimed squarely at Wang Ning's forehead. Wang Ning felt his body stiffen, his scalp prickling with fear. The oppressive force of this heavy weapon was terrifying. If that arrow were to be fired, it could blow his head clean off. But he reacted quickly, his fear lasting only half a second before being replaced by passionate joy. Man, you're truly all right. I've been going crazy looking for you. Do you know how worried I was about you?" He tossed aside the dagger and opened his arms, his acting so brilliant he could win an award. Xian immediately felt a surge of crisis and shouted, "Sister Manxue, don't blame Brother Ning for leaving you behind. The storm was just too fierce. Brother Ning said you were blessed, and indeed you're fine." Shen Manxue's eyes were full of mockery. She had mentally cursed this pair of dog lovers 100 times. Yesterday, he had tricked her into diving for supplies and then fled with the boat. If it weren't for her luck in encountering Lin Yuan, she would have long since become shark feed. But her finger rested on the trigger without pulling it. She had detected an unknown high-energy reaction beneath the water, the intensity of which made her heart race. To investigate the seabed, she needed to rely on diving equipment. Wang Ning just happened to have diving suits and had even obtained a diving certificate before. With the situation underwater unclear, going alone to scout and clear mines would be sheer folly. She had to utilize these free laborers. Shen Manxue brushed aside her hair and scoffed. "Oh really? Then should I thank you all?" Seeing she had no intention of making a move, Wang Ning quickly seized the opportunity. Man, come aboard. Joining forces is the way to go. Your fishing boat is too small to withstand the storms. Come onto my patrol boat, it'll protect you." Shen Manxue looked at him with disdain, mercilessly cutting him off. "No thanks, your broken boat reeks of urine and dead fish. It disgusts me." Wang Ning's expression stiffened, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. His gaze drifted past Shen Manxue, catching sight of the things piled in the fishing boat's cabin. 3 unopened boxes of mineral water, 2 boxes of braised beef noodles, and a whole box of Shuanghui ham sausage. The 5 people on the patrol boat instantly had bloodshot eyes. The 3 lackeys drooled all over the ground, their throats making beastly swallowing sounds, eager to jump into the sea and swim over to snatch them. Wang Ning's jealousy made his heart bleed. Supplies. So many precious supplies. Why did that bitch Shen Manxue get to have them? Wang Ning's mind instantly conjured a vile image. This proud bitch Shin Manchu must have climbed into Lin Yuan's bed naked, trading her body for this boat and these supplies. He ground his back teeth. Though he was engaged to Shin Manchu, she had always been the aloof ice queen in high society, barely letting him hold her hand. Now she was being taken advantage of by that nouveau riche Lin Yuan. This green hat made his scalp tingle and his veins throb. Bitched. Once I kill Lin Yuan, I will make sure to trample you underfoot and torment you fiercely. You'll know who the true master is. Wang Ning swore to himself, while forcing a more flattering smile on his face. Man, since you've brought back supplies, let's quickly divide them up. Everyone's been hungry for a day, let's eat something to fill our stomachs first. Once we're full, we can discuss serious matters. Xi and Zin's eyes lit up at the mention of instant noodles, urging eagerly. Yes, Sister Manchua. You've got so many good things from Lin Yuan. Hurry and make me a bowl of noodles. I'm starving. Shin Manchua didn't even spare her a glance. Why should I share my things with you? What do you amount to that you deserve to eat my noodles? Xi and Zin's face turned crimson, tears spilling down as she pointed at Shin Manchua, accusing her. Brother Ning, look at her. She uses Lin Yuan as a shield to bully people like this. I just wanted— What a hypocritical act. Wang Ning's already frayed nerves snapped at Xi and Zin's shrill voice. He was acutely aware of the current situation. In this man-eating sea, Xian who only cried and begged for this, and that was not even worth a toe of Shin Manchua. Shin Manchua was smart, ruthless, and had a terrifying instinct for supplies. Now she held heavy weapons, a fast boat, and supplies. Her value was far greater than Xi and Zin's. Wang Ning suddenly raised his hand. Slap. A loud slap echoed, landing squarely on Xi and Zin's face. The crisp sound reverberated across the sea. Xian let out a cry of pain, falling onto the deck. Half of her face immediately swelled up like a pig's head, blood streaming from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, stunned, looking at Wang Ning in disbelief. Brother Ning. You hit me. The three lackeys were also startled, huddling in the corner, not daring to breathe. Wang Ning shook his numbed hand, his face twisted in anger as he pointed at Xian. Shut up. If you say one more word, I'll throw you overboard to feed the sharks. After scolding Xian, Wang Ning turned to face Shin Manchua, instantly putting on a flattering smile. Man, this foolish girl doesn't understand. Don't take her to heart. I know you're upset, but our interests are deeply intertwined. We are meant to be. That scoundrel Lin Yuan is just a nouveau riche. He will die sooner or later. Once we get rid of him, his yacht and supplies will be split evenly between us. Shin Manchua felt nauseated. A scumbag is a scumbag, changing faces faster than flipping a book. But she pretended to be swayed, lowering her compound crossbow. All right, enough of this nonsense. Since I've come to find you, I naturally have a huge deal to discuss with you. Shin Manchua raised her hand, pointing at the dark sea beneath them. Just below us, 300 meters down, I detected an ancient relic. Inside, there are countless high-grade crystal stones and exquisite blueprints. Once we complete this deal, it will surely elevate you in the world of the sea, allowing you to walk with underwater ruins. Wang Ning's eyes widened instantly, unable to suppress the greedy fire burning in his gaze. He had tasted the sweetness of treasure hunting beneath the sea. Previously, a broken bronze box from the outskirts could yield a micro-explosive torpedo, a deadly weapon. If he were to empty an enormous ancient ruin, who in this sea could stop him? Lin Yuan's nuclear-powered yacht would eventually also be his possession. Man, don't worry. Wang Ning patted his chest, speaking with unwavering confidence. I used to have a professional diving license in the Maldives. What's 300 meters to me? He declared. As long as I'm here, all the treasures in the ruins belong to us. You just keep watch for me up there while I handle all the heavy work down below. Shin Manchua couldn't help but laugh coldly in her heart. She had been waiting for this very sentence. Rushing to be the Pathfinder, he was truly unstoppable. She didn't respond directly, turning around to carry half a case of bottled water and a box of braised beef noodles out of the cabin. With a loud thud, she tossed them onto the deck of the speedboat. If you want to work, you need to eat well. You guys can share these noodles and water. Eat quickly and get into the water, don't waste time. As the three younger brothers saw the supplies land squarely in front of them, their eyes sparkled with an eerie green light. Instant noodles. Truly instant noodles. And clean bottled water. Thank you, Manager Shen. Manager Shun is generous. The three of them pounced on the food like hungry wolves, not even bothering to soak the noodles, tearing open the packaging to stuff the dry noodles into their mouths. Crunch, crunch. The sound of the dry noodles being chewed echoed loudly. It was the unmistakable taste of carbohydrates and heat. Wang Ning couldn't care less about maintaining his image as a young master. He pushed aside a younger brother and snatched 2 packets of noodles, devouring them ravenously, and opened a bottle of water to gulp down a large mouthful. Xian covered her swollen face, watching them eat so heartily, while the hunger in her belly churned fiercely. The acid in her stomach boiled, tormenting her to the brink of madness. She crawled over, extending her trembling hand, hoping to grab the last packet of noodles from the box. Guning, please let me have a bite, I beg you. I'm really going to starve. Wang Ning's eyes narrowed sharply as he slapped her hand away. Eat a fart, he scolded. I need all my strength to fight for my life in the sea later. The other 3 younger brothers fiercely protected their water and noodles, their gazes fixated on Xian as if she were a thief. In this apocalyptic world, who still cared if you were a delicate beauty? Dare to steal my food, and I'll stab you to death. Xian fell into complete despair. She slumped on the deck, watching Wang Ning gobble down the noodles, finally coming to terms with reality. She was nothing more than a disposable plaything, not even worth as much as a dog. Shun Manchue coldly observed this, seeing her heart filled with mockery. She lowered her head to adjust the bowstring of her compound crossbow, ready to respond to any unexpected events that might occur underwater. 30 nautical miles away, a massive nuclear-powered luxury yacht floated steadily on the water's surface. The yacht's interior was brightly lit, and the air conditioning blew out a comfortable cool breeze. Lin Yuan pulled an entire set of top-tier deep-sea diving gear from the infinite space. Carbon fiber pressure-resistant diving suit, high-pressure oxygen tank, underwater propulsion device, and tactical flashlight. These were all military-grade premium items. Just one piece could exchange for a dozen lives in the current trading channels. Su Bingbing, wearing an extremely enticing black and white-made outfit, walked barefoot on the soft Persian carpet. She rushed over and wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan's sturdy arm. Her alluring curves pressed tightly against him, her large eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Master, are you really going to go down yourself? 300 meters underwater is too deep. The water pressure is immense. What if you encounter a mutated giant fish? Didn't Shin Manchue take Wang Ning down? Can't you just wait on the boat for them to bring the treasures up? Isn't it better for us to reap the benefits? She was terrified. Just yesterday, she had experienced the absolute sense of security this ship provided. With hot water to bathe in, air conditioning blowing, and meat to eat, she didn't want to lose Lin Yuan, her pillar of support. Lin Yuan withdrew his arm and strapped a pitch-black, trident military dagger to the outside of his thigh. His movements were swift and decisive, with no hesitation. Some things must be fought for personally in order to obtain. One's life can only be securely held in one's own hands. Relying on others, one wouldn't even know how they died. Lin Yuan's tone was ironclad, showing no signs of wavering. There were source-quality crystal cores in the underwater ruins. This item was crucial to whether he could transcend his mortal flesh and undergo a tenfold enhancement. It was the core of establishing his dominance in this apocalypse, and it absolutely could not be lost. Su Bingbing knew she couldn't dissuade this man, so she quickly turned and ran towards the kitchen. Wait, master. I've stewed something in the pot. Eat a bite before you go. In no time she emerged holding a clay pot, placing it on the marble dining table. Lifting the lid, a rich aroma of chicken soup instantly filled the entire living room. The steam rose, and the soup was golden. This was her carefully crafted chicken soup, made from the finest Qingyuan chicken in the fridge, simmered with various precious herbs all morning. Diving is a physically demanding task. You need to eat well to have the strength to fight. This is my carefully boiled soup. You must drink it all. Su Bingbing's eyes sparkled, her voice sweet. Lin Yuan didn't hold back. Diving indeed required energy replenishment. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and quickly devoured half a pot of soft chicken and steaming chicken soup. A warm current flowed through his stomach, spreading a comforting sensation throughout his body. His muscles were filled with explosive strength. Suddenly, a series of sharp system notification sounds echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Host has consumed a special dish. The chef possesses a hidden talent, ultimate luck activated. Triggering hidden mechanism, tenfold critical hit. Congratulations, host. Permanent physique, 5 points. Congratulations, host. Permanent luck, 10 points. Congratulations, host. Gained limited time super buff, deep sea water resistance, effective time, ½ an hour. Deep sea water resistance. In this state, the host can breathe freely underwater, ignoring high water pressure. Underwater movement speed increased by 300. Vision enhanced by 200. Lin Yuan stood there in a daze, the spoon in his hand suspended in midair. He suddenly lifted his head, staring intently at Su Bingbing, who stood beside him with an eager expression, anticipating praise. This is truly a top-tier cheat. A physique increase of 5 means his ability to withstand blows and endurance will double. In the future, if someone were to strike him, he might not even break skin. Luck plus 10, his chest opening rate for treasure chests will absolutely be extraordinary. While others might pull out mere junk, he could very well unearth a nuclear bomb. But the most outrageous aspect is the deep-sea water avoidance ability. This means that for 30 minutes underwater, he won't need to carry a cumbersome oxygen tank. He can breathe freely like a great white shark in the deep sea, even completely ignoring the terrifying water pressure at a depth of 300 meters that could crush internal organs. With a movement speed boost of 300, He can swim effortlessly underwater. Su Bingbing truly is the luck goddess rumored in his past life. This talent is simply terrifying. Amidst his wild joy, Lin Yuan's mind raced, quickly seizing upon a blind spot. Wait, why didn't the steak she cooked yesterday have any special bonuses? Today she made chicken soup, and it unexpectedly yielded such incredible attributes. Where's the variable? The only variable is that last night he had a deep, intimate exchange with Su Bingbing. In an instant, Lin Yuan's mind cleared up the logic. That's it. This woman's ultimate luck talent must be activated through the closest intimate contact, leaving a mark that belongs solely to him. What a prophet. A blood prophet. Using the protection of a ship to gain a mobile divine assistant. He gazed at Su Bingbing with fiery eyes as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Su Bingbing was startled, taking a half step back, her cheeks flushed. "And Master, why are you looking at me like that? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Is the chicken soup to your taste?" Lin Yuan stood up and firmly grasped her delicate chin. "Delicious. Simply exquisite. Bingbing, you've achieved great merit." Hearing Lin Yuan's lavish praise, Su Bingbing's heart soared with joy. She secretly made a yay gesture, knowing that her status as the main lady on this ship was firmly secured. Lin Yuan smiled and directly removed the heavy diving suit he was wearing, kicking aside the cumbersome dual oxygen tanks. With the water avoidance buff, these useless pieces of junk were merely a burden. He wore only a light black tactical bodysuit, attaching a triangular military dagger and a high-pressure underwater dart gun to his tactical belt. He turned and strode towards the deck. "Master, why aren't you wearing a diving suit? You aren't even bringing an oxygen tank." Su Bingbing exclaimed, stamping her foot in anxiety. 300 meters underwater. Jumping in without equipment could instantly turn a person into mush under the water pressure. Lin Yuan stood at the railing, braving the fierce wind, not looking back. "Don't mind me, just stay on the ship. Guard our home. I left the heavy composite crossbow on the deck." Lin Yuan's voice instantly dropped to a chilling tone, filled with murderous intent. "During the time I'm underwater, no matter who it is, if they dare approach within 10 meters of the yacht, no need for warning. Just shoot with the crossbow." Su Bingbing trembled all over, quickly picking up the heavy composite crossbow. Feeling the cold metallic texture, tears could no longer be held back, falling down in large drops. "Master, I will listen to you. I will guard this ship with my life. You must return safely." Lin Yuan did not waste any more words. He exerted force in his legs. His whole body, like a predatory polar fish eagle, drew a sharp arc in the air. Splash! He plunged into the pitch-black, turbulent cold sea. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the water, he truly felt the outrageous nature of the water avoidance ability. The icy cold seawater did not rush into his ears or nostrils. The seawater automatically formed a small, efficient bubble circulation filtering layer around his mouth and nose. He opened his mouth. He could directly extract oxygen from the water, breathing smoothly, as if strolling in a garden on level ground. The painful sensation in the eardrums and the pressure in the chest that comes with deep diving were completely absent. The terrifying water pressure at 300 meters was all blocked by an invisible barrier kept outside his skin. The dim underwater environment around him became incredibly clear in his eyes. Awesome! Lin Yuan suddenly kicked his legs underwater. His whole body shot out like a launched heavy torpedo whizzing through the water. The speed was unbelievable, creating a long white wave behind him. He tore through the water curtain, shooting straight towards the depths of the sea, where a faint, glimmering ruin awaited. 30 nautical miles away. On the patrol boat, Wang Ning and his 3 lackeys finally finished eating and drinking, donned their heavy diving suits, and strapped on the hefty dual oxygen tanks. Wang Ning held a multifunctional diving knife in his hand, standing at the ship's edge, giving Shin Manchua an okay gesture. Man, keep an eye on the ship. Once I get the treasure, I'll come up and marry you." After speaking, the 4 of them flipped into the water. Wearing heavy gear, they could only move slowly, like clumsy sea turtles inching toward the deep sea. Shun Manchua glanced at the white bubbles rolling on the water's surface and sneered. "I wish you never come back up." She casually glanced at the ship's radar. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply. A red dot on the radar screen was rushing through the water at an inhumanly terrifying speed. What is that, an underwater yacht? At this moment, deep underwater, Lin Yuan had already descended to a depth of 280 meters. A few massive broken bronze stone pillars stood in the thick mud at the seafloor. An ancient and colossal outline of an ancient temple, unlike any known pre-apocalyptic structure, was faintly visible in the darkness. At the very center of the temple's altar, a ball of eerie green light pulsed rhythmically like a heart. However, Lin Yuan's gaze did not fixate on that green light. His gaze was locked onto the enormous shadow behind the temple's pillars, a shadow deeper than the seawater itself. Within the shadow, a row of jagged pale reflections slowly unfolded. 280 meters deep in the sea. The sunlight cannot penetrate this water, leaving only a faint glow. Lin Yuan swims through the water, his water-boosting buff allowing him to move as if on solid ground under the immense pressure. There is no need for breathing, nor is there any sense of oppression. He slows down silently, hiding behind a broken bronze pillar. Memories from his past life swirl rapidly in Lin Yuan's mind. The heavens were torn apart, and 7 billion people around the globe were transported to this ocean to struggle for survival. At first, everyone thought they were still on Blue Star, but slowly as relics were discovered on the ocean floor, they realized that the truth was not as they had thought. These relics did not belong to Blue Star at all. They seem to be products of different worlds and civilizations. They are countless, scattered across the seabed. Some are extremely dangerous, while others are relatively safe. Just like the skyscrapers of Blue Star, all submerged in the sea as part of these relics. This place produces source-quality crystal nuclei, which once created a ruler of the sea. However, acquiring them is not easy. Dozens of desperate individuals sacrifice their lives to lure away this terrifying sea beast before they manage to seize it. Lin Yuan had no intention of being the bait to lure the monster. He was waiting for Shen Manxue to bring him free pathfinding stones. In the distance, a long stream of white bubbles was bubbling down. For heavy figures wielding tactical flashlights descended slowly like turtles. They wore thick, pressure-resistant diving suits and carried double oxygen tanks, their movements awkward and sluggish. The pressure at 300 meters made their bones creak. Wang Ming gestured for his subordinates to scatter and search. The strong light of the flashlights swept back and forth in the dark depths. When the beam landed on a ball of ghostly green light in the center of the temple, Wang Ming was overjoyed. A treasure. Absolutely a peerless treasure. As long as he got that, he could reign supreme over this ocean. He waved his hand, signaling the 3 subordinates behind him to follow. Just as the flashlight beam swept past a bronze pillar, Wang Ning's eyes bulged out, nearly losing grip on his breathing apparatus. He saw something. A person. A man who wasn't even carrying an oxygen tank or wearing a diving suit. He was simply standing boldly on the muddy seabed 300 meters deep. He wasn't even wearing goggles. At this depth, the water pressure could rupture a person's organs. Yet this man not only survived, but showed no signs of discomfort at all. The 3 subordinates also saw Lin Yuan, their flashlight beams landing squarely on him. Damn, is that a water ghost? Does he not need to breathe? Is that a body of iron? The subordinates were shocked. But soon jealousy and greed swiftly overcame their fear. This person could move freely underwater. He definitely had valuable treasures hidden on him. If they could overpower him, who in this ocean could rival them? Don't panic. He must have high-level water void. Wang Ming roared in the communication channel. Kill him. Grab the stuff, and we'll be rich. Under the lure of heavy rewards, courage is born. A bald man was the first to react. He drew out a large multifunctional diving knife, and using the propulsion of his fins lunged towards Lin Yuan like a hefty walrus. Lin Yuan coldly watched him charge. In the heavy pressure of the deep sea, the bald man's movements were as slow as if he were slogging through mud. Lin Yuan didn't even dodge. He grabbed the bald man's wrist, holding the knife tightly. Crack! He turned the knife around and plunged it into the bald man's throat. The bald man screamed. A torrent of bubbles surged from his mouth and blood gushed out. The water pressure crashed into the bald man's trachea and lungs like a furious beast. The bald man convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, and he bled from all 7 orifices, dying in the water. Lin Yuan released his grip. The bald man's twisted body was carried away by the current, slowly drifting into the darkness. Instant kill. There was not even a hint of hesitation. The remaining 2 subordinates were completely terrified. They frantically retreated in the water, using their hands and feet desperately to create distance. Wang Ming felt a chill run down his spine, a cold wave surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Is this really a human? At 300 meters deep, his movements were even more agile than on land. Swift and decisive, he killed without even blinking an eye. Retreat. Back off. Don't mind him. Head to the temple. Wang Ning unhesitatingly abandoned the thought of attacking Lin Yuan further and turned to swim frantically towards the temple glowing with green light. As long as he obtained that glowing treasure, everything would be worth it. Lin Yuan shook off the blood from the military dagger, a mocking glimmer in his eyes. Go ahead. Go and wake up that guard dog for me. On the sea surface, Shen Manxue stood coldly on the mobile fishing boat with a composite crossbow in hand. 10 meters away on the patrol boat, Xin covered her swollen face. She was frantically typing on a virtual panel. This was a mutual aid group of sisters from a marine area that she had just formed yesterday. The group only had a dozen members, all of whom were women who relied on their looks, pampered before the apocalypse. Xin's sister Tingting, I can't go on anymore. That BTCH Shen Manxue is too arrogant. She got a bunch of supplies from Lin Yuan and didn't even let me have a sip of soup. My fiancé even hit me to please her. They've gone down to the sea to fish for treasures from ancient relics. When they come back up, they'll definitely throw me into the sea to feed the fish. Lu Tingting, who was gnawing on moldy bread, instantly had red eyes upon reading this message. Lin Yuan. Again, it was Lin Yuan. He actually gave Shen Manxue so many supplies. Lu Tingting Xin, don't be scared. Shen Manxue is just a fox spirit. Who knows how she served Lin Yuan in bed to get these? Where are they and what kind of underwater relics are there? Xin, without thinking, directly sent out the coordinate. Xin, right beneath my feet, 300 meters deep. Brother Ning said there are top-quality crystal stones inside that can make one rise to the heavens in one step. Lu Tingting's eyes widened at this message. Underwater relics. This was definitely a big piece of meat. She immediately clicked on Chun Hao's private chat avatar and sent the screenshot. Lu Tingting Hao Go, Wang Ning, and them found the underwater treasure. As soon as she sent this message, Chun Hao sat up straight, thought for a moment, and pulled out a private chat box. Chun Hao, Brother Lei, are you there? This was the smuggler he had known before the apocalypse, Brother Lei. Now he had seized a modified heavy speedboat and had 10 desperate subordinates. He even had a box of Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. Brother Lei, spit it out quickly. Chun Hao, Brother Lei, big business, sent you the coordinates. There is an underwater relic there, and someone is fishing for top-quality crystal stones below. Lin Yuan's nuclear-powered yacht partner is also there, and there are a box of braised beef noodles and several boxes of water on the boat. Let's go and play the role of the Yellow Sparrow. The crystal stones belong to you, and we'll split the food and water evenly. Those women also belong to the brothers for their enjoyment. I only have one request, take care of Lin Yuan. Brother Lei was silent for 3 seconds. Brother Lei will bring my men right away. If you dare to play tricks on me, he'll skin you and light you up. Deep beneath the sea, Wang Ning, accompanied by his last 2 subordinates, desperately swam towards the outer perimeter of the temple. As soon as he entered, he was completely stunned by the sight before him. The ground of the temple was paved with dark, golden metal plates. The walls were carved with dense totems, and just a glance made one feel dizzy. On a massive metal pillar that several people could embrace, unknown exotic beasts were carved. The patterns on it resembled living blood vessels, subtly radiating a dark red glow. The pillar plunged deep into the seabed, its length unknown. What was exposed seemed to be only a small part of the temple, yet this portion stood hundreds of meters tall. What was astonishing was that not a speck of silt covered these structures. Wang Ning even felt as if the temple— Big brother, something's not right here. A subordinate swallowed hard, his voice trembling through the communicator. This metal doesn't even have a rust spot. It's definitely not material from Blue Star. Who cares if it's from Blue Star or outer space? Wang Ning's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on the mysterious altar in the center. The orb of ghostly green light grew brighter and brighter. Upon closer inspection, it was a crystal core the size of a fist. The energy waves emanating from it made every cell in Wang Ning's body crave it. Go, bring that thing to me. Wang Ning shoved the subordinate in front of him. The subordinate dared not disobey and cautiously swam towards the altar. As he got within 5 meters of the altar, a sudden change occurred. The entire expanse of deep darkness behind the altar began to writhe. Rows of pale serrated blades slowly unfurled in the darkness. A strong light shone, revealing that they were not blades at all, but a gaping maw large enough to swallow a car. 8 thick, dark red tentacles suddenly shot out from the darkness. Boom! The surrounding seawater was instantly stirred into a frenzy. A gigantic octopus as large as a passenger ship slowly rose from behind the altar. One of its eyes was as big as a wheel. What the hell? What kind of monster is that? A sea monster. The subordinate near the altar was terrified, screaming frantically. He frantically paddled to retreat, but it was already too late. The thick tentacle whipped back like a deep-sea whip. Crack! The subordinate didn't even have time to scream. He was smashed like a crushed tomato. His diving suit exploded instantly. Blood and flesh burst open in the water. Even the heavy dual oxygen tanks were deformed and exploded on the spot. The remaining subordinate was so scared that he wet his pants, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Wang Ning's hair stood on end, and his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. Run! Run like hell! Wang Ning turned and swam outward. He even abandoned the crystal core that was within arm's reach. What good was a treasure when his life was at stake? But the giant octopus was thoroughly enraged by these treasure-seeking intruders. Its massive body lunged forward, moving with a speed that defied its size. Its enormous tentacles swept across, creating a terrifying vacuum in the water. Wang Ning felt the icy currents surging behind him. The shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. He turned sharply, and the giant suction cup was already close to his face. Wang Ning gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He reached out, grabbing the diving suit of the subordinate in front of him tightly. With a strong pull backward, he then kicked off the subordinate's back. Using this reaction force, Wang Ning desperately fled upward. Big brother, what are you doing? The subordinate screamed in despair. He lost his balance and crashed straight into the tentacle that had just swiped at them. Slurp! the tentacle coiled around him. The subordinate was instantly sent into the gaping maw filled with serrated teeth. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones shattering echoed in the depths of the sea, and blood stained a large area of the ocean. In the brief moments while the octopus was devouring flesh, Lin Yuan, accelerating to the limit of his water evasion ability, darted like a black lightning bolt directly around to the back of the altar. He grabbed the orb of ghostly green light on the altar. The crystal core felt smooth and warm like jade. The system's prompt sound followed. Ding. Life source crystal core detected. Preconditions for 10,000-fold critical transformation met. Gene recombination can be activated at any time. It's secure. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart as he stored the crystal core in his spatial storage, preparing to retreat. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of something glimmering in the crack of the altar's base. A pure gold box inlaid with rubies. A golden treasure chest. This was an exquisite blind box that one wouldn't even dare to dream of at this stage. Now that he was here, how could he leave empty-handed? He firmly gripped the edge of the treasure chest, yanked it hard, and directly stowed it away. The principle was to pluck the feathers off a passing goose, leaving nothing behind. Roar. The giant octopus, still chewing on flesh, suddenly turned its head. Although it had low intelligence, it was extremely sensitive to the aura of the source crystal core. A treasure that had been guarded for hundreds of years was stolen right under its nose by an insignificant insect. The sea beast went completely berserk. Boom. 8 tentacles exerted force simultaneously, creating a terrifying whirlpool of dark currents rushing towards Lin Yuan to kill him. Each tentacle was lined with barbed suckers. Just grazing against one would tear off skin and flesh. Lin Yuan pushed off with his legs, retreating to the limit. This beast was too fast. The half-hour limit of the water evasion buff had only 5 minutes left. Even with a 300 increase in speed, racing against such a massive native sea beast at the seabed was tantamount to seeking death. The tentacles arrived in an instant, cutting off all of Lin Yuan's escape routes. Perfect timing. Lin Yuan did not retreat, but advanced, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. The raging currents of the sea threatened to tear a person apart. The tentacles of a massive octopus surrounded from all directions, its gigantic maw filled with thousands of ghastly teeth lunging forward to devour. Just as Lin Yuan was about to be ground into a pulp, Wang Ning, frantically fleeing, glanced back. A surge of joy rushed through his heart. Die? You deserve to perish in there. Wang Ning cursed venomously. Since he could not have it, no one else could. He dared not linger, frantically kicking upwards as everything underwater became invisible. Lin Yuan faced the sea beast directly, his gaze fierce. So you think your size gives you an advantage? Let's see whether your flesh is tougher or my steel. With a thought, Lin Yuan activated his storage space. He had frantically acquired countless heavy industrial materials at the dock in the hardware city. Tens of tons of solid special raw steel ingots under the terrifying pressure of 300 meters underwater resembled a massive black mountain crashing down towards the charging giant octopus. The octopus was caught completely off guard. How could such a massive chunk of steel appear out of nowhere in these depths? Boom. The immense power of tens of tons of solid steel combined with the terrifying gravity of 300 meters underwater was comparable to that of a heavy bomb. The octopus had no time to react before being struck by the torrent of steel. The sea beast emitted a mournful deep cry. Its enormous single eye was pierced blind by a steel beam, green blood spraying into the water like a fountain. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the temple's floor, creating a large pit. After struggling a couple of times, it was buried under the wreckage of iron and fell into unconsciousness. Instant kill. Lin Yuan clapped his hands, watching the scattered steel. What a waste to lose it. It could be reused later. Suddenly an idea struck him. The outer structure of this ancient temple was made of an unknown dark golden metal. It was resistant to pressure and corrosion, extraordinarily hard. To endure the passage of time in these depths for 300 meters without decay, it must be top-tier rare metal. Leaving it here would be a waste. He swam to a huge dark golden pillar and pressed both hands against it. System, collect everything. Ding. A large amount of unknown high-grade rare metal detected. Initiating forced collection. Buzz. The entire seabed shook violently. The massive outer layer of the temple ruins, including the ground tiles, pillars, and altars. Within 0.1 seconds, it vanished into thin air. The seabed suddenly revealed a vast, deep mud pit created by hundreds of tons of seawater gushing and causing an underwater whirlpool. The whirlpool grew larger, its pull intensifying. I can't stay here. Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel. The water avoidance buff had only 2 minutes left. He kicked his legs and shot straight towards the surface of the sea. At that moment, above the surface, the weather changed dramatically. Shun Manxue, holding a composite crossbow, coldly stared at 2 speedboats suddenly appearing 10 meters away. On the speedboat, 10 burly men with bare chests and brutish faces brandished their semi-automatic rifles. Lei Yi stood at the bow of the boat. He laughed raucously at the supplies on Shun Mangshu's shabby fishing boat. Brothers, we have the goods, surround them. The men are to be fed to the fish, but leave the girl alive. Today, brothers, feast. Shin Mangshu's expression was cold. Let's see who dies first. Chun Hao chuckled, leisurely crouching down to shield himself with the deck. President Shin, long time no see. He pointed at the composite crossbow in Shun Mangshu's hands with disdain. You might as well not bring out that broken crossbow to embarrass yourself. Look closely, this is the real deal. Move again, and Lei Yi will turn you into a sieve. On the gorilla boat, Xian saw Chun Hao and the others shouting, as if she had found a lifeline. Hao Gu, save me. That bitch is bullying me. Shin Mangshu's face was ashen, her palms sweating against the crossbow. The opponents had firearms. No matter how powerful the crossbow, its firing speed and power couldn't compete with automatic rifles. She was cornered. Lei Yi eyed Shin Mangshu's alluring figure, licking his lips. This girl is a gem. Lei Yi waved his hand, board the ship. A few underlings immediately took out grappling hooks, preparing to forcibly board. At that moment, just as the grappling hooks were about to be thrown, bang! A towering white water column suddenly erupted from beneath Shun Mangshu's feet on the surface of the sea. A tall, slender black figure shot up from the depths like a killing god emerging from an abyss. Splash! A towering column of water erupted from the sea. Lin Yuan leapt onto the deck of Master Lei's speedboat like a black dragon emerging from the abyss. The duration of the water evasion buff was just about to expire in this very second. As he steadied himself, a cold, hard metal pipe pressed against the back of his head. Master Lei held a semi-automatic rifle in his hand, its muzzle pressed against Lin Yuan's skull. His face marred with grotesque flesh twisted into a sinister grin. Kid, you've got some decent swimming skills. To survive from 300 meters underwater, that's quite a feat. Chen Hao immediately said, Master Lei, this is Lin Yuan. Nearby, another speedboat floated with Wang Ning gasping for air like a drowned dog. Upon hearing this, his eyes turned crimson in an instant. So this was Lin Yuan, the bastard who had taken his fiancée. The unparalleled treasure glowing green at the bottom of the sea had been snatched right from under his nose by this kid. He pointed at Lin Yuan, screaming in a frenzy. 3 of his underlings had died because of him. Master Lei, this kid has a treasure on him. That glowing crystal stone is right on him. We can't let him get away. Upon hearing this, Master Lei's eyes gleamed with greedy light. Chun Hao was twisted with jealousy. Lin Yuan not only had a nuclear-powered yacht, but also a stunning celebrity, and now he had even gotten hold of a treasure from the sea. Why did all the good things have to belong to him alone? Chun Hao gritted his teeth, fanning the flames. Master Lei, this kid is extremely suspicious. Search him quickly. Kill him, and all the supplies and women on his nuclear-powered yacht will be ours. Master Lei tilted his head, and 2 underlings immediately pounced like wolves. They forcefully pressed Lin Yuan down on the deck, searching him thoroughly. Nothing was found. The 2 underlings exchanged glances, their faces full of disbelief. Boss, there's nothing. This kid doesn't even have a pocket. Besides this tight-fitting suit, he hasn't hidden anything. Wang Ning shouted anxiously from the water. Impossible. I saw him take it. It must be on him. Chun Hao was also dumbfounded. The treasure pulled from the sea, such a large stone, where could it be hidden? Could he have swallowed it whole? Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun and the questions of the desperate men, Lin Yuan's eyes were as cold as a blade filled with silent mockery. A bunch of fools. I have an infinite storage space. If you could find it, it would truly be a ghost. He ignored these jumping clowns and commanded with his mind. System, the source crystal nucleus is ready. Activate the 10,000-fold critical strike transformation. Ding. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Detected that the host's body belongs to a weak carbon-based life form unable to withstand a one-time 10,000-fold gene recombination. The critical strike transformation will be split into 72 rounds of cycles. Each round of evolution will double and stack upon the physical limits of the previous round. First round of gene recombination now starting. Boom. Lin Yuan felt his heart contract violently as terrifying, indescribable, high-dimensional energy surged out from the crystal nucleus in his storage space. It flooded into his limbs and bones. His skeleton was crazily reshaping, muscle fibers tearing apart and healing at an astonishingly fast rate. This process was filled with extreme pain, yet also exquisite pleasure. At that moment, the aura surrounding Lin Yuan completely changed. A terrifying, beast-like, murderous energy erupted uncontrollably from within him. Master Lei was a ruthless character who had rolled out from piles of corpses. His instincts were terrifyingly sharp. He suddenly felt that the person he was aiming at was not a human, but a monster that could tear him to shreds at any moment. His scalp tingled, and his hair stood on end. Damn, this kid is not right. Master Lei wasted no time. He pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang! The flames of the gun burst forth. At such a close distance, the bullet from the rifle brutally tore into Lin Yuan's right shoulder. Blood sprayed. Chen Hao was so excited he nearly jumped up. Got him. This time Lin Yuan is definitely dead. But before the ecstatic expression on his face could fully bloom, it froze completely. Lin Yuan did not fall. The bullet capable of piercing steel plates lodged against Lin Yuan's shoulder blade, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The first round of gene recombination had already completed the initial leap in physical strength in just 0.1 seconds. Ignoring the intense pain in his right shoulder, Lin Yuan twisted his body in a strange manner, drawing out the triangular military dagger from the outside of his thigh. With a flash of cold light, the underling who had just searched him had a blood hole suddenly appear in his throat and fell straight into the sea. Damn. Shoot. Kill him. Master Lei was terrified and stumbled back, crazily firing his gun. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense bullets sent wooden splinters flying across the deck. Lin Yuan had already slipped into the sea like an eel the moment he killed the underling. With a splash, he disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Let him escape. Master Lei, furious, changed the magazine and turned to look at Shun Mangshu's motorized fishing boat. The man escaped, but this exquisite woman and the boxes of instant noodles must not be let go. Bring the boat closer. Capture that woman alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the speedboat beneath him suddenly shook violently. A massive suction force emerged from the bottom of the boat. What's going on? Everyone was startled and leaned over the edge of the boat to look down. The previously calm sea suddenly collapsed into a terrifying black vortex over 100 meters in diameter. That was Lin Yuan directly uprooting a massive temple from 300 meters deep in the sea, triggering a super tsunami. Millions of tons of seawater were crazily filling the enormous void left by the temple's disappearance. Vortex. It's a super vortex. Run. Master Lei's face turned pale with fear. He couldn't care less about Shin Manshue and the supplies. He shoved the driver aside and floored the gas pedal. The speedboat emitted an overloaded scream as it desperately fled to the outer circle. Wang Ning, scared out of his wits, hurried onto the boat, cranked the engine to full throttle, nearly throwing Xian off the boat. Shun Manshue decisively activated the fishing boat's engine and sped away from this deadly sea area. In the midst of all this chaos, only Chun Hao was chasing Lin Yuan in his speedboat. He looked at the sea stained red with blood, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Lin Yuan was shot. In this resource-scarce sea, even without bleeding to death, he would succumb to a severe infection. Chun Hao turned the boat around quietly, heading towards the coordinates of the nuclear-powered yacht on the radar. The yacht was his. Su Bingbing was his too. Beneath the deep sea, Lin Yuan resembled a human torpedo, unaffected by any resistance. His speed had more than doubled. With a terrifying physique 10 times stronger than an average person, he could breathe freely underwater without any equipment. The bullet wound on his right shoulder rapidly healed as flesh began to grow over it. Even the deformed bullet lodged in his bone was forcibly expelled by his powerful muscles falling into the sea. What a thrill! The sensation of explosive power was utterly intoxicating. But in the next moment, Lin Yuan's expression changed dramatically. A thunderous pain twisted in his stomach. Hunger. A terrifying hunger that penetrated to the marrow surged through his entire body. The gene recombination required an enormous amount of energy. The half pot of chicken soup he had eaten on the boat was insufficient even to fill the gaps between his teeth. Every cell in his body craved protein and heat like a starving wolf. Lin Yuan's eyes glimmered with a fierce green light as he propelled himself forward. A massive air pocket erupted underwater. He had to return to the yacht immediately to eat, or he would starve to death. The gigantic nuclear-powered luxury yacht floated quietly. On the surface of the sea outside the deck, 3 bodies riddled with wounds lay floating, the water stained dark red. Su Bingbing stood behind the high railing, gripping the heavy composite crossbow tightly. Her slender arms trembled uncontrollably from prolonged strain. Her face was pale, but her eyes radiated a desperate ferocity. She had killed. Not long after Lin Yuan had left, a few reckless thugs attempted to board the ship to rob it. With her eyes closed, she pulled the trigger, turning them into sieves. But now her hand holding the crossbow had gone. A dilapidated motorboat was leaning against the side of the yacht. 5 burly thugs were hiding behind the windscreen of the small boat. One of the blonde thugs held a rusty fruit knife against the neck of a 5 or 6-year-old girl. The little girl cried out in terror, her voice hoarse. Big Star, shoot. Isn't your crossbow supposed to be impressive? If you have the guts, shoot this kid through. Another bald thug leered, staring hungrily at Su Bingbing's long legs wrapped in black silk. Hurry up and put down the crossbow. Let down the yacht's ladder. If you obediently serve us, we promise not to kill this little girl. This nuclear-powered yacht has big soft beds. We'll make sure you have a great time. A group of men erupted in filthy, lascivious laughter. Su Bingbing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She was not a saint. If it were Lin Yuan, he would definitely shoot through both the hostage and the robber. But she was just a woman living in a time of peace, and the child's desperate cries pierced her heart like a knife. She truly could not bring herself to act. Just as she struggled internally, losing her composure in that moment, a whoosh. The sound of something slicing through the air pierced the silence. An extremely agile figure like a lean monkey had somehow climbed silently up the drainage pipe along the side of the yacht. He swung a thick rope with a heavy iron ring, expertly lassoing Su Bingbing's neck and right arm. With a sharp pull, he yanked her backward. Ah! Su Bingbing screamed, losing her balance and crashing heavily onto the deck. The heavy crossbow slipped from her hands, sliding several meters away. The rough hemp rope tightened around her swan-like neck, making it hard for her to breathe, her face turning red. The lean monkey stepped on her back, pulling the rope tight with glee. Big brother. I got her. This woman is tied up like a big crab. The blonde thug and his companions cheered excitedly, abandoning the hostage and scrambling up the rope ladder onto the yacht. Well done. A top-tier star. Today we can also enjoy this delicacy. Su Bingbing was nearly choked into unconsciousness, desperately clawing at the hemp rope around her neck. Despair. Utter despair engulfed her. If this pack of beasts came aboard, she would face a hell worse than death. Tears streamed down her face. Master! Master! Save me! Just as she uttered those words, a loud bang. A long, powerful hand slammed down on the metallic railing high above. It was a handcrafted, reinforced bulletproof rail. At that moment, it was crushed, leaving 5 deep impressions from the fingers. A black figure soaked and with muscles carved like a sculptor's work appeared. Like a god of death awakening, he flipped over the railing and crashed onto the deck. Boom! The solid wooden deck let out a mournful groan. The lean monkey, stepping on Su Bingbing, was startled and turned around. When he saw Lin Yuan's eyes glowing with a sinister green light, he was terrified. What the hell? Who the hell are you? The lean monkey pulled out a dagger from his waist, ready to threaten. But Lin Yuan's speed, fueled by his tenfold physique, was like teleportation to the ordinary eye. Bang! A wave of pressure burst through the air. Lin Yuan appeared before the lean monkey, his hand clamping down like an iron vice on the monkey's neck. He lifted him effortlessly into the air as if he were a chick. Anyone who touches my people dies. Crack! There was no chance for the lean monkey to plead for mercy. Lin Yuan's fingers clenched tightly. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed. The lean monkey's cervical vertebrae were crushed, his head hanging at a strange angle. He was dead on the spot. Lin Yuan casually tossed the body into the sea as if it were trash. At that moment, the 4 thugs who had just climbed onto the deck were dumbfounded. Is this even something a human can do? To lift an adult and crush him with one hand. His strength must be a ton. The blonde thug trembled in fear, but still mustered the courage to pull out his gun. You? Don't come over. I've got a knife. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at him. He kicked up the heavy crossbow lying on the ground, caught it with one hand, and without a second thought, pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The steel arrow shot forth like a streak of black lightning. Thud! The blonde thug's gun-wielding hand exploded into a mist of blood, sending him flying back, with tremendous force, crashing hard against the wall. The remaining 3 thugs, scared out of their wits, turned to jump into the sea. Lin Yuan, like a ghost, pursued them. Bang! 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 3 consecutive kicks. The 3 living beings were smashed into the sea like rag dolls, their rib cages caved in and shattered, instantly killing them all. Lin Yuan walked over to Su Bingbing, grabbing the thick hemp rope that was the size of an infant's arm. With a slight pull, the rope snapped. Su Bingbing was freed, gasping for fresh air. She looked up at Lin Yuan's stern, godlike profile. All her fear and grievance erupted at once. She leaped into Lin Yuan's arms, holding tightly to his strong waist, sobbing uncontrollably. Whoa, master. I thought I would never see you again. Lin Yuan gently patted her trembling back, about to offer some comforting words. Growling. A deafening rumble erupted from his stomach. Hunger. He felt like he was going insane for great benefactor. Living bodhisattva. A wooden boat rushed over frantically. A gaunt young couple rolled and crawled onto the small vessel, clutching the little girl who had been taken hostage. The family of 3 knelt on the deck below, banging their heads against the ground towards Lin Yuan. Thank you for killing those beasts. Thank you for saving my daughter. At this moment, Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with a piercing green light, utterly ignoring them. He pushed Su Bingbing away and strode into the luxurious kitchen of the yacht. He yanked open the door of a giant refrigerator. Inside was packed with top-grade tomahawk steaks, Iberian ham, fresh vegetables, and various delicacies. Lin Yuan grabbed a 5-kilogram ham, too lazy to even cut it, and began to bite into it fiercely. In just a few bites, he devoured more than half of the ham. Then came 2 cold tomahawk steaks, a whole roasted chicken, and 3 bottles of 2-liter full-fat milk. Su Bingbing followed into the kitchen, watching Lin Yuan eat like a starving ghost, her small hands covering her mouth in shock. It was terrifying. This was not a person eating, it was a bottomless pit. However, after consuming so many high-calorie foods, the cramping sensation in Lin Yuan's stomach did not ease at all. On the contrary, it intensified. It felt as if dozens of pumps were madly extracting the nutrients from his body if he didn't obtain enough energy soon. His first round of gene recombination would fail, and even his cells would begin to self-eat and collapse. Damn, the energy density of ordinary food is too low. It simply cannot fill me up. Lin Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. He abruptly stopped his actions. A sudden flash of inspiration crossed his mind. A sea beast. That giant octopus he had knocked out with tons of steel in the 300-meter deep sea and casually stored in his storage space. Since the source crystal nucleus could trigger evolution, then the deep-sea, mutated giant beast that had guarded the crystal nucleus for hundreds of years must contain terrifying high-dimensional energy within its flesh. System. Can the meat of that octopus be eaten directly? Ding. The system immediately responded. Detected the body of the mutated royal giant octopus from the deep sea. This creature's flesh contains extremely pure primordial energy. The system can assist the host in decomposing and removing harmful impurities, purifying it into high-dimensional energy meat chunks. Would you like to decompose and purify it immediately? Decompose now. Buzz. A violent fluctuation erupted in the storage space. The massive octopus sea beast with a size like a hill had one thick tentacle instantly severed. After the terrifying purification and filtering by the system, a meat chunk only the size of a basin, crystal clear and emitting a faint red glow, appeared out of thin air in Lin Yuan's hand. This piece of meat had no fishy smell at all. Instead, it exuded an exquisite aroma that made one's soul tremble. Gulp. Su Bingbing, standing beside, smelled the fragrance and uncontrollably swallowed hard, her eyes wide. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, opening his mouth and taking a fierce bite of the octopus meat. It melted in his mouth. No chewing was needed. That crystal-clear piece transformed into a wave of scalding magma rushing down his throat into his stomach. Boom. The immense high-dimensional energy exploded within Lin Yuan's body in an instant. The deep-seated terrifying hunger was instantly washed away by this torrent of energy. Pop. A series of cracking sounds like exploding beans echoed from within Lin Yuan's body. His muscles, which had become somewhat rugged from the first round of strengthening, began to undergo an extremely precise reshaping under the nourishment of the vast high-dimensional energy. Impurities were completely expelled from his body, and each muscle fiber was compressed and purified to an absolutely perfect state of human genes. His height increased by 3 centimeters, reaching a perfect 188 centimeters. Broad shoulders and defined 8-pack abs presented an explosive power, yet an extremely smooth, aerodynamic form. The entire person looked like a warrior statue emerging from ancient Greek mythology. Beneath every inch of skin lay astonishing power. Huff. Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath of hot, turbid air. The green light in his eyes faded, returning to a deep black. He glanced down at his own hands. He casually clenched his fist. The air was unexpectedly compressed, creating a faint sound of an air explosion. This feeling was incredibly solid. Gulp. The clear sound of swallowing echoed in the quiet kitchen. Lin Yuan turned his head. He saw Su Bingbing softly leaning against the door frame, her cheeks as red as a ripe peach. Her big, watery eyes seemed ready to shed tears. Lin Yuan's current physique possessed lethal attraction for any woman. Perfect, strong, with an explosive release of male hormones. Su Bingbing felt her heart racing like a frightened deer, her body going soft. She involuntarily walked up to Lin Yuan. Her slender fingers trembled as they brushed against Lin Yuan's rock-solid chest muscles, feeling the incredible heat and powerful heartbeat beneath her palm. Su Bingbing was completely captivated. She bit her red lips, slightly raised her tiptoes, exhaling softly. Master, you are so charming right now. Just now I was so frightened by the rope that it hurt badly. Can Master comfort me properly? Who could? Lin Yuan had just completed his evolution with his blood and chi surging like the sea, feeling troubled about where to vent it. He hugged Su Bingbing, who was as delicate as a flower, directly lifting her up. Since you are so frightened, then Master will give you a shot of the all-healing tranquilizer. Bang. The master bedroom door was kicked open. 4 hours later, Lin Yuan, wearing a loose black silk bathrobe, walked to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window with a refreshed spirit. Su Bingbing was completely exhausted on the bed, unable to lift a single finger. Lin Yuan picked up a glass of chilled whiskey and savored a sip. His evolved physique had pushed his endurance and recovery to an abnormal level. He felt that even if he were to dismantle a small boat with his bare hands, he wouldn't feel short of breath. Suddenly, on the radar screen, a faint red dot was sneaking close. It was quietly approaching the outer perimeter of the yacht's defense circle. Lin Yuan walked to the control panel and brought up the monitoring camera outside the deck. On the screen, Chun Hao was driving a speedboat closer. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Chun Hao. You think I'm dying from a gunshot wound and have rushed over to pick up this huge opportunity. But you have no idea. You are about to face a monster that has just crossed the limits of humanity with a health bar thicker than a mountain. Since you have come to seek death yourself, then I will fulfill you. Lin Yuan set down his glass and casually picked up the pitch-black, triangular military dagger, striding towards the deck. Lin Yuan strode back to the control room. With a thought, he took out the blueprint for the advanced shipborne sonar detector he had traded with Shinmanchua. His nuclear-powered yacht, though invulnerable in defense and astonishing in displacement, was simply too massive. An enormous steel beast weighing 8,000 tons, its deck area was equivalent to several football fields. The surveillance cameras could only cover the portion above the water's surface. Underwater, it was completely blind. With this sonar detector, any movement within a radius of 10 nautical miles would not escape his notice. Click to learn. The system's prompt sound immediately rang out. Ding. Detected the manufacturing blueprint for the advanced shipborne sonar detector. Required materials: 100 refined iron ingots, 50 copper blocks, 20 precision electronic components, and 10 silver. Lin Yuan glanced at his inventory. The basic materials he had stockpiled from the zero-cost purchases piled up like a mountain. There was no shortage of iron ingots, copper blocks, and electronic components. The only thing he lacked was silver. This item was a precious metal before the apocalypse, and now the chance of it dropping from blind boxes was also low. However, Lin Yuan was not worried at all. He had plenty of hard currency. Opening the regional trading hall, Lin Yuan casually took out a pack of braised beef noodles. The packaging was intact, and inside the noodle cake was fried to a golden crisp with a full 3 packets of seasoning. He directly listed it for sale. Seller: Lin Yuan. Trade item: 1 pack of braised beef noodles. Demand: 1 set of silver. Reserve quantity: 10. He also listed 1 cubic meter of purified water. Demand for various basic resources such as timber, iron blocks, and copper blocks. The moment it was listed, the entire regional chat channel erupted. What the hell? What the hell? What am I seeing? Braised beef noodles. Is Lin Yuan crazy? Everyone else is gnawing on moldy ship planks, and he's trying to trade instant noodles for a bunch of worthless silver. I haven't had a warm bite in 3 days. Last night, I was so hungry, I even gnawed on the moss on the ship. How does he have so many premium supplies? I refuse to accept it. I was worth billions before the apocalypse, and now I can't even drink filthy water. Shut up. Upstairs, the current rules are set by Lin Shun. Does Lin Shun need a charm? I can warm his bed. Just give me 50 milliliters of purified water. The subtitles on the screen scrolled crazily, and everyone was reading. Surviving at sea, everyone was struggling on the brink of life and death. Eating moldy wood, drinking fishy seawater, and if lucky, being able to chew on a few fish. A pack of instant noodles was enough to drive people insane, even to the point of mutual slaughter. Lin Yuan, you're too blackheart. The drop rate for silver from blind boxes is extremely low, and you want to set for just 1 pack of lousy noodles. Why don't you go rob someone? Some were going crazy with jealousy, moralistically binding others in the channel. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to look. Such impotent rage had no qualifications to make him respond. The supply and demand relationship determines the price. In this vast ocean, he was the sole truth. 10 packs of instant noodles gone in less than 3 seconds. All sold out. 10 sets of silver were instantly credited. The channel erupted in another wave of wailing. Who? Which rich bastard snatched my noodles? I just gathered 1 set of silver. I was so close. The person who snatched the noodles immediately boasted in the channel. Huh, I got it. Braised beef noodles. Even the seasoning pack is complete. Everyone look here, this top-tier dish can't be eaten directly, it's too wasteful. You have to break the noodle cake into nail-sized pieces and lick a piece each day. The seasoning pack diluted with seawater can last half a month. You slowpokes can keep eating raw fish. Been celebrating New Year's today. Lin Yuan is amazing. If you have goods in the future, come find me. The bragging in the words made countless people in front of the screen swallow their saliva. Lin Yuan found the fervor in the channel amusing. Just a pack of instant noodles piled up like a mountain in his storage space. The 1 cubic meter of water he listed was also being exchanged for piles of basic materials at a terrifying speed. In the future, these materials would definitely come in handy for upgrading the yacht. Even if he couldn't use them all, hoarding them was still capital. At this moment, a tempting aroma wafted into the Su Bingbing entered with a plate of exquisite braised ribs, a plate of Qingyuan white-cut chicken, a bowl of crystal clear bird's nest porridge, and a ginseng pigeon soup. She had just taken a shower draped in a large silk bathrobe with a neckline that was subtly revealing. Her cheeks still bore the alluring flush of exercise, and her eyes shone with a spark that could melt steel. Master, have some supper to replenish your strength. Lin Yuan had just exhausted her on the bed, and he truly needed to replenish his energy. The food was steaming and aromatic. The quality of this meal could rival that of a high-end restaurant even before the apocalypse. Let alone on this sea where fresh water was a luxury. Lin Yuan sat on the leather sofa devouring the food. After genetic recombination, his stomach was like a bottomless pit with a terrifying digestive capacity. In less than 10 minutes, the meal was gone. Ding. Detected that the host consumed a special dish. The cook's hidden talent ultimate luck has been triggered. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hidden mechanism. Congratulations, host. Permanent mental power 10 points. Congratulations, host. Permanent strength 15 points. Congratulations, host. Gained a limited time super buff danger prediction, effective time 24 hours. Danger prediction generates an intuitive alert 3 seconds in advance for any hostility and attacks directed at the host. Lin Yuan suddenly paused. Danger prediction. Mental power 10. Strength 15. This was far stronger than the boost from the chicken soup he had earlier. He looked at Su Bingbing, who was obediently tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. Instantly, he understood. This woman's talent boost was indeed something special. The meal she made last night had no enhancements. The chicken soup from earlier this morning had triggered the deep-sea water avoidance buff. Just now, this meal of 4 dishes and 1 soup directly granted him permanent strength and danger prediction. The pattern was becoming clear. This woman's talent drop rate was definitely linked to her satisfaction level. The more compliant he was with her in bed, the more outrageous the buffs from her cooking. Good lord, this is a god-level support that grows more exotic the more it is developed. Lin Yuan pulled Su Bingbing, whose waist was no thicker than a handful, to sit on his lap. Su Bingbing gasped, collapsing into his embrace. Master, the bowls aren't washed yet. Her voice was sweet and soft, with a perfect Lin's presence that made every movement enchanting. Lin Yuan held her delicate chin. The cooking was good, keep it up in the future. Su Bingbing leaned softly against him, her heart filled with joy. Survivors outside would fight to the death for half a pack of crispy noodles. She quickly wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan's neck, actively presenting her rosy lips. Just as the two were entangled, the private chat channel suddenly lit up. A message from an unfamiliar avatar appeared. Qin Xian, Lin Yuan, are you there? I don't need much, just enough water and bread to maintain the minimum survival standards for 10 days. Can I trade this for it? Attached was a screenshot of the item attributes. Primary Thunder Element Crystal. Attributes extremely rare elemental crystal. Can be used as an energy core for advanced devices or to add thunder attribute attack effects. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. Thunder Element Crystal. This was an extremely rare elemental crystal. It could be used in advanced devices and could even trigger qualitative changes. This woman was quite lucky. She managed to open such a treasure from a blind box. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. Lin Yuan, sure. Trade the crystal over. Qin Xian decisively traded the crystal that shimmered with purple electric light. She didn't even hesitate and directly chose to trade goods before payment. In this cannibalistic world, such decisiveness was telling. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He casually took out 2 bottles of ordinary mineral water, a pack of discounted dry bread from the supermarket, and packed up half a bowl of leftover rice. He directly tossed them into the trading box. These items were nothing to Lin Yuan, barely worth a mention. On the other side, Qin Xian received the supplies and immediately cried out in the channel. Qin Xian, thank you, big boss. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Woo woo woo. I thought I was going to starve to death. This half bowl of rice saved my life. I will remember your great kindness, and next time I find good stuff, I will definitely come to you first. Lin Yuan turned off the private chat, not taking it to heart at all. Exchanging a bowl of leftover rice for a top-quality thunder crystal. This kind of transaction that would make any capitalist weep was simply too delightful. Materials gathered. It was time to add a pair of keen eyes to this invincible nuclear-powered yacht. With a thought, the workstation instantly powered up. Ding. Consumed 100 refined iron ingots, 50 copper blocks, 20 precision electronic components, and 10 silver. Detecting primary thunder elemental crystal, proceed with fusion enhancement. Fuse immediately. Lin Yuan decisively issued the command. Buzz. The console erupted with dazzling blue and white arcs of electricity. An extremely precise metallic sphere rapidly took shape under the holographic projection, with the thunder crystal embedded right in the center. The surface of the sphere was covered with complex energy circuits resembling a mechanical heart, filled with violent thunder. Ding. Construction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained thunderstorm-level mutated sonar detector, unique exclusive. Detection radius increased to 100 nautical miles. New effect 1I, deep sea perspective, can penetrate seabed silt, ignores invisibility props. New effect 2, thunderstorm countermeasure. When an enemy target approaches within 10 meters, it can automatically release a high-voltage electric net, instantly incapacitating the target. Lin Yuan looked at the attributes on the panel and took a sharp breath. This is too freakish. A super large detection range of 100 nautical miles. And it even comes with a high-voltage electric net countermeasure. With this thing, the nuclear-powered yacht turned into an absolute steel hedgehog with no blind spots. Anyone who dares to touch it will be instantly electrocuted into charcoal. Install it. The armor at the bottom of the yacht slowly opened, and this mutated sonar was directly embedded. Beep. The oversized radar screen in the control room instantly lit up. A circle of deep blue ripples expanded wildly from the yacht. The underwater terrain currents and wandering mutated fish schools all transformed into clear 3D images presented before Lin Yuan's eyes. His sense of security was instantly maximized. A red dot at the edge of the screen was quietly approaching. Outside the yacht 3 nautical miles away. The night was deep and the sea breeze was biting. The 12-meter-long patrol boat shook violently in the waves. There were no lights, no heating equipment. Chunhao wrapped himself in a sour, tattered windbreaker, crouching in the cockpit, shivering from the cold. A 12-meter boat was considered quite good before the apocalypse. But now in the vast dark sea it felt like a leaf that could be flipped over by the waves at any moment. There was no joy to be found. Chunhao's eyes were fixed on the distance. There Lin Yuan's nuclear-powered yacht was brightly lit with a massive crystal chandelier casting warm light. It illuminated a vast area of the surrounding sea, like a luxurious palace floating on the waves. In this silent and terrifying apocalyptic night, that light was blinding to Chunhao. Jealousy. Jealousy that drove him mad. Jealousy that burned through his very insides. Why? All of them were survivors who had crossed over together. Why could Lin Yuan live in a nuclear-powered palace enjoying the finest food and drink, while he could only freeze and starve on this broken boat, even counting every gallon of diesel? His boat burned diesel, and now there wasn't enough fuel to even start the engine at night. Just look at Lin Yuan's side. Nuclear power. Infinite energy. How go? A weak voice came from behind. The internet celebrity Qian Qian crawled out from the lower cabin. She was once a little internet celebrity with millions of fans, pampered, and only ever rode in luxury cars. Now, however, she was pale and emaciated, her cheekbones protruding. She hadn't had a full meal in 3 days. During the day, she was ruthlessly tormented, her body on the verge of collapse. She couldn't endure this life for another day. She looked at the brightly lit yacht in the distance, tears streaming down her face. How go, I'm so hungry. It's so bright over there, it must be warm. I heard Lin Yuan even traded instant noodles for scrap metal. He must have a lot of delicious food on that boat. How could take me over there? I'm willing to serve him, I'll do any. Upon hearing this, Chunhao was enraged. Even the woman on his boat was thinking about kneeling before Lin Yuan. He slapped Qian Qian hard across the face. Slap. Wretched girl. Shut up. Chunhao's eyes were bloodshot as he cursed fiercely. Serve him. What do you think you are? He wouldn't even glance at you. Do you think Lin Yuan is some kind of good bird? He is just a tyrant hoarding resources. Qian Qian fell onto the deck, crying while covering her face, too exhausted to resist. Chunhao panted heavily, his eyes venomous like a snake. Soon, it would all be over. He had just sent the coordinates of the sea area to Lord Lei. Once Lord Lei arrived, Lin Yuan's boat would be his. The distant sea suddenly resonated with a deep, Chunhao's spirit lifted. Here it comes. A 30-meter-long, heavily modified speedboat tore through the dark waves, quickly approaching. At the bow of the boat, Lord Lei was bare-chested, holding a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. His brutish face looked particularly fierce in the night wind. Chunhao, you said Lin Yuan is on that big ship ahead. Lord Lei jumped onto the patrol boat, kicking aside the still-crying Qian Qian. Chunhao quickly approached, a smile plastered on his face. Yes, Lord Lei, that's the one. A nuclear-powered super-luxury yacht. Once we capture it, we will be invincible in these waters. Lord Lei tilted his head, gazing greedily at the massive vessel in the distance. A nuclear-powered yacht. God truly has eyes. Such a top-tier item seen only on the rich list actually exists in this sea area. But greed aside, Lord Lei, being a seasoned veteran in this perilous world, stroked the scar on his chin and scoffed. Chunhao, don't try to set me up. During the day I shot him with a bullet, and he didn't even flinch. This ship may be good, but I fear for my life. It's one thing to seize it, another to enjoy it. Chunhao, feeling anxious, quickly fanned the flames. Lord Lei, don't let him intimidate you. No matter how tough he is, he's still flesh and blood, and your bullet went straight into his shoulder. There's not even a tetanus vaccine in this sea. If he gets soaked in seawater, he must be burning with fever right now, half alive. Chunhao felt he had set the stage well and brought out his trump card. Think about it, such a big ship, and now there is only a half-dead, wounded man left. Plus a helpless female celebrity, Su Bingbing. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, Lord Lei. As long as we sneak up now, without firing a shot, one knife each can turn him into minced meat. Upon hearing the words female celebrity, the desperados behind Lord Lei were practically drooling, clamoring to go up for a feast. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lord Lei's eyes as he finally made up his mind. Do it. The timid starve the bold feast. He turned and walked toward his heavy speedboat, carefully bringing out a black iron box from deep within the cabin. Chunhao leaned in to take a look. Opening the iron box, a bizarrely patterned black crystal lay quietly inside, emitting wisps of dark energy. Lord Lei, what is this? Lord Lei sneered, full of pride. This is a top-tier item I obtained from opening a bronze treasure chest yesterday. Shadow Enchantment Array Stone. Once this thing is crushed within 100 meters, a strong black mist of confusion will instantly erupt. This black mist can not only block all electronic radar and surveillance, but also cause those who inhale the black mist to experience serious hallucinations, leaving them weak and powerless at the mercy of others. Lord Lei tightened his grip on the array stone, smiling maliciously. No matter how abnormal Lin Yuan's physique was, how could he defend against magical attacks? Once the black mist was out, all surveillance on the yacht would be blind. Even if Lin Yuan were a fierce tiger, he would become a toothless sick cat. He originally intended to keep this as a trump card, but with the luxury-powered yacht present, it was worthy of its value. Brothers, arm yourselves, Lord Lei shouted loudly. The 10 desperados on the speedboat immediately raised their guns and drew their machetes. Each of them had bloodthirsty eyes like wolves catching the scent of blood. Shut down the engine. Paddle over. Keep it quiet. We are going to raid Lin Yuan's lair. Lord Lei issued the command. The 30-meter speedboat and the 12-meter patrol boat, under the cover of night, approached the nuclear-powered yacht silently like two ghost ships. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, closer and closer. Lord Lei could even see the luxurious leather lounge chairs on the yacht's deck. Prepare to crush the array stone. Lord Lei took a deep breath, his thumb pressing tightly on the black crystal. He had already envisioned a beautiful dream. Once the mist emerged, they could climb up to the deck using their claws. First, they would chop Lin Yuan into pieces. Then they would press Su Bingbing onto the leather sofa, thoroughly enjoying the top spoils of this apocalypse. Just as they stepped within 10 meters of the yacht, inside the yacht's cockpit, Lin Yuan held the soft and fragrant Su Bingbing in his arms, and the radar screen in front of him had already locked onto the sneaky red dots. Especially when they crossed the 10-meter red line. Ding! Lightning storm countermeasure system activated. Lin Yuan sneered silently. These ignorant dogs. Did they really think the ship could just be approached? Activate the electric net. Lin Yuan calmly uttered a few words. At the moment Lord Lei was about to crush the array stone, the armor at the bottom of the yacht suddenly sprang open. Buzz! A deafening roar of electric current instantly tore through the night. In an instant, hundreds of violent blue high-voltage lightning bolts erupted like furious dragons emerging from the sea. Centered around the yacht, they bombarded in all directions indiscriminately, instantly illuminating the entire sea. Zila boom. A thick blue high-voltage lightning tore through the thick darkness. The thunderstorm countermeasure system was fully activated. The violent currents surged through the seawater, spreading wildly with unstoppable force. Thundermaster's heavy speedboat was the first to bear the brunt, instantly engulfed by blinding blue light. The sound of screams erupted. Two lackeys poised to throw their flying claws were instantly pierced by tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity. Their bodies convulsed violently in midair, their clothes igniting spontaneously. They were reduced to two charred pieces of meat crashing straight into the sea. Damn! Electric net. This boat has an electric net. Run fast. The desperate rogues on the heavy speedboat were thrown into chaos. Just moments ago, they were contemplating boarding the yacht to seize resources and women while planning to chop Lin Yuan into pieces to feed the fish. Now they wished their parents had given them 2 extra legs. Chen Hao at the back nearly had his eyes pop out of his sockets. He gripped the steering while tightly flooring the throttle. Was this a nuclear-powered yacht? This was clearly a death harvesting machine. A wave of urgency surged through him as he spun the wheel frantically. The gunboat emitted a wailing sound under overload, sharply turning its bow, speeding back in the direction it came. He couldn't care less about Thundermaster's fate. His mind was consumed by a single thought: run. In the eye of the thunderstorm, Thundermaster was terrified to the core. In his life, he had smuggled, witnessed gun battles, and even harmed people at the dock. But he had never seen a yacht that could unleash thunder, especially one that covered all angles without dead zones. Was this even reasonable? In his panic, he crushed the black stone in his hand. Dense black mist erupted instantly, enveloping the sea area. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Thundermaster shouted, cold sweat soaking his back. He believed the black mist could obscure all vision and electronic monitoring. As long as he increased the distance, he could save his life. But he had no idea that Lin Yuan had installed a modified sonar detector fused with lightning crystals. It penetrated all disguises, ignoring any invisibility. On the radar screen, the red representing Thundermaster was glaringly clear amidst the black mist. The yacht's electric net generator slightly adjusted its angle. Boom! A massive, furious electric dragon struck precisely into the center of the black mist. Crackle! All the precision instruments on the speedboat were instantly destroyed. Thundermaster convulsed all over, powerful currents coursing through his organs as he stared fixedly at the yacht's high deck, his mind filled only with endless regret. Why did he provoke this disaster star? He could have ruled his territory well. Bang! 10 ruthless rogues fell stiffly on the charred deck. Total annihilation. Chunhao, having escaped 10 nautical miles away, finally collapsed in the driver's seat, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched. It was terrifying. Lin Yuan was terrifying. Cold, cautious, decisive, his strikes were utterly merciless. How could he manage to live like a ruler in this apocalypse, so meticulously prepared? The more Chunhao thought, the more uneasy he felt. He ripped open the door of the lower cabin and dragged out Lu Tingting, who was shivering inside. You better confess. What exactly did Lin Yuan do before the apocalypse, and how did he get a nuclear-powered yacht and defensive electric net? Lu Tingting was terrified, crying as she recounted the events of the day they bought the house word for word. The more Chunhao listened, the more he felt something was off. It was too abrupt. Lin Yuan's current style of conduct seemed like a completely different person from before. In the past, he was tolerant, kind, and smart, but he would never be so decisive in killing. After all, even killing required mental preparation, something Lin Yuan completely lacked. This was too strange. Chunhao was perplexed. He considered the possibility that Lin Yuan might be a reincarnator. But it didn't add up. If he was a reincarnator, he wouldn't spend a fortune collecting resources that couldn't be taken away. Was it possible that this was the madness before the apocalypse? Could it be that he had such incredible luck that as others started with trash vehicles, he had rolled out with a fully upgraded yacht? The more Chunhao thought, the angrier he became, the more resentful he felt. All the good fortune had been taken by Lin Yuan. However, next time he tried to deal with him, he had to be extra cautious. Lu Tingting sat slumped on the deck, turmoil raging within her. That comfortable and safe nuclear-powered yacht. Those luxurious delicacies. It was all originally hers. All belonging to her, Lu Tingting. If she hadn't been so greedy, if she hadn't clung to Chunhao, she would have been the mistress sitting on that palace-like yacht, enjoying fine food and being served. Discontent and jealousy gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. A trace of guilt flashed through her mind. But this guilt couldn't last even a second before transforming into blame towards Lin Yuan. It's all his fault. This bastard prepared so many good things, but didn't tell me. He clearly had the ability to take me away, yet left me to suffer on this broken boat. He is just a selfish, cold-blooded beast. In the luxurious yacht's cockpit, Lin Yuan coldly stared at the several extinguished red dots on the radar. He scoffed disdainfully. With this scrap metal they dare to mess with me at? Several mechanical grappling hooks with alloy barbs shot out from the side of the yacht. They accurately hooked on a Thundermaster's heavy speedboat, dragging it over. After a salvage, the spoils were plentiful. 2 semi-automatic rifles, the Type 56, still with intact chambers, and a large box of ammunition. He crushed half of the Shadow Enchantment Stone. Though it was broken, Lin Yuan discovered it could slowly absorb the free energy in the air. It could also be recharged for secondary use, an absolute treasure. Just as Lin Yuan was tallying up the spoils, the regional chat channel erupted into a storm once more. The reason was simple: the combat power ranking had changed. Thundermaster, who had originally held the 7th place with his ruthless methods and heavy weapons, suddenly turned gray and was removed from the ranking list. This indicated that when a person dies, their light goes out. Damn, big news. You guys look at the ranking. Thundermaster is gone. That Thundermaster who killed without blinking and had dozens of rogues under him actually died. Who did this? This isn't a joke. The entire channel was bustling with discussion, some cheering, others worried. Someone weakly posted, "Did you all forget? This afternoon Chunhao shouted in the group that Thundermaster was going to hunt Lin Yuan." Boom. The entire channel went silent, with countless eyes turning towards the top-ranked Lin Yuan. The values of the luxurious nuclear-powered yacht increased slightly, presenting a crushing advantage over the remaining vehicles. High above, utterly invulnerable. Lin Yuan casually played with the 2 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, his eyes filled with disdain. This thing has strong recoil and average accuracy. He had a compound crossbow in hand, coupled with his extraordinary physical qualities. In his hands, this broken gun was less effective than a machete. It took up space and was just a piece of junk gathering dust. Lin Yuan directly opened the private chat box with Shenmanxue. Lin Yuan, 2 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles with 30 rounds of ammunition, plus a prop that can create a shielding black mist. Lin Yuan, are you interested? Dozens of nautical miles away, a motorized fishing boat was gently bobbing with the waves. Shenmanxue had just finished most of a bag of crispy noodles wrapped in a blanket to fend off the cold night wind. When she saw these 2 messages pop up on her virtual panel, she instantly sprang up from the deck, her eyes wide open. Hot weapons. They were actually real hot weapons. She had opened several treasure chests around the ruins and collected many good blueprints and materials, but lacked high-level crystal cores, making it impossible to produce many items. What she needed most now was this kind of hard currency that could decisively intimidate enemies. Shenmanxue, I want them all. Shenmanxue, Lin Yuan, name your price. Whatever conditions you want, just say it. Her fingers trembled slightly. As long as she had these 2 guns, she could walk sideways in this sea area. If anyone dared to rob her again, she'd teach them a lesson with a burst of bullets. Lin Yuan leaned back on the leather sofa, inputting his thoughts. Lin Yuan, all the blueprints and special materials you dug up from the 300-meter-deep sea ruins belong to me. Shen Manxue took a deep breath. Lin Yuan's appetite was simply larger than a whale demanding to empty all her hard-earned resources. But after weighing the pros and cons, she hesitated for only 3 seconds. Shen Manxue deal. She was very clear-headed. Those materials in her hands were temporarily dead items. Trading them for weapons and props that could immediately enhance her combat power was the most suitable deal. More importantly, she was now bound to Lin Yuan by a golden contract ensuring that he would think of her first when it came to any surplus goods. It was undoubtedly a profitable investment. The transaction was completed in an instant. Shen Manxue caressed the cold, heavy body of the gun, feeling a surge of security. A strange thought suddenly crossed her mind. She had never been willing to settle for scraps under a man's table, but it seemed that relying on Lin Yuan was to her advantage. From now on, whenever she detected any exceptional ruins or great opportunities, she would definitely report them to Lin Yuan at the first moment. Following such a powerful ally was the only way to survive in the apocalypse. After securing Shen Manxue, Lin Yuan hung all the broken machetes, miscellaneous supplies, and the malfunctioning assault boat from Lei Ye's ship onto the regional trading hall, exchanging them for a large amount of basic wood and iron blocks. The channel erupted in a frenzy again. Hurry up! Lin Shen has put up supplies again. God, look at that heavy speedboat from Lei Yi, it's also listed. It's confirmed. Lei Yi was indeed taken down by Lin Yuan alone. Lin Yuan is the best in the world. Does the big boss need accessories? I can wash my hair upside down. Just as a group of people were wildly flattering, Zhao Jiangwo popped up a private chat request. In a short period, he had gathered nearly 200 crew members and survivors relying on that small blueprint for a water purifier, establishing himself as the top force in this sea area. Zhao Jiangwo, Lin Yuan brother, you're really something. I want beat around the bush. Ooh, I want that heavy boat in your hands. Zhao Jiangwo, our Changrong is strong in numbers, the top force in this sea area. Just lend me that boat, and once we gather good supplies, I'll return it to you double later. Lin Yuan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This old man really knew how to play his cards. He was trying to con him with an empty promise. Lin Yuan, we are not familiar with each other. No deal without goods. In the ocean, survival was uncertain. How could he be fooled with an empty check? Dream on. Zhao Jiangwo sat in the spacious captain's cabin of the Changrong, staring at the rejected reply, his old face turning crimson. He was too covetous of that heavy boat. With so many people under him, he couldn't have them all on the ship doing nothing. That heavy boat was both offensive and defensive, convenient for searching for supplies, and contained many useful materials. He clenched his jaw and decided to throw out a heavy chip. Zhao Jiangwo, to be honest, one of my men discovered a gigantic sea beast corpse 50 nautical miles to the northwest today. Zhao Jiangwo, that sea beast is as big as a mountain. I've never seen such a giant beast. It might give us some insights. He'll send you the coordinates in exchange for your weapon. Zhao Jiangwo recalled the sea beast corpse, still feeling shocked. He initially thought that surviving at sea was just a normal ocean experience, but with the discovery of this giant beast corpse, he realized things were not that simple. That was not a creature that should exist in Blue Star at all. Originally, he had planned to take people to study it, but Lin Yuan was not one to act without assurance. The priority was still expanding power, so he had to abandon it. Exchanging a mysterious corpse for a real heavy boat was too profitable. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Sea beast corpse. What he needed most now was this kind of item rich in higher dimensional energy. He had no idea how much energy would be required for the upcoming 71st evolution. Lin Yuan, send the coordinates. A broken boat for a mutated sea beast. This trade was a huge win. The moment he received the coordinates, Lin Yuan immediately pushed down the control lever. Boom. The nuclear-powered engine let out a deep and domineering roar. An 800-ton steel giant cut through the waves, leaving a wide white wake on the sea, racing full speed towards the northwest. Along the way, the yacht unabashedly displayed its luxury and grandeur. Survivors passing by were left dumbfounded. My goodness, what kind of ship is that? A castle on the sea. Is that an open-air swimming pool up there? Am I seeing things? There's even someone drinking juice up there. It must be Lin Yuan. While we are still living in slums, he is already throwing a party on the sea. Just as the yacht passed through an area filled with floating debris, the huge waves directly capsized several wooden boats tied together. The 5 people on board fell in a heap, cursing as they scrambled to get up. They were all emaciated and starving. One man wearing old black-rimmed glasses suddenly fixed his gaze on the tall yacht that was gradually moving away. He suddenly shouted loudly, Lin Yuan. That person on the deck is Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan were here, he would definitely recognize them. High school classmates. However, the memories were certainly not pleasant. Lin Yuan, due to his introverted nature, had been bullied by these three boys in various ways, even being falsely accused of stealing class funds. The other two girls, one was the class beauty Su Weiner. The other was an ugly girl with a face full of freckles and a narrow mind. Su Weiner had once gotten close to Lin Yuan to copy his homework, sending him subtle glances. But when Lin Yuan was falsely accused of stealing money, she was the first to jump out and distance herself from him, fearing to be tainted by any misfortune. Now these five individuals had clearly identified the man standing on the luxurious yacht deck. Their eyes instantly turned red. It's really him. That poor kid Lin Yuan actually made it big. Wang Chong, wearing glasses, exclaimed excitedly, his voice trembling as he slapped the wooden boat's deck. We were his classmates for 3 years. He lives on such a luxurious yacht, he must take us up there to enjoy life. Zhang Wei, standing next to him, wiped the seawater off his face, greedily staring at the leather loungers barely visible on the yacht. You're right. Since we were classmates and now he's so impressive, he definitely has to look after us. The freckled, ugly girl gritted her teeth in jealousy. Pa, look at how he's acting all high and mighty up there. He probably just got lucky and found some cheat. What's so impressive about that? Why does he get to live better than us? Su Weiner remained silent. She quickly tidied her messy hair sticking to her cheek, trying to straighten her back and strike a pitiful pose that would elicit sympathy. She had blind confidence in her beauty. Back in the day, Lin Yuan had secretly slipped love letters into her desk. If she just slightly lowered her stance, now waved her finger at him, and let a couple of tears fall, Lin Yuan would surely come to her like a loyal dog, eagerly bringing her onto the ship. She would become the sole mistress of that palace on the sea. Lin Yuan, over here. It's Weiner. Su Weiner shouted, waving her arms towards the massive yacht. Lin Yuan stood on the high deck, holding a glass of red wine. The sonar system clearly picked up the shouting below, sounding like flies. He glanced down at the few dilapidated wooden boats drifting along. Classmates from high school. The memories of their slander, mockery, and malicious glee instantly surfaced in his mind. A bunch of disgusting pests. He didn't even slow down the yacht, it directly crushed the waves beside it. The massive displacement of water created a towering wave nearly 4 meters high. Boom. It completely overturned the few tie-together wooden boats. The 5 people fell into the icy seawater like dumplings, flailing desperately and gulping down the bitter, salty ocean. Cough. Lin Yuan. You ungrateful bastard. Wang Chong clung to a piece of wood furiously. Su Weiner was choking her tears and snot flowing freely, her whole body a mess. She stared intently at the yacht's retreating figure, trembling with anger. He actually ignored her. How could this be? He must not have heard her because of the wind. Yes, it must be that he didn't hear her voice due to the distance. Su Weiner frantically made excuses in her heart, secretly grinding her teeth. She vowed that as soon as she had a chance, she would contact Lin Yuan, making him kneel at her feet and sing her praises. 50 nautical miles away, a glaring blood-red sea stretched out. A massive sea beast carcass as large as an island floated quietly among the waves. This was a deep-sea giant over 600 meters long, resembling a whale, but covered in armor with a back adorned with glistening thorns. Its body was riddled with terrifying tear wounds that could be seen down to the bone, and a massive hole had been smashed into its head by some overwhelming force. Even in death, no fish dared approach. The energy emanating from it caused the water to sink 3 meters, creating a chilling force field. Around the carcass, flashes of lightning flickered incessantly. One could see how terrifying this creature must have been when it was alive. Unfortunately, its core crystal nucleus had already been dug out by someone. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, his eyes fixed on this mountain of flesh, a glint of brilliance in his gaze. Wow! Even without the crystal nucleus, this magic whale had gone through fierce battles, its body incredibly tough. The energy contained within was definitely much larger than the previous mutated octopus, striking it rich. However, Lin Yuan did not steer the boat closer immediately. He knew the principle that the bird that stands out gets shot. There were definitely spies from various forces in this sea area secretly watching this carcass. If he exposed his unlimited storage space, an unparalleled trump card, it would undoubtedly attract endless trouble and schemes. Always keep your most lethal trump card hidden. This is the first rule of survival in the apocalypse. Lin Yuan deliberately maneuvered the yacht to slowly circle around the magic whale's corpse. Standing on the deck, he feigned extreme disgust, even appearing somewhat nauseated. He shouted loudly to Su Bingbing behind him, "This rotten thing stinks so badly that it's painful to the eyes. The core has been dug out clean. What good is this spoiled meat? Quickly move the boat further away. Don't let this stench get on my ship." Su Bingbing nodded in agreement, maneuvering the yacht to retreat over 10 nautical miles. The spies observing from afar saw this, and all put down their binoculars. Lin Yuan, the big shot, truly lived up to his reputation. His vision was indeed high. Just when everyone relaxed their guard, thinking Lin Yuan had completely given up, Lin Yuan stood in the monitoring blind spot at the stern, casually took off his coat. I'm going for a swim to practice my swimming skills. Splash. A very faint sound of water entry. After the first round of evolution, Lin Yuan's overall physical qualities increased tenfold. He could blend into the water like a fish without needing a water buff, moving at a speed like a silent black thunder. In less than 2 minutes, he quietly pressed himself against the massive carcass of the magic whale. One hand firmly pressed on its rough, hard shell. The 6-meter-long behemoth instantly vanished into thin air. The surface of the sea lost its massive support, collapsing into a terrifying whirlpool. The seawater rushed back and wildly, producing a deafening roar. By the time the distant spies heard the commotion and looked back, the surface of the sea was completely empty, with not even a fish scale left. What the hell? Where did the sea beast go? How could such a massive mountain of flesh disappear in the blink of an eye? Did it sink? Lin Yuan silently sneered beneath the water and dove back toward the yacht. Making money quietly is the way to go. Lin Yuan dried his hair, changed into a comfortable silk robe, and walked into the spacious driving room, kept at a constant temperature of 22 degrees. Su Bingbing immediately came over like a well-behaved kitten, holding a freshly squeezed chilled watermelon juice. You worked hard, master. Have a drink to quench your thirst. Lin Yuan smiled in satisfaction as he pinched her fair cheek, took the juice, and drank it all in one go, letting out a sigh of relief. He was just about to sit down and check the high-dimensional energy meat chunks in his storage. Suddenly, a private chat notification popped up on the holographic communication panel. Su Weiner, Lin Yuan, do you remember me? Lin Yuan frowned in disgust at the sight of the name. This green tea girl really was like a sticky plaster, haunting him unrelentingly. Earlier, she had seen him on the sea and hadn't had enough of watching him. Now she actually followed the transaction channel ID, like a fly drawn to a smell. He looked at the messages with disdain. This rubbish didn't even qualify to get a reply from him. He raised a finger, preparing to click and block her entirely. On the other side, seemingly fearing his rejection, messages came pouring out like firecrackers. Su Weiner, Lin Yuan, please don't block me. Su Weiner, it's me, Weiner, your desk mate from high school. Su Weiner, I saw you earlier on the sea. You've become so handsome, so imposing, so manly. Su Weiner, actually all those things in the past were forced on me by Wang Chong and the others. I've always had feelings for you in my heart. Su Weiner, that love letter you secretly slipped into my desk, I've kept it close to me all this time. Lin Yuan, could you take me aboard, please? As long as you let me up, you can do whatever you want with me. I promise to serve you comfortably. Lin Yuan looked at the shameless words on the screen. He sneered mockingly. A green tea girl delivered to my door. Then let's have some fun with you. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Weiner's message and let out a cold chuckle. The tricks of a green tea bitch. Some things should be left in the past, but if the other party comes bouncing in front of him, he might as well play along. He looked at the 5 people multitasking with half of his consciousness submerged in the storage space. The enormous corpse of the demon whale lay quietly in a corner of the space. System, detect the data of the sea beast. Ding. Detected a mutated giant-toothed demon whale corpse. Level assessment E grade. Status deceased. Source crystal nucleus has been lost. Value, the flesh contains high-dimensional energy and can extract enhanced meat chunks. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. This thing is over 600 meters long, resembling a small island, and it's only an E grade. How terrifying must the higher grades be? The cold mechanical voice of the system answered directly in his mind. Host, please note, in the apocalypse, sea beast levels are divided into G, F, E, D, C, B, A, and even higher S grades. The 300-meter deep-sea giant squid that the host previously killed was merely F grade. Lin Yuan's heart stirred as memories from his past life surged wildly. In his past life, a sea beast appeared in this ocean that swallowed a survivor alliance of over 10,000 people. It was vaguely said to be an A-grade sea beast, blocking the sun and immense beyond measure. It was known as the nightmare of the ocean. And this demon whale, merely E-grade, already possessed a terrifying pressure capable of altering the stance of a local sea area. What level can an A-grade sea beast reach? Body length can reach 10,000 meters. It can swallow islands whole and cause 100-meter tsunamis when it rolls over. It can even withstand nuclear weapon bombardments that humanity once unleashed. Lin Yuan gasped in shock. 10,000 meters long. Not even nuclear bombs can kill it. He looked down at his perfectly toned muscles. He originally thought that the first round of genetic recombination was already quite monstrous, with a physique 10 times that of an average person. But now it seemed in front of those truly high-tier sea beasts, he wouldn't even be enough to fill gaps between their teeth. He must accelerate his evolution speed. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating how to fully decompose and purify this demon whale, a discordant shout suddenly came from below the sea surface. Lin Yuan, is it really you? Old classmate. Finally caught up with you. Lin Yuan had kept the yacht in idle hover to sort through supplies. These 5 clingy pests actually paddled a broken wooden raft to chase after him. The 5 of them were crammed onto a makeshift raft made of several broken planks appearing so small beneath the shadow of the massive yacht. They had just fallen into the water and now looked like drowned rats. But they didn't care about their disheveled appearance, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuan high above. That was a nuclear-powered yacht. As long as they could get on board, they could enjoy a good life in this apocalypse. Wang Chong pushed up his cracked glasses and shouted with a quacking voice. Lin Yuan, we are all classmates from 3 years of high school. You're living on such a luxurious yacht, now help a brother out. Zhang Wei quickly echoed, his face full of Lin Yuan, we are all old classmates. You have such a big yacht now, taking us in is just a matter of a sentence. You can't just watch us feed the sharks in the sea, can you? This moral coercion was executed smoothly. The freckled, ugly girl Li Li twisted the water out of her clothes while muttering sarcastically. The freckled, ugly girl Li Li was seething with jealousy, but still chimed in with a sharp tongue. Leave a line for others so we can meet again in the future. You were once an honest person, Lin Yuan. Now that you have prospered, you shouldn't forget your roots. Su Weiner tugged at her collar, exposing a large expanse of fair skin. She clung to the edge of the raft with both hands, striking a pitiful pose. Tears came easily. Brother Lin Yuan. I'm so cold. Could you please take Weiner up? As long as you let me on the boat, I'll serve you every day, I'm willing to do anything. For people, 4 directions of attack. Building rapport. Moral coercion. Instigating. Beauty trap. A combination of moves flowed seamlessly. Lin Yuan stood high behind the railing, looking down at these ugly faces. His heart was as calm as still water, even wanting to laugh. When they framed him for stealing class funds and ostracized him, they certainly didn't wear these faces. Just as he was about to mock them a bit, the door to the master bedroom swung open. Su Bingbing came out barefoot. She had already heard all the commotion outside clearly. Having crawled through the entertainment industry, what kind of demons and monsters hadn't she seen? Such lowly green tea tactics didn't even register as entry-level in her eyes. She immediately changed into a different outfit. An extremely provocative Dark Knight succubus costume. Black lace tightly wrapping her curves to the utmost. Her long legs were clad in black fishnet stockings with a silver bell tied around her ankle. She wore 2 playful little devil horns on her head, and a heart-shaped tail swayed gently with her steps. Purity and seduction were displayed to perfection by her. Su Bingbing pressed her entire body against him. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her voice so sweet it could drown in water. Master, who are these beggars down there? They're so noisy, interrupting our juice drinking. Su Bingbing's voice was charming to the bone, calling him master repeatedly, causing the 3 men below to stare with wide eyes. Wang Chong and Zhang Wei nearly had their eyeballs fall into the sea. They were swallowing hard in their throats. What a divine beauty. This face, this figure, this temperament. Isn't this the top-tier female star Su Bingbing with millions of fans? Wearing such clothes. Calling Lin Yuan master. Wang Chong was so jealous that his nails dug into his flesh. Zhang Wei's eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could grow wings and fly up to the deck. While they were gnawing on wood, Lin Yuan was playing with a succubus on the yacht. Su Weiner's pitiful look shattered into pieces in an instant. Her face turned pale, trembling with anger. This figure, this beauty, Su Bingbing directly delivered a dimensional blow to her. She wasn't even worthy of carrying Su Bingbing's shoes. Lin Yuan, would you rather keep a celebrity than help an old classmate? Su Weiner panicked, tearing her facade and shouting. I was your first love. You used to like me so much. Lin Yuan didn't even spare her a glance. First love? You're not worthy. He reached out and pulled Su Bingbing's slim waist, giving it a light squeeze. Su Bingbing giggled, picking up a piece of chilled watermelon and gently feeding it into Lin Yuan's mouth, while also acting cute. Master, let's eat top-grade Wagyu Iberian ham and deep-sea caviar every day. I'm really tired of eating meat. You see, my mouth is almost getting blisters. I'd really love to eat some fresh vegetables. Hearing this, the 5 people on the sea were completely shattered. Eating meat every day, and she's tired of it. They were fighting over a piece of moldy boat plank. This woman actually complained about being tired of eating meat. Isn't this infuriating? Listen to this. Is this even human language? The freckled, ugly girl Li Li roared with jealousy. Lin Yuan chewed on the sweet watermelon, momentarily stunned. He had been careless. He had gone on a shopping spree before the apocalypse. Rice flour, cooking oil, meat, seafood, bottled water, and drinks were stockpiled enough for several lifetimes. He had also bought plenty of various fruit seeds, but he hadn't bought any finished vegetables. Surviving in the ocean for a long time, fresh vegetables were indeed a luxury. However, no need to panic. He just happened to have materials on hand. Lin Yuan focused his mind and immediately opened the storage space. He summoned the blueprint that he had obtained from the silver treasure chest. Lin Yuan glanced at the storage space where the basic materials accumulated like a mountain. System: construct a hydroponic farm on the 7th deck of the yacht. Boom. A dazzling white light instantly enveloped the open area on the top deck of the yacht. As the light faded, a modern hydroponic glass house covering 300 square meters rose into the air. Sunlight streamed through the high-strength glass panels, illuminating the neatly arranged cultivation trough. The 5 people floating on the sea were left dumbfounded. Wang Chong rubbed his eyes furiously. What the heck? What is that? He created a greenhouse out of thin air. How can you grow food on the ocean? Zhang Wei pinched his thigh hard, gasping in pain. Am I hallucinating from hunger? How can this ship conjure a house? Just then, someone in the regional chat channel spotted this scene through a powerful telescope. The channel exploded with messages. Damn it! Lin Yuan built a fully glass farm on the yacht. Is that for real? There isn't even fresh water. What is he using to grow food? Is this what capitalists are like? While we are drinking urine to survive, he is already building infrastructure. Lin Yuan completely ignored the craziness from the outside. He took Su Bingbing by the hand and walked directly into the newly constructed hydroponic farm. The temperature inside was pleasant and the air was humid. With the energy from the water system crystal, the plants had a tenfold growth rate. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, meaning that while others took months to grow vegetables, he could harvest in just a few days. But that wasn't enough. Detected that the host has 3 fire crystals should they be fused to upgrade. A nap came with a pillow. Continue to fuse the fire crystals. Upgrade the farm. Ding. Consumed fire crystal X2. Hydroponic farm upgraded to level 2, growth speed increased by 100 times. New effect added, crops will have a slight enhancement effect. Deliciousness increased by 500. Feeling comfortable, Lin Yuan took out various vegetable seeds he had collected from the market. Napa cabbage, tomatoes, cucumbers, green peppers, lettuce. He casually sprinkled them into the cultivation trough. The 5 individuals exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Lin Yuan had been expelled years ago for the charge of stealing class funds, missing the opportunity to even attend university. This was a significant event that would alter the trajectory of his life. Although the current Lin Yuan had long since dismissed such trivial matters, he felt the need to exact his revenge. Not going to speak. Lin Yuan took another bite of the tomato, deliberately making a loud crunching sound. If you don't speak up, I might just sail away with this boat. Wang Chong, hearing the mention of leaving, panicked and raised his voice. It was Zhang Wei. It was Zhang Wei who took the class funds to play online games. He secretly stuffed an empty wallet into your backpack to avoid being caught by the teacher. Zhang Wei instantly erupted in fury, slapping Wang Chong on the back of the head. Shut your mouth. It was clearly your idea. You said Lin Yuan is a poor nobody without parents. Even if you frame him, no one will stand up for him. The 2 of them immediately began to grapple on the rickety wooden boat. The boat rocked violently at risk of capsizing. The freckled girl Lily refused to back down. Lin Yuan, it was Wang Chong. It was Wang Chong who stole it. He stole the class funds to buy concert tickets to impress Su Weiner. Then, fearing discovery, he framed. Wang Chong, infuriated, shouted, "Shut up, you idiot." Just as they were watching the chaotic scene unfold, a virtual panel suddenly flickered in front of Lin Yuan. A private message popped up. Lily, Lin Yuan, don't trust that bitch Su Weiner. Lily, she was just calling you a sycophant on the boat, saying a poor loser like you only deserves to carry her shoes. Lily, she has always been using you as she never actually liked you. Lily, brother Lin, I'm different from them. As long as you pull me onto the boat, Li will be your loyal servant. Lily, although I'm not as pretty as her, I'm better in bed. I will forever be loyal to you. Lin Yuan stared at the message on the screen, his stomach churning. He promptly vomited the tomato he had just eaten. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. This ugly woman was not only ugly, but had a dark heart. She had been the one who had insulted him the most when he was down. Now she was the first to betray him and shamelessly declare her loyalty. Lin Yuan directly blocked her, completely shutting her out. Su Weiner noticed Li's erratic gaze and immediately sensed something was off. She cried even more heartbreakingly. Lin Yuan, don't listen to their nonsense. The love letter you wrote me back, then I've cherished it like a treasure. We have an emotional foundation. Do you not remember? Lin Yuan laughed. His eyes held contempt as he looked at her like he was watching a clown. Love letter. You can't seriously believe that letter was written by me, right? Su Weiner was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Lin Yuan looked down at her, mercilessly mocking. You didn't even look at the handwriting and just assumed it was me, yeah? Boom. Su Weiner felt as if struck by lightning. She froze on the raft, her expression instantly frozen. The leverage she thought she had over Lin Yuan. She thought she could control him. Turned out to be a blunder. Wang Chong's face turned pale, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Su Weiner completely broke down, covering her face and sobbing loudly. Seeing that soft tactics didn't work, Zhang Wei decided to throw caution to the wind and reveal his rogue nature. Lin Yuan, we admit we were wrong in the past. But now that you're so wealthy, even a little that slips through your fingers can keep us alive. If you refuse to help, you'll be a murderer. Can you live with that? Such shameless remarks made Lin Yuan conscience. I earned those resources through my own efforts. Why should I feed you ungrateful wolves? Lin Yuan casually picked up a leftover watermelon rind. With a flick of his wrist, the rind drew a parabolic arc through the air. Want resources? Here's a gift for you. Thud. The rind landed precisely on the wooden planks among the 5. Lin Yuan turned and walked back to the control room, pulling down the lever. Rumble. The engine of the nuclear-powered yacht roared with a thunderous sound. The massive displacement stirred up a wild wave, and the yacht sailed away into the distance without looking back. Lin Yuan. You beast. You dare to insult us with trash. I curse your granddad. Zhang Wei and Wang Chong were so furious they jumped up and cursed. However, as their curses fell silent, all 5 of them's eyes fell in unison on the piece of green watermelon rind still carrying a hint of red flesh. That was real moisture, that was sugar, that was the fresh taste they hadn't experienced in days. Gulp. The 5 of them swallowed at the same time. That's mine. I saw it first. Zhang Wei suddenly went mad, lunging for the watermelon rind. Get away. Lin Yuan threw it for me. Wang Chong readied, punched Zhang Wei in the face. Li and another boy also jumped in like wild dogs. Even Su Weiner, who had been crying just moments ago, completely lost her dignity in that moment. She screamed, extending her long nails and fiercely clawing at Li's face. Bitch, how dare you compete with me? I'll scratch you to death. Let me have a bite. Just one bite. Bang. Crack. On the rickety wooden boat, the 5 fought fiercely over the leftover piece of watermelon rind from Lin Yuan. Heads, smashed, blood flowed, each strike aimed to be lethal. The fragile alliance collapsed in an instant, leaving no remnants in the face of extreme hunger. Ultimately, the wooden boat could no longer withstand the violent struggles of the 5. With a crack, it broke apart. The 5 screamed as they fell into the water along with the piece of watermelon rind. Lin Yuan sat on a luxurious sofa with no stir in his heart. Bing Bing, let's have hot pot tonight, cook more vegetables. Su Bingbing cheered and immediately ran to the kitchen to prepare. In this cruel struggle for survival, some were killing each other for a piece of fruit peel, while others were enjoying a top-notch hot pot dinner in a pack. The temperature plummeted dramatically. The sea breeze, which had just been over 20 degrees, suddenly dropped below 10. The waves, no longer gentle, churned up grayish-white foam. Lin Yuan stepped into the warm and luxurious cabin of the yacht. A brass pot simmered on the induction stove with the red broth boiling furiously. The overpowering scent of beef fat quickly filled the entire cabin through the ventilation. The premium wagyu was sliced extremely thinly with interwoven red and white marbling resembling a work of art. Su Bingbing knelt beside him, clad in a revealing demoness outfit with black lace clinging to her fair skin. She grasped specially made silver chopsticks with both hands, dipped a slice of wagyu into the boiling red oil, and swirled it briefly. After 7 or 8 seconds, she fished it out. Rolling it in garlic chili oil, she carefully presented it to Lin Yuan's mouth. Master opened wide. The meat slice entered his mouth. Spicy. Fragrant. Tender. The juices exploded in his mouth. Ding. Consumed top-tier beef hot pot. Cold resistance 10. Ding. Triggered hidden talent. Permanent physique 5. Lin Yuan comfortably leaned back against the sofa. Su Bingbing swallowed repeatedly, her eyes fixated on the pot. She picked up a piece of exquisite beef, tripe nibbled on it, and stuffed it into her small mouth. The crunchy texture made her squint in pleasure like a cat. A gust of cold wind seeped through the cabin door's gap. Su Bingbing's exposed arms instantly broke out in goosebumps. She rubbed her arms and leaned softly into Lin Yuan's embrace, her softness pressing tightly against his arm. Master, it suddenly got cold outside. Lin Yuan's expression darkened slightly. It was about to begin. In 2 days, the first wave of harsh trials would descend upon all survivors. An extreme cold wave. The temperature would plummet to -10 degrees in an instant, and this cold wave would last a full month. It would only get colder as time progressed. At its peak, the temperature would drop below -60 degrees. That was truly an icebound hell, with thick ice forming on the sea's surface. Those still clinging to life on wooden rafts and dilapidated fishing boats would freeze to death in droves, becoming statues of ice. Yet on the ocean, danger and opportunity always coexisted. Before the cold wave arrived, the refresh rate of treasure chests would experience a frenzied spike. Many high-tier resources would appear on the sea surface. Those who dared to risk it could seize a chance for survival amidst this catastrophe. In his past life, someone awakened a great supernatural ability during the cold wave. In that life, Lin Yuan had no right to participate. In this life, he would tightly grasp the greatest opportunity in his hands. Lin Yuan flipped his wrist and took out a golden treasure chest. This was a premium item he had retrieved from the deep-sea ruins. The golden light shimmered and the surface was engraved with ancient runes. He did not rush to open it. System, can I deal a critical hit to this golden treasure chest? He had a sudden thought. If the golden treasure chest could undergo a 10,000-fold critical hit, getting 10,000 golden treasure chests at once would mean instant ascension. Theoretically possible, but not feasible in reality. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Explain why. A 10,000-fold critical hit applies to complete and unified items or a specific ability. For example, this ship, fishing rod, or your body. If this golden treasure chest contained only a single item, it could undergo a critical hit. But unfortunately, it contains multiple items, making this critical hit ineligible. Lin Yuan reached for a nearby cushion and placed it behind him, shifting to a more comfortable sitting position. His mind raced. Different types cannot undergo critical hits. Blueprints and tables cannot undergo critical hits, right? Yes, host, they belong to different holes. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Then if I deal a critical hit to a library filled with tables and blueprints that would meet the requirements, right? The system fell silent. After a full 5 seconds, the dry mechanical voice finally chimed in again. Judgment logic is consistent. A host hypothesis is established. Individual independent objects and integrated homogeneous materials all meet the critical hit conditions. Lin Yuan chuckled. It seemed that as long as he found the right entry point, exploiting a judgment bug would be a piece of cake. Since this golden treasure chest itself cannot undergo a critical hit, open the golden treasure chest. With a click, the lid sprang open and dazzling golden light illuminated the entire living room. Ding! Golden treasure chest opened successfully. Acquired Scrade Intelligent Core Module X1. Acquired Primary Gene Leap Potion X1. Acquired High Purity Secret Silver Ingot X50. Acquired Advanced Energy Crystal X5. Several eye-catching items appeared on the coffee table. Lin Yuan picked up the blue potion contained in a vacuum glass tube. The dark blue liquid flowed slowly within the tube, capable of significantly enhancing cellular vitality and accelerating gene recombination. Definitely a scarce item. It would be a shame to consume it directly. Today's critical hit opportunities had already been used up during previous enhancements. He would save this potion for later, waiting for the refresh after midnight to achieve a 10,000-fold critical hit. With a wave of his hand, the potion's secret silver and crystals were all stored in the storage space. His gaze fell on the last item on the coffee table. It was a hexagonal metal sphere, glowing with blue light, the surface flowing with precise data streams. The Scrade Intelligent Core Module. This 8,000 nuclear-powered yacht was simply too large. Fire control radar and power matrix all relied on manual operation. In an actual battle, it would be impossible to manage. Having a loyal virtual butler take over would save a great deal of effort. System load the intelligent core. The command was issued. A dark blue light erupted from the metal sphere, instantly transforming into countless light nets that spread wildly along the yacht's circuits. The entire 8,000-ton steel behemoth shook suddenly, and the engine let out a deep rumble. Holographic projections quickly intertwined in the living room's air. Light and shadow were formed. A cold and alluring figure with curves appeared out of thin air. With silver hair, a tight-fitting uniform, and gold-rimmed glasses, her virtual long legs were straight and slender. Deep-sea mainframe has been activated. Core commands have been bound. Master at your service at any time. Her voice was cool, but utterly obedient. Su Bingbing was startled by this scene, dropping her chopsticks onto the table. The ship came to life. Even a virtual butler looked so alluring. What was most infuriating was that this holographic projection's bust was even larger than hers. She instantly felt a strong sense of crisis. Without hesitation, she directly straddled Lin Yuan's lap. Her arms tightly coiled around Lin Yuan's neck, her voluptuous curves intentionally pressed close. Master, she purred with the yacht now fully automated. Does that mean I won't need to work anymore? Bingbing is too useless. Bingbing can only serve the master. This brazenly provocative statement was like throwing fuel onto the fire. Lin Yuan's gaze darkened. He grasped her slender waist with one hand. Since it's cold, let's do some warm-up exercises. Su Bingbing's cheeks flushed with two rosy clouds, her eyes seductive. Outside the yacht, the cold wind howled and the waves crashed. Inside the glass room, spring was in full bloom and the temperature soared. In the upper right corner of the regional chat channel, the number of survivors is continuously dwindling. Originally, there were millions in the district, but now it has dropped to just over 900,000. The climate has changed, and some have already noticed. Messages are scrolling rapidly across the public screen. It's freaking cold. I can see my breath when I talk. When I just crossed over, I was only wearing shorts. Now I'm freezing and shaking, my fingers are numb. This damn weather is off. Something big is definitely going to happen. I miss the air conditioning and thick blankets at home. They'll pay $1 million for a down jacket. Who's selling? While some complain about waiting to die, others have sensed an opportunity. In the wooden crates salvaged from the sea, bits of cotton, tattered clothes, and fire-starting materials begin to drop sporadically. A few sharp-eyed characters immediately started selling their possessions to hoard winter supplies. Shin Manchue is one of the most ruthless among them. She stands at the bow of a reinforced medium-sized fishing boat, holding a semi-automatic rifle model that Lin Yuan traded to her. With the absolute deterrence of this firepower, she quickly assembled a competent team. Bring out all the instant noodles, Shun Manchu said coldly, and buy up all the blankets and winter clothes at rock-bottom prices. Unknowing fools thought they were getting a bargain, happily trading warm clothing for a meal. 100 nautical miles away, a speedboat is violently shaking in the waves. Wang Ning is wrapped in a towel full of holes, freezing his teeth, chattering uncontrollably. His stomach is cramping from hunger, and he lacks the strength to paddle. Seeing Shun Manchu collecting supplies, he immediately contacts her. Manchu, it's Wang Ning. I'm freezing to death. For the sake of our past friendship, give me something to eat. Just one piece of clothing. Let me on your boat, I'll help you manage the team. Shin Mangshu's reply popped up cold and devoid of any warmth. You should be glad I'm not in front of you right now, or I would shoot you on the spot. Don't come near me, get lost. Looking at the words on the screen, Wang Ning's eyes turned bloodshot, completely breaking down, and he slammed his fist on the control panel. This is all Lin Yuan's fault. Lin Yuan stole his opportunities. Stole his woman. Lin Yuan. Damn your ancestors for 18 generations. Just as Wang Ning was in a fit of impotent rage, Chun Hao sent a private chat request, directly throwing a group chat invitation. 9981 Mutual Aid Group. Wang Ning accepted the invitation. Within the first second of entering the group, Chun Hao individually traded him a pack of dry noodles. There wasn't even a seasoning packet. Wang Ning lunged at it like a starving wild dog after 3 days without food. He tore open the packaging and stuffed the raw noodles into his mouth. The hard noodles scraped his throat, and he swallowed them down with blood. Chun Hao was speaking in the group, his words filled with righteousness. Everyone, did you see that? There is still true kindness on this sea. As long as we huddle together for warmth, we can definitely survive. Wang Ning, softening as he was fed, immediately typed an agreement in the group. Brother Hao is right. Everyone must be cautious of that guy Lin Yuan. He is a cold-blooded butcher. He stole my fiancée and hoarded the treasures of the sea. The uninformed survivors in the group were instantly led by the tide. A group of weaklings found an outlet for their grievances, starting to gang up and insult the strong, their moralistic rhetoric flooding the screen. Chen Hao's speedboat is not very sturdy, and the sea wind fiercely blows through the cracks. Lu Tingting huddles in the bottom cabin, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. A few steps away, Chun Hao, wrapped in a thick windbreaker he had just taken from a wooden crate today, was chewing on a piece of hard bread. He didn't share a bite, not even a glance. This is the man she has been trying so hard to curry favor with. Selfish, brutal. In another sea area, Wang Ning's speedboat was spinning in the waves. Xin hugged her arms, freezing and curling up into a ball. Wang Ning was cursing at the control panel, complaining about the unfairness of heaven. Xin watched Wang Ning's rampage with cold eyes, feeling nauseous in her stomach. This is the man she once admired. Compared to the decisive Shin Manchue who quickly assembled a team, Wang Ning isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. The bluish light of the virtual panel illuminated their two frozen faces. Lu Tingting and Xin touched heads in a private chat. Lu Tingting, that beast Chun Hao is wearing all the cold weather gear himself, am freezing to death. Xin, Wang Ning is no better off. This broken speedboat doesn't even have a windscreen. If this continues, we will freeze to death. The two remained silent for a long time. Lu Tingting, Lin Yuan's yacht has heating. Someone just said in the public screen that he was seen eating watermelon on the deck. Xin, we're women too. That starlet gets to eat and drink well, and we have to wait here to die? Lu Tingting, let's take a chance. Using the dim light of the cabin, Lu Tingting gritted her teeth, unbuttoning her thin, dirty clothes. The cold wind blew over, causing her skin to break out in goosebumps. She disregarded all of this, forced out a highly enticing expression, puffed up her chest, and adjusted her angle to take several shots. Xin mirrored her actions on the other side. The two sets of photos, along with a provocative message, were directly sent to Lin Yuan's private chat window. Lin Yuan, take a look at our conditions. Not worse than that actress. As long as you nod, we can unlock any position. We will serve you together. In the spacious living room of the yacht, the aroma of beef hot pot wafted into the air. Lin Yuan glanced at the popping private chat interface. The white, alluring photos were paired with shameless words. He casually turned on the video recording function. The camera focused on the bubbling hot pot. Su Bingbing, dressed in a lace seductive outfit, picked up a slice of exquisite and marbled beef, cooking it in the red soup, dipping it in garlic sauce, and obediently feeding it to him. The camera panned to the holographic temperature control panel on the wall. 25°C. The lens lingered on Lin Yuan's face as he chewed on the beef, not even raising his eyelids, and abruptly cut off the recording. Send. The short video fell into Lu Tingting's and Xingxin's panels. Lu Tingting's fingers trembled as she clicked it open. The video was only a short few seconds long. The steaming hot pot, the enticing aroma of meat, even penetrated the screen barrier. That glaring 25°C, along with Su Bingbing's glamorous appearance, became the last weight that crushed her. Lu Tingting trembled all over, her nails digging painfully into her thigh, drawing blood. That nuclear-powered yacht, those high-end ingredients were things she could have enjoyed. Xin on the other end was equally collapsing, tears mixed with snot splattering on her cold hands. Why, being women, do they have to suffer so badly? The enormous disparity completely shattered their sanity. Lin Yuan, may you never have peace. The curses filled with resentment were swallowed by the howling cold wind. In the 9981 Mutual Aid Group, Chun Hao sent Wang Ning a private message. There's a black fish gang nearby. Their firepower is strong, and I know their boss. You can join them with food and drink. But you know the rules, you can't fleece them without giving something in return. The woman next to you named Xin is the best token of sincerity. Wang Ning looked at this message, a cold snake-like glimmer flashing in his eyes. What is a woman worth? To survive, he wouldn't hesitate to give up a broken shoe, let alone sell his parents. All right, I'm in. He glanced at the stern of the boat. That was his trump card. A deep-sea torpedo. Below the torpedo lay a roll of blueprints, the blueprints for a deep-sea torpedo. His expression became frenzied and twisted. He planned to leverage the power of the Black Fish Gang to mass-produce this thing. Lin Yuan, just wait for me. I will eventually use this torpedo to sink your turtle shell to the bottom of the sea to feed the sharks. In the master bedroom, the fierce battle that lasted for 4 hours finally came to a halt. Su Bingbing was completely exhausted, sprawled on the goose-down pillow, drenched in sweat, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yuan threw off the covers and got out of bed. He was full of energy, completely unable to sleep. Donning a black silk bathrobe, he strode to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The explosive power hidden beneath his muscles was stirring as if a wild beast were roaring. The enhancements brought by the first round of evolution had already stabilized completely. The time to initiate the second round of evolution had arrived. System, activate the second round of gene recombination. Boom. In the instant the command was given, an extremely terrifying hunger surged from deep within his stomach. It felt as if millions of ants were simultaneously gnawing at his internal organs. Stomach acid was secreted wildly, and the cramping pain drove him nearly to madness. Lin Yuan's eyes glowed with a frightening green light as he dove into the storage space, his gaze locking directly onto the 300-meter-long deep-sea giant octopus. The corpse of this colossal creature had been refined into high-density energy meat chunks. Lin Yuan grabbed a piece the size of a human head and stuffed it directly into his mouth. It melted instantly. The scalding energy flowed in like lava, rushing down his throat into his stomach. For an ordinary person, this violent energy would be enough to burst their body. But for Lin Yuan, now it was insufficient. Far from enough. The hunger did not diminish, instead it grew even more ferocious. The energy required for the second round of evolution was more than 10 times that of the first round. Without hesitation, he took out an F-grade crystal core emitting a ghostly blue glow. He swallowed it. The violent elemental power exploded within his body, forcibly expanding his meridians. His bones emitted a chilling crack sound as they shattered and restructured. Still not enough. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he directly set his sights on the corpse of the 600-meter-long mutated devil whale. He frantically refined, gulping it down. Massive amounts of high-dimensional energy surged into his limbs and bones. Muscle fibers were violently torn apart and then healed and restructured at an abnormal speed. The resilience doubled. Finally, when the last bite of devil whale flesh was swallowed, the rumbling inside him came to a sudden halt. A terrifying sense of extreme comfort flowed through his limbs, emanating a faint blue light. The second round of evolution was complete. Lin Yuan looked at his body in the mirror. His height increased by another 2 centimeters, reaching a perfect 1.90 meters. Every muscle was defined, the lines smooth to perfection, resembling a perfect sculpture of an ancient Greek deity, radiating a sense of violent beauty. He casually clenched his fist. Bang! The air in his palm was explosively crushed, producing a piercing sound of an air blast. He brought up the attribute panel. A holographic screen popped up, and the data refreshed rapidly. Host Lin Yuan evolution stage, second round completed, strength 850. The average for normal adult males is 10, agility 820, stamina 880, recovery 900, mental strength 1050. Each item exceeds 800. Strength, agility, stamina, and recovery all doubled again from the first round. His current physical combat power alone was enough to easily crush 100 fully armed adult special forces. He could effortlessly dismantle a main battle tank with his bare hands. But what thrilled him the most was the terrifying qualitative change in mental strength. Each item broke 1,000. A deafening explosion echoed in his mind, a kaleidoscope of light bursting deep within his consciousness. Congratulations, host. Mental strength has surpassed the threshold. Successfully awakened special ability, control of the 5 elements. Current level, beginner. Characteristic: this ability can devour homogeneous crystals and grow infinitely. Lin Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Control of the 5 elements. This was a legendary god-level ability after the apocalypse, and now he had actually obtained it. He spread his broad palm and with a thought a ball of ghostly blue water appeared above his palm. The water instantly solidified into a sharp ice blade emanating a bone-chilling cold. The ice blade melted, transforming into an exploding red flame, heating the surrounding air to the point of distortion. As the flames extinguished, a piece of hard steel appeared in his hand, easily molded and deformed like modeling clay. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elemental powers danced and flowed at his fingertips as if they were extensions of his own body. With this powerful weapon, he was determined to accomplish the prelude task of the cold wave. Just as Lin Yuan was familiarizing himself with his abilities, beep, 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 the radar screen in the cockpit suddenly emitted a piercing red alarm. At the same time, the regional chat channel was forcibly spammed. Blood red text hung in everyone's line. District announcement. Cold wave prelude warning task has been issued. Task objective: eliminate the mutated shark population. Task coordinates: southeast, 342, 119. Rules: ranking points will be awarded based on individual team kill counts. The first place will receive the unique reward Platinum Blind Box. The remaining participants will receive varying levels of cold-resistant supplies and blueprints. The announcement caused the entire district of 900,000 people to go into a frenzy. Mutated sharks. Can a human even fight them? Are you crazy? A normal shark could crush my raft in one bite. What are you asking me to do? Kill mutated ones? My life is at stake. Oh, what's the use of a treasure chest? Whoever wants to go, go. Most of the lower-tier survivors chose to back down. But those who had already established their forces saw a tremendous opportunity. On Zhao Jiangwo's Chongrong ship, weapons and ammunition were loaded onto the deck by the box. The Blackfish Gang's fleet began to assemble. Several heavy fishing boats arrayed side by side. Shen Manxue stood at the bow, cleaning her rifle, her gaze sharp as a knife, full speed ahead. In the yacht's cockpit, Lin Yuan took off his bathrobe and changed into a black tactical waterproof coat. Looking at the blood-red coordinates on the big screen, he smiled. A group of mutated sharks. In the face of his thunderstorm net and 5-element abilities, these sea overlords were nothing but moving experience bags. That unique platinum treasure chest was his for the taking. Mainframe lock onto the task coordinates. Full power propulsion. Target hunting ground. Boom. The 8,000-ton steel beast let out a deafening roar. The tail nuclear-powered engine revved up fully. The yacht surged forward like a black sword, slicing through the waves of the night at breakneck speed. Chun Hao huddled in the cabin of the speedboat, coldly staring at the scrolling news on the screen, his mind calculating. A swarm of mutated sharks attacking them is indeed a death sentence. He chewed on a piece of hard bread, his brain racing. His ship had only upgraded one speed component, and facing them head-on was simply insufficient. But if he could check the scene and wait until others were weakened to pick up the scraps, he might gain an advantage. Lin Yuan would definitely go, he was utterly certain of this. He just hoped the bait they released would be effective. However, Wang Ning's assault boat was shaking violently in the wind and waves racing forward. He looked at the mission coordinates on the screen, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Ahead of the assault boat was a massive fleet composed of 3 heavy fishing vessels. Several desiccated corpses hung high on the ship's sides, swaying in the wind, sending chills down one's spine. The Blackfish Gang, the most notorious and brutal band of marauders in these waters. In just a few days, they had rapidly grown by killing, looting resources, and abducting women like a snowball effect. Wang Ning tightly grasped Xian Zin's hair, dragging her towards the bow of the ship. Xian struggled desperately, her fingers clawing at the deck, crying until her voice was hoarse. Wang Ning, are you even human? Let me go. Shut up. Being able to warm the bed for Brother Long is a blessing you earned over several lifetimes. Wang Ning slapped her hard, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. On the main ship, opposite the leader of the Blackfish Gang, Hei Long stood bare-chested, his body covered in muscle with a fierce dragon tattoo across his chest. He toyed with a bloodied machete in his hand, looking down condescendingly at Wang Ning. Want to join? Do you understand the rules here? Wang Ning immediately switched to a flattering smile, pushing Xian forward. Brother Long, this is a precious gift from your little brother. Absolutely clean. And this? He pulled out a sheepskin scroll from his bosom, holding it high above his head. Deep Sea Torpedo Manufacturing Blueprint. Hei Long's eyes instantly lit up with a greedy green light as he snatched the blueprint. With torpedoes, even the thickest armored ship would be blown to bits on the seabed. Good kid. You're ruthless enough. I like your beastly spirit. Hei Long laughed heartily, grabbing the collapsed Xian and tossing her into the cabin like a chicken. Her screams were instantly swallowed by the howling sea wind. In another sea area, Qin Xian's small fishing boat was accelerating madly. She had just witnessed a tragedy. For someone who had grown up in a happy family, this was utterly devastating. She wanted to save people, but nearly got. If it weren't for her quick reflexes and a bit of luck, her situation could have been dire. She began cursing on the public channel, determined to warn everyone. The Blackfish Gang is simply inhumane. They just robbed 2 wooden ships, and even pregnant women were not spared. You scum will eventually suffer divine retribution. The channel fell into silence as no one dared to agree. The Blackfish Gang was too fierce right now. Who would dare to offend these desperate individuals at this moment? Hei Long glanced at the channel sneering and sent a voice message threateningly. Qin Xian right. They'll remember your ID. After I slay the mutated sharks and get the treasure chest, they'll be the first to strip you and hang you from the mast. Bastard. She cursed softly. She remembered the Blackfish Gang. Opening her private message box, she sent a message to Lin Yuan. Qin Xian, Mr. Lin, be careful of the Blackfish Gang. They're not just robbing supplies, they're eyeing your ship. Wang Ning has offered them a blueprint for a deep-sea torpedo. You need to be cautious. After sending the message, she stared at the screen, awaiting a response. She knew the other party might not respond, but she still sent it. A debt of life, she had to repay a little. In the spacious and brightly lit cockpit of the yacht, Lin Yuan looked at the messages in the channel, his brows slightly furrowing. Deep-sea torpedo blueprint. Wang Ning, that waste could actually provide such a devastating weapon. It was pure luck. As for the Blackfish Gang, his expression turned icy. In his past life, the influence of the Blackfish Gang intimidated many sea regions. Surviving for 3 years, it had become a dominant force at sea, with nearly every passing vessel required to pay tribute. As for how much tribute was demanded, it depended solely on their exorbitant demands. Some had attempted to unite against them only to be crushed, with women captured and men killed, ending in a dismal fate. Even he had been looted by them multiple times, suffering greatly. Now they were actually setting their sights on his own vessel. It was time to settle old and new scores. After his anger subsided, he quickly calmed down. A vessel was fundamental for survival at sea, and he absolutely could not afford any mistakes. His nuclear-powered yacht, while immense and powerful, had a deck with overwhelming firepower. But its chassis was simply too large. Underwater protection remained a fatal flaw. If someone reckless launched a torpedo attack, it would be a major problem. And that massive hull, upon encountering a deadly collision with a large sea beast, could also be torn apart. The initial equipment was directly bound to him, with great potential for future development. He could not afford to fail here. He must arm himself to the teeth. Lin Yuan opened the regional trading hall, searching for advanced defense blueprints. The interface was completely empty. There were hardly any blueprint items listed for sale, while there were plenty of lowball offers clearly waiting for the sellers to come to them. It seemed everyone understood that with the prerequisite tasks released, blueprints were scarce. Holding on to them while waiting for a bid was the smart way to go. He stared at the bids for a few seconds before retracting his gaze. He directly sent a message in the public channel, looking to buy various ship reinforcement blueprints willing to trade. He casually operated directly, listing hard currency in the trading area. Trading item: 5 cubic meters of pure water. Demand each 50 milliliters in exchange for a basic material. Trading item: 20 packs of braised beef noodles, 10 fresh dry breads. Exchange for precision bolts, high-strength rivets, and other precision parts. He pulled out 2 items from his storage space. A tang knife, fully sharpened, 3 feet long with a thick spine, a great weapon for close combat in the apocalypse. A heavy hammer with a 2-meter-long handle, its head made of pure iron, weighing at least 50 pounds. As soon as these 2 weapons were listed, the trading hall erupted. Trading item: 2 precision steel tang knives, 1 bone-crushing heavy hammer. Demand: premium hull and wall defense blueprints. The price is negotiable as long as the goods are good. Once these items were posted, the entire channel instantly exploded with excitement. 5 cubic meters of fresh water. Dozens of packs of instant noodles. Even exquisite cold weapons that could be used for chopping. Tang knife. Fully sharpened. Is it real? My God. Lin God is making a move again. This is too shocking. Whoever has blueprints, hurry up and trade. That's a tang knife. Having one in hand feels so safe. What is Lin Yuan trading weapons for? Ship reinforcement blueprints. Is he upgrading the ship? Just as everyone was eagerly gulping and preparing to bid, the trading area suddenly filled with hundreds of meaningless spam messages. Trading item: 2 broken wooden planks. Seeking blueprints. Trading item: moldy breadcrumbs. Seeking blueprints. Trading item: a mouthful of salty seawater. Seeking premium defense blueprints. All spam from Chuan Hao and the Blackfish Gang, flooding the screen. Although they didn't know what Lin Yuan was up to, as long as it was a demand from Lin Yuan, they just needed to follow along and cause chaos. A flood of spam messages instantly buried Lin Yuan's trade post. The waters were too murky, and those holding the real blueprints did not dare to show themselves easily. Trying to play this trick with me? Lin Yuan leaned back on the genuine leather sofa, his gaze mocking. Did they think such tricks could stop his progress in upgrading? A well-laid path on the surface conceals the hidden maneuvers below. Lin Yuan completely ignored the trashy messages in the trading area, directly opening the private chat box of Shenmanxua. Lin Yuan instructed, go undercover in the trading area. There are people holding advanced defense blueprints. Help me dig them out. find out exactly what they want, and as long as their requests are reasonable, I will cover it all. Shin Manchue was polishing her rifle. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's message, her eyes lit up. A big move was about to happen. Without hesitation, she activated the intelligence network she had just established. Through private messages in the channel, she began to check those high-level players who usually stayed silent. 10 minutes later, Shin Manchue's message quickly popped back. Got it. 3 people indeed have top-notch blueprint, but they are afraid of being targeted by the Blackfish gang and don't dare to speak in public. However, their demands are quite harsh, even a bit outrageous. Shin Manchue sent an extremely exasperated expression. The first person wants a complete set of polar anti-cold gear. The second person wants a powerful composite crossbow along with 50 crossbow bolts. As for the third person, this guy is probably starving mad and not thinking straight. He specifically requested a bowl of steaming hot Huangmin chicken rice with the meat thoroughly stewed. He wouldn't exchange a single thing for it. Lin Yuan looked at the screen and almost burst out laughing. In this cannibalistic sea, everyone was gnawing on wooden planks and drinking seawater. Yet someone specifically requested to eat freshly made Huangmin chicken. This request was indeed tricky and quite absurd, but he could definitely satisfy it. Tell them I accept all these demands. Lin Yuan thought to himself, directly pulling out a top-grade polar anti-cold suit from deep within his storage space. He also retrieved a military composite crossbow equipped with infrared targeting along with 20 armor-piercing bolts. He then turned and walked straight to the luxury kitchen. Bing, go make a bowl of Huangmin chicken rice. The chicken thigh meat should be stewed a bit longer, add more chili, and reduce the soup. Su Bingbing was wearing an apron and preparing a fruit platter for Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, she immediately nodded obediently and quickly took fresh chicken thighs out of the fridge. She cut them into pieces, blanched them, and stewed them in a clay pot with rich secret sauce. Half an hour later, a bowl of aromatic steaming Huangmin chicken rice was ready. He certainly couldn't give this bowl of Huangmin chicken rice to that person, since they had placed an order he would indulge. Let's eat. Ding. Detected that the host is about to consume a special dish. The hidden talent of the chef, Ultimate Luck, has been triggered, triggering hidden mechanism for tenfold critical hit. Congratulations, host. You've gained a super rare buff Lucky Trade limited time. Lucky Trade, any transaction the host engages in over the next 24 hours has a 30 chance to trigger the profitable investment effect, gaining additional benefits worth double the transaction target's value. This is excellent, it must be utilized well. He pulled out a regular bowl of Huangmin chicken rice from his storage. Through the single-line transaction system, he directly traded these 3 items to Shin Manchue. Shin Manchue then acted as the intermediary and swapped them for the blueprints. Ding. Transaction successful. Gained special alloy hull blueprint X1. Gained reinforced bow bumpers blueprint X1. Having received the items, Lin Yuan was in a great mood. He graciously gifted a bowl of Huangmin chicken rice to Shin Manchue. Upon receiving the rice, Shin Manchue's expression was quite complex. Meanwhile, in the public trading hall, Chun Hao and the members of the Blackfish gang were still frantically flooding the area with trash messages. Chun Hao sat in a speedboat, grinning triumphantly with a smug look on his face. That fool Lin Yuan still thinks he can ask for blueprints right under my nose. He'll flood the screen and see who can notice his post. Let him worry himself. Black Dragon rubbed his bald head and laughed arrogantly. Dare to compete with me for resources. He'll make sure he gets nothing. They had no idea that the truly top-notch blueprints had already been secretly handed over, now belonging to. In the yacht's lounge, Lin Yuan placed the 2 new blueprints along with the previous reinforced alloy deck blueprint on the coffee table. Detected explosion-resistant hull blueprint. Detected collision buffer reinforcement blueprint. Can perform joint upgrades with existing alloy deck reinforcement blueprint. Required materials: fine steel ingots X500, high-temperature alloy plates X200, explosion-resistant rubber linings X100, precision shock absorbers X50. Ding. Detected sufficient high-level materials. Satisfying special reinforcement conditions. Would you like to upgrade to level 2 armor? Lin Yuan had collected a whole port of these materials before the apocalypse, and with the basic materials he had exchanged, it was more than enough. Yes. Reinforce immediately. Boom. A blinding white light instantly enveloped the entire nuclear-powered yacht. Within the light, rhythmic sounds of metal grinding and restructuring could be heard. The originally luxurious and sleek yacht hull was tightly wrapped in a layer of pitch-black special alloy. The thickness skyrocketed to an astonishing ½ meter. The surface even had a layer of matte finish that absorbed impact. Forget about a basic deep-sea torpedo, even a regular armor-piercing missile exploding on it would leave not a single dent. On both sides of the yacht's hull, amidst a violent twisting of metal, 3 rows of spiked heavy-duty rams were forcibly protruded. Each ram was as thick as an adult's thigh, shimmering with a bloodthirsty glint under the sunlight. As for the deck wrapped in special alloy, it could withstand any missile attack. This was no longer a yacht for leisure. It was clearly an armed beast equipped to the teeth, born to tear apart. Standing on the newly upgraded deck, Lin Yuan felt the heavy sense of security beneath his feet. On the radar screen, red dots representing other factions were rapidly gathering. That direction was exactly where the mission coordinates pointed. Mainframe full throttle. Yes, master. Target C area locked, estimated to arrive at the hunting ground in 20 minutes. In the southeast, 342, 119. This once peaceful sea has now turned into a bloody battleground. The pungent smell of blood wafted far along the sea breeze, and the waters had been stained a murky dark red. Hundreds of massive sharks, their dorsal fins slicing through the surface like blades, swam back and forth. Surrounding the area were over 100 boats of various shapes and sizes. Those daring enough to brave the risk of death here were no ordinary folks, all driven by the lure of a single platinum treasure chest. The power dynamics on the sea had begun to take shape, clearly defined. The most prominent vessel was Zhao Jiangwo's Evergreen. This massive decommissioned cargo ship had been crudely modified, its exterior welded with rusted steel pipes and spikes, giving it a menacing appearance. On the deck stood over 200 people armed with harpoons and makeshift bows and arrows. Relying on their numbers, they were frantically tossing bloody bait into the sea, luring the sharks towards the ship's hull. Next to the Evergreen was the Black Fish from the Black Fish Gang. This heavy fishing vessel had just upgraded 2 of its defensive components with premium materials seized during a raid. The bow was equipped with several newly crafted homemade firearms thick with the scent of gunpowder. Black Dragon stood bare-chested on the ship's railing, arrogantly brandishing a machete and shouting curses. Get the hell away from me. The mutated sharks in this area are claimed by the Black Fish Gang. Anyone who dares to steal the kills will find their ship sunk first. Not far behind them, Shen Mangshu's heavy motorboat steadied on the surface of the sea, ranking fourth. Dressed in a tight black leather suit, her figure was stunning and exuded confidence. Holding a few rifles traded to her by Lin Yuan, her gaze was cold and piercing. Anyone daring to encroach upon her hunting ground was met with gunfire, forcing back a flock of greedy mercenaries. In contrast, Chunhao's speedboat appeared quite shabby. He had only managed to acquire 1 speed upgrade component, and his combat ranking had already fallen beyond the top 10. With a grim expression, Chunhao hid at the edge of the battlefield, watching the large ships feast on their kills, his eyes bloodshot with jealousy. In the area channel, everyone was busy hunting down solitary sharks while frantically discussing. Damn, the firepower of the Black Fish Gang is insane. They've already killed 2 mutated sharks. Zhao Jiangwo's side is fierce too. Too many people. The sharks are turned into porcupines as soon as they surface. Hey, why hasn't Lin Yuan, who's been holding the top spot, shown up yet? Forget it, Lin Yuan must be too scared to come. No matter how good his yacht is, it's just a rich man's toy. How can it compete with mutated sharks? Wang Ming stood on the deck of the Black Fish, barking loudly, emboldened by Black Dragon's presence. Lin Yuan. He's just a coward who hides in his shell, pretending to be tough. In a scene where real weapons are used, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare show his face. Black Dragon laughed heartily, his face filled with disdain. That kid better not come. If he dares to show up, I'll take both him and his boat. That female star on his boat, I'll be the first to have my fun with her tonight. Such vicious taunts flooded the channel. Just when everyone thought Lin Yuan had truly chickened out and wouldn't dare step foot in this hunting ground. On the distant horizon of the sea, a terrifying roar suddenly shattered the air. Boom. This was not the sound of an ordinary diesel engine. It was the thunderous roar of a nuclear-powered reactor in operation. A terrifying white wake rising 10 meters high violently tore through the calm sea surface. 100-meter-long steel behemoth covered in pitch-black special alloy armor surged towards them at an inconceivable speed. The sun shone upon the yacht. 3 rows of menacing, bloodthirsty ramming horns emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if they could shatter any obstacle. The high-frequency radar on the ship's top spun rapidly, monitoring the entire area. The half-meter-thick pitch-black special alloy armor stood like an indestructible wall, cutting off all life. At that moment, even the sea breeze seemed to have stopped flowing. Wang Ning, who had just been clamoring in the channel, now stood with his mouth agape wide enough to fit a large duck egg, his eyes nearly popping out. The wild laughter on Black Dragon's face froze instantly. Zhao Jiangwo's hand trembled, dropping the steel harpoon in a clatter on the deck, his body numb. Chunhao, hiding at the edge, was so frightened that his legs went weak, collapsing onto the bottom of his speedboat. What the hell is that yacht? Whose yacht is covered in ramming horns? Whose yacht has armor thicker than a military patrol vessel? Gulp. Countless sounds of swallowing echoed across the sea. God, this armor, this ramming horn, this speed, is this something a human survivor could create? He's not here to kill sharks, he's here to drive a tank. Wave after wave of shock shattered everyone's psychological defenses. Lin Yuan stood high on the deck, his black coat billowing in the sea breeze. He looked down at the dumbfounded ants below his gaze as indifferent as a deity. What's the matter? Weren't you all shouting just now? His voice boomed through the yacht's loudspeaker like rolling thunder crashing onto the sea. I have arrived. Who dares to steal my ship? Black Dragon gritted his teeth, his expression twisting from fear to extreme greed. What a big show-off. No matter how thick his hull is, he's just one person. Wang Ning, get the deep-sea torpedoes ready for me. Get over here. From underwater, completely blow his hull apart. The Black Dragon's eyes gleamed with greed. He waved his hand. Release. The deep-sea torpedo with a deathly hum plunged into the murky waters. Wang Ning trembled with excitement. Lin Yuan, no matter how thick your armor is, the chassis is still your weak point. You stole my woman and cut off my path to life. Today I will watch you be blown to bits. Finally, he could see that lofty Lin Yuan sink to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. The torpedo left a long white trail underwater, heading straight for the yacht's chassis. In the regional channel, the survivors huddled at the back were all dumbfounded. A deep-sea torpedo. The Blackfish gang actually developed such a devastating weapon. Lin Yuan is finished. No matter how thick the armor is, the chassis is still a weakness. If his ship sinks, all the supplies will surely be blown out. Everyone get ready to loot. Chen Hao frantically slammed the steering wheel, laughing maniacally. Lin Yuan, today is your day of reckoning. I told you want live long. Lu Tingting hid in the lower cabin, watching the live feed on the screen, her heart racing with fear. Fortunately, she hadn't shamelessly followed Lin Yuan. That ship was about to become scrap metal at the bottom of the sea. She quickly sent a private message to Chen Hao trying to flatter him. Hao Lin Yuan is undoubtedly doomed, and this sea area will be yours in the future. They'll clean myself up and wait for you. Young people are always too impulsive. Zhao Jiangwo put down the telescope, shaking his head and sighing. The tall wood will be uprooted by the wind. Today you are falling into the hands of these desperate men. 100 nautical miles away. Shen Manxue tightened her grip on the rifle in her hands. She stared at the red dot on the radar screen, her heart suddenly clenching tightly. Because of the golden contract, she was bound to Lin Yuan. Logically, if Lin Yuan died, she would regain her freedom. But she inexplicably felt a sense of anxiety and worry. Could that arrogant man really capsize like this? Lin Yuan, you old fox, use the caution you have against me to— Shen Manxue bit her lip, staring intently at the light screen. In the yacht's cockpit, the alarm blared sharply. Su Bingbing, scared, clung tightly to Lin Yuan's arm, her face pale. Master, that's a torpedo? Is the ship going to sink? Should we abandon ship and run? Her mind was filled with terrifying images of the ship exploding and seawater flooding in. She truly regarded this ship as her only home. It had heating hot pot and endless supplies. She couldn't imagine how miserable she would be if she lost all of this. Lin Yuan remained as steady as a mountain. He casually picked up a glass of crimson Lafite and offered it to Su Bingbing's lips. What's there to panic about? Taste this wine, it has a rich vintage. Su Bingbing had no mind to drink, tears brimming in her eyes. But looking at Lin Yuan's exceptionally calm face, her wildly beating heart miraculously settled down. As long as this man was there, she wouldn't be afraid, even if the sky fell. At worst, she'd die with him. She opened her mouth and took a sip of the red wine. The holographic projection flickered, and the intelligent assistant adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses. Master, the detection has identified low-grade explosives approaching. Threat level 0. Boom. A muffled explosion erupted underwater, and the surrounding seawater was instantly blasted into the sky, creating a massive spray of water. The towering water column obscured everyone's vision. The entire regional channel fell into silence. Wang Ning stood at the bow, laughing loudly. He's blown to bits. I've finally killed you. Lin Yuan, today is your day? The Black Dragon laughed along. Brothers, get ready to dive for resources. All the treasures on Lin Yuan's ship belong to the Blackfish gang. Some impatient members of the Blackfish gang couldn't wait and quickly jumped into the water, swimming towards the speedboat. As the water spray dissipated, the sea surface returned to calm. The laughter abruptly ceased. Wang Ning's eyes bulged out his throat, feeling as if a rusty blade was lodged in it. Because that 100-meter-long black giant lay quietly in place. Not even a slight tremor was felt. It was so stable that not a single drop of red wine splashed from Lin Yuan's goblet. The special alloy chassis of the yacht was exposed to everyone's sight. Forget about being blown through, there wasn't even a single white mark left on it. The black, oily armor reflected light. The whole area was in shock. What the hell? The torpedo didn't even breach the defenses? Is this really a ship? This is a mobile fortress at sea. The pride of the Blackfish gang, and all it did was make a noise. Wang Ning's eyes nearly popped out as he screamed. This is impossible. This is a deep-sea torpedo. How could it not even create a hole? The flesh on the Black Dragon's face twitched violently. He had spent a fortune to create this devastating weapon. It couldn't even breach Lin Yuan's defenses. What kind of monster-level armor is this? This reckless thug was completely panicked. Lin Yuan downed the wine in his cup and casually pressed the red button on the control panel. The voice echoed over the loudspeaker rolling across the sea surface. One good turn deserves another. Since you sent me a big firecracker, I will return the favor. Buzz. Mainframe activate the counter-electromagnetic net at maximum power covering all Black Fish Gang vessels. The intelligent assistant coldly responded. Command received. Buzz. The armor at the bottom of the yacht suddenly sprang open. A violent surge of blue high-voltage electricity burst forth from the yacht, directly shooting out in a fan shape along the surface of the sea. Where the lightning passed, the seawater boiled, and the air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. Several small boats at the front of the Black Fish Gang were instantly consumed by tens of thousands of volts of high voltage. The more than 10 desperate men on the ship didn't even have time to scream, turning into charred remains that fell into the sea. The Black Dragon was terrified out of his wits. Retreat. Full speed ahead. Run. He was a rogue who licked blood off the edge of a knife, but he wasn't stupid. Facing such a creature that couldn't be pierced and could take lives, not running would mean waiting for death. The fishing boats backed away frantically. Wang Ning stood dazed at the edge of the deck, his mind filled with despair over the torpedo's failure. The Black Dragon kicked Wang Ning in the lower back. Screw you. What kind of monster did you provoke? Wang Ning screamed as he was kicked off the ship, crashing heavily into the sea. Then he grabbed Xian by the hair and threw her into the sea as well. The Black Fish Gang's fleet fled without looking back. Splash, splash. The sound of the two falling into the water was particularly jarring in this blood-soaked sea. Suddenly, the surrounding waters began to roll ominously. The seawater was glacially cold. Wang Ning thrashed desperately amid the surging waves, swallowing several mouthfuls of briny, metallic-tasting water. Xian, paralyzed with terror, flailed wildly beneath the surface, then seized Wang Ning's neck in a death grip. Wang Ning, save me. Pull me up. Already exhausted, Wang Ning sank deeper under her frantic clinging. Get off me. Do you want to kill me? His face twisted with savage fury as he raised his leg and delivered 2 brutal kicks to Xian's head, the second shattering her forehead, blood blooming instantly into the churning sea. The fresh scent of human blood drew swarms of sharks, dark shapes converging with terrifying speed. Beneath them, an immense, suffocating shadow surged upward from the abyss. Gurgle, gurgle. The sea roiled like a boiling cauldron. A shark over 10 meters long launched itself skyward. Snap! Xian emitted no cry. Her body severed cleanly at the waist, shredded into crimson mist within that monstrous maw. Wang Ning's trousers soaked instantly with urine, hot and shameful. Seizing the moment, he kicked furiously toward the surface, only for a horrifying undertow to erupt beneath him. The sea surface collapsed inward, spiraling into a colossal vortex. Then it rose, a leviathan over 100 meters long, breaching with slow, apocalyptic majesty. Its sheer scale dwarfed a 30-story skyscraper. Its dorsal fin cleaved the waves like a black mountain range. With a single effortless inhalation, it sucked in the surrounding seawater the corpses of electrocuted victims, the shattered hull, and Xian's mangled remains, swallowing them all whole. Wang Ning flailed his arms with desperate strength. There, just beyond the churning foam, was Shun Manchua's motorboat. Manchua, help me. I was wrong. For old time's sake, pull me aboard. Shun Manchua gazed down upon her former fiancé, her eyes glacial, cold, as if surveying refuse. He had once conspired with Xian to frame her, now he groveled like a broken dog. How utterly revolting. She raised her composite crossbow and sighted steadily on Wang Ning's skull. Thwip! An armor-piercing bolt pierced his cranium with surgical precision. Crimson blossomed. His corpse convulsed twice in the water, then vanished beneath a frenzy of mutated sharks, torn limb from limb in seconds. That slaughter ignited the hunting grounds into pure, unbridled chaos. At the Shark King's deafening roar, over 100 mutated sharks, each over 10 meters long, launched indiscriminate carnage. Screams, splintering timber, desperate fading cries, woven together into a symphony of hell. Within moments, severed limbs and broken bodies carpeted the sea. Zhao Jiangwo of the Chongrong vessel acted without hesitation. This is no creature mortal hands can oppose. Retreat, immediately. Through sheer numbers, the Chongrong vessel managed to impale 2 massive mutated sharks. They hauled aboard a black iron treasure chest, then spun the vessel hard and fled. Other factions scattered even more frantically, their vessels fleeing outward in panic. Slower wooden boats were snapped in half by a single bite. Screams erupted in relentless waves. The remaining survivors shattered completely. Run. This is unwinnable. It's unbearable. Too terrible. That Shark King crushed an entire motorboat in one bite. This mission isn't a test. It's a death sentence. Let whoever wants it fight. I'm out. Within 5 minutes, over 100 vessels had vanished, leaving only Lin Yuan's obsidian steel leviathan adrift solitary and unmoving upon the sea. Dozens of mutated sharks frenzied by the blood scent locked onto the yacht as prey, charging forward with savage intent. Boom, boom, boom. Dull, thunderous impacts echoed ceaselessly, yet the yacht's specialized armor remained unscratched. Instead, each colliding shark was gutted by the vessel's reinforced ram, its belly split open by the thick thigh-sized prow. Intestines and viscera spilled across the waves, their razor-sharp teeth shattered against the hull like brittle glass. The yacht was a spiked, armored tortoise, invulnerable and placable. Want meat? First break every tooth in your jaw. Lin Yuan opened his private chat interface. Lin Yuan Shinmanxue, bring your people here. Lin Yuan, I'll take the meat. You keep the broth. At the outer perimeter, Shinmanxue received the message, and her heart hammered violently. Her chance had arrived. She issued immediate orders. Full reverse. Head straight for the central battlefield. Her most trusted lieutenant paled. Boss, you're insane. That zone is swarming with mutated sharks. We'd buckle under 3 hits. You'd lead our brothers to certain death. Several crewmen nodded grimly, none willing to sail into oblivion. Shinmanxue's gaze turned glacial. She raised her Type 56 assault rifle, racked the bolt sharply, and leveled the barrel at the dissenting lieutenant. My word is law. Disobey and die now. The absolute authority of firearms silenced all protest. Trembling, her crew steered the vessel toward the heart of the slaughter. As they neared the battlefield, Ar rooted them in place. Lin Yuan's yacht was conducting a methodical, merciless purge. Radar lock engaged. High-voltage grids discharged in furious arcs. Zzz. Entire schools of mutated sharks convulsed, bellies up stunned into unconsciousness upon the waves. Full ahead, crush them, Lin Yuan commanded. The 8,000-ton yacht transformed into a mobile engine of annihilation, rolling relentlessly over the paralyzed predators. Flesh exploded. Bones snapped. Points surged across his system interface in dizzying cascades. Lin Yuan activated the yacht's loudspeaker and addressed Shinmanxue directly. The survivors are yours. The treasure chest yours to claim. Her crew stared, then burst into realization. This wasn't suicide. It was riding shotgun with a god of war harvesting riches in his wake. Hurry, grab the harpoons. There's still one breathing over there. Finish it. On board the motorboat, crewmen hacked and stabbed with feverish glee, faces flushed with triumph. Shinmanxue watched the man standing atop the yacht's highest deck. Sea wind lifted her long hair, veiling her eyes. She brushed it aside and found herself utterly transfixed. Now enraged, the 100-meter G-class Shark King watched its kin slaughtered without resistance. It unleashed a roar that shook the heavens, its colossal form summoning tidal walls of white fury. Its maw, wide enough to swallow the yacht whole, hurtled forward in a final cataclysmic charge. Impact would not breach the armor, but it would pitch the vessel violently, possibly capsizing it. Lin Yuan met the charging behemoth, his eyes blazing with battle lust. Phase 2 genetic recombination complete. 5-element affinities awakened. He'd been searching for the perfect sparring partner. This thick-skinned, unstoppable monster was a gift from heaven. Lin Yuan unbuttoned his trench coat and tossed it carelessly onto the sofa, revealing a physique carved from myth and iron. Su Bingbing stood frozen, juice glass trembling in hand. Master, what are you doing? That beast is too vast. The AI's grid won't stop it. I need to stretch my limbs. Watch closely. I'll show you how to butcher a shark. He cracked his neck, bones snapping like dry twigs. He strode to the deck's edge and leapt. Splash. He plunged into the icy, unforgiving sea. Across the global channel, broadcast via Shinmanxue's crew, the feed detonated. Holy shit. Lin Yuan's jumped. He's going to grapple with a 100-meter Shark King. That's not bravery. That's suicide. Does he think he's an ultra warrior? We plebeians simply cannot comprehend his logic. He must be tired of living. Shenhao mocked wildly across the public feed. Idiot. A pure, unadulterated idiot. He's overplayed his hand. Once he's bisected that yacht, Su Bingbing clung to the railing, tears streaming unchecked. Master. She stared into the churning water, her pulse stalling, breath suspended. Underwater. The icy seawater posed no obstacle for Lin Yuan. His physique, enhanced after the second evolution, allowed him to breathe freely beneath the surface. It whipped its enormous tail fin, creating a deep trench in the sea. With a mouth large enough to swallow a truck, it charged towards Lin Yuan like an out-of-control high-speed train. Lin Yuan hovered in the water, his gaze piercing. Mastering the 5 elements, he raised his hand sharply. Water condensation. A terrifying surge of mental power erupted. The surrounding tens of thousands of tons of seawater instantly came to life, frantically converging around the Shark King. With a loud crack, thick, icy chains materialized out of thin air, binding the Shark King's massive body. 1, 10, hundreds. The giant beast 100 meters long was firmly locked in place by the ice, unable to move an inch. The Shark King struggled wildly, its massive tail creating terrifying currents. The power of the G-class mutated beast was indeed astonishing. The ice chains began to crack with fine fissures. Still quite strong, Lin Yuan sneered. He brought his hands together in front of his chest, brilliant red flames leaping from his fingertips, lighting a fire underwater, completely defying the laws of physics. This was pure elemental supernatural power. Go! A burst of high-temperature flames detonated directly underwater, slamming into the Shark King's eyes. Roar! The Shark King let out a pained shriek, its right eye burned into a charred blood hole. It twisted violently, finally breaking free from the ice chains. Opening its massive mouth, it made a desperate strike. Lin Yuan did not retreat, but advanced. His body shot forward like a black torpedo, instantly reaching the Shark King's jaw. Golden sharp. Lin Yuan's right arm was instantly covered with an indestructible dark golden metal. His arm transformed into an unbreakable blade. He threw a punch. Uffed. The metallic fist imbued with terrifying power pierced through the Shark King's tough hide, deeply embedding into its flesh. Lin Yuan's arm shook violently. The raging power exploded within the giant beast. Its internal organs were instantaneously churned into mush. The 100-meter-long Shark King convulsed violently a few times before its massive body went completely rigid. Life extinguished. On the surface of the sea, the churning water gradually calmed. The enormous corpse of the Shark King surfaced, resembling a lifeless black island. Lin Yuan stood atop the Shark King's back, wiping the seawater from his face. His figure tall and imposing, he resembled a god of death. This scene left Shen Manxue and her subordinates in awe. He single-handedly killed a G-class sea beast. Is he a deity? If anyone dares to say Lin Shen only hides on the ship again, he'll be the first to tear their mouth apart. Ding. The system's announcement echoed in the minds of all survivors. Ding. The preliminary task has been completed. The mutated shark group has been cleared. The reward for points ranking is beginning to be distributed. First place, Lin Yuan. Kill count accounts for 90 U Slayer of the leader. Received unique reward Platinum Grade Blind Box X1. Received the honorary title Shark Butcher, wearing it increases deterrence against marine life by 10. Earned 10000 reputation points. Second place, Shen Manxue. Received Golden Blind Box X1. Third place, Zhao Jiangwo. Received Silver Blind Box X1. Fourth place, Black Dragon. Received Bronze Blind Box X1. The entire area was shaken to its core, and no one dared to mock again. This was the ruthless individual who had slain a 100-meter giant beast with sheer physical strength. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, absolute power was the only truth. Zhao Jiangwo looked at the silver blind box in his hand and sighed. With a few hundred people, they couldn't compare to Lin Yuan alone. Black Dragon, seeing the bronze blind box, was furious and smashed the control panel to pieces. Lin Yuan excavated the fist-sized blue crystal core from the Shark King's head and stored it in his storage space. With a push of his legs, he leaped back onto the deck of the yacht. Su Bingbing hurriedly rushed over with a dry towel, tenderly wiping his body, her eyes filled with wild admiration. Master, you are simply amazing. As the task concluded, various wooden treasure chests began to spawn en masse on the surface of the sea. Dense and numerous, they bobbed with the waves. The survivors went completely mad, frantically fishing with broken wooden boards. The regional channel instantly turned into a celebration. I struck it rich. I found a cotton jacket. I opened a metal axe. I fished out a whole box of compressed biscuits. I found a quilt, thanks to Lin Daolao for leading the way. However, Lin Yuan showed no signs of amusement. Suddenly, the radar in the cockpit emitted an extremely piercing, continuous alarm. Beep, beep, beep. A vast, incomprehensible shadow appeared on the radar screen. The area was larger than the radar's scanning limits. Main brain, what's going on? Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he focused on the screen. Master, abnormal tectonic shifts have been detected at the ocean floor. An ultra-large-scale, high-dimensional energy entity is rapidly rising. Lin Yuan abruptly turned to look at the surface of the sea. The water was boiling violently, with large amounts of water vapor rising, creating a thick white fog, accompanied by deafening sounds of tectonic fractures. A colossal island blocking out the sky surged from the ocean floor. Black rocks, ancient and crumbling giant stone structures, bizarre vegetation. A thick layer of dense gray fog enveloped the island, exuding a chilling ancient aura. This was no ordinary island. This was a marine relic that had been asleep for countless years. At that moment, the system's blood-red announcement directly dominated everyone's vision. Warning: the meteorological system has undergone irreversible mutation. The extreme cold wave originally set to arrive the day after tomorrow, influenced by unknown high-dimensional energy, will arrive in 2 hours. It is advised to dock at the island immediately and seek a safe harbor. Lin Yuan squinted, his eyes sharp. An island suddenly emerged from the sea. What deadly secrets lay hidden on this island? Clearly in his previous life this island had never appeared. Could it be that his slaying of the Shark King triggered an unknown change? However, survival at sea often comes with both danger and reward. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. Full speed ahead, target the giant island. He wanted to see what tricks this ghostly place could play. The steel behemoth roared once more, speeding towards the mysterious giant island. At that moment, a blood-red distress message suddenly popped up in the regional channel. Someone help me. There are monsters on the island. The moment the message was sent, the person's avatar turned gray. Death. The entire island abruptly rose from the seabed, resembling a black continent stretching across the ocean's surface. The black rocks flickered in and out of visibility within the dense fog, and the ancient stone structures resembled the remnants of gigantic beasts emanating an aura that did not belong to this world. A large-scale high-dimensional energy field has been detected. The island has been named the Lost Arkham. Red announcements are pinned at the top. The regional channels have exploded due to the emergence of this island. Damn, this island is ridiculously huge. I can't see the end. Should we go up? The waves are too strong at sea. The boat is going to capsize. A brave soul attempted to land, but the moment he stepped onto the black stone beach, a piercing scream echoed through the channel. Help! There's something in the ground. It's gnawing on my leg. Something's not right. I saw someone just reach the shore, and they were dragged in by a tentacle that emerged from the ground. My companion went missing right before my eyes, devoured by the stones. Run! This is not an island, it's a graveyard. The profiles of those calling for help suddenly went dark. The profiles of the deceased flickered rapidly, with hundreds dying in a short span. These were all individuals who attempted to land on the island. At this moment, a blood-red system announcement dominated the screen. Global announcement: due to a sudden change in geographical conditions, the island exploration time-limited rules have been activated. 1. Any vehicle members' landing time on the island must not exceed 8 hours. 2. After 8 hours, the system will forcibly execute spatial repatriation, returning members to their respective vehicles. 3. Island danger level D level. Currently in an energy-active period, please proceed with caution. 8 hours. Then what's the point of the vehicles? Will we never be able to live on land again? Idiot, the system is cutting off our escape routes, forcing us to die at sea. Look at the temperature. My God, it's below zero. The sea breeze sliced through the surface like a knife, and the temperature plummeted sharply. 0 degrees. Waves surged up to dozens of meters high, violently crashing against those fragile little boats. My boat capsized. Help someone pull me up. I'm going to freeze to death. Who has a blanket? I'd trade my life for one. Minus 10 degrees. Damn, the water is freezing. It's too cold. My snot froze the moment it came out. Minus 20 degrees. Quick, get to shore, or we'll freeze to— Help me, someone help me, I fell into the water. The temperature dropped faster than human comprehension. The waves rolled up layers of ice debris, and the once turbulent sea quickly became viscous. The sound of cracking echoed continuously as the small wooden boats were crushed by the ice layer. In just 10 minutes, the number of survivors in the region plummeted, with 50,000 dying in the first wave of the cold wave. Under the shadow of death, everyone frantically approached the terrifying little island. The island had natural sheltered harbors. Only by leaning against it, using the island's rocks to block the wind and waves, could they find a way to survive. Lin Yuan calmly directed. Mainframe drop anchor, deep sea stabilization. Understood, master. The anchor chain has been secured and the attitude stabilizer has been activated. Boom. The yacht's massive alloy anchor plunged deep into the seabed. Despite the raging waves outside, the entire ship remained as steady as a mountain. The intelligent assistant coldly adjusted the power parameters, countering the impact of the waves. Look at that yacht. It hasn't moved an inch. Someone shouted in the channel. The desperate survivors seemed to have found a lifeline. Hurry, row over there. Lean against its side. How heavy is this boat? With waves this big, it hasn't even swayed. The Chongrong and remnants of the Blackfish gang, along with countless small speedboats, rushed towards Lin Yuan's yacht. Mainframe, activate the central temperature control system and convert the heat from the nuclear reactor. Lin Yuan gazed out at the raging icy winds. Yes, master. The cabin temperature has been locked at 26°C. Outside the windows was a hellish frozen world, while inside the yacht it was like spring. The intelligent assistant perfectly took over everything. Not a whisper of cold wind could intrude. Master, would you like a cup of hot chocolate to warm up? Su Bingbing had unknowingly changed into a fluffy pink cat-eared onesie. She stood barefoot on the carpet, holding a delicate cup in her hands. In her other hand, she clutched 2 freshly baked sweet potatoes. The skins of the sweet potatoes were roasted to a crispy golden brown, and their sweet aroma instantly filled the cabin. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Lin Yuan took the hot chocolate, took a sip, and the scalding sweetness flowed straight down his throat to his stomach. In his past life, he had curled up in a dilapidated boat, clutching a worn blanket for warmth. That feeling of freezing to the point of losing nails and consciousness was something he never wanted to experience again in this life. Su Bingbing handed the peeled sweet potato to Lin Yuan's mouth, her eyes filled with dependence. Master, the boats outside have come close. Should we drive them away? Lin Yuan glanced at the radar. Dozens of boats were tightly pressed against both sides of the yacht, using its massive hull to shield themselves from the cold wind and icy waves. Those people were huddled together, freezing like quails, enviously staring at the brightly lit yacht. No need to bother. He had more important things to do now. The appearance of the mysterious island had clearly deviated from the development of his past life. The level danger exploration degree indicated that there were dangers everywhere up there. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. But before stepping into the risk, he needed to minimize the possibilities of danger as much as possible. Today's multiple critical hits have been refreshed. It's time for a big operation. He took out that Azure primary gene potion from his storage space. This is the key to unlocking the third round of evolution. System, execute a 10,000-fold critical hit on the gene potion in my hand. Ding. Detected primary gene potion. 10,000-fold critical hit successfully triggered. You have received a 3,800-fold critical hit. The potion has undergone a qualitative leap. You have obtained level potion Sun God Essence. The blue potion instantly transformed into a dazzling golden color. The liquid flowing inside seemed to contain a miniature star. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. Level potion. That's a super potion far beyond level. What kind of changes will this tube of potion bring him? Lin Yuan tilted his head back and drank. Boom. A vast and violent surge of heat erupted through his esophagus. He felt as if a miniature sun had risen within his body. Every cell was madly rejoicing, reassembling. Heat. Intense heat. This power instantly swept away all the chill from the outside. Lin Yuan felt that even if he jumped naked into an ice cellar right now, he could melt it away. Master, you are so hot. Su Bingbing gasped softly, feeling that she was not holding Lin Yuan, but a great heating stove. That warmth was a deadly temptation in a world below freezing. Ding. Detection indicates the host has completed partial divine fusion. Third round of evolution readiness 10. Obtained passive trait Pure Yang Sacred Body Beginner. Characteristics: the host's body will permanently maintain a constant temperature, immune to any cold below 100. The temperature on the sea surface has already dropped below 20 degrees. Many boats were covered with thick layers of ice armor. Some even froze to death in their sleep because they were reluctant to spend points on charcoal. The regional channel was filled with whispers of those near death. I want to go home. I want to eat the dumplings my mom made. Lin Yuan, your boat is so big, why can't you spare us a room? We are all of the same kind, how can you turn a blind eye? Outside the yacht, dozens of battered small boats were. Why not? Why won't you let us in to take shelter? This yacht is so big, what's the harm in giving us a room? A man with a face full of snot was curled up behind a wooden box, gritting his teeth and cursing. Zhao Jingwo was wrapped in several layers of tattered nylon cloth, his old face ashen. He watched as the frozen bodies were directly pushed into the sea, a chill running through his heart. Although the Changron was large in the face of such extreme cold waves, it was no different from an iron coffin. Shut up. If you don't want to die, get closer. That's our only shelter. He knew very well that without Lin Yuan's steel behemoth blocking the wind, this group of people wouldn't last half an hour before turning into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, on the other side of the speedboat, Chun Hao and Lu Tingting were in a worse situation. The two were huddled under a damp, moldy, thin quilt, shivering in the lower cabin. Chun Hao, my feet are numb, am I going to die? Lu Tingting cried, her once delicate face now alternating between purple and blue, looking like a ghost. Chun Hao ignored her, staring intently at the luxurious yacht not far away. His heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. Lin Yuan, you beast. You clearly knew the weather was changing, why didn't you tell me in advance? He felt that everything was Lin Yuan's fault. Clenching a power upgrade blueprint in his hand, he was so angry he wanted to tear it apart. Initially, to speed up, he exchanged all the quilts and food he brought out for these cold materials. Now, although he had ample power, his life was nearly gone. Lu Tingting glared at Chun Hao with resentment. Chun Hao, you useless waste. You exchanged the blueprint, but didn't trade for food or clothes. What kind of power upgrade is that? Now look, everyone is about to freeze to death. Can your power keep us warm? Chun Hao backhanded her, leaving Lu Tingting dazed. Shut up. How can I catch up to Lin Yuan without upgrading the power? Once I get his yacht, what can I have? He stared intently at Lin Yuan's yacht, madness filling his eyes. At that moment, several IDs appeared in the public channel. Su Weiner, Lin Yuan, are you listening? I am Su Weiner. Wang Chong, Lin Yuan, we are all classmates. Our boat is about to break. Zhang Wei, we see your yacht docked in the shelter. Please help us. These few people had survived by a stroke of luck in the storm and were now crammed onto Wang Chong's dilapidated skiff. The skiff was covered with ice, ready to capsize at any moment. The freckled, ugly girl Li Li was frozen, her entire body turning purple, her lips trembling. Lin Yuan, please, we were wrong before. For the sake of our 3 years as classmates, let us come up and warm up. Just a bowl of hot water will do, I beg you. Chen Hao looked at these names, a coldness flashing through his eyes like a snake. Su Weiner, Wang Chong, Zhang Wei, Li Li. They were all old classmates of Lin Yuan, and the ones who had bullied him the most back then. A plan flashed through his mind. What is Lin Yuan's current weakness? Is it the woman on his boat, or his hypocritical sense of justice? No, neither. It is his reputation. Although reputation means little in the apocalypse, what about a public outcry from the entire region? Chen Hao endured the cold and sent these people a location. Come here. They'll take you to Lin Yuan for justice. Within 10 minutes, a shabby little wooden boat wobbled its way over. Su Weiner and Wang Chong rolled and crawled onto Chen Hao's speedboat. How go? I knew you would be loyal. Su Weiner was shivering from the cold, yet still leaned into Chen Hao's embrace. The freckled, ugly girl, Li Li, wearing a wet t-shirt, looked like a zombie from the cold. How good that beast Lin Yuan. He was eating meat on the deck while watching us suffer. He's so inhumane. Chen Hao patted Su Weiner's shoulder, his eyes cold. What good is it to just curse? We need everyone to know what kind of person Lin Yuan is. He immediately opened the regional channel and started sending a long voice message. Everyone look. This is the #1 scoundrel Lin Yuan. His old classmates are freezing to death outside, and he doesn't even make a sound. This cold-blooded demon is even fit to be the leader of the whole region. Wang Chong joined in the lament on the channel. Lin Yuan. It's me, Wang Chong. Don't you remember when I lent you half an eraser back in the day? Su Weiner was your first love? Can you bear to see her freeze to death in the sea? As these messages came out, the channel indeed exploded. The survivors, freezing madly, found an outlet for their grief. Lin Yuan, come out and respond. Are you even human? With so many empty rooms, could letting a few classmates and kill you? Exactly, capitalists are so heartless they'd rather feed dogs than give humans a way to live. Inside the yacht cabin, Lin Yuan had just finished devouring the sun god essence, emanating an astonishing heat. He looked at these disgusting remarks. Heh. He chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with disdain. These few clowns actually dared to dance in front. Master their cursing, you should I go out and explain? Su Bingbing's face turned red with anger as she waved her small fists. No need to explain. Lin Yuan casually threw on a thin shirt. He didn't even button it, revealing a chest that was perfectly sculpted. Main brain, activate external holographic projection and amplifier. He wanted to see what these mice popping out of their graves could perform. Lin Yuan walked slowly toward the deck. The moment the cabin door opened, the biting cold wind howled in. The temperature below 20 degrees was enough to instantly freeze the airways of an ordinary person. But Lin Yuan remained unfazed. It was as if he was strolling on a summer afternoon, even finding the wind refreshing. Lin Yuan, you finally came out. Wang Chong stood at the bow of Chen Hao's boat, passionately pointing at Lin Yuan and shouting. Look at how frozen Weiner has become. Do you still have a conscience? All the boats docked nearby had countless eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. Jealousy, desire. There was also the malice of the humble toward the strong, permeating the air. Lin Yuan looked down at the familiar, ugly faces below. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice exploding through the amplifier across the ice. You say I am your classmate. Wang Chong lifted his neck. Of course. The bond of 3 years of classmates can't be fake, can it? Lin Yuan nodded. Then fine, since we're classmates, they'll give you a chance. The ice in this sea isn't solid. You few whoever can jump down and swim a circle, let them on board. After all, as classmates, there should be a special entry ritual rite. The sound of waves crashing against the broken ice was infinitely amplified in that moment. Jumping into the -20-degree seawater. That was not swimming, it was diving straight into a cryogenic freezer. Lin Yuan, you're committing murder. Wang Chong trembled in fear, his facial flesh quivering. We are all classmates, how could you let us die? Su Weiner cried, her tears streaming down like rain, pointing at Lin Yuan to accuse him. Lin Yuan, you've changed. You weren't like this before, you used to like me the most. She still wanted to use that old tea art to manipulate Lin Yuan. But the current Lin Yuan only found it absurd. Like you. Lin Yuan mocked with a smile. Is it because you once used the scholarship I won to treat Wang Chong to a lavish meal, Or is it because you deliberately provided false testimony, causing me to be expelled from school, Su Weiner's face instantly turned from purple to pale, her eyes beginning to dart away. These dusty old grievances were publicly unveiled, completely shattering her facade. People on the surrounding boats began to whisper, their gazes turned strange. Damn, this girl has such a dark heart. No wonder Lin Shin ignores them. If it were me, I wouldn't care either. Su Weiner covered her face and began to cry. Lin Yuan, back then we were young and naive. Now we are cold and hungry. Oh, please help us. I beg you, for the sake of your grandfather. Lin Yuan rudely interrupted her. He casually took out a chicken leg and took a bite. It was golden and crispy, still steaming. He chewed slowly in front of these classmates who had been starving for 3 days and were frozen nearly to death. So delicious. Gulp. A synchronized sound of swallowing echoed from below. Zhang Wei's eyes turned green. He felt his stomach convulsing wildly. Lin Yuan. Don't go too far. Zhang Wei panicked, shouting. You have so much food. What's wrong with giving us a little? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Lin Yuan casually tossed the chicken bone into the sea. A few fish immediately surfaced, fighting over the bone. Retribution? I am your retribution. Chen Hao, sensing the situation was bad, quickly jumped out to stir the pot. What happened before is in the past. Now it's the end of the world. Oh, everyone should come together for warmth. Lin Yuan, look at the little clothing you have. You aren't even shivering. You clearly possess some high-level cold-resistant resources, yet you want to hoard it all. As soon as this was said, the greed of the survivors was reignited. All eyes fell on Lin Yuan's thin, billowing shirt. It was too strange. Everyone else was bundled up in layers of thick coats wrapped in blankets, yet they were still shivering. Lin Yuan was only wearing a shirt, and it was even open at the front. His skin showed a healthy rosy hue, as if there was a coal fire hidden within his body. Lin Yuan, what treasure are you hiding? Show it to everyone. Otherwise we will storm the boat. A few freezing men shouted, brandishing spears with red eyes. Chen Hao huddled in the bottom compartment of the speedboat. He immediately seized the opportunity to stir the crowd on the public channel. That's right, he's just a selfish little man. Why does he get to occupy such a large yacht all by himself? Nature's gifts should be shared. Those who sold supplies to him, think carefully, have you been scammed? With Chen Hao stirring the flames, the survivors, originally trembling from the cold, suddenly had red eyes. Hunger and cold could provoke the worst in human nature. Someone shouted loudly, hand over the artifact. Let us on the boat. Yes, share a piece with us. Otherwise, well, all die together. Qin Xian could no longer stand it. Do you have no sense of reason? Transactions are mutually beneficial. Why should things that others risk their lives for be given to you for free? Everyone should follow the rules and reason. Brother Lin's supplies were earned through hard work. Have you thought about the consequences of provoking him at this time? Their voices were instantly drowned out by the angry crowd. No one was listening to them. Everyone just wanted to climb aboard that warm nuclear-powered yacht. Wang Chong saw the crowd's excitement and that the atmosphere had escalated. Brothers, the law doesn't punish the many. Lin Yuan wouldn't dare kill us all. Charge with me. Climb onto his deck. A group of thugs frantically paddled their broken boards closer to the yacht's side. Some even took out barbed claws ready to throw them over the yacht's railing. Lin Yuan had one hand in his pocket. He finished eating the sweet potato, which was sweet, sticky, warm, and delicious. He stepped on the boat's railing and tossed the sweet potato peel away. Who said you can't wear a shirt in your own home? I'm just naturally beautiful and full of energy. You all are cold because you're weak. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense was that? Wearing a shirt in a severe cold wave, and you say it's energy. And you insult us for being weak. Anger boiled over. Wang Chong shouted, Lin Yuan, don't be too smug. My health is much better than yours. The frozen sweet potato peel slapped Wang Chong's face. Lin Yuan was too lazy to waste words with this group of moralistic garbage. Mainframe, wake them up. Yes, master. The yacht's massive nuclear reactor emitted a deep rumble. The jet ports on the side of the boat instantly opened. Boom. A huge drainage hole on the side of the boat ejected a high-pressure water column. The yacht merely tilted slightly in place. Dozens of tons of icy seawater were instantly lifted, turning into a huge wave that came crashing down on Wang Chong and his group. Splash. Ah. A whole row of small boats attempting to get closer was directly capsized by the massive wave. Wang Chong, Zhang Wei, and Su Weiner were drenched in the freezing, bone-chilling seawater. Soaked from head to toe. Ah. Cries of despair rose and fell. In -20-degree temperatures, their clothes instantly froze into hard shells of ice. Wang Chong froze, flailing like he had been electrocuted, his teeth chattering loudly. Lin Yuan, you really laid hands on me. Fine. You forced me. I will die on your deck today. With a splash, Wang Chong jumped directly into the seawater filled with broken ice. The biting cold instantly seeped into his bones. With only a dozen meters of distance, he swam desperately forward while shouting, Lin Yuan, I jumped. You just said it. Whoever jumps in and swims a lap, you will let them on the boat. All the brothers on the channel are watching. Everyone be my witness. You Lin Shin can't go back on your word. This move was the ultimate tactic of moral coercion. As long as Lin Yuan cared about his face, he would have to keep his promise and let him aboard. Once he was on, he could find a way to open the door to let the others in. Zhang Wei was freezing on the boat, shivering while desperately fanning the flames. Lin Yuan, Wang Chong has done as you said. Let him on quickly. Su Weiner chimed in. Lin Yuan, you are a man, right? A word is a promise. The surrounding survivors fixed their eyes on Lin Yuan, waiting to see how he would back down. Lin Yuan brushed the sweet potato dust off his hands. He looked down at Wang Chong, who was splashing in the water. He smiled. Did I say jumping into the water would let you come up, eh? I'm really sorry, but I have a problem since I was young. I am known for having no manners and not keeping promises. Did you take it seriously? Everyone was dumbfounded. He didn't even care about his face directly admitting he doesn't keep promises. How could he morally coerce anyone? He simply had no morals. Wang Chong, soaking in the icy water, felt his mind go blank. He had risked his life to pressure Lin Yuan into jumping into the icy water. Yet Lin Yuan had the audacity to say he doesn't keep his word. Lin Yuan, you untrustworthy beast. May you die a terrible death. Wang Chong went mad, frantically splashing the water and cursing loudly. Chen Hao also shouted from behind. Everyone sees it clearly. This is a complete scum. Zhang Wei pointed at Lin Yuan and shouted, if you don't open the door today, even as a ghost we won't let you go. Faced with the furious cries of this group, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly turned cold. Ghosts? Good, I will send you on your way. He focused his thoughts. The yacht's counter-electrical net instantly activated. ZZZ. A blinding blue high-voltage electric arc spread out through the seawater. Ah! A terribly shrill scream erupted from the water's surface. The few who jumped into the water with Wang Chong intending to cause trouble didn't even have a chance to react. They were directly electrocuted, their bodies, charred black foam spewing from their mouths. They sank straight to the bottom of the sea. Wang Chong, being farther away, was still affected by a slight residual current. He was instantly numbed by the electric shock, losing control of his bowels and bladder. Yellow liquid directly urinated into the cold seawater. It was only at that moment that he truly felt the fear of death. Lin Yuan wasn't joking with them. He really dared to kill. Moreover, he killed without blinking. Wang Chong was terrified and lost his will to curse any further. He frantically swam towards Chunhao's speedboat like a lost dog. Lin Yuan coldly swept a glance over the crowd. Who else wants to come up and try? Do it quickly. Everyone on the dozens of boats was so frightened that they closed their mouths tightly, afraid of provoking this god of death and being taken away by a wave of electric nets. Zhang Wei and the unattractive Lili clumsily extended their paddles. After expending immense effort, they finally pulled the frozen Wang Chong, who resembled an ice pop, onto Chunhao's speedboat. Wang Chong was drenched with a thin layer of ice already forming on his surface. He lay in the flooded lower cabin, convulsing violently. With a gaze full of resentment, he stared fixedly at Lin Yuan's enormous yacht. That beast Lin Yuan. I curse his ancestors. Zhang Wei shivered as he cursed. Su Weiner felt an agonizing regret in her heart. Had she known Lin Yuan was this ruthless, she would rather die than bring such misfortune upon herself. Chen Hao coldly watched these useless individuals who failed at everything. His face had completely darkened. After plotting for so long, not only had he failed to trap Lin Yuan, but he had become the punchline instead. The surrounding boats that had been watching were now silent. No one dared to provoke Lin Yuan anymore. Have you finished cursing? Zhang Wei paused for a moment before quickly forcing a smile. Brother Hao, that brat Lin Yuan is too arrogant. We're just doing this for your sake. For my sake. What are you even worth? Chen Hao suddenly kicked Zhang Wei in the stomach. The kick sent Zhang Wei stumbling back several steps, crashing into the side of the boat. If you want to stay on my boat, you better get to work. I don't keep useless freeloaders here. Chen Hao had completely turned hostile. If these people were of no use, he wouldn't waste space on his boat. He clapped his hands. Two men emerged from the lower cabin. One was a mercenary named Huang Ye with a face full of flesh and a missing front tooth. The other was a lewd-looking man named Zhang Li, whose face was covered in pimples. Both were ruthless characters that Chunhao had previously recruited from the public frequency using supplies. Huang Ye held a rusty hammer in his hand and threw it directly at Zhang Wei's feet. Did you not hear Brother Hao's words? Quickly get outside and nail those broken boards to block the wind. The cold wind howled, and the temperature had dropped to nearly -30 degrees. Going outside to nail boards at this time was like seeking death. Brother Huang, it's too cold outside, can we delay it? Zhang Wei pleaded, shrinking his neck. Slap. Huang Ye immediately gave him a loud slap across the face. The slap made half of Zhang Wei's face swell up and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. When I tell you to go, you go. If you keep talking back, he'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Wei covered his face, frightened to the point of tears. He dared not utter a word and could only pick up the hammer, pulling the still shaking Wang Chong outside. Su Weiner curled up in a corner, unwilling to touch those splintered wooden boards. She had never done such heavy work before. Yet Zhang Li's lecherous eyes were already locked onto her. Zhang Li walked over and forcefully pinched Su Weiner's chin, lifting her pale, frozen face. Don't want to go outside to freeze. All right then. Zhang Li grinned. He'll do your work for you. But in the evening you must come to the lower cabin and serve. If you serve me well, I won't forget to give you a bowl of hot soup. Su Weiner looked at Zhang Li's pockmarked face, feeling nauseous as her stomach churned. She had been the class flower adored by everyone at school. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Instinctively, she turned to look at Lin Yuan's luxurious yacht. If only she hadn't offended Lin Yuan back then. Would she now be sitting in a warm box enjoying a feast? Regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. But she had no choice as she could only humbly close her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. The unattractive Li seeing Su Weiner not having to work felt extremely unbalanced. Feeling that she was not inferior, she immediately approached Zhang Li, twisting her waist. In a coy voice, she said, "Brother Zhang, I'm also afraid of the cold. You can also do my work. I can serve you in the evening too." Zhang Li looked at Li with disdain. Her freckled face and barrel-shaped waist made him feel sick. Huh. Zhang Li spat a thick phlegm at Li's feet and kicked her aside. "Ugly freak, get away. Just looking at you makes me nauseous. Hurry up and get outside to work." Li's face turned dark with anger, gritting her teeth, but daring not to retaliate. She could only take the nails and boards crawling outside to endure the cold. They froze their hands until they cracked in the cold wind while glaring at Lin Yuan's yacht, directing all their resentment towards him. The wind and snow intensified, and a severe cold wave had officially arrived. The trading area in the public frequency had gone completely crazy, exchanging gray blueprints for winter clothing. No bargaining. Top-notch down jackets. Exchange for 2 blueprints and 10 pieces of fine steel. Those in need hurry up. The price of warming supplies had skyrocketed to an absurd level. Those pieces of charcoal and coal which were usually overlooked had now become rare treasures. A shabby heating device could even exchange for control over an entire boat. The pressure of survival for Chun Hao was increasing. Although they had nailed boards outside the cabin, the cold wind still seeped in through the cracks. Huang Ye rubbed his frozen hands, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Brother Hao, we can't just wait around like this. The supplies we have won't last through tonight." He pointed at the small boats nearby. "There are so many fat sheep, let's just rob them." Wang Chong and Zhang Wei could no longer endure the cold outside. Upon hearing about the robbery, the immense pressure of survival instantly ignited their inner malice. "Rob him in," Wang Chong shouted with red eyes. He just wanted to survive, even if it meant eating people he wouldn't care. On the other side, on Zhao Zhengwo's Chongrong boat, hundreds of people were desperately nailing the collected boards around the cargo hold, barely managing to create a huge shelter to block the wind. Without heating devices, the elderly and children were turning blue with the cold. Human nature began to collapse in the face of despair. A thin, gloomy-eyed man suddenly stood up. "Boss, if this continues, everyone will die. There are so many small boats outside. They must have food and clothes. Our boat is big, and we have many people. Let's just ram into them and rob." Zhao Zhengwo suddenly turned his head, his eyes stern. "Nonsense. We are here to survive, not to become beasts. If we do such a thing, how are we any different from the Blackfish gang?" The man was publicly scolded, his face alternating between green and white. He lowered his head and retreated into the crowd, but a trace of malice flashed in his eyes. Zhao Zhengwo did not notice the abnormality among his subordinates. He turned and walked into the captain's room, looking at the items just obtained from the silver treasure chest. 1 ton of high-quality charcoal and a blueprint for a high-level heating stove that flashed with blue light. As long as they could make this stove and use this ton of charcoal, the hundreds of people on the Chongrong boat would survive this cold wave. However, Zhao Zhengwo's expression was grim. This blueprint's manufacturing requirements, in addition to the usual metal materials, also lacked one crucial item. Core material Fire Crystal X1. This item was extremely rare and had not appeared in the public frequency so far. Listening to the suppressed cries from outside the door, several children were close to freezing to death. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. He opened the private chat with the #1 man in the area, who was like a god high above. "Brother Lin Yuan, I am Zhao Zhengwo. I am in a difficult situation." On the other side of the sea, a dazzling golden light just flashed across the mobile ship of Shinmanshua. The golden treasure chest opened, revealing a blueprint for the enhanced heavy mobile ship that radiated a golden glow. A large pile of top-quality refined steel materials along with several intermediate spirit stones emitting a gentle sheen. "Upgrade immediately," Shinmanshua commanded without a hint of hesitation. The light flashed. The mobile ship's size doubled, and the armor on its hull became even more robust. Even the windows were fitted with thick tempered glass. What excited everyone the most was that the interior of the cabin had added 2 separate heated rooms. "Wonderful. The boss is magnificent. This glass is so thick not a bit of wind can get through. There's heating now. We won't freeze to death." The subordinates below were excitedly shouting. In this extreme cold, having a windproof metal cabin felt like a heavenly treatment. Yet Shinmanshua her gaze was complex as she looked towards the nuclear-powered yacht in the distance, resembling a steel island. That man's ship, with its full-cover special alloy armor, nuclear power engine, and automatic temperature control system. She was acutely aware that a single blueprint had allowed the ship to evolve into 2 mere rooms. To reach the luxurious level of Lin Yuan's yacht, how many upgrades would that require? All right, enough of the celebration. Shinmanshua splashed cold water on her subordinates' cheers. With our rundown shack comparing it to Lin Yuan's yacht, it doesn't even qualify as a toilet. Her subordinates fell silent, all ashamedly lowering their heads as they followed her gaze. Boss, how did Lin Shun's ship reach such an extraordinary level? One of her confidants couldn't help but ask. Shen Manshued did not know and had no answer. Master, I see someone upgraded their ship, but the results were poor. They are cursing. How many upgrades does it take to reach the level of our ship? Su Bingbing lay on the sofa, her glass curves on full display, her cat pajamas making her appear cute and soft, tempting one to bully her. Lin Yuan was generous with his explanation. To upgrade to this level, at least 20 more flawless top-tier upgrades. All that many times. Su Bingbing was astonished. Of course, aside from the ship itself, all internal components, core systems, and power matrices require vast amounts of advanced blueprints and materials to fill the gaps. The gap in knowledge was immense. Lin Yuan leaned comfortably on the sofa, a virtual trading panel floating in front of him, with information refreshing at a frantic pace. The extreme cold wave had pushed all survivors to their limits. Those who previously clutched their advanced blueprints hoping to sell them at a premium could no longer hold on. No matter how good the blueprints were, they could not withstand the frigid temperature of minus 30 degrees. Yet he had stockpiled tens of thousands of items like cotton, clothing, and blankets. Seller Lin Yuan. Trade item: new thick military code X1. Requirement: exchange for any type of advanced blueprint X1. No bargaining. Seller Lin Yuan. Trade item: Tenjin of Xinjiang cotton quilt X1. Requirement: exchange for any type of advanced blueprint X1. 50 trade messages flooded the trading area. It was pure opportunism. Chen Hao, seeing this scene in the public channel, was enraged. Everyone don't trade. Lin Yuan is a bloodsucker. He thinks he can exchange an old military coat for an advanced blueprint. Is he crazy? Everyone boycott him. Passers-by were also venting in the public channel. This is too black-heart. Does Lin Shen's heart come from carbon? He truly leaves no room for others. This is a top-notch blueprint. Everyone was cursing loudly, having greeted Lin Yuan's ancestors in every possible way. However, their bodies were exceedingly honest. Ding. Trade successful. Obtained AK-47 manufacturing blueprint X1. Ding. Trade successful. Obtained titanium alloy bulletproof glass blueprint X1. Ding. Trade successful. Obtained ship body cleaning blueprint X1. The system notification sound continued unceasingly. In the face of death, dignity and value meant nothing. As long as one could survive, forget blueprints, even selling their wives would find buyers. Lin Yuan looked at the rapidly increasing blueprint stock in the back end, feeling great. Just then a private message box flickered. Zhao Jiangwo's message popped up. Brother Lin Yuan, I am Zhao Jiangwo, and I am in trouble. I urgently need a fire crystal to save my life. I know this item is precious, and I am willing to negotiate any terms you desire. Lin Yuan casually pulled out a red-hot crystal from his storage space, tossing it in his hand. Brother Wang, friendship is one thing, but rules are another. Lin Yuan's reply was straightforward. You know how hard it is to get this item. What do you have to exchange for it? On the Changrong ship, Zhao Jiangwo looked at Lin Yuan's reply with a wry smile. He knew that trying to elicit sympathy from Lin Yuan was futile. This young man was frighteningly rational. Zhao Jiangwo gritted his teeth and pulled out something from his pocket. It was a special item he had received when opening a silver treasure chest aside from charcoal and blueprints. He originally intended to keep it for research, but now survival was paramount. I have an Arkham parchment. It is a special reporting tool obtained from a treasure chest documenting some matters about that mysterious island. With this, I can exchange it for a fire crystal. Will you trade? Seeing the word Arkham, Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted and a burst of intense light shot from his eyes. This mysterious island, which had never appeared in his past life, was filled with too many mysteries and unknowns. He had been worried about not having a source of information. This was a perfect opportunity. Deal. Lin Yuan wasted no time, directly placing the fire crystal on the trading bar. With a flash of light, the trade was completed. Lin Yuan now held a yellowed parchment that emanated an ancient, musty smell. The edges of the parchment were damaged, adorned with some twisted and eerie symbols. The material was rough, and touching it gave a disgusting sensation akin to human skin. He slowly unfurled the parchment, his gaze falling on those bizarre characters. The mainframe instantly activated the analysis program, and a holographic projection translated the text into Huaxiao language. Lin Yuan read each word carefully, his previously casual expression gradually changing as a frenzied smile slowly spread across his face. I see. No wonder this island never appeared in my previous life. It resurfaced for this reason. This island is not an ancient relic at all. Lin Yuan's gaze became exceptionally sharp as he looked at the last few lines of text on the parchment. Mainframe. Enter level 1 combat preparedness. Master, what are we going to do? Su Bingbing was startled beside him. Lin Yuan suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the Arkham giant island that was faintly visible in the thick fog outside. Prepare to land on the island. The parchment depicted a terrifying phantom locked in the ground by countless iron chains. The extreme cold wave has officially arrived. The temperature plummets, dramatically dropping below -30 degrees. The once tumultuous sea surface is now frozen into an endless expanse of white ice. In the upper right corner of the regional chat channel, the number representing the remaining survivors is flashing and decreasing rapidly. In just 2 hours, another 50,000 have frozen to death. The total number of survivors has fallen below 800,000. If no action is taken, at least 300,000 more will perish in the coming month. Just as despair spreads, the system's blood-red notification box once again dominates the screen. System announcement: the island's terrain has stabilized. Limited time activation: island exploration mode. Survivors can leave their vehicles to explore the island with a time limit of 8 hours. Notice Arkham Island is classified as a level danger zone containing a large number of high-tier blueprints and special resources. Risk of life is on your own. As soon as this announcement was made, the chat channel instantly split into two factions. Some were frozen in fear, refusing to budge. Level danger. Going there is just asking for death. I might as well stay on the ship. Oh, I could survive that way. Others, driven by hunger, shouted loudly. We're going to die anyway. We might as well compete on the island. Who knows, we might dig up some high-level furnaces and everyone can be saved. On Zhao Zhengwo's ship, the heating device had just been set up and the central furnace was releasing heat, keeping the temperature inside the ship around 5 to 6 degrees, so everyone need not worry about freezing to death. Zhao Zhengwo firmly opposed going to the island upon hearing the mission report. It's too dangerous. There's an evil aura on that island. No one is allowed to go. A gloomy-faced young man stepped forward. His name was Zhou Sun, exuding a fierce energy. Boss Zhao, if we keep wasting time here, we're just waiting to die. That island is full of high-level resources. If we get them, we can survive. Perhaps we can live better than Lin Yuan. Zhao Zhengwo's face turned pale with anger. Li Xiao, you're gambling with the lives of your brothers. Zhou Sun ripped off his tattered hat and slammed it on the deck. If you don't go, I will. If I die, it's my own business. Zhou Sun turned to the starving survivors whose eyes were gleaming with desperation. Anyone who wants to survive, grab your weapons and follow me. We're going to the island to snatch resources, to loot treasure chests. Why should all the benefits go to that bastard Lin Yuan? At that moment, over 20 strong men with rusty iron pipes and harpoons stood behind him. A glint of malice flashed in Zhou Sun's eyes. He had long been displeased with Lin Yuan's high and mighty demeanor. He calculated everything clearly in his mind. Lin Yuan's ship was formidable. It was as tough as a turtle shell. But once on the island, everyone would be walking on 2 legs. How could Lin Yuan grow 3 heads and 6 arms? As long as he found an opportunity to kill Lin Yuan on the island, the control of that nuclear-powered yacht would belong to Zhou Sun. On the same ice surface, Shin Manxue was clad in a black fitted combat suit wrapped in a military coat, sold to her by Lin Yuan. She exuded an aura of decisiveness. With a cold expression, she scanned her 10 carefully chosen subordinates. Make sure to wear your cold-proof clothing tightly and load your weapons. The situation on the island is unknown. Anyone who dares to leave the group without permission, I will execute them before the monsters get a chance. Her subordinates fell silent, quickly checking their gear in preparation to go ashore. The discipline of her team was far superior to that of other ragtag groups. At the same time, Chunhao's speedboat had stealthily met up with the Blackfish Gang's ship. In the cabin, Hei Long was shirtless, and the dragon tattoo on his chest quivered with his breathing. He was holding a bloodied mountain axe. Chunhao nodded and bowed. Dragon brother, Lin Yuan has already gone to the island. His ship is currently docked on the shore. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Chong and Zhang Wei huddled in the corner, their eyes filled with greed. The mercenary Huang Yu was stroking the rusty hammer in his hand, grinning sinisterly. Brother Hao is right. That kid is just lucky to have gotten the blueprint for the ship. If it comes to unknown combat, what is he worth? Hei Long spat a thick phlegm on the ground. I've been in this game for so many years. What ruthless characters haven't I seen? That ship is impressive, but it's heavily armored. Without that ship, he's nothing but a complete waste. Let's go. Bring the brothers to the island. Today I'm going to chop off his head and use it as a ball to kick. Once we take him down, that nuclear-powered yacht will be ours. A group of thugs' eyes gleamed with a mad ferocity as they headed towards the island. In this cannibalistic environment, beautiful women often had the hardest lives. But Qin Xian was an exception. She was a practiced fighter, having trained in a traditional martial arts school from a young age. With her high ponytail neatly tied, her features were strikingly exquisite. She tightly wrapped herself in a down jacket, holding a sharpened steel pipe. She nimbly jumped off the small fishing boat, stepping onto the hard ice surface. She had long noticed the enormous... That guy named Lin Yuan, does he really have 3 heads and 6 arms? I want to go to the island and see what kind of god can scare the Blackfish Gang so badly. She tightened her grip on the steel pipe and strode toward the depths of the mist. Inside the yacht, the temperature was maintained at 26 degrees warm as spring. Lin Yuan took off his thin shirt and changed into a set of jet black tactical combat gear. This outfit fits snugly over his muscles, not hindering his explosive movements at all. Mainframe transfer the highest defense authority. Activate the outer high-voltage electric fence. The firepower module is on standby. The holographic projection flickered and the AI responded succinctly. Understood. The base is now on level 1 alert. Su Bingbing, wearing a pink cat ear pajamas, ran over to hug Lin Yuan's arm. Master, the island is too dangerous. Take me with you. I promise I won't hold you back. Lin Yuan unceremoniously pulled her hand away. He shoved a military crossbow directly into her arms. Stay obediently on the ship. If anyone tries to climb aboard, no need to ask for permission, just shoot through their heads. Su Bingbing was intimidated by the murderous intent in his tone and quickly nodded vigorously, clutching the crossbow tightly. The rear was completely secure. There were no more concerns. Lin Yuan turned and opened the hatch. A fierce cold wind rushed in. Without even blinking, he stepped out. Reaching the edge of the deck, he didn't even look at the 30-meter drop below and suddenly exerted force in his legs. He leaped down. Bang! Lin Yuan landed firmly on the hard black ice surface. His tremendous strength directly shattered the ice layer beneath him, creating a web of cracks. Nearby, a cluster of dilapidated wooden boats was docked. Hundreds of survivors, frozen and dripping snot, were preparing to huddle together to go to the island. Seeing this scene, they were all stunned. What the hell? Has Lin Yuan gone crazy? Jumping down from 30 meters without a problem. He actually went alone. Is he planning to solo this level demon island? What a big show-off. Without that invincible yacht, he's just a sitting duck on the island. This fool is definitely going to die in there with no helpers. He deserves to be arrogant. Various malicious taunts and doubts filled the air. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to spare these useless people even a glance. He brushed the ice crumbs off his pants. Single-handedly, he walked directly into the thick gray mist. At the edge of the island, dense fog enveloped the area. The black soil beneath their feet was frozen hard like iron. Zhou Sun, accompanied by more than 20 subordinates, trudged deeper, stepping cautiously. They were wrapped in various tattered bed sheets and fertilizer bags, wielding rusty iron pipes and watermelon knives. Zhou Sun led the way, turning back with a fierce glare to issue a warning. Keep your eyes sharp. A younger member shrank back nervously. Brother Sun, why is there not even a ghost around here? Zhou Sun shot him a fierce glare. Shut up. Hurry and find the treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive round stone covered with green moss beside the road suddenly cracked open without warning. Inside the fissure were countless dense, jagged white teeth. Crack! A tall, thin man on the edge couldn't even make a sound. He was directly bitten in half by that stone. Blood mixed with entrails sprayed all over Zhou Sun's face. The stone is eating people. The remaining members screamed in terror, retreating rapidly. But as they took 2 steps back, the frozen ground beneath them came to life. The ground began to churn violently. Dozens of thick tentacles covered in suction cups burst forth from the soil. They wrapped around the ankles of 3 men, dragging them towards the dark chasm below. Help me! Big brother Zhou, save me! The desperate cries tore through the surrounding fog. Zhou Sun's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. He scrambled backward with all his might, shouting at the top of his lungs. Fight back! Grab your weapons and kill them! A few brave men raised their knives and harpoons, striking desperately at the tentacles and the stone. Sparks flew. The blades met with a jarring resistance. The stone's surface was harder than steel, leaving not even a scratch. It's useless. We can't even scratch it. What the hell is this monster? We're doomed. The crowd erupted in chaos, frantically trying to flee. At that moment, the ground suddenly softened. The once hard black soil transformed into a viscous black mire. 2 slow runners found their feet, sinking directly into it. It felt as if countless hands beneath the mire were gripping their ankles, dragging them down. Pull me up. Brotherly, save me. Zhou Sun ran faster than a rabbit, not looking back. In just a few minutes, the mire completely swallowed the 2 men, leaving not a single bone fragment behind. Fear spread wildly among the remaining survivors. They sat huddled in a safe area, so frightened that they wet their pants. Chen Hao and Hei Long arrived just in time, hiding in the shadows to witness this scene. Wang Chong trembled with fear. Brother Long, there are man-eating monsters on this island. Are we still going in? Hei Long slapped Wang Chong on the back of the head. Coward, are you scared of a few broken stones? Did you notice? This group of stone monsters has eaten people, and they're not attacking anymore. Chen Hao focused intently and noticed that indeed the stone Zhou Sun had just run past remained completely still. The ground had also stopped moving. Let's go. They carefully tested the ground and found it to be true, allowing them to proceed with some peace of mind. At another part of the black stone beach, the fog was violently dispersed by a gust of wind. Lin Yuan walked steadily out of the mist with his hands in his pockets. He glanced at the man-eating stones and the soil. The information on the parchment immediately matched with the reality before him. These were merely the most basic level C beasts, mutated mimetic creatures that evolved to adapt to their environment. Zhou's son, bloodied, burst out of the fog and shouted upon seeing him. Lin Yuan, quickly help. We're all human, lend a brother a hand. Lin Yuan continued walking without pause. Lend you a hand? Who do you think you are? Do I look like a philanthropist? He couldn't be bothered to say a single unnecessary word. He simply bypassed Zhou's son and walked straight towards the giant stone monster that had just devoured a person. The giant stone monster sensed the presence of a living being, its maw opening wide again as it lunged at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan neither dodged nor avoided, suddenly clenching his right fist. His golden sharp ability activated. A layer of dark golden light instantly covered his fist. He punched out. The violent force exploded the surrounding air, creating a deafening blast. Boom. The mutated giant stone, which couldn't even be cut by a knife, was smashed into countless fragments by Lin Yuan's punch. Stinking green slime splattered everywhere. A crystal core radiating a ghostly blue light rolled out from the shattered meat. In midair, a wooden treasure chest shimmering with a faint glow popped into existence. Lin Yuan bent down and casually picked up the crystal core and the treasure chest. He raised an eyebrow. Quite generous, no wonder it's called Resource Island. He turned and strode towards the area of swallowing soil. He raised his right leg sharply and stomped heavily on the ground. The 5 elements ability, extreme cold. Terrifying frost spread wildly from beneath his feet in a fan shape. Crack, crack, crack. The thick tentacles, writhing violently, were instantly frozen into pale ice sculptures by the extreme low temperature. Lin Yuan kicked again. Bang. All the tentacles and the underground body shattered into a pile of ice shards. 3 or 4 crystal cores mixed with treasure chests fell out again. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Zhou's son and the remaining survivors sat on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. After a long moment, someone finally stammered. Holy crap. One punch kill. What on earth is this monster? We couldn't even afford to fill it with our lives, and he crushed it with one kick. Who said he was useless once he left the ship? This is clearly a monster. The immense psychological gap shattered their worldview into pieces. Just a moment ago, Zhou's son had been dreaming of leading his men to disrupt Lin Yuan's schemes. In the next moment, Lin Yuan demonstrated what absolute inhuman strength looked like right before his eyes. They were struggling with their ragtag equipment. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was like a player with a fully leveled account coming to the novice village to crush monsters and collect loot. Lin Yuan tossed everything into his storage space. He didn't even glance at Zhou's son and his useless crew, simply stepping over the pile of ice shards. The thrill of soloing dungeons and farming loot was utterly addictive. He quickened his pace, directly venturing deeper into the island. Brother son, what should we do? Are we going in or not? A younger member asked, trembling. Zhou Sen's eyes darted, gritting his teeth, and why not? Lin Yuan took so many things, does he plan to share none with us? After all, we risked our lives to scout for him. We follow him, let him clear the obstacles for us first. The deeper one ventured into the island, the colder it became. This island was blanketed in thick ice and snow. Ruins scattered everywhere hinted at the glory that once was. It likely belonged to a certain continent, having fallen into a state of dilapidation due to some unforeseen calamity. Ancient characters adorned some rock walls, though he could not decipher them. Guided by the sheepskin scroll, he pressed forward, easily overpowering the great monsters. He collected wooden chests, iron chests, and copper chests bursting with treasures. The thrill was exhilarating. Continuous strikes coupled with the operation of his pure yang sacred body. Surrounded by the frigid expanse where water froze upon contact, he was sweating lightly. He pulled the zipper of his tactical suit all the way down, opening the collar for ventilation. The 30-degree below freezing winds blasted against his sturdy chest, providing a refreshing respite. Zhou's son and several subordinates lay on the snow, their noses running and eyes glazed over. Son, go look. It's 30 degrees below zero, and he's taking off his clothes. He's dissipating heat. Our rusty pipes can't even scratch the monster's hide, and he can dismantle them barehanded. Are we going to charge in for that yacht? Or should we just kneel and call him Dad, begging him to open the remaining treasure chests? Zhou Sen lowered his voice. I bet he must have obtained some super temporary item. Remember when the system rewarded him with a platinum chest? Everyone thought for a moment, that's right. Lin Yuan must have opened a treasure chest to obtain some powerful item. How enviable. So Sengu, what should we do now? Zhou Sen replied, he only received the reward because that ship crashed into a shark. Don't worry, such a miraculous item won't last long. I've studied it. These temporary items will expire within 24 hours at most. Let's follow him. Once the item expires, we strike. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan had certainly noticed Zhou's son and the others behind him. His senses were incredibly sharp, aware of even the slightest rustle. With a burst of speed, he dashed forward, vanishing into the thick fog in just a few strides. Zhou Sun and the others were once again left dumbfounded. Sun Ge Lin Yuan has disappeared. Zhou Sun rushed out, and indeed Lin Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Strange sounds began to echo around them. A spider silk suddenly fell, ensnaring one person and pulling them down with a scream, followed by a chilling sound of chewing from above. Sengu, there are monsters. Zhou Sun's face turned pale. Another strand of spider silk descended, entangling a person's hair and yanking them upwards. In a panic, that person hastily cut their hair with a knife, unintentionally slicing their scalp without caring. Run! A flurry of spider silk descended, and the others could no longer contain their inner terror. They finally realized they were not Lin Yuan and could not handle the monsters here. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth. That damned Lin Yuan is doing this on purpose. Let's retreat and seize that ship. They scrambled back. Noticing their departure, Lin Yuan smirked disdainfully and continued deeper as indicated by the sheepskin scroll. The gray mist ahead parted and visibility opened up. Lin Yuan crushed a mutated rock underfoot and stepped over the crumbling stone steps. He had reached the central plaza. As soon as he entered, he sensed numerous malicious gazes. As expected, from behind the crumbling stone pillars, dozens of ghostly green eyes glinted menacingly. The Frost Wolf Pack. G-grade mutated beasts. They were massive, larger than fully grown bulls. Their white fur was as hard as steel needles, and their enormous claws could effortlessly tear through steel plates. If Zhou Sun or Chunhao's group had reached this point, they would have been devoured within a second, left with nothing but bone scraps. The wolf pack let out deep growls, exhaling icy vapor. They advanced with ghostly steps, completely surrounding Lin Yuan. Instead of retreating, Lin Yuan twisted his neck, releasing a crisp crack of his bones. This is perfect. Let me gauge the limits of a second-tier physique. The lead wolf howled wildly. Dozens of frost wolves leapt into the air from all directions, baring their fangs and lunging at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan exerted force beneath his feet and charged directly into the wolf pack. Bang! A powerful whip kick swept outward, smashing the head of the foremost frost wolf into a concave shape. Its brain burst, killing it on the spot. Lin Yuan clasped his hands together. Fiery red explosive flames surged wildly from his palms. Elemental power, blazing fire. He suddenly pushed his hands outward. A terrifying wave of fire engulfed the area. The incoming frost wolves were seared and torn apart by the intense flames. They howled in agony, rolling frantically in the snow. The flames had not yet subsided. Lin Yuan slashed with one hand, and the moisture in the air instantaneously condensed into dozens of razor-sharp, high-pressure water blades. Splat! The water blades sliced through the bodies of the wolf pack, bisecting over a dozen ferocious wolves on the spot. Severed limbs and flying blood splattered across the white snow. Lin Yuan wreaked havoc among the wolf pack. Each punch landed with force, unleashing his powers. The ground was littered with shimmering crystal cores and treasure chests of various glories. We've struck it rich. Lin Yuan unceremoniously waved his hand, stuffing all the spoils into his storage space. Detected a large number of low-level crystal cores in the host's storage space. Would you like to convert them into elemental energy for absorption? Absorb. A vast quantity of crystal cores was directly absorbed. The energy within him surged immensely, solidifying his second-tier strength amidst the slaughter. Just as he prepared to continue his purging, a cry for help echoed from below the ice cliff not far away. Who is nearby? Please save me. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows and glanced in the direction of the voice. He saw a young girl with a high ponytail desperately clinging to a protruding rock at the edge of the ice cliff. Her situation was dire. Her left calf had turned a purple-black hue, swollen to the point of bursting. A massive ice spider covered in barbed spikes was viciously clutching her ankle with its sharp pincers. The ice spider was frantically dragging her toward the dark abyss below the cliff. Toxic green liquid exuding a foul odor continuously dripped from the creature's mouthparts. The venom dripped onto the ice below, corroding deep pits into its surface. Lin Yuan took a quick glance and immediately turned away, preparing to leave without hesitation. In the apocalypse, the worst thing one could do was meddle in others' affairs. Fools who lacked self-awareness and sought death were not worth wasting even a second of his time. Qin Xian's sharp eyes quickly caught sight of that tall, dark figure. She desperately held onto the weight of her body and shouted with all her might. Hey, the person over there, don't go. Please save me. I have a huge secret that can buy my life. Lin Yuan didn't even pause in his steps. In this day and age, anyone could fabricate 100 grand secrets to save their lives. He had no time to listen to such nonsense. Tears brimmed in Qin Xian's eyes, desperate. The ice spider's poison was rapidly spreading through her veins. Half of her body had completely lost sensation. If this dragged on for another half-minute, she would surely be drained dry by the monster. In a life-and-death moment, she shouted out her trump card with the last bit of consciousness. I know where the true entrance to the ruins is. The key to unlock that underground maze is in my hands. Lin Yuan's steps halted instantly. He abruptly turned his head, his deep and cold gaze fixed on Qin Xian through the snowstorm. The sheepskin scroll did indeed mention it. The true core resources of this Arkham Island were all hidden deep within the underground palace. But no matter how he searched, he could not find any clues to unlock it. You better understand the consequences of deceiving me. As his words fell, he transformed into a black shadow. Boom. He crossed dozens of meters in an instant, appearing right above the ice spider. His right leg swung down like a heavy war axe capable of splitting heaven and earth with a mighty slice. The ice spider fell with a mournful cry. Qin Xian was stunningly shocked. As a descendant of ancient martial arts, she could not even comprehend the explosive power contained in this kick. But she could hold on no longer, and her whole body fell weakly. Lin Yuan pulled her hand and quickly climbed up to the shore. Qin Xian opened her eyes to see Lin Yuan's cold, icy face. What secret? Dare to lie, and I'll throw you down. Qin Xian took a deep breath. She understood the look in his eyes. This man was not threatening her. He would truly throw her off the cliff without hesitation. Qin Xian dared not hesitate for a moment. Enduring the excruciating pain of the spider's toxin spreading through half her body, she pulled out an object from her inner pocket. It was an octagonal stone key, thumb-sized and as black as ink. The surface of the stone key was engraved with extremely intricate ancient patterns identical to the symbols on the parchment in Lin Yuan's hand. Moreover, the key was faintly glowing. A chilling dark red light seeped through the cracks of the patterns as if some dormant power was awakening. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He released Qin Xian and snatched the stone key from her. Rubbing his fingers over the patterns, an extremely weak, yet profoundly unsettling wave of energy flowed into his body. It matched perfectly with the description on the parchment. This was the relic key to unlock the Arkham Underground Palace. Authentic. Where did you get this? Lin Yuan stored the key in his storage space and looked down at Qin Xian, who was slumped on the ice, his tone still cold. Qin Xian bit her lip, suppressing the burning pain from the spreading toxin. After I landed on the island, I crushed a mimic monster disguised as ground. It rolled out of its stomach after it died. At that time, the object was glowing, and I instinctively felt it was extraordinary. Later, I saw an identical pattern on a broken wall and realized it might be some sort of key. Luck. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman's luck was indeed not bad. He looked down again at Qin Xian. Her high ponytail was disheveled, her face covered in frostbite and scratches, and her lips were chapped from the cold wind. Yet her features were strikingly handsome, her brows and eyes filled with an extraordinary brightness. Even in such a dire state, there was no trace of the flattery and pleading that Lin Yuan found distasteful in her eyes. She was using her own leverage to negotiate, not begging on her knees for his charity. Your leg has been poisoned by the ice spider's neurotoxin. Lin Yuan crouched down and casually tore open the pant leg of her left leg. Her calf had already swollen to a purplish-black color, and the toxin could be seen crawling along the veins beneath her skin, resembling a spider web. In no more than 5 minutes, the toxin would invade her heart. At that time, even a great celestial being would be unable to save her. Without warning, Lin Yuan's palm pressed against her exposed calf. His hand was scorching hot, like a piece of red-hot iron. Qin Xian's body involuntarily shivered. This warmth sent a subtle thrill through her heart. This man's palm was so hot. The constant warmth from Lin Yuan's pure young body penetrated her icy leg, which was nearly numb. He subtly adjusted the elemental powers, releasing a soft fire energy from his palm. The high temperature spread backward through her veins, pushing the toxin inch by inch back to the wound. Hiss! Qin Xian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, her fingers gripping the icy surface tightly. Excruciating pain. It felt as if someone were scraping along her veins with a red-hot knife. But she remained. Her teeth chattered and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, yet she didn't utter a sound. Lin Yuan cast her a slightly surprised glance. This level of endurance would stand out even among men. With a soft pop, a stream of dark green noxious liquid was completely expelled from the spider bite on her calf. The toxin was entirely cleared. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand and casually took out a roll of medical gauze from his storage space, tossing it onto her. Wrap it yourself, though I want to tend to you. Qin Xian received the gauze, lowered her head, and quickly bandaged herself. Her ears turned slightly red. She didn't know if it was from the pain earlier or because of that scorching hand pressing against her calf. After finishing the bandage, she tried to move her left leg. Although it was still a bit sore, she had completely regained sensation. Thank you. What's your name? He asked without turning around. Qin Xian. Lin Yuan paused slightly. Qin Xian. So it was her. Keep up. Lin Yuan tossed out 2 words and strode deeper. Qin Xian was momentarily stunned, but quickly followed with the steel pipe in hand. She did not know why this man was willing to take her along. But on this man-eating island, following such a formidable person was undoubtedly the wisest choice. The two of them walked one in front of the other, passing through the dilapidated stone corridor. Along the way, the lurking mimic monsters and mutated spiders seemed to sense Lin Yuan's terror. They all shrank back into their nests, not daring to show their heads. Qin Xian's eyes widened. When she arrived, she had been chased by these monsters, almost losing her life. Now, following Lin Yuan on the same path, those monsters had all turned coward. This was the biological intimidation brought about by absolute strength. With the top predator passing by, the lower-tier creatures did not even dare to breathe heavily. The two moved quickly. After about 10 minutes, a half-collapsed giant stone door appeared ahead. The stone door was over 10 meters high, its surface covered in dense ancient ruins. The two doors were tightly shut, with faint dark red light seeping through the gaps. Above the door frame, there was a prominent octagonal recess. It was shaped exactly like the key. This is it. Lin Yuan took out the black stone key from his storage space. Once we enter, stay close to me. Do not touch anything you do not recognize. Did you hear me? Qin Xian nodded firmly. I heard you. Lin Yuan raised the key and precisely fitted it into the recess above the door frame. Click. A dull mechanical sound resonated from deep within the stone door. The entire giant stone door trembled violently, and the ancient runes on it lit up instantly. The dark red light surged wildly, illuminating the surrounding ice field for dozens of meters. Boom! The two massive stone doors slowly opened inward. An ancient, suffocating aura surged forth from the darkness behind the door. Qin Xian instinctively took half a step back. Her body was sending a warning. The things behind the door were 1,000 times more dangerous than those mimic monsters outside. But Lin Yuan had already stepped inside. His silhouette blocked the dark red light pouring out from behind the door, forming a tall, straight shadow in the darkness. Qin Xian took a deep breath and gripped the steel pipe tightly. She followed him in. At the same moment that Lin Yuan and Qin Xian stepped into the entrance of the ruins, a grand performance was unfolding on the icy plains surrounding the island. The heavy fishing vessel of the Black Dragon rested on the ice as dozens of thugs from the Black Fish Gang emerged one after another, wielding various deadly weapons. Chunhao's speedboat followed closely behind. Wrapped in 3 layers of tattered cotton blankets, Chunhao shivered from the cold, yet he did not forget to gesture animatedly. Dragon brother, I just intercepted a message from the channel. Someone said Lin Yuan has entered the depths of the island all by himself, and that large stone door is the entrance. All we need to do is follow his route. Once he clears out the monsters, we can sneak in and loot the place. The biggest mistake that kid made was going to the island alone. The Black Dragon held a half-frozen cigar in his mouth. On the boat, I couldn't do anything to him. On land, he must understand that there's strength in numbers, right? Wang Chong and Zhang Wei shivered uncontrollably. Dressed too lightly, they had stolen 2 cotton jackets from others to keep warm, yet they were still freezing with snot running down their noses. Wang Chong's face bore ugly burns left from when he was caught in the electric net. Lin Yuan seems a bit formidable. Can we really take him on? Zhang Wei asked, trembling. Having been former classmates, he had some understanding of Lin Yuan. When he was ruthless, he was truly frightening. After the initial surge of enthusiasm, he was genuinely concerned. Chunhao kicked him in the rear. Nonsense. More than 40 of us against one. Even if Lin Yuan is superhuman, if you stab him a few times, he will bleed. Huang Yi swung a hammer, exposing his toothless grin. No matter how strong Lin Yuan is, he's still made of flesh. If dozens of knives cut into him, can he grow 3 heads? Hearing this, Wang Chong also chuckled indeed. A group of thugs, emboldened, followed the safe route, cleared by Lin Yuan, making their way deeper into the island. Their plans were quite ambitious. Once Lin Yuan had exhausted himself inside, they would swarm him. Overpowering him with numbers, it was foolproof. But 200 meters behind them in the thick fog, another pair of icy eyes was fixated on their retreating figures. Shun Manchua, clad in black combat gear with a thick winter coat over it, held a Type 56 rifle. Behind her were 8 carefully selected subordinates. Boss, they've all gone in, one confidant reported softly. Shun Manchua narrowed her eyes, piercing through the wind and snow. Follow them. Keep your distance, do not expose yourselves. Lin Yuan had messaged her to harvest any fish that slipped through the net from the outside. However, the dim red light emitted from the ruins was something she could feel even from hundreds of meters away, containing a terrifying energy within. There must be something extremely precious inside. She was not Lin Yuan's subordinate. The golden contract limited her actions, but did not restrain her pursuit of greater power. Lin Yuan, you can confidently clear the path ahead. He'll handle the dirty work behind you. She raised her rifle and silently followed the footprints of those thugs, slipping into the fog. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who will be the last to benefit? It remains to be seen. Behind the stone door was a vast passageway extending downward. The passage was about 10 meters wide and 8 meters high. The walls were constructed from solid black rock, with seams so tight that not even a needle could fit through. Every 5 meters of fist-sized glowing stone was embedded in the wall. The stones emitted a chilling dark red light, illuminating the entire passage like a corridor from hell. Lin Yuan walked ahead with steady steps. His senses had evolved to an extraordinary sharpness. Every slight movement of air and every minuscule vibration of the stone bricks in the passage escaped his perception. Qin Xian followed 2 steps behind him, constantly scanning the walls around them. The walls were filled with numerous relief sculptures. The content depicted in the reliefs was extremely shocking. Magnificent cities stood atop the sea with towering spires reaching into the clouds and bridges spanning the straits. The inhabitants wore robes reminiscent of ancient Romans, yet their faces differed from any known human. Their eyes were unreasonably large with vertical pupils, like snakes. The latter half of the reliefs depicted a sudden shift in style. The sky split open and the sea boiled. A colossal, terrifying figure large enough to blot out the sky descended from the rift. Countless residents knelt on the ground, some praying and others screaming. In the final relief, that horrifying figure was bound by countless chains and forcefully dragged underground. The earth collapsed and the city sank to the seabed. This island. Qin Xian couldn't help but speak up. It's not a ruin. Lin Yuan calmly took over the conversation. This is a prison. A prison specifically built to confine a certain existence. The information on the parchment perfectly matched the reliefs before them. This ancient civilization used an entire city as the price to lock away a terrifying being that fell from the sky. The city along with the island sank to the seabed. Until today. Until he killed the 100-meter shark king, the shockwave activated the energy field at the bottom of the deep sea. This underwater prison, which had been dormant for who knows how many years, finally resurfaced. What was locked down there? Qin Xian asked in horror, unable to help but move closer to Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan was intimidating, he was quite handsome and had saved her. Qin Xian completely forgot how Lin Yuan had threatened her and how she had given him the key in order to survive. She entirely forgot that without the key Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to enter. You talk too much, Lin Yuan said coldly. Qin Xian immediately covered her mouth, her big eyes wide open in a gesture of agreement indicating that she would definitely keep quiet. Lin Yuan was quite pleased with her tact. He did not wish to answer that question. If Qin Xian continued to ask, he would swiftly abandon her. The original text on the parchment mentioned the fragments of the god of falling stars, a part of a complete deity trapped deep within the earth by this civilization's binding techniques. This civilization perished as a result. Lin Yuan was extremely curious about what this so-called god truly was. If he is a god, how could he be imprisoned? How could a part of a deity lead to the destruction of an entire civilization? Only by clarifying these questions could he perhaps catch a glimpse of the truth behind the grand voyage. To survive, truly survive. Lin Yuan's gaze made Qin Xian fall silent in an instant. This man was not forced into this adventure. He was actively hunting. That kind of madness, viewing tremendous danger as prey, made Qin Xian's heart. The passage grew deeper. The temperature in the air was rising instead. Some energy field from deep within the earth continuously released heat. After walking for about 5 more minutes, the end of the passage opened up suddenly. The two stood at the entrance of a massive underground space. My God! Qin Xian's eyes widened. Before them stood a complete underground city. The dome soared 100 meters high, covered with dark red crystal stones, making the entire space resemble a colossal red heart. The architectural style of the city was identical to that depicted in the reliefs outside. Towers, arches, squares, and temples. Although all the buildings were in ruins, their main structures remained intact. And in the center of the city, a massive altar stood tall. Countless chains as thick as arms extended from beneath the altar, connecting to deeper beneath the earth. The chains trembled slightly. It seemed as though whatever was locked below was breathing. Ding. Detected host entering the Arkham core area. Starting time-limited instance, the prison of the god of falling stars. Instance rating level current. The rating will dynamically increase with the depth of exploration. Completion rewards unknown. Linked to exploration depth and kill count. Lin Yuan scanned the vast underground city before him attentively. Let's go. He was the first to step onto the stone steps leading to the underground city. Just as the two stepped into the underground city, chaotic footsteps and heavy breathing echoed from the distant passage. The Black Dragon led over 30 thugs from the Black Fish gang, spilling out from the passage. Shenhao Wang Chong and Zhang Wei closely followed behind. Dragon brother. There's a passage ahead that's been cleared. All the monsters inside are dead. One of the subordinates shouted excitedly. The Black Dragon raised his mountain-cleaving knife, a fierce expression sweeping across his face. That idiot Lin Yuan cleared the whole path for me. Accelerate. Keep up. They moved along the path Lin Yuan had taken without obstruction. In the areas that Lin Yuan had cleared, not even a fly remained. Shenhao was bubbling with joy inside. Dragon brother is brilliant. This is called reaping the rewards without the toil. While Lin Yuan is fighting hard up front, we are picking up the spoils in the back. He had no idea that just 100 meters behind them in the shadows, Shin Manxue was coldly observing their retreating figures. After Lin Yuan and Qin Xian stepped into the underground city, everything appeared calm. The crumbling stone streets were covered in thick dust, and the doors and windows of the buildings on either side stood wide open, revealing a pitch-black interior. Qin Xian closely followed behind Lin Yuan, her fingers turning white as she gripped the steel pipe tightly. It was too quiet. This silence was more unsettling than the monsters outside that would bite at the slightest provocation. Her instincts warned her that something was amiss. Lin Yuan suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening. "Don't move." Qin Xian immediately froze in place. Lin Yuan slowly turned his gaze, scanning the surroundings. On either side of the street, those stone statues she initially thought were mere decorations were now turning their heads with excruciating slowness. The densely packed stone statues silently descended from their pedestals on both sides of the street. They stood about 3 meters tall, entirely composed of hard black stone. They wielded enormous stone spears and shields. In their hollow eye sockets, 2 ghostly blue flames flickered. Stone soldiers. Unflevel guard unit. According to the carvings, these were the eternal guardians created by this ancient civilization to protect their prison. The city had been submerged for countless years, and its inhabitants had perished, yet they continued to execute their original orders. These stones are moving. Qin Xian's voice trembled. As a good young socialist who embraced the principles of the 5 talks and 4 beauties, she could face the ice spiders, but was terrified of these supernatural beings. She couldn't help but inch closer to Lin Yuan, her back colliding against him. It hurt. Qin Xian's face flushed crimson, and she quickly stepped aside. Lin Yuan was caught off guard by the surprising elasticity, secretly thinking that this girl was quite something. But this was not the time for distractions. "I noticed," Lin Yuan replied, indifferently, treating it as a common occurrence. "Oh," Qin Xian touched her nose, feeling quite embarrassed. But at that moment, the leading stone soldier let out a roar that was as deep and thunderous as an earthquake. Boom. Dozens of stone soldiers moved simultaneously. The ground trembled violently under their heavy steps. Each stride felt like a minor earthquake. The stone spears carrying tons of force were hurled directly towards Lin Yuan and Qin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 stone spears tore through the air, creating a piercing sound. "Get down." Lin Yuan wrapped his arms around Qin Xian's waist and pushed off forcefully. The 2 figures instantly vanished from their spot. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 stone spears crashed heavily into the ground where they had just stood, creating 3 half-meter-deep craters in the hard stone surface. Debris flew everywhere. If an ordinary person had stood there, they would have been reduced to nothing. Lin Yuan held Qin Xian, landing several meters away, her heart racing, both from the brush with death and from the scorching hand on her waist. The grip was incredibly strong, yet perfectly measured, neither painful nor allowing any chance of movement. That overwhelming sense of complete control sent shivers down her spine. "Steady yourself, don't run around." Lin Yuan released her, his voice calm. He walked towards the dozens of stone soldiers, his pace unhurried, even carrying a hint of leisure, contrasting starkly with the earlier perilous moment of nearly being pierced by the spears. The leading stone soldier raised its massive stone shield, letting out an ear-splitting roar. The 4 stone soldiers formed a phalanx, simultaneously swinging their spears towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan clenched his right fist. Golden sharp. The dark golden metal instantly covered his entire right arm. He stepped forward, his body shooting like a black cannonball directly into the center of the stone soldier's formation. Bang! The first punch struck the chest of the leading stone soldier. The half-meter-thick stone shield crumbled like paper before the dark golden fist. It was shattered to pieces. The force of the punch pierced through the shield, directly smashing the stone soldier's torso. The 3-meter stone giant split in half and collapsed with a thud. Without allowing the debris to settle, Lin Yuan spun his body, delivering a dark golden whip kick that shattered the legs of the second stone soldier. The enormous body, deprived of support, crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into a pile of debris. There was a third, then a fourth. Stone spears attacked from both sides. Lin Yuan advanced rather than retreated, crossing his arms to block. Ding! The sharp sound of metal clashing against stone echoed throughout the underground city. The tips of the 2 stone spears shattered. Lin Yuan shook his arms, flinging the broken stone spears away. With a reverse punch, he smashed the heads of 2 stone soldiers into dust. Qin Xian stood at a distance watching this scene, utterly dumbfounded. She finally understood one thing. The reason this man dared to venture alone into the leveled dangerous island. It was not because he was insane. It was because he possessed this absolute strength. Lin Yuan was wreaking havoc among the stone soldiers, each punch precise, violent, and without reserve. Although the stone soldiers had formidable defenses in the face of the dark golden elemental abilities, they were no different from clay. In less than 3 minutes, Dozens of Flevel stone soldiers had turned into piles of debris. Dark red crystal cores rolled out from the rubble along with several iron treasure chests emitting a blue glow. Lin Yuan casually collected them into his storage space. He hadn't even broken a sweat. These Flevel Guard units capable of leaving Chun Hao and the Black Dragon's men as mere bones. In Lin Yuan's hands they were mere punching bags for warm-up exercises. The gap. A gap so immense it was despair-inducing. This was the difference between the pinnacle and the bottom of the food chain. Qin Xian stepped forward looking at the debris and crystal core remnants scattered on the ground, swallowing hard. Just how strong are you? Lin Yuan brushed off the stone dust from his fists. To a level you don't need to know. The ambiguous, yet domineering statement made Qin Xian's face flush, her eyes sparkling. But she quickly suppressed that hint of amusement and maintained a serious expression as she followed him. In this cannibalistic world, developing other thoughts about a man she had just met was not a wise decision. The two continued to delve deeper into the underground city. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the underground city, the Black Dragon and his men had just arrived. They were all dumbfounded as they gazed at the magnificent underground city before them. Damn, this place is too damn big. Dragon brother, look. Those statues. All shattered. Could it be Lin Yuan's doing? The Black Dragon glanced at the rubble scattered on the ground, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. But it was quickly suppressed by greed. Move. Don't dawdle. He fought alone for so long he must be exhausted. When he tires, that's our best chance to strike. Just some broken stones. Chun Hao kicked a piece of debris and spat. Listen up, everyone. The reason Lin Yuan has this power is that he received the reward from the platinum chest. Some say he must have used a time-limited item from it. Right. Wang Chong immediately chimed in. Brother Hao is right. He can't possibly be this strong without using an item. Everyone's confidence surged. More than 40 thugs swarmed into the underground city. However, they had barely walked 100 meters when the fragments of the stone statues that Lin Yuan had shattered began to tremble ominously. No, something's off. Wang Chong was the first to notice the anomaly. He saw the shattered stones reassembling on their own. Although they couldn't return to their original complete form, each piece had grown sharp edges. In the next instant, they shot towards the crowd at terrifying speed, like marbles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah, my leg. A black fish gang lackey on the outskirts screamed. A piece of debris pierced through his calf. More fragments flew in from all directions, dense as a rainstorm. Get down. Quick, get down. The Black Dragon roared. The thugs scrambled to cover their heads and flee. But the debris attack had no blind spots. In just a few seconds, 5 or 6 people were struck, blood gushing as they fell. Although the stone soldiers couldn't reassemble after being shattered by Lin Yuan, the remnants activated their final defense mechanism. They launched indiscriminate attacks on the intruders that entered afterward. When Lin Yuan passed by, the remnants had yet to activate this mechanism. But the newcomers were not so fortunate. Dragon brother, these fragments have come to life. Run forward. We'll be safe once we leave this area. The Black Dragon hurriedly charged ahead with his mountain-splitting knife. Chun Hao rolled and crawled using Wang Chong and Zhang Wei as human shields hiding behind them. You guys hold the front. Hold the front. Wang Chong pushed to the front, was terrified. Several pieces of debris struck his arms and shoulders, drawing, Chun Hao, you bastard. Are you using me as a shield? Shut up. If you don't hold it, who will it? A group of people rushed out, finally escaping the range of the debris attack. After counting the numbers, 3 were dead and 7 were severely injured. The Black Dragon's face twisted in rage. Lin Yuan. It's all Lin Yuan's doing. He had no idea it was the stone soldiers' automatic defense mechanism. He only felt that Lin Yuan had deliberately set a trap behind them. In the central square of the underground city, Lin Yuan stood before a massive altar, gazing up at the pitch-black chains that extended from the ground. The chains, as thick as a man's arm, had already become as wide as a water barrel at this point. The links were engraved with densely packed runes emanating a chilling dark red glow. The chains were connected to a gigantic black stone coffin at the center of the altar. No, to be precise, it was not a coffin. It was a vast sealing vessel. The surface of the vessel was covered in cracks. Each crack oozed a strange oppressive light, radiating colors beyond the definition of human eyes. Staring too long would cause dizziness, as if some force had invaded his entire brain. Ding. High-dimensional energy entity detected. Fragment of the God of Starfall, 7th fragment. Current state sealed. Sealing strength 67. Warning, the seal is gradually weakening. Estimated remaining stable time 72 hours. After 72 hours, the fragment will break free from the seal, at which point the danger level will rise to S grade. Lin Yuan squinted his eyes. So after 72 hours it would rise to S grade. This meant that while the seal was still effective, the danger level here was at most D grade. This was the optimal exploration window. He scanned around the altar. 6 massive stone pillars surrounded the altar, each topped with a fist-sized glowing crystal. The 6 crystals emitted light of different colors, red, blue, green, gold, purple, and white. Words were engraved on the base of the pillars. After remote analysis by the main brain, the translation results were projected onto Lin Yuan's retina. Spirit of the 6 pillars, seal of the divine lock. Take one, gain its power. Take them all, unlock the prison. Lin Yuan instantly understood. These 6 crystals were the core of this prison. Each crystal contained immense power. Taking one would grant the abilities contained within the crystal. But if all 6 were taken, the seal would collapse entirely, and whatever lay beneath would emerge. Greed leads to ruin. Moderation is the true path. Lin Yuan approached the nearest stone pillar. The golden crystal radiated a scorching heat. As he reached out his hand, the entire altar suddenly trembled violently. The bases of the 6 pillars cracked simultaneously. From the fissures emerged 6 massive stone guardians. But these guardians were not on the same level as the stone soldiers outside. They stood 5 meters tall, their bodies covered in a flowing dark red energy armor. Their weapons were no longer stone spears, but energy blades condensed from pure energy. Grade elite guardian units. 6 of them. Interesting. Lin Yuan flexed his wrist. The 6 elite guardians struck simultaneously. The ground cracked horrifically under their heavy footsteps. 6 energy blades slashed down from 6 different directions. A net of death with no escape. Qin Xian hid behind a distant pillar, her heart racing. 6 5-meter-tall giant monsters attacked at once. Could Lin Yuan still crush them as easily as before? The answer was yes. Lin Yuan pushed off the ground fiercely. He shot up like a cannonball. The 6 blades crossed beneath him, slicing through the air, but only cutting through his afterimage. Lin Yuan flipped in midair, crossing his arms in front of his chest. 5 elements. Resonance. Boom. His body erupted with 5 distinctly different elemental energies. Golden sharpness, scarlet flames, ethereal blue ice, verdant wind blades, and deep brown earth power. The 5 forces intertwined, resonating and layering within his body. This was his first attempt at operating the 5 elements simultaneously after absorbing the essence of the sun god. The resonance of the 5 elements produced a terrifying power far beyond their individual uses. Lin Yuan dove downward. His right fist, enveloped in 5-colored flowing light, resembled a meteor crashing down. Boom. His fist struck the top of the first elite guardian. The 5-colored energy erupted instantly. The dark red energy armor shattered like paper under the impact of the 5 elements' resonance. The enormous stone body was pierced from head to toe by a beam of 5-colored light. Then it exploded into countless fragments. The moment Lin Yuan landed, he spun and charged toward the second guardian, delivering a kick that shattered its knee. He followed up with a punch that directly shattered its core. The third guardian's energy blade slashed from behind. Lin Yuan did not look back, pushing his right hand backward. An extremely cold ice wall materialized out of thin air. The energy blade struck the ice wall and was deflected. Lin Yuan turned, clasped his palms together, and thrust forward. A high-pressure water blade sliced the upper half of the third elite guardian into 3 pieces. The 4th and 5th guardians charged at him simultaneously. Lin Yuan generated power in his legs and jumped sideways. Each movement created a terrifying sonic boom. His speed was so fast that the stone guardian's attacks could not keep up. 2 fists. It only took 2 fists. The 4th guardian was pierced through the chest, and the 5th guardian had its neck broken. With 2 loud thuds, they fell. The last elite guardian seemed to sense fear. Its movements showed obvious hesitation. Lin Yuan gave it no chance to hesitate. 5 elements, unique ability, golden sharpness. His right arm transformed into a giant dark golden battle blade. He swung down, cleaving from head to toe. The 5-meter-tall stone giant was perfectly split in half. From the cut surface, dark red energy gushed out like blood. Then it extinguished completely. 6 grade elite guardians. In less than a minute, they were all annihilated. A multitude of crystal cores and treasure chests exploded from the rubble, including 2 silver chests emitting a silvery glow. Lin Yuan collected all the spoils into his storage space and approached the stone pillar embedded with the golden crystal. He reached out and pulled the golden crystal from the top of the pillar. Ding! Acquired special item, seal pillar core of gold. This item contains a large amount of high-dimensional gold energy, which can be used to enhance the 5 elements' unique ability, golden sharpness, to the 2nd tier. Simultaneously detected that the host's 10,000-fold critical hit mechanism can be applied to this item. Trigger. Ding. 10,000-fold critical hit triggered successfully. 1,800-fold critical hit. The core of gold underwent a qualitative change. Acquired essence of gold god. After fusion, the 5 elements' unique ability, golden sharpness, will leap to the 4th tier. Attack power increases by 500. Comes with armor-piercing passive effect, reducing the defense of all energy shields in front of the host by 80. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with brilliance. 4th tier golden sharpness. Armor piercing. This was equivalent to giving his fists a layer of ignore defense property. In the future, even the hardest shell could be punched through. He immediately absorbed it. The golden energy surged into his meridians like lava. A layer of shimmering dark golden patterns briefly flashed across the surface of his right arm before disappearing beneath his skin. Qin Xian watched from a distance, her mouth agape. He fought 6 giant monsters taller than buildings as if he were chopping vegetables. This man's strength had completely surpassed her understanding. She felt that the steel pipe she had brought now looked like a toothpick. Just as Lin Yuan fused with the core of gold, a commotion arose from the other side of the altar. The black dragon, accompanied by people, finally reached the central square. However, what awaited them was not an opportunity. The side passage of the underground city. The black dragon clutched the wound on his side, blood seeping out with every step. Only 11 people remained by his side. Chun Hao walked at the back of the group, maintaining a distance of more than 2 meters from the black dragon. The black dragon's pace was growing slower, and he could no longer lift his left arm. He had switched his weapon to the other hand. Brother Long, the passage we came through is just ahead. We'll be safe once we get outside. A subordinate supported the black dragon. The black dragon shook him off. I don't need anyone's support. He pressed on, his mind fixed on one thought: to return to the ship, heal his wounds, and then gather all his strength to sink Lin Yuan's yacht. The light at the passage entrance grew closer. Grayish-white daylight streamed in, revealing the icy expanse outside. A smile broke across the black dragon's face. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The lead black fish gang scout's skull exploded in a spray of blood falling straight down. It's an ambush. The black dragon roared, instinctively shrinking back against the stone wall. The torn flesh of his left arm crashed violently against the rock, causing his vision to darken. Bang! 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 3 bullets accurately pierced through the chests of 3 individuals. The firing rate of the Type 56 rifle was standard, and its accuracy was lacking, but in this narrow passageway of only 10 meters wide, it was a deadly strike. One man standing at the front alone could hold back 1,000. Shun Manshua crouched behind a stone pillar on the left side of the passage exit, her rifle stock pressed firmly against her shoulder. Her right eye was aligned with the sight, while her left eye was slightly closed. The black combat suit clung to her graceful figure, while a winter coat was tied around her waist. Boss, nice shot, her trusted aide whispered from behind. Shun Manshua chambered around and prepared to fire. The black dragon pushed his subordinates forward. Charge. Move past her. She only has 1 rifle. 2 thugs grit their teeth, raising their iron shields and charging forward. Bang! A bullet grazed over the top of the iron shield, accurately drilling into the throat of the first man. The second man, frightened, raised the iron shield above his head. Bang! The bullet pierced through his knee. He fell to his knees, the iron shield rolling far away, and Shun Manshua fired again, hitting him in the chest, killing him instantly. The remaining 5 thugs, along with the black dragon and Shun Hao, dared not take another step forward. Shun Manshua, you're asking for death. Do you know what the price will be for provoking me? The black dragon roared. Shin Mangshu's voice came from behind the pillar. Black dragon, among those corpses hanging from the ship's side too were my informants. This debt will be settled today. The black dragon was furious, but he remained calm. The enemy held the optimal position and shot with incredible accuracy. Charging Heaton would mean certain death. Given his current condition, he needed to return to the ship quickly to heal. He had to make a decisive choice. He gritted his teeth and pulled something out of his pocket. A fist-sized stone sphere, its surface engraved with red patterns. It was an item he had looted from a survivor he had killed. At the time, the system identified it as teleportation stone singlet, capable of a spatial transfer within a 1-kilometer radius. He had planned to save it for a critical moment. Now was that critical moment. The black dragon crushed the stone sphere with a swift motion. A burst of red light instantly engulfed him. Shen Manshua reacted quickly, turning her gun towards the red light and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet penetrated the fading red light, striking the empty stone wall and sending sparks flying. The man was no longer there. What a pity. Shin Manshua stood up, her gaze turning cold. The black dragon had escaped, but the rest of the black fish gang would not be so lucky. She turned her gun around. The remaining 5 thugs and Chun Hao huddled in the passage, exchanging nervous glances. Chun Hao's mind raced. Sister Manshua, don't shoot. I'm not one of the black fish gang. I was coerced by them. He threw the iron pipe he held to the ground, burying his body behind cover. I have information. I know all of Lin Yuan's movements inside. Spare my life, and he'll tell you everything. Bang! A bullet pierced through the head of a thug beside Chun Hao, splattering blood on his face. 4 consecutive shots, and 4 members of the black fish gang fell to the ground. Chun Hao, trembling in fear, quickly shrank back several steps behind cover. Shin Manshua was just about to take a shot at Chun Hao. Suddenly, the stone slab beneath their feet began to tremble violently. The blood that had spilled was being absorbed into the ground at an abnormal speed. Vines probed into the corpses, causing them to rapidly shrivel up. From the cracks in the stone slab, tender green vines rapidly sprouted. In a matter of seconds, they grew from the thickness of a finger to that of an arm, their surfaces covered with backward-facing wooden spikes. "What is that?" a subordinate exclaimed in fear as the situation before them was clearly abnormal. "Boss, look above," his aide pointed at the top of the passage in terror. From the rocky ceiling above, more than a dozen three-meturtal humanoid creatures began to push their way out. Their bodies were composed of twisted wooden fibers covered with a hard bark-like shell, while their heads were a chaotic mass of writhing vine roots. At the end of each root, a fist-sized green fruit grew. The surface of the fruit was riddled with tiny holes from which a dark green spore mist was being ejected. Would Spirit Guardian F level the scent of blood awaken them? Shin Mangshu's pupils constricted as she raised her gun to shoot. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck the wooden Spirit Guardian's torso, leaving only 2 shallow bullet holes. The wooden fibers rapidly healed. Retreat. Shin Manshue made a swift decision, but the way back was already sealed off by the vines. The spore mist spread rapidly. One of Shin Mangshu's subordinates inhaled a breath, immediately coughing violently with bloodshot eyes. Within moments, his skin turned green. He let out a short, sharp howl and turned to pounce on his companion. "He's been controlled." The confidant pulled out a dagger and thrust it into the man's heart. The corpse fell, and a mass of vines quickly sprouted from within, filling the cracks in the ground. Shin Manshue pulled up her collar to cover her mouth and nose. "Do not breathe. Cover your mouths." But the class Wood Spirits Guard could do more than just spray spores. 3 Wood Spirits Guards swung their arms simultaneously. Their wooden arms extended into the air, transforming into dozens of whip-like, hard wooden tendrils, sharp wooden thorns whistling towards them. Shin Manshue sidestepped 2 of them, but the third grazed her waist, tearing a hole in her thermal coat and revealing the black bodysuit underneath. A long, thin line of blood appeared on her skin. Her subordinates behind her were not as nimble. One was ensnared by the tendrils around his waist and was directly flung away. The sound of his bones breaking upon hitting the stone wall was distinctly audible. "Gemini." Another tendril slammed down from above. Shin Manshue raised her gun to block, but the entire weapon was rendered useless. She was knocked back 5 steps by the immense force. Her palm split open. Only 3 subordinates were still standing. The escape route had been completely blocked by the vines, cutting off their retreat. "Boss, they are too terrifying. We cannot handle them at all." The confidant shouted, his voice trembling with the threat of death. If they could barely manage the mutated sharks before, these Wood Spirits Guards were an absolute crushing force against them. Shin Manshue glanced sideways and saw Chun Hao had secretly escaped while they distracted the Wood Guards. The vines under the Wood Spirits Guards appeared to move, as if alive, shattering the stone slabs in their path. Shin Manshue discarded her bent rifle and drew the composite crossbow that Lin Yuan had previously traded to her. She loaded it, aimed, and shot. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow struck the Wood Spirits Guard's chest, penetrating the bark-like armor, but only halfway through. The wooden fibers quickly wrapped around the arrow shaft, trying to push the arrowhead out. It wouldn't break through. Its regeneration speed was too fast. Shin Manshue retreated to the corner. 3 subordinates formed a semicircle to protect her, their hands trembling. It wouldn't be long before they were all wiped out. She gritted her teeth and opened the private message. A single message was sent out: help, with location attached. She never thought she would utter those 2 words to anyone. Her pride wouldn't allow it, but in a life-and-death situation, that man was the only one on her mind. Deep within the underground city, Lin Yuan was leading Qin Xian down the stairs behind the altar. A private message popped up. He glanced at it. "Go." Qin Xian paused. "Where to?" "To pick someone up." Shin Manshue was an excellent collaborator, clever and decisive, understanding the rules of cooperation, and besides, she had used a golden scroll, which he couldn't bear to waste. Lin Yuan's speed in doubling back was astonishing. Qin Xian desperately followed, but was quickly left behind. This man's physical abilities were beyond human standards. Soon Lin Yuan appeared at the entrance of a side passage. The scene before him was clear. 12 Wood Spirits Guards had cornered Shin Manshue and her group. Vines covered the entire ground and walls of the passage, resembling a living green spider web. The spore mist swirled. One of Shin Mangshu's subordinates had inhaled the spores and was convulsing and mutating. 5 elements ability, blazing flames. He thrust both hands forward. A 3-meter-wide wave of golden-red fire surged down the passage. Wherever it passed, the vines turned to gas before they even had a chance to char. The spore mist ignited in the high temperature, exploding into tiny sparks in the air. 5 Wood Spirits Guards faced the fire wave heat-in. Their proud regenerative ability was meaningless before such high temperatures. The bark-like armor was burned through, the wooden fibers carbonized, and the green seed at the core was reduced to ashes by the golden-red flames. The 5 Wood Spirits Guards collapsed simultaneously, turning into a pile of charred remains. The remaining Wood Spirits Guards felt the threat and turned towards Lin Yuan. All the tendrils converged into a mass like the roots of a large tree, overwhelming him. Lin Yuan took a step forward, golden aura covering his arms. Pure physical strength. His fists alternated in a barrage. Each punch carried a passive effect of breaking through the fourth stage. The wooden tendrils fell apart like rotten ropes before his dark golden fists. With each step, he threw a punch. The hard bark-like armor shattered. With another step, he countered with a strike. The growing vine roots severed. An unreasonable, crushing, extreme violence destroyed them. The wood spirit's guards that had forced Shinmengsh's team into a dead end had now become brittle wood that could not withstand a single blow. There were no unnecessary flashy moves, only the most basic punches and sweeps. Wood chips flew everywhere and green juice splattered against the walls. The remaining two subordinates of Shun Manshua leaned against the corner, mouths agape, forgetting to breathe. Is this the strength of Lin Shun? The confidant swallowed hard, his voice dry. The other person trembled, nodding repeatedly. So fierce, we're lucky we never entertained the thought of taking the ship from him. They had once felt pleased with their upgrades due to the maneuverable ship, but now they could only feel grateful. Shun Manshua slid down against the stone wall, gasping for breath, her lungs burning painfully. The gray-white light at the end of the passage mixed with the remnants of flames on the ground, outlining the figure of that man. Dressed in black tactical gear, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, his dark golden arms traced a violent trajectory in the dim light. Standing against the light, his face hidden in the shadows, he exuded an unmatched sense of security. When she sent that private message, she held no hope. In a world of transactional exchanges, who would risk returning for a collaborator of little consequence? But he came. He arrived quickly and killed decisively. Shun Manshua lowered her eyelids, staring at the bloodstains from her torn palm, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. The usual cold logic of calculating gains and losses jammed in her mind. An unfamiliar stirring crept up from her numbed fingertips. The wood spirit's guards were entirely obliterated, leaving only a ground strewn with broken wood and withered vines. Can you still breathe? The man's deep voice echoed in the empty passage. Shun Manshua lifted her head, bracing against the stone wall to steady herself, her voice hoarse. I won't die. Lin Yuan retracted his golden abilities and shook his wrist. Can't even clear out the peripheral minions, have you regressed? That was not a pleasant remark, but surprisingly Shun Manshua did not retort. Qin Xian ran up from behind, panting heavily, and gasped in shock at the wooden debris scattered all around. She turned to look at the injured Shun Manshua, her gaze lingering on her tall figure and cold beauty, for a moment tightening her grip on the steel pipe. Lin Yuan extended his hand. Shun Manshua hesitated slightly, but then reached out her own hand. The moment she was pulled up, her body swayed due to blood loss, and Lin Yuan instinctively steadied her shoulder. He withdrew his hand after just a brief support. Yet the tips of Shinmengshu's ears flushed red. This woman, who had killed 6 members of the Black Fish Gang in the apocalypse and was so cold that her subordinates fell silent, had red ears. Lin Yuan, thank you, she said softly. No need to thank me, Lin Yuan replied flatly. You owe me a life, remember to add it to the ledger. This detestable man. Shun Manshua gritted her teeth, the moment of feeling touched instantly overshadowed by her stubbornness. Fine, if we're keeping tabs, then let's keep tabs. Who's afraid of whom? Qin Xian walked over. Her gaze was fixed on Shinmengshu's face. This woman is truly beautiful. Shun Manshua was also sizing her up. Who is this woman? Not bad looking. How did she end up with Lin Yuan? The two women locked eyes across 3 meters for a second. A subtle tension inexplicably filled the air. Are you Lin Yuan? Qin Xian suddenly turned to look at Lin Yuan. She had never had the chance to confirm his identity. Until just now, when Shun Manshua called out that name. The legend in the public frequency ranked #1, the owner of the nuclear-powered yacht, the man who single-handedly killed the king of the 100-meter sharks. He was also the man who had helped her and saved her. It was this guy in front of her, dressed in tactical gear with his collar open, radiating heat in the underground at 30 degrees below zero. Lin Yuan replied with a single word. Qin Xian's expression changed. No wonder. No wonder those monsters saw him like a mouse sees a cat. No wonder he could shatter stones that couldn't be cut with knives with a single punch. No wonder he had the confidence to venture into class danger zones alone. Let's go. Lin Yuan was already walking back. Don't dawdle, there are still tough battles ahead. Shun Manshua had the 2 surviving subordinates exit the underground city and wait on the ship. She followed Lin Yuan. Qin Xian followed as well. The 2 women walked behind Lin Yuan, separated by a body's length. Neither walked in front of the other. Neither fell behind. Beneath the altar, the tremors of the chains grew increasingly violent. Lin Yuan led the 2 individuals down the steep stone stairs at the back of the altar. Each step was half a meter high. The temperature continued to rise. By the time they reached the bottom level, the air was as hot as a steamer. Qin Xian was sweating profusely, her breath quickening. Shun Manshua was in a somewhat better condition, but her complexion was flushed. Only Lin Yuan, with his pure yang sacred body in operation, remained unaffected. A thick stone door, dark green and black, was jammed at the end of the passage. The surface of the door was smooth without any visible keyhole, and it stood partly ajar, leaving a gap for people to enter. A low-frequency humming was seeping from that crack. Shin Manchua halted in her tracks. She propped herself against the rough stone wall, gasping for air. That sound is giving me a headache. Qin Xian also clutched her temples. It feels like something is drilling into my brain. Lin Yuan glanced at them. Mental pollution, if you can endure it, then stay. If not, retreat. The two gritted their teeth and followed him. Having come this far, they couldn't possibly give up now. The space beyond the door was far larger than imagined. A circular hall with a diameter exceeding 200 meters, its dome towering above 50 meters. The entire hall was shrouded in a dark red light, the source of which emanated from beneath their feet. The ground beneath was transparent, revealing a view through the crystal-like floor. It was an abyss. At the very bottom of the abyss, countless chains as thick as water tanks intertwined to form an impenetrable web. In the center of the web, there was something. It was not large, at least much smaller than Lin Yuan had expected. Approximately 2 meters tall humanoid, or rather it was making an effort to maintain a human form. Its body was made of some indescribable substance, at times resembling metal, at others liquid, and sometimes light. It had no facial features. Yet Lin Yuan was certain it was looking at him. The sensation brought by that gaze was weight, pure physical. It felt as if a mountain had fallen upon Lin Yuan's shoulders. His knees buckled slightly. This was the first time since completing his second round of evolution that he felt an external physical suppression. Ding. Warning. Terrifying energy suppression field detected. Current suppression intensity level B. Host's current overall strength level D. Assessment result completely unable to confront directly. Immediate evacuation recommended. Level B. It was a whole 2 major levels above him. Even though this entity was bound by chains and had its power weakened by 67% due to the seal, the remaining sense of oppression was still astonishing. Qin Xian was already on her knees, supporting herself with a steel pipe, trembling all over. Shin Manchua also leaned against a nearby stone pillar, her complexion pale. This was still with most of the oppressive force focused on Lin Yuan. Only Lin Yuan remained standing. His legs were slightly bent, his back straightened, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The imprisoned humanoid subtly tilted its head. That movement was almost curious. It made no sound. Yet a series of images suddenly surged into Lin Yuan's mind: the ocean, the abyss, the starry sky collapse. A concept directly infused into his consciousness. Tiny. Spark. Lin Yuan's head throbbed painfully as he strained to survey the hall. 6 even larger stone pillars surrounded the abyss, structurally identical to the 6 pillars of the altar above. Atop one of the stone pillars was embedded a crimson crystal, the core of fire. It belonged to the same set as the golden core he had obtained earlier. It was about 80 meters away from him. In this suppression field, 80 meters equated to 800 kilometers. Lin Yuan calculated rapidly. It was bound by chains, unable to move. The intensity of the suppression field was proportional to the distance. The closer one got, the greater the pressure. The stone pillars were at the edge of the hall, the farthest from it. This meant that the pressure at the position of the stone pillar should be about 1/3 of what he was experiencing now. 1/3 of level B suppression. He could endure it. You all wait here, Lin Yuan said softly. Do not take a step forward. Shin Manchua, struggling to stand straight, was very shocked. Are you going to get that crystal? Yes. But that thing is watching you. Lin Yuan had no intention of explaining. He moved along the curved edge of the hall, sticking close to the wall, heading toward the pillar where the core of fire was located. It was a longer route, but the suppression field along this path was the weakest. With every step he took, he battled against that invisible weight, his muscles, taut joints bearing an unusual load. The pure yang sacred body was fully activated. The heat radiating from his body formed visible heat waves in the air. The imprisoned humanoid tilted its head again. More images flooded Lin Yuan's mind. This time they were not scenic views. They were temptations. Power, boundless power. Once the chains were opened, one could gain the gifts of the divine. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and shook off the temptation. Power is something one must take for oneself to truly enjoy. He directly severed that mental link. With the mental resistance of a second-tier physique, combined with the support of the pure yang sacred body, he barely managed to withstand this level of mental invasion. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Lin Yuan reached the stone pillar. He extended his hand, grasping the core of fire. He pulled hard. The crimson crystal was as hot as a lump of solidified magma. But Lin Yuan's pure yang sacred body was completely immune to high temperatures. He clenched the crystal in his palm and turned to leave. Retracing his steps, just 3 steps after he had turned to leave, the imprisoned humanoid suddenly thrashed violently. All the chains tightened simultaneously, producing a piercing metallic scraping sound. A dark red energy shot out from its body. That energy pierced through the crystal floor, traversing dozens of meters, and directly struck Shin Manchua's chest. Shin Manchua's body suddenly arched up. Her eyes instantly turned dark red and her mouth opened wide, yet no sound escaped. Dark red patterns quickly emerged on her forehead, neck, and the back of her hands, identical to the runes on the chains. Qin Xian immediately supported her. What happened to her? Shin Mangshu's body temperature soared rapidly, and anyone touching her skin felt scalded. Lin Yuan had already rushed back. Gazing at the patterns on Shen Manxue, his pupils constricted. There had been similar records in the parchment scrolls. The god of seals would choose a vessel. This vessel must be a life form that resonates with its energy frequency. In other words, some trait inherent to Shen Manxue had caught the attention of this entity. The dark red patterns were spreading towards her heart. If they completely covered it, she would no longer be human. Go! Lin Yuan swiftly picked Shen Manxue up. Without a word, Qin Xian followed. The two quickly retreated along the path they came. Lin Yuan held Shen Manxue, maintaining his speed. Half-conscious Shen Mangshu's body was burning hot, and she unconsciously clutched Lin Yuan's collar. Her consciousness flickered between clarity and haze. When she was awake, she felt herself tightly embraced by a body that was even hotter than hers. That heat penetrated her skin, suppressing the surging dark red energy within. The spread of the patterns slowed. The constant heat of the pure yang sacred body was counteracting the aberrant energy. It couldn't be eradicated, but it could be delayed. Lin Yuan, don't speak. Is there something on me? Can it be resolved? We'll talk about it once we're back on the ship. The red light surged deep within the passage. The system's warning screen abruptly appeared before them. Warning. The seal body is experiencing violent fluctuations. The sealing strength has dropped from 67 to 58. That entity was agitated. It had set its sights on Shen Manxue as an excellent vessel and was unwilling to let the prey escape. The entire stone staircase twisted and deformed without warning. Below the transparent crystal floor, dark red energy stretched into hundreds of slick chains covered in eyes bursting through the ground, rushing towards them. The level suppression field was fully activated. Lin Yuan's legs sank heavily, his knee joints straining under the pressure. The heat radiating from his body was forcibly pressed against his skin, unable to escape. His fourth-tier golden sharp ability felt as fragile as a cookie under such oppression. Dodging was futile and skill was useless. A level against a level was an insurmountable chasm. Lin Yuan's forehead throbbed with veins, and before he could break a sweat, his own high temperature evaporated the moisture. He gritted his teeth, thoughts flashing. A mere fragment, having lost a significant portion of its power, could still exert such overwhelming pressure across 100 meters. What would he use to fight once it broke the seal and returned to level? There was no time to think. The red light enveloped his heels. A cold, bone-chilling tentacle wrapped around his ankle, violently dragging him towards the abyss. Qin Xian swung a steel pipe to smash it. When the metal struck the layer of red light, it melted into molten iron on the spot. The recoil, sending her flying into the stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Surrounded on all sides by dead ends. Trapped in a desperate situation. Yet Lin Yuan laughed. Time's up. Warning survivors, island time has exceeded 8 hours. Immediate return is mandated. The rules are the strongest trump card in this world. Not to mention a fragment of a deity, even a true god must obediently comply. His confidence in taking risks stemmed from the rules. He had already calculated the time. The rock layer above suddenly split open. A blinding white light unreasonably cleaved through the red mist enveloping the three. The system's repulsion violently intervened, severing the abyss grasp cleanly. Deep within the ground, that sealed entity completely broke through its defenses. Seeing its prey slip away, it furiously thrashed in its cage, emitting an extremely piercing shriek. The white light swirled. A cold wind mixed with ice shards hit Lin Yuan's face. His feet had already stepped into the icy waters surrounding Arkham Island, constantly pushing him outward. The gray sky was torn apart, and a thick beam of horrifying red light erupted from the center of the island, churning the clouds above into a massive funnel. Everyone in the area received a system warning. 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 The remaining stable time for Arkham Island has decreased from 72 hours to 49 hours. A massive energy tidal wave will occur in the waters surrounding the island. At that time, a 30-meter-high giant wave will be generated within a 50 nautical mile radius centered on the island. A 30-meter giant wave. The motorboats and second-hand cargo ships sheltering in the harbor would be smashed to splinters. Shen Mangshu's ship would not survive, and Zhao Jiangwo's Evergreen would be in trouble as well. Only his nuclear-powered yacht could withstand this due to its ultra-thick armor and deep-sea locking capabilities. But after weathering the storm, that entity freed from its seal could annihilate the whole area. Lin Yuan's heart sank. Although he was not a good person, he was by no means an extreme ideologue who proclaimed that only he could survive while others should perish. Moreover, this entity might not spare him either. In level state, this ship could likely be instantly reduced to rubble. The gap was too wide. He must resolve it while this creature was still in a sealed state. The platinum blind box in his storage space had yet to be opened, which was his trump card. He needed to return to the ship immediately. Qin Xian spat out the blood foam from her mouth, got up, and hurriedly followed Lin Yuan, her steps quickening. Watching Lin Yuan carry Shin Manshue, her heart was in turmoil. Facing a creature beneath the ruins that could drive one mad with just a glance, this man did not retreat a step. Now he was sprinting through the snow with a tall woman in his arms, his breathing rhythm unchanged. Can your physique suppress what's on her? She couldn't help but speak up. Only temporarily. What about once we return to the ship? A living person can still hold their urine. There will always be a way to resolve it. Qin Xian stated plainly. Tell me what you need me to do, and I will do it. Lin Yuan glanced at her. This woman's judgment was indeed sharp, calm, and focused on the main point. Get on the ship first. As the snowstorm dispersed, the massive silhouette of the yacht came into view. Lin Yuan halted his steps. A palpable killing intent rose from his eyes. On the deck of the yacht, 2 or 3 dozen people had already climbed aboard. They were frantically prying at the yacht's cabin door. Some wielded hammers, some used crowbars, and some even attempted to climb over the railing. The high-voltage electric net on the deck was in standby mode. Su Bingbing had activated the defense mode according to Lin Yuan's instructions earlier, but the automatic attack of the electric net required the target to come into contact with the metal parts of the ship. These people had learned their lesson. They laid out rubber mats and wooden boards on the deck, moving on insulated materials, while wearing rubber clothing to avoid triggering the electric net. Leading them was a burly man with a scruffy beard. He swung a wooden stick and smashed it against the hinge of the cabin door. Had the hull and deck not been reinforced, they would have already broken through the door. Hurry! Lin Yuan is still on the island. Oh, let's open this door while he can't come back. There are enough supplies inside for us to last a lifetime. That woman is also inside. On the inside of the cabin door, Su Bingbing clutched a crossbow, leaning against the door, her eyes brimming with tears. She could see the situation outside through the surveillance. With 2 or 3 dozen people against her, she had only 1 crossbow and 20 arrows. The mainframe's electric net had been bypassed by rubber, and the firepower module required Lin Yuan's command authorization to switch to active attack mode. She was genuinely frightened, but she did not run. This was her home. No one was allowed to enter. She raised the crossbow, extending it through the shooting hole above the cabin door, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A penetrating arrow struck the ground beside the leading burly man. One more step forward, and he'll shoot you in the face. The burly man was startled, taking 2 steps back, but quickly regained his fierce demeanor. There's only one woman inside. Brothers, rush in and smash the door. All the supplies will be ours. The hungry wolves turned bloodshot. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crossbow fired repeatedly. The throats of the 2 men at the front were pierced by the penetrating arrows, and they fell backward, convulsed a few times, and then ceased to breathe. Blood spread across the alloy deck, quickly freezing into dark red ice shards. Damn, this woman really knows how to hit hard. Quick, get back. Damn it, once we catch her, she'll know my strength. The desire for survival could not be suppressed in the face of death. Get some boards. Use rubber mats to block, the burly man ordered gruffly. A dozen men worked together to hold up wet, rotten boards and the rubber hull of a dismantled fishing boat, forming a makeshift shield and advancing step by step toward the cabin door. Hammers and crowbars slammed against the door panel, the metallic clashing causing painful vibrations in the eardrums. The penetrating power of the crossbow was dampened by the heavy obstacles with the arrowheads embedded in the wood, leaving only a small portion exposed, unable to harm those behind. The special alloy cabin door remained immovable, not even a dent left. A sharp-nosed man circled to the side, swinging a rusty fire axe desperately at the floor-to-ceiling window. Thud! A white mark was left on the bulletproof glass. If we can't open the door, smash the window. The window can't withstand a big hammer, the sharp-nosed man shouted at the top of his lungs. Several men with octagonal hammers turned around and began to smash the floor-to-ceiling window with all their might. The thick bulletproof layer emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache as it cracked, spiderweb-like fractures gradually spreading outward. The bulletproof layer could not hold out for long. Su Bingbing's finger on the trigger went numb, and the arrow box was completely empty. She retreated to the control console, her back pressed against the metal cabin wall, gasping for air. The surveillance screen was filled with faces twisted by greed. If this group managed to rush, and the outcome would be unimaginable. She dropped the crossbow on the ground and grabbed a bone knife from the counter, gripping the handle tightly, her eyes fixed on the glass filled with cracks. From the crowd came hoarse urging. Hurry, break through. Put in more effort. The raised octagonal hammer was high, ready to strike down. Creak, creak. On the stormy, icy plains, the sound of tactical boots crunching through the ice echoed. The burly man turned his head. A man in black tactical gear was walking out from the ice mist. Cradled in his arms was an unconscious woman. Following him was a girl with a ponytail, holding a steel pipe upside down. Everyone on the deck was stunned. Lin Yuan had returned. He exuded visible heat vapor. The -30-degree air turned into white mist upon contact with him. There was no warmth in his eyes. Seeking death, the burly man gritted his teeth. Brothers, don't be afraid. He's holding someone. He can't free his hands. Charge at me. 3 thugs jumped down from the deck and rushed towards Lin Yuan holding iron pipes. Qin Xian had been waiting for this. She slammed her right foot down her entire being like a catapulted cheetah. Ancient martial art split palm. The first palm struck the shoulder of the leading man. The sound of bones cracking was crisp. The man's right arm dislocated, the iron pipe flew from his hand. Qin Xian smoothly transitioned, delivering a left elbow strike to the temple of the second person. Bang! Down he went. The third person, terrified, turned to flee. Qin Xian lunged forward, sweeping the steel pipe at his knee. He collapsed onto the ice, the sound of his kneecap shattering, making everyone on the deck shiver. 3 men, 2 seconds. All lost their combat capabilities. The remaining 20 or so people on the deck exchanged glances. Lin Yuan spoke directly. Mainframe, switch the electric net to active mode, attack range entire deck. Countdown 5 seconds. The voice of the AI mistress echoed from the yacht's loudspeaker. Command confirmed. 5, 4. No. Run. More than 20 people scrambled and rolled off the deck. Rubber mats, wooden boards, and tools were strewn everywhere. 3, 2. The last person leapt over the railing and fell heavily onto the ice, not even caring about the fractures dragging his leg to escape. 1. Buzz. Blue arcs of electricity flickered across the deck surface and then extinguished. The deck was empty at that moment. Su Bingbing tossed aside the crossbow and rushed over, tears streaming down her face. Master. She leaped into Lin Yuan's waist, burying her face against his chest, her shoulders trembling. Her hand touched something. Su Bingbing looked down. She saw Shen Mangshu's exquisitely beautiful face, even in unconsciousness. Her tears stopped. Turning her head again, she saw Qin Xian standing at the cabin door. Radiant and heroic, her features resembled those of a female protagonist stepping out of a comic, her body proportions textbook perfect. Su Bingbing's tears completely ceased. She released Lin Yuan's waist. Master, who are these two? Her tone was sweet, her smile obedient. You know Shen Manxue. Lin Yuan carried Shen Manxue into the bedroom. She's injured and needs treatment. This is Qin Xian, who helped a lot get her a cup of hot water. Su Bingbing nodded obediently and turned to fetch water. Qin Xian curiously surveyed the interior of the yacht. It was a constant 26 degrees with genuine leather sofas and the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Outside was a frozen hell at -30 degrees. And here was a paradise on earth. No wonder those people were willing to risk their lives to seize this ship. Su Bingbing brought the water over and handed it to her with a sweet smile. Sister, the water is a bit hot. Be careful. Qin Xian took the cup. Thank you. You don't need to call me sister. Ooh, I might be younger than you. Really? Su Bingbing tilted her head. I can't tell, your demeanor is too mature for a sister. Qin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This girl smiled like a cat, but her words had a sting. Your master is busy inside. Aren't you going to check on him? Qin Xian countered. Su Bingbing's smile stiffened for half a second. Master asked me to get water for sister, so I'm getting water first. She emphasized the words master. The implication, he is my master, not yours. The two women exchanged glances over a cup of water. The living room was very quiet, but the tension was palpable. Inside the bedroom, Lin Yuan placed Shen Manxue on the bed. Her face was flushed and her forehead was covered in sweat. Her temperature was as high as if she were burning, with dark red patterns spreading down to below the collarbone. Her consciousness was struggling. Lin Yuan went to check on her condition, but as of now he had no effective method. If Shen Manxue could not withstand it, he would have to abandon her to prevent that thing from reviving through her. As he leaned to take a look, Shen Manxue, in her struggle, revealed a patch of snowy white skin. Lin Yuan was taken aback. From this angle it was indeed a bit breathtaking. However, he was not a villain taking advantage of a situation. After appreciating it for a moment, he prepared to cover her up. Suddenly her hand shot out and tightly clung to Lin Yuan's neck. The grip was surprisingly strong. Hot. So hot. Her voice was hoarse, sounding muddled like a delirious whisper. Her face pressed against Lin Yuan's neck. Her skin was burning hot, but when it touched Lin Yuan's pure young holy body, that heat was instead neutralized. It was like fierce fire meeting an even fiercer fire, producing a hint of coolness. Moreover, Lin Yuan's physique naturally suppressed certain things within her. Shen Manxue instinctively leaned closer to Lin Yuan. She did not know what she was doing, but her body instinctively told her that this person's body could make her comfortable. Lin Yuan did not push her away. For one, it indeed felt good. Secondly, he was using pure yang energy to suppress the dark red energy within her. Once contact was interrupted, those patterns would immediately accelerate their spread. Before he could take any further action, a system prompt popped up. Ding. Platinum level blind box treasure chest has met special opening conditions. Should the host open it now? Lin Yuan squinted his eyes. The energy storm on the island was brewing. A Fortnite countdown to the seal. Meanwhile, the mutated energy within Shinmonshue was spiraling out of control. All the crises converged. The items obtained from this platinum treasure chest could very well determine the fate of everyone involved. Open. System, can the platinum treasure chest deliver a tenfold critical hit? Lin Yuan pressed one hand on Shun Mengshu's shoulder, continuously channeling the warmth of the pure yang sacred body into her. His other hand hovered in the air, palm cradling a platinum-level blind box treasure chest radiating an icy blue glow. The chest's 6 faces were etched with intricate silver patterns that sent shivers down one's spine, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. The quality of this item far exceeded any treasure chest he had opened before. If it could deliver a tenfold, unable to trigger. As expected, Lin Yuan did not hesitate. Open. With a crack, the chest split along its patterns, and a blinding pillar of platinum light shot towards the ceiling. The entire yacht's holographic lights dimmed under this radiant beam. Shun Manshue squinted against the light, her inner turmoil and heat leaving her no time to care. Su Bingbing and Qin Xian heard the commotion from the living room and glanced toward the bedroom. As the light faded, 4 items lay neatly arranged on the bed before Lin Yuan. The first item was a translucent octahedral crystal. Inside, a slowly pulsing silver mist swirled with a closed vertical pupil floating at its center. Acquired divine binding prism, limited time, item quality legendary. Effect, possesses a strong sealing and suppressive ability against the Fallen Star God series fragments. Requires the user to activate it by using their mental strength to contact the target. Once activated, it can maintain the suppression state for 24 hours with a limit of 3 uses. Note, this item does not take effect directly. The user's mental strength must break through the target's consciousness defenses before it can be implanted, requiring extremely high mental power. Lin Yuan picked up the prism and examined it. He needed to forcefully break through the consciousness defenses of that thing with his mental strength to instill the effects of the prism. With his current D-grade mental power, facing off against a B-grade divine fragment was akin to striking a battleship with a hammer, unless he had other means to assist. He set the prism down and picked up the second item. It was a metal book about the size of his palm. The cover had been burned, the corners were damaged, and 3 vertical symbols were inscribed in an unknown script at the center. Acquired legendary skill book, Starfall quality legendary. Effect, condenses the power of the 5 elements into a single strike, unleashing a devastating attack. The power is directly related to the user's elemental ability level. Learning condition, must gather and absorb all 6 elemental cores of the ceiling pillar. Current progress, 16 gold core, absorbed fire core, pending absorption. The remaining 4 cores were still on the stone pillar in Arkham Underground City. This meant he had to re-enter that island and acquire all 4 remaining cores. He had to navigate that B-grade suppression field while avoiding the increasingly violent attacks of that thing. The time limit was 49 hours. Now there were probably only 47 hours left. The third item, a pile of glowing high-purity materials, including dark elemental essence, starlight, alloy ingots, and a few fist-sized unknown minerals. All are top-notch manufacturing materials. The fourth item, a button-sized round badge, entirely black, embedded with a tiny red gemstone. Acquired Night Watchman's emblem, quality rare. Effect, wearing it increases mental resistance by 30. Provides a certain shielding effect against divine-level mental pollution. A good item. With a 30% increase in mental resistance combined with his second-tier mental power, he at least wouldn't be directly overwhelmed by mental pollution when facing that B-grade suppression field. For items intricately linked. The Night Watchman's emblem enhances mental resistance, allowing him to withstand mental suppression in the underground city. Collect the 4 crystals to learn the legendary skill, and use the divine binding prism to seal that thing, completely resolving this crisis. A clear path. But there was a prerequisite. Shinmonshue. The dark red patterns on her body were still spreading. The pure Yang sacred body could only slow it down, not eradicate it. If she were to completely mutate before he returned to the island, all would be for naught. Lin Yuan looked down at the unconscious Shinmonshue. Her brow was tightly furrowed, her lips slightly parted, breathing shallow and rapid. The dark red patterns spread from her collarbone to her neck, resembling a tightening net. Suddenly her hand clenched Lin Yuan's wrist, as if a drowning person had grasped a piece of driftwood. "Hot," she murmured indistinctly. With great difficulty her eyelids opened a slit, revealing a pair of irises tainted and then faded by dark red. She recognized the person before her. Her breath suddenly became erratic. Shinmonshue herself could not articulate what this was. Perhaps it was the instinct of surviving after a calamity, perhaps the burning heat within was consuming her rationality, or perhaps it was the fleeting thought that flashed through her mind when she was ensnared by tendrils in the underground city on the brink of death. She sent that private message. "He has arrived. Soon." Shinmonshue did not release his wrist. She tilted her head back, her gaze piercing through the dark red veins, staring intently at Lin Yuan. Kiss me. Lin Yuan fell into a brief silence. He leaned down. In the living room, Qin Xian sat in the corner of the sofa, holding a cup of already lukewarm hot water. She heard the bedroom door lock click and a few vague noises followed. Qin Xian's face turned red. She set down the cup, stood up, and walked to the furthest porthole, turning her back to the bedroom, staring intently at the dark icy sea outside. Her heartbeat was loud as a drum. Su Bingbing stood at the kitchen door, wringing out the cloth in her hand. Her gaze lingered on the tightly shut bedroom door for a full minute. Taking a deep breath, she forced out a sweet smile. She walked into the kitchen and put the chicken soup back on the stove to reheat. She knew Lin Yuan better than anyone, and this man had his reasons for everything he did. The pure Yang's sacred body restrained a thing on that woman. This is treatment. Yes, treatment. The dawn broke. In the extreme cold wave, the sun was nowhere to be seen. Only the gray sky transformed from deep gray to light gray, with temperatures plummeting below -35 degrees. The ice layer outside the yacht thickened once again. The bedroom door opened. Lin Yuan, wearing black long pants and a loose white long-sleeve shirt, walked into the living room. Su Bingbing immediately rushed over, standing on tiptoe to wrap her arms around his neck. Master, you must be hungry. The chicken soup has been kept warm for you. Her smile was as radiant as a little sun, as if nothing had happened the night before. Lin Yuan rubbed her head. Go prepare a bowl for Shin Manxue as well. Su Bingbing's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Okay. Her tone remained sweet as she turned and headed into the kitchen. Qin Xian leaned on the couch by the porthole, hugging a pillow. She had not slept a wink all night, listening to the wind howling outside. Seeing Lin Yuan come out, she tilted her head slightly, quickly scanning him with her gaze while pretending to look outside. Good morning, Qin Xian said. Good morning, Lin Yuan replied. 20 minutes later, Shin Manxue, wrapped in a blanket, emerged from the bedroom. Her complexion was much better than last night, the dark red markings retreating from her neck to below her collarbone, the spreading speed significantly restrained. But it had not disappeared. She sat on the sofa, receiving the chicken soup handed to her by Su Bingbing. After taking a sip, the scalding soup slid down her throat, warmth spreading to her extremities. Holding the bowl, she fell into silence for a long time. What exactly is this thing on me? Lin Yuan sat across from her, pulling up the system panel for her to see. Shin Manxue read it line by line. God of starfall fragments, choose a vessel aberration. Her fingers tightened around the rim of the bowl. You have two paths, Lin Yuan began. Shin Manxue looked up. The first path is to leave the island's radiation range. The pure Yang's sacred body can temporarily suppress the spread of the inscriptions, and with the seal of the divine binding crystal, there is a chance to completely lock away what is inside you. What is the cost? Safety. From now on, stay away from Arkham, stay away from that thing. I will deal with it. Shin Manxue noticed the key words. Are you going to kill that thing? Yes. It's a level. You are currently D level. That's why I said I'm going. Shin Manxue put down the bowl. What about the second path? Lin Yuan looked directly into her eyes. Face it, heat and actively devour it. Make that thing's power, which has chosen you, a part of yourself, transforming from the selected vessel into the master. Shin Manxue's pupils constricted. What is the cost? You might die. Lin Yuan's voice was flat. The energy from devouring the divine fragment may be too much for your body to handle. If successful, your power will undergo a qualitative change. If you fail, you will be backfired by the energy, leading to the extinction of your consciousness. The living room fell silent. Su Bingbing stood at the kitchen door with the chicken soup, not daring to make a sound. Qin Xian also set down her cup. Shin Manxue lowered her head, glancing at the dark red markings faintly visible below her collarbone. Suddenly she laughed. Which path do you think I will choose? I don't make choices for others. Shin Manxue stood up. The second path, she said decisively without hesitation. I, Shin Manxue, have never relied on others to bear my burdens. If something wants to devour me, then let's see who swallows whom first. Lin Yuan nodded. No further words were needed. Go take a shower, there is hot water in the bathroom. Shin Manxue paused for a second. Hot water, fresh water. After crossing into this sea, she had been drinking filtered survival water. Water was scarce, so a shower. What luxury was that? Yet she did not refuse walking barefoot into the bathroom and turning on the shower. Warm, fresh water poured down from above. The temperature penetrated her hair, flowed over her cheeks, and trickled down her neck and back. Shin Manxue closed her eyes. As a former billionaire female CEO, she had stayed in the most luxurious hotels, used the most expensive shower gels, and enjoyed the highest quality services, but all of that had lost its meaning. It was just the most ordinary hot water. She surprisingly felt incredibly luxurious because of a freshwater bath. How ridiculous, yet how real. Amidst the rising steam, she opened her eyes. The mirror reflected her face. The dark red markings below her collarbone became even clearer under the cascade of hot water. They resembled some ancient brand, reminding her that she was no longer the Shin Manxue of the past. Her gaze hardened inch by inch. "We all crawl out of the mud," she said to her reflection in the mirror. "What is there to fear?" In the living room, during Shun Mangshu's shower, Lin Yuan took out the divine binding crystal from his storage space. He examined it back and forth for several seconds. 3 uses remaining, a 40-hour countdown for the seal. Time waits for no one. If he could enhance this item's effects and usage, count the margin for error when re-entering the dungeon would increase significantly. System: execute a 10,000-fold critical strike on the divine binding crystal. Ding. Limited time item detected. Divine binding crystal. 10,000-fold critical strike triggered successfully. 500-fold critical strike. Divine binding crystal undergoes quality leap. Acquired divine binding crystal complete body. Usage count increased from 3 times to 15 times. Single suppression duration increased from 24 hours to 72 hours. New passive effect: when used, it automatically carries the spiritual penetration trait, reducing the threshold for the user's mental power requirement by 50. Lin Yuan exhaled. Although 500 times was not the maximum, the effect was enough to resolve the core. With the 30% mental resistance bonus from the Watcher's badge, his odds of facing that level suppression field increased from 20% to over 50%. Furthermore, absorbing the core of fire would elevate his elemental abilities to the next tier, and his mental power would further enhance. He took out the crimson core of fire from his storage space. A trophy brought back from Arkham Dungeon. He had not yet had the chance to absorb it. Absorb. The crimson energy surged into his meridians like lava. Hot. Hotter than the constant temperature of the pure yang sacred body. But for a body that had undergone 2 rounds of genetic recombination, this temperature was still bearable. The fire elemental ability transitioned within him, jumping directly from the beginner stage to the 3rd stage. 5 element abilities: Blazing Flame has been upgraded to the 3rd stage. Fire attack power increased by 200. With the passive effect of devouring, fire flames can attach to non-physical targets, dealing continuous damage to energy bodies. Dealing continuous damage to energy bodies. The sealed thing is essentially a high-dimensional energy body. The puzzle was becoming more complete. The bathroom door opened. A swirl of steam poured out. Shun Manshua emerged wrapped in a white bath towel, her long hair damp against her shoulders and back, droplets sliding down her collarbone, the towel only covering to the mid-thigh, revealing 2 straight slender legs. She had just finished showering, her skin slightly flushed, looking as if she had been pulled out from icy water and then placed into a hot spring. The dark red markings were mostly concealed by the towel. Cold and elegant, noble and breathtakingly beautiful. She sat down right next to Lin Yuan, close enough that the edge of the towel brushed against his thigh. Lin Yuan turned to look at her. Shun Manshua looked back at him. Her eyes were clear and direct. "Does the treatment need to continue?" she asked. Lin Yuan smiled. This was the former billionaire female CEO, a woman who could turn the tides at the negotiation table. Even in such a situation, she wanted to maintain the initiative. Lin Yuan's response was very concise. He pushed her down onto the sofa. In the kitchen, Su Bingbing was frying an egg. The sound of the spatula clashing against the bottom of the pan was louder than usual. From the living room came the sound of the sofa cushions being compressed. Su Bingbing's eyes darkened as she turned down the heat. She glanced over at Qin Xian, who was hiding in the corner. Qin Xian was curled up in the corner, her face reddening to her ears. She held a cup of water, the rim against her lips, but not drinking at all. The 2 women exchanged glances across a distance of 5 meters. Su Bingbing suddenly smiled. "Sister, would you like an egg too?" Qin Xian gulped down a mouthful of water, choking. "No. No need." Su Bingbing tilted her head, looking harmless. "Eggs are best eaten hot. If they're cold, they won't taste good. Just like some things, if you hesitate, in the end you won't even get the soup." Qin Xian's fingers tightened around the cup. This girl was hinting at something, but she did not want to engage. "I'm going out to the deck for some fresh air." 2 hours later, Lin Yuan and Shun Manshua emerged one after another. Shun Manshua changed into a clean outfit prepared by Su Bingbing, a black turtleneck sweater paired with dark trousers, thoroughly concealing the dark red markings. Her complexion had improved significantly since the morning, the sharpness in her brows returning to a large extent, though remnants of a red flush lingered. She walked with a slight awkwardness, revealing the intensity of the previous battle. Su Bingbing brought out the last dish from the kitchen. "Master, dinner is ready." She jogged over and naturally linked her arm with Lin Yuan's. The entire motion flowed smoothly, as if she performed it 100 times each day. Shin Mangshu's expression remained unchanged, but the hand holding the teacup paused slightly. She averted her gaze, convincing herself internally this matter is not worth dwelling on. She was well aware of who Lin Yuan was. A supreme powerhouse in the apocalypse, a rule-maker, it was not surprising for him to have other women by his side. Her relationship with him was based on mutual benefit. As for the rest, Shin Manshua took a sip of tea. She decided not to think about it anymore. The dining table was filled with an abundance of dishes. The braised pork ribs glistened, each piece coated in a rich caramel sauce, its aroma overwhelming. The steamed base had tender white flesh, and the scallions drizzled with hot oil sizzled delightfully, the fresh scent wafting into the air. A large bowl of tomato beef brisket soup, with the brisket stewed to perfection, melded with the tomatoes that had dissolved into the broth, creating a sweet and sour appetizing flavor. Garlic, broccoli, refreshing and vibrant green, with a strong garlic fragrance. Bowls of glistening white rice steamed as Qin Xian stood at the deck door for 2 hours, drawn back to the living room by the delicious aroma of the food. Dinner is served. Lin Yuan sat down and picked up his chopsticks. The four of them gathered around the dining table. Su Bingbing sat to Lin Yuan's left, naturally serving him soup and vegetables, her action smooth like a dedicated secretary. Shen Manxue sat across from him, serving herself. Qin Xian was sandwiched between the two, glancing at Su Bingbing's feeding tactics on the left and Shen Manxue's calm indifference on the right. A piece of pork rib entered her mouth. The savory sauce enveloped the meat, exploding in her mouth. The rib was stewed to perfection, easily separating from the bone with a gentle bite. It was so delicious. Qin Xian, without a care for her image, took 2 more pieces. Ding. Detected consumption of high-quality cuisine. Congratulations. You have gained temporary physique 3. Temporary agility 2. Duration 12 hours. Qin Xian nearly dropped her chopsticks. She stared wide-eyed at the notification before her. Gaining attributes just from eating. Shen Manxue's gaze also lingered on the panel for 2 seconds. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained temporary mental strength 4. Temporary resistance 3. Duration 12 hours. The two of them looked up simultaneously at Su Bingbing, who was quietly sipping her soup. Su Bingbing sensed the two gazes on her, blinking her eyes. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Lin Yuan's system notification was entirely different. Ding. Hidden talent ultimate luck triggered. 10,000 times critical hit, hidden mechanism activated. Congratulations, host. You have gained permanent strength 20. Permanent mental strength 15. You have received a limited time buff, elemental resonance enhancement within 12 hours. Elemental abilities increase in power by 50. The difference between the activation of the 10,000 times critical hit hidden mechanism and ordinary talents was like heaven and earth. Su Bingbing's talent was directed specifically at Lin Yuan. The closer one was the more satisfied he became, increasing the probability of triggering and amplifying the critical hit multiplier. While others could only sip soup, he was enjoying a banquet. Qin Xian was stunned. It turned out that Su Bingbing's value was not in her beauty or combat power. Her value lay in she was Lin Yuan's core support. Qin Xian cleaned her bowl of rice to the last grain. She must become useful. She could not just be a subordinate trailing behind to pick up scraps. Shen Manxue was also deep in thought, but her thoughts were different. She glanced down at the dark red markings concealed beneath her collar. The second path, devouring. If successful, she wouldn't need to rely on eating others' food to gain enhancements. She would be the power itself. Would that bring her closer to him? At this thought, she suddenly froze. What was this? Was she feeling inferior? The four of them finished the meal with their own thoughts. Su Bingbing quickly tidied up the dishes. Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa and opened the regional channel. The channel was flooded with numerous messages. Survivors under the extreme cold wave were experiencing the most grueling night, with the death toll continuing to rise and the prices of warm supplies in the trading area skyrocketing. Lin Yuan's gaze stopped on a message. Shunhao, everyone look. A bronze treasure chest has blown in from the snowstorm, and I've managed to acquire a miraculous item. Then Shunhao directly posted a screenshot in the channel. Advanced hull speed engine blueprint below. It was a smug message. Shunhao, haha, the heavens still favor those who are prepared. With this engine blueprint, my speedboat's combat power will double. Immediately the channel erupted. No way, advanced engine blueprint. This is valuable. A top-tier speed type. How Gu is awesome. Many people began to flatter Shunhao. Others expressed doubts. Come on with your speedboat, even if you install a rocket engine, it's just scrap metal. Can you outrun Lin God? How many sharks have you killed? Speed doesn't matter. Shunhao paused slightly, continuing to act arrogantly in the channel. To those who look down on me, just you wait. Once the extreme cold wave passes, it will be the world of those with speed. Shen Manxue also saw these messages. You have a grudge against him. This was not a question. Shen Manxue had been in the channel long enough to understand the context. Shunhao was Lu Tingting's current boyfriend, Lin Yuan's ex-girlfriend, and had repeatedly attempted to scheme against Lin Yuan in collusion with Wang Ning and the Blackfish Gang. For someone like that with your character and strength, killing him would be as easy as lifting a finger. Why spare him? Lin Yuan picked up a cup from the coffee table and took a sip of water. Do you think it's because I'm soft-hearted? Shen Manxue let out a small huff. You are the least likely person I've ever seen to be soft-hearted, which is why I'm even more curious. Lin Yuan put down the cup and leaned back against the sofa. One must make full use of resources. Shen Manxue narrowed her eyes slightly. What do you mean? Chun Hao is greedy, timid, selfish, malicious, and thinks himself clever. But because of these flaws, he is extreme. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. He jumps around in the channel helping me draw fire and probing the boundaries of other forces. He collaborates with the Black Fish Gang, bringing my hidden enemies into the open. He stirs up trouble everywhere, which instead helps me filter out who poses a real threat and who are merely useless followers. A living clown is far more useful than a dead one. Shen Manchue fell silent. She was in business. She understood. In Lin Yuan's eyes, Chun Hao might be an enemy, but not a threat. He was more of a tool. A free, continuously providing information and erroneous judgment source. In fact, there was one more thing Lin Yuan couldn't say. In the third month of global survival in his past life, the system would open a directional search function. Survivors could search for the coordinates of a specified ID by consuming a large amount of points. However, the search function had limitations and could only search for IDs within the same large area. Lin Yuan did not know which large area his parents and sister had been teleported to. In his past life, he was all alone with no channels to obtain this information. But Chun Hao knew. In his past life, Chun Hao had once, after getting drunk, inadvertently mentioned to Lu Tingting that he had investigated his family's information through the Chun group via his older brother's channels. Compared to Chun Hao, the useless second-generation descendant, his older brother Chen Zhong was a truly formidable opponent worth paying attention to. This was Lin Yuan's true reason for sparing Chun Hao's life. It wouldn't be too late to extract information from Chun Hao's mouth before the search function opened. Shen Manchue could see that this man kept Chun Hao alive, not out of mercy. A cold-blooded person exhibiting abnormal behavior must have greater schemes behind it. But if I can be of use, just say it. Lin Yuan was quite surprised by Shen Manchue's sharpness. She truly was a clever woman. Suddenly, a pinned message exploded on the public screen of the regional channel. Blood-red text. Black Dragon Bounty Hunting Order. Target Lin Yuan. Reward 1 ton of fresh water, a set of E-class weapon blueprints, 100 gene of dried meat. Conditions: sink Lin Yuan's yacht or bring Lin Yuan's head to the Black Fish Gang flagship. Number of participants unlimited. First come, first served. As soon as the message was released, the regional channel of 85000 people. 1 ton of fresh water. Are they crazy? 100 gene of dried meat will keep me alive for 3 months. Black Dragon is risking it all. He won't stop until Lin God is dead. Lin Yuan's expression turned completely cold. It's time for the Black Fish Gang to disappear from these waters. The bounty notice was like a deep-sea bomb. The messages in the channel were rapidly refreshing and most people were just spectating, but some desperate individuals began to stir. 1 ton of fresh water in the extreme cold of -35 degrees was like water of life. I'm going. Take me with you. I don't care anymore. Trading a worthless life for a ton of water is worth it. Brothers form a team. Lin Yuan's ship is tough. A one person can't handle it, but many hands make light work. There were also sober voices pouring cold water on the situation. Are you all crazy? That man crushes class shark kings. What do you have to chip at armor that can't even be penetrated by torpedoes? Last time Brother Lei used a rifle for a surprise attack, and the whole army was wiped out. Have you all forgotten? Zhao Jiangwo shook his head. Black Dragon is desperate now. His trusted advisor asked, Boss, what should we do? Zhao Jiangwo paused for a moment. Take a small team to assist from the side and lend help as needed. He wasn't foolish. He had traded with Lin Yuan before and knew that this young man's terrifying strength was far beyond what the bounty could afford. Sending people over might not help, but they needed to show some attitude. Zhou shouted, if he loses, how will the Black Fish Gang hold a grudge against us? Zhao Jiangwo shot him a glance. We might not be afraid of the Black Fish Gang. Zhou fell silent. The people he organized had been wiped out, which significantly damaged his credibility. Being rebellious now was clearly unwise. On the other side, aboard Black Dragon's flagship, he was half collapsed in the cabin, his left arm wrapped in rags and a wound on his side still oozing blood. The injuries he sustained from Arkham Underground City, combined with the aftereffects of using the teleportation stone, had left him utterly weak. Yet a mad fire of hatred burned in his eyes. How's he called Chun Hao. Chun Hao shrank in a corner looking submissive. Brother Long, are you sure his yacht can withstand torpedoes? The last one was a counterfeit made by Wang Ning. Chun Hao lowered his voice. But Brother Long, don't you still have the original deep-sea torpedo blueprint? The real deal. Not enough materials. Black Dragon gritted his teeth. That's why we need people to help out. Chun Hao smiled slyly. Once the bounty notice is issued, there will always be some who aren't afraid of death, wanting to take a piece of the pie. Let them go test the waters first, and we'll wait to watch the fun. Once they draw Lin Yuan's attention away, we can sneak in from the side. Brother Long, don't forget the system's 8th-hour island landing rule. If Lin Yuan wants to get the items on that island, he must leave the yacht. There's only a female celebrity and a half-disabled woman on board. That's our real opportunity. Black Dragon grinned, revealing a row of blood-stained teeth. You kid, your mind is still sharp. In the yacht's lounge, Lin Yuan finished reading all the channel messages and closed the panel. Mainframe. The holographic projection of the AI flashed. Master, have the coordinates of the Black Fish Gang's flagship been locked? Locked. It's 27 nautical miles from the current position. They are anchored in the wind-sheltered bay on the north side of Arkham Island. How many ships are there? 1 main flagship, 2 medium-sized fishing boats, and 4 small speedboats. Estimated personnel on the ships is 30 to 40 people. Lin Yuan stood up. Prepare to set sail. Shen Manxue immediately followed. Are you going to attack the Black Fish Gang? He issued the bounty notice ostensibly to gather manpower. In secret, he's targeting me to seize the ship when I land on the island. Lin Yuan's judgment was precise. I will still land on the island. But before that, he placed the teacup in his hand on the coffee table. We need to clear the area. He could allow Chun Hao to bounce around for now, because he was still useful, but what was Black Dragon? Qin Xian stood by rubbing her fists. What do you need me to do? You and Shen Manxue stay on the boat. I'll go alone. Shen Manxue and Qin Xian spoke simultaneously. Alone. Su Bingbing came out with a fruit platter, and upon hearing this, she nearly dropped the plate in her hands. Master, I didn't protect the ship, well last time, this time I will definitely. Lin Yuan waved his hand. This time is different. He moved his neck, producing a crisp, bone-cracking sound. I am going to return the favor for the bounty notice. Boom. The nuclear-powered engine roared to life. The steel behemoth broke through the ice, crushing the surrounding ice for dozens of meters, sending ice shards flying. The small boats that were sheltered next to the yacht were tossed about by the huge waves. Survivors falling into the icy water were wailing. Lin Yuan's ship is moving. Where is he going? Looking at the direction. It's north. Isn't that the Black Fish Gang's territory? The regional channel exploded. Holy crap. Isn't he running away? He's going to attack the Black Fish Gang. He set out just 2 minutes after the bounty notice was issued. This isn't being chased, this is going to collect debts. Lin God received bounty notice. Reply, thanks for the invite, I'm on my way. In the yacht's cockpit, the radar screen showed a red dot clearly flashing in the wind-sheltered bay north of Arkham Island. Lin Yuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze cold. 27 nautical miles. Full speed ahead. He would arrive in 15 minutes. Black Dragon, your bounty notice will be personally signed for. Beefing Bay. The ice layer covered more than half of the harbor entrance, with several fishing boats and speedboats frozen on the ice, their hulls tightly locked by the frost. The flagship of the Black Dragon was anchored deep inside. This heavy fishing vessel had been modified multiple times, its hull welded with steel plates and barbs. The deck was piled high with supply crates looted from various places. Inside the cabin, the Black Dragon was discussing the subsequent ship interception plan with Chen Hao. Once Lin Yuan lands on the island, we'll circle around from the eastern side. Huang Ye burst through the cabin door. Dragon brother, this is bad. What's wrong? The radar. There's a red dot rapidly approaching. It's coming in at extreme speed. What ship, eh? The Black Dragon stood up abruptly, the wound on his side tearing open, causing him to wince in pain. Huang Ya's voice trembled. It's huge, a very large ship. The Black Dragon rushed into the makeshift control room, his eyes wide as he gazed at the blinding red dot on the radar. The speed of that object was completely unreasonable. On the frozen sea surface, how could it maintain such speed? He looked up through the frost-laden porthole. Towards the harbor entrance, a mass of white ice fog was swirling violently. The ice layer was cracking. A massive dark shadow suddenly burst from the broken ice, and the thunderous roar of ice breaking echoed across the ocean. 100-meter-long black armored craft glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the gray-white dawn. 3 rows of heavy ramming horns tore through the floating ice at the harbor entrance, flipping the ice surface like a plow. The nuclear-powered yacht ground into the harbor entrance at a terrifying speed of 27 knots, crushing all the ice layers. Ice shards and debris flew up to 30 meters into the air. The Black Dragon's pupils constricted sharply. It had been less than 20 minutes since the kill order was issued. The prey had come knocking. All personnel prepare for battle. His shout had barely faded. Boom. The yacht's steel prow collided directly with a small speedboat anchored on the periphery. The speedboat crumpled like paper, its hull shattered, splintered wood and metal fragments scattering like confetti. His shout had barely faded. Boom. The yacht's steel prow collided directly with a small speedboat anchored on the periphery. The speedboat crumpled like paper, its hull, it sank straight to the bottom. Someone in the channel saw it, and the text live stream went wild. Damn. Lin Yuan just charged straight into the Black Fish Gang's lair. 2 speedboats were destroyed in seconds. Not even bubbles surfaced. He's driving a bulldozer. Those who had originally wanted to take advantage of the numbers to trouble Lin Yuan no longer dared to approach. Panic had already spread throughout the Black Dragon's flagship. Dragon brother, the 2 boats in front are gone. That monster is coming for us. Open fire. Bring the artillery over, shoot. Everyone ready your firearms, shoot on sight. 2 modified artillery pieces were brought out loaded with gunpowder, and the fuses lit. Boom, boom. 2 bursts of flames erupted in the night, iron projectiles crashing against the yacht's specialized alloy armor. Clang, clang, like marbles hitting a tank. Not even the paint was scratched. It's useless. Dragon Brother can't break through. The Black Dragon's face turned ashen. The yacht had already adjusted its direction, its prow aimed directly at his flagship. The 3 rows of heavy ramming horns under the dim daylight resembled a row of bared fangs. Lin Yuan's voice came through the loudspeaker. Black Dragon, I have accepted your kill order. Now it's my turn to set the price. How much is your life worth? The Black Dragon ground his molars, quickly scanning the control panel. His flagship was trapped by ice and could not move, and the medium-sized fishing boats on both sides were also frozen solid. There was no escape. He instinctively reached into his pocket. Empty. The teleportation stone had already been used in the underground city. Other than a half-finished torpedo part and a pile of broken materials, he had no means of escape. Regret came too late. Lin Yuan, if you dare to move against me, the entire Blackfish Gang won't spare you. He was posturing. In the battle on the island, the elite of the Blackfish Gang had lost more than half. The remnants scattered across other seas were leaderless, making communication difficult. Of the so-called hundreds of people, half had already frozen to death in the cold wave. Lin Yuan was direct. Mainframe, activate the electric net. Receive. The countermeasure electric net at the bottom of the yacht suddenly activated. Buzz. The violent blue high-voltage arcs spread across the ice surface. The ice was freshwater ice with average conductivity. But the fishing boats of the Blackfish Gang were all iron-hulled. The high-voltage current following the thin layer of meltwater on the ice accurately conducted to the metal hulls of the 2 medium-sized fishing boats. Zing! Simultaneously, blinding blue and white flashes erupted from the 2 fishing boats. The people aboard had no chance to jump ship. The screams were swallowed by the explosive sounds of the arcs. Everyone on the 2 fishing boats was turned into charred remains. The Black Dragon's flagship was temporarily unharmed, being further away, and the meltwater on the ice had not formed a continuous conduction path. But that was only temporary. Lin Yuan walked to the edge of the deck and jumped off the ship. His feet landed on the ice, shattering it into pieces. The frigid wind at -35 degrees battered against his open collar. The pure Yang's sacred body operated steam rising around him. He walked step by step towards the Black Dragon's flagship. Not hurried, not flustered, like the Grim Reaper taking a stroll. Inside the cabin, Chun Hao watched the surveillance footage, his entire body trembling. He's insane, he's coming directly towards us. Isn't the time limit of that temporary item up yet? No, we can't stay here any longer. Chun Hao frantically looked towards the cabin door. Go. Abandon ship. He grabbed a backpack and leaped out from the stern. He fell onto the ice and scrambled away towards the distant ice field. Huanya immediately followed. Seeing Chun Hao's retreating figure, the Black Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. Chun Hao, you. He hadn't finished his sentence. Lin Yuan had already kicked open the flagship's cabin door. The iron door flew 3 meters inward, along with the frame crashing against the cabin wall and bouncing off. Before the Black Dragon stood a man with his collar open, emanating steam all around. The Black Dragon forced out an ugly smile. Brother Lin Yuan, it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. How about this? The Blackfish Gang will serve you from now on, and all good things will be offered to you first. Look, I haven't caused you any losses, right? Just treat me like a fart, and let me go. How about? It's not that simple. Lin Yuan bent down and smiled. In my past life, your Blackfish Gang plundered me for 3 years. The Black Dragon was taken aback. Past life? What past life? What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, he recalled a rebirth novel he had read on Red Persimmon and thought of an absurd possibility. You're a reborn person, eh? Lin Yuan raised his fist, the 4th-tier golden sharp covering his entire right arm. The dark golden light shone blindingly in the dim cabin. In any case, today old debts and new debts will be settled in one go. With a single punch, the Black Dragon's world was completely enveloped in darkness. Channel notification. The Blackfish Gang flagship has been sunk. The Black Dragon is dead. Avatar grayed out. The Blackfish Gang has been destroyed. Silence. Long silence. Then, 20 minutes after the kill order was issued, the target personally came to wipe out your entire gang. This is probably the price of provoking the wrong person. Lin Yuan's reply: kill order has been accepted. Bounty to be claimed by the Blackfish Gang. Black Dragon, next time before issuing a kill order, please confirm you're not a bounty. Good kill, good kill. The Black Dragon Gang has done evil for too long and should have died long ago. A big relief. The Black Dragon deserved death. In the channel, reactions varied. Lin Yuan scavenged all valuable supplies from the wrecked flagship, including the unfinished legitimate blueprint for the deep-sea torpedo, and all of the Black Dragon's points and material reserves. He brushed off the dust from his hands. He turned and walked back onto the ice. Chun Hao had run 200 meters away, hiding behind an overturned ice block, shivering. Lin Yuan glanced at him from a distance. He did not pursue. Chun Hao lay behind the ice block, his face pressed against the ice, not daring to breathe. He didn't know why Lin Yuan hadn't chased him. He only knew he was lucky. Lin Yuan returned to the yacht. The hatch closed. The nuclear-powered engine started. The steel behemoth slowly departed from Beefing Bay, turning towards Arkham Island. Target 4 remaining crystal stones. Legendary skill Starfall. 40-hour countdown. There's still time. In the distance on the ice field, Chun Hao climbed up from behind the ice block. He was freezing, all over, his teeth chattering. Lin Yuan, he muttered. Not killing me is your biggest mistake. He lowered his head and pulled something from his pocket. It was a small, dark golden badge he had picked up during the chaos in Arkham Underground City from a villain's corpse. A badge with a closed eye engraved on its surface. The system had identified it. Observers, a one-time item effect upon use, gain complete visual perception of a specified target within a onomial range for 120 seconds. 120 seconds. Enough to see all the trump cards inside Lin Yuan's yacht. Chun Hao clenched the badge. A frenzied grin split across his face. Lin Yuan leaned against the leather seat of the cockpit and casually opened the regional trading panel. The storage space was piled high with supplies just scavenged from the Black Fish Gang's flagship. 3 boats, half-finished earth cannons, damaged firearms, blood-stained cold-weather gear, dozens of machetes, and over 100 pounds of cured meat meant to entice others to kill him. He was too lazy to categorize them and simply listed everything at once. Seller Lin Yuan items for sale, complete set of belongings from the Black Fish Gang, including a tattered mink coat, once worn by the Black Dragon, once high-grade metal materials, special energy cores, blueprint blind boxes, no bargaining, and poor folks stay away. The operation was completed, and he clicked upload. The storage space was instantly cleared, and Lin Yuan felt much better. This maneuver, though not very damaging, was highly insulting. The lurkers in the channel were all drawn out. What the hell? Am I blind? Was that the coat the Black Dragon just wore? Is he here to collect debts or to raid homes? 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes. The Black Dragon was so arrogant when he issued bounties, and now his ashes are scattered who knows where with his entire fortune listed for sale. Lin Shun's reverse operation is giving me goosebumps. Boss, can I trade a bottle of water for that bloodied mountain-cleaving knife? I want to absorb some of your killing intent to ward off evil. Are you dreaming upstairs? Didn't he say poor folks stay away? Some trolls also jumped out to stir trouble. Lu Dazue sent a message. Is he trying to monopolize the market by setting such high prices for these scraps in exchange for basic materials? Everyone unite to resist him. Lin Yuan glanced at the panel and quickly added Lu Dazue to his blacklist. Lu Dazue immediately started kicking up a fuss on the public screen. Why did you blacklist me? Are you feeling guilty or something? No one paid him any attention. Everyone was frantically snatching up the useful supplies. Lin Yuan was not lacking in basic materials at all. What he wanted was to establish authority. He wanted everyone to know that anyone who dared to covet his nuclear-powered yacht would end up stripped and displayed for all to see. The private chat box instantly exploded with over 999 messages. Lin Yuan casually flipped through a couple of pages of messages filled with requests for sponsorship, attempts to get clothes, and pleas for resources. All were meaningless chatter. He simply cleared all unread private messages with a single click and closed the channel. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away from Arkham Island, Chun Hao's speedboat was rocking on the waves. Lu Tingting curled up in a corner of the cabin, her lips turning purple from the cold, her eyes fixed firmly on the virtual panel. Her heart felt as if it were being ruthlessly squeezed. The bitter pangs of regret churned violently in her stomach, making her feel nauseous. That was Lin Yuan, the man who had once been utterly devoted to her, always at her beck and call. If she hadn't cheated back, then the one enjoying the comforts on that nuclear-powered yacht set to a constant 26 degrees would have been her. Hey, what are you staring at? Sue Wainer adjusted her dirty cotton jacket tauntingly. What? Seeing your ex-boyfriend become the #1 god in the district, feeling regretful now? Lu Tingting shot up her head, her eyes filled with resentment aimed at her sore spot. What face do you have to talk about me? Wang Chong and Zhang Wei are dead, not even a trace left. Sue Wainer curled her lips, showing no concern for the deaths of those 2 men. So what if they're dead? They were useless and wouldn't live long anyway. I only regret being blind back then and not realizing that Lin Yuan was the true dragon. She looked Lu Tingting up and down, laughing scornfully. But you're far worse off than I am. With Chun Hao having provoked such a vengeful spirit, do you think there's any way out for you? You'll soon experience how Xin was thrown into the sea to feed the fish. These words struck Lu Tingting's fatal weakness. She knew Chun Hao's true nature all too well, selfish, venomous, and heartless. She wanted to run to escape by any means possible, but she lacked the ruthlessness of Shun Manxue, who would shoot to kill. Outside it was 35 degrees below zero, leaving this broken boat meant death. Shut up. My business is none of your concern. Lu Tingting screamed sharply. The two were in the midst of their mutual annoyance when the ship suddenly lurched heavily. Weak curses came from outside the cabin. Lu Tingting, are you dead in there? Hurry up and come out to pull the boat. Lu Tingting shivered all over and scrambled up to the icy deck. In the snowstorm, Chun Hao and Huang Yu were paddling a lifeboat that looked ready to fall apart, struggling to approach. Chun Hao had a layer of ice crust on his face and his hands were frozen, resembling 2 purple carrots. Lu Tingting grabbed the rope to pull up, but her hands were numb and her movements were slightly delayed. Chun Hao flipped half of his body onto the deck. He then delivered a loud slap. Slap. Lu Tingting fell onto the ice, half of her face instantly swollen. Were you deliberately slow, hoping to watch me freeze to death? Chun Hao's eyes were bloodshot like a mad dog driven crazy. Lu Tingting covered her face, the resentment in her heart surging violently. The rope she was holding slipped, almost sending Huang Yu, who had yet to board, back into the sea. Chun Hao stumbled, desperately gripping the ship's deck. He keenly caught the hatred in her eyes and immediately changed his tone. Tingting, I'm sorry. I was scared out of my wits by Lin Yuan. I'm so cold right now. I only have you left. Please don't abandon me. Lu Tingting was taken aback by this sudden softening, her inner fierceness deflating significantly. But once the two women dragged him into the cabin, Chun Hao wrapped himself in a heavy tattered quilt resembling a ball. After warming up, he suddenly erupted, kicking Lu Tingting in the stomach. Bitch, were you trying to let go just now? Lu Tingting clutched her stomach and screamed in pain, too fearful to resist, only pleading for mercy. I was wrong, I slipped. Brother Hao, please don't hit me. Chun Hao snorted coldly and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Don't think that just because Lin Yuan is in the limelight now I won't be able to do anything about him. He turned to Huang Yu, his eyes glinting with sinister madness. My brother is not an ordinary person. Huang Yu and Lu Tingting both froze. Chun Hao gritted his teeth and dropped a bombshell. Initial resource blind box. My brother opened it and got a light frigate. He has already gathered over 1,000 people and established his own armed base. The moment these words were spoken, the cabin fell into a dead silence. A warship at the start. What does that even mean? Chun Hao pulled out an old radio communicator from his pocket. This thing can contact across districts once a month. I contacted my brother yesterday. Once the extreme cold wave passes, the system will soon initiate a regional merger. Once merged, Lin Yuan's yacht is nothing. Lu Tingting's eyes lit up, and the humiliation she felt earlier was dispersed by visions of the future. Chun Hao tightened the quilt around him, a glimmer of extreme calculation flashing in his eyes. Send the order to replenish supplies and follow Lin Yuan from a distance. He will definitely land on the island. I want to use the observer's eye to reveal all his hidden cards. When the merger day arrives, he will be the biggest stepping stone on my brother's path to dominance. On the other side, the nuclear-powered yacht slowly docked at the frozen coast of Arkham Island. Lin Yuan stood before the control panel with the authentic deep-sea torpedo blueprint laid out in front of him. His yacht boasted incredible defenses and high speed, but it lacked heavy firepower. The last time he encountered a 100-meter Shark King, he had to rely on close combat. With torpedoes, his firepower network would gain a significant boost. System combined materials to create a deep-sea torpedo launch matrix. He pulled out the high-grade metal ingots and special gunpowder he had just exchanged in his storage space. Detecting complete blueprint and sufficient materials, constructing weapon module. Ding. Triggering passenger Su Bingbing's hidden talent ultimate luck. Weapon module has mutated and upgraded. Acquired armor-piercing electromagnetic heavy torpedo launch tube X4 with automatic loading system. Torpedo reserves 20 for automatically condense and generate every 24 hours. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised and pondered for a moment. So passengers can be used this way. He looked at the 4 dark launch ports silently sliding out on the holographic display. Now, even if 10 flagship boats came at him, it would simply be a matter of a volley. He adjusted his black tactical suit and grabbed a pure steel long knife. Bing Bing, stay behind. Shun Manxue Qin Xian, get ready to work. He was going to the underground city again to deal with that thing whose name was unmentionable. Time to settle the accounts. The outskirts of Arkham Island. Ice mist enveloped the air and the snowstorm cut like a blade. Lin Yuan walked ahead, his tactical boots crunching the ice shards beneath, producing a piercing screech. Shun Manxue and Qin Xian followed closely behind, one on each side. Su Bingbing was left on the ship, with 4 electromagnetic heavy torpedoes as backup. Anyone daring to approach the yacht would be courting death. This time Lin Yuan didn't plan to head straight for the core of the underground city. With 40 hours left on the countdown, there was still time. With so many moving treasure chests and crystal cores around, it would be a shame not to harvest some in this harsh weather. 30 meters ahead, 7 or 8 mutated Icefield giant wolves sprang out from the shadows of Icefield cracked tooth wolf F-class. They were as large as adult water buffalo, with fur on their backs crystallized into hard ice spikes, and their drooling mouths reeked of blood and decay. Qin Xian tightened her grip on the steel pipe, ready to charge forward at the slightest misstep. The ancient martial arts stance had just begun to take shape. Fall back. Lin Yuan's voice was steady without a hint of fluctuation. He didn't even draw his blade. The pure Yang's sacred body activated, unleashing his third-tier fire-type ability without reservation. With no fancy moves, he simply extended his right hand forward. He snapped his fingers. Snap! A circle of golden-red fire rings erupted explosively around him. This was a high-level true fire imbued with the burning attribute. The fire rings swept across the ice surface, instantly vaporizing the moisture in the air, creating a sharp shriek. The three ice-field giant wolves at the forefront didn't even have time to scream. At the moment of contact with the fire rings, their fur, flesh, and bones were reduced to ashes. Only 3 translucent beast cores fell to the ground with a clink. The remaining 4 wolves attempted to turn and flee. Lin Yuan flipped his palm. 4th-tier golden sharp activated. The scrap metal and discarded steel bars on the ground were forcibly lifted by an invisible force, twisting and elongating in midair, transforming into 4 dark golden metal spears. Go! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The spears instantly pierced through the skulls of the fleeing giant wolves, pinning them firmly against the ice wall. Instant kill. Clean and decisive, an absolute display of violent aesthetics. Qin Xian stood frozen, holding the steel pipe. She knew Lin Yuan was strong, but he at least threw punches when dealing with the wood spirit guardians before. What is this now? A dual screen clear with both law and physical prowess. Shen Manxue was also stunned. She patted her heaving chest, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. With that kind of firepower coverage, are we here just to cheer you on? Lin Yuan walked over to pick up the crystal cores and 2 fallen wooden treasure chests. You two are here to be porters. He advanced steadily. Any monster daring to show its head became a live target for Lin Yuan to grind his proficiency on. Shen Manxue and Qin Xian didn't even have a chance to warm up. They were too busy following behind to scavenge. Along the way, they also encountered several other survivor teams trying to fish on the island. Hiding behind the ruins, they watched as that man crushed the head of an glass aberrant creature with one hand. They were so frightened that they dared not even breathe, fearing that this god of death might casually wipe them out as well. What kind of monster is that? Is it even human? Stop looking. Be careful, he kills us too. The mental defenses of the onlookers completely crumbled. An hour passed. Dozens of treasure chests lay scattered on the ground. Shen Manxue and Qin Xian could only hold a maximum of 3 each. Any more would hinder their movement. Lin Yuan, I can't carry anymore. Qin Xian looked at the gleaming treasure chests on the ground, her face filled with pain. It felt like entering a vault without bringing any bags. Lin Yuan glanced back. Throw them over. Shen Manxue frowned. You won't be able to take them if I throw them. Treasure chests can't stack. Before she could finish, she saw Lin Yuan wave his hand. The dozens of treasure chests on the ground vanished into thin air. Both women widened their eyes in astonishment. You can perform magic tricks. Qin Xian stammered. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, casually making up an excuse. I opened a blind box earlier and got a special item with a 10 square meter storage space. 10 square meters? Qin Xian gasped. At this stage, everyone had to be frugal, even with backpacks. A 10 square meter storage item was practically a strategic level cheating tool. Your luck is so enviable it makes me want to kill. Shen Manxue shook her head, suppressing the tumult in her heart. Of course, she didn't know that Lin Yuan's space was not just 10 square meters, but infinite. If the truth were revealed, these two women would likely lose their composure on the spot. Enough chatter, let's continue deeper. As they got closer to the underground city, the monsters' levels began to rise, and their numbers increased. Lin Yuan deliberately slowed down his pace of clearing. You two go and practice. He couldn't always play the caretaker in the apocalypse. A vase without combat capability dies the quickest. Without hesitation, Qin Xian charged into a group of massive mutated snow crabs with her steel pipe. Her ancient martial arts talent was indeed astonishing. Each strike was precisely aimed at the weak points of the monster's shell. A broken steel pipe was wielded by her with the lethality of a spear. Bang, bang, bang. The juices of the mutated crabs splattered everywhere. Lin Yuan leaned against the ruins, watching her with slight fluctuations in his gaze. He was reminded of a lone wolf who briefly shone on the regional leaderboard in his past life. The same build, the same style of moves. One person with a knife slaughtered through the entire ruined sea. Unfortunately, that genius met a tragic end. Betrayed by her most trusted friend to a perverse organization, she was vivisected on the operating table. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze. In this life, since she had boarded his ship, such a humiliating death was not permitted to occur. On the other side, Shen Manxue's combat style was much more peculiar. She faced off against a glass frost lizard. The lizard initially appeared aggressive, but the moment it approached Shen Manxue, its movements suddenly froze. The dark red patterns beneath her collarbone emitted a faint red glow through her clothing. The suppression of high-dimensional energy. The lizard trembled as if it had encountered a natural enemy, losing even the instinct to resist. Shin Manshua drew her dagger and swiftly slashed its throat. This isn't entirely a bad thing. She touched her collarbone, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Since she had been chosen, she would make full use of it. After clearing the outskirts, the three finally stood before the heavy stone door, which was dark green. From the crack of the door, the familiar low-frequency hum resonated once more. Mental pollution. Take this. Lin Yuan tossed the Watcher's emblem to Qin Xian. His mental power was sufficient, and with second-tier resistance, he didn't need it. Qin Xian caught the emblem, and the piercing pain in her mind instantly lessened. Shin Manshua needed it even less, as the power within her was of the same origin, and she even felt a hint of excitement. Let's go. Lin Yuan pushed open the stone door. The abyssal hall was revealed once more. This time below there lay a massive net woven from chains. That humanoid light shadow suddenly lifted its featureless face. A violent mental pressure crashed down like a tsunami. The level suppression field activated fully. Even the dust in the air hovered at this moment. The immense gravity threatened to crush a person's internal organs. Qin Xian, wearing the Night Watchman's insignia, was still pressed down to one knee, biting her lip to keep from the dark red patterns within Shun Mangshu's body erupted in an instant. She let out a muffled groan, leaning against the cold stone wall, her back instantly soaked with sweat. The humanoid light shadow in the abyss below twisted and deformed frantically. It was furious. It was shocked. A human it regarded as an ant after escaping its hunting ground. The humanoid light shadow in the abyss below twisted and deformed frantically. It was furious. It was shocked. A human it regarded as an ant after escaping its hunting ground actually dared to swagger back. Ants. Seeking death. The intermittent waves of thought exploded in Lin Yuan's mind, filled with lofty disdain and enraged offense. Lin Yuan sneered. He stepped forward, directly stepping onto the transparent crystal floor. Is the network lagging, or are you brain dead? Repeating the same lines, how pitifully pathetic for a deity. The humanoid light shadow paused for a second. It was clear that it had never encountered a creature that dared to speak to it in such a manner. The next second, a torrent of chain illusions surged upward, heading straight for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Be careful, Qin Xian shouted. Instead of retreating, Lin Yuan advanced. Bing Bing left me a midnight snack on the ship. Ew, I don't have time to play tentacle games with you. With a clap of his hands, his fourth-tier golden sharp ability transformed into a massive dark golden shield, firmly blocking the first wave of chain strikes. Boom. The shockwave generated by the energy collision swept through the entire hall. The divine component, feeling its attack thwarted, immediately changed its strategy. It sensed Shin Mangshu's presence. She was its favorite vessel. A surge of pure aberrant energy bypassed Lin Yuan and shot straight for the center of Shin Mangshu's forehead. Oh! Shin Manshua screamed, her eyes instantly turning completely dark red. Countless seductive voices crazily pulled at her from the depths of her consciousness. Abandon resistance. Accept the gift. Become a high-dimensional vessel. Shin Manshua, it bit her lip, blood flowing down from the corner of her mouth. Stop trying to disgust me. How could I, Shin Manshua, bow to you, a piece of rotten meat unworthy of the light? Instead of complying, she actively loosened her mental defenses. Seizing the moment when the aberrant energy surged and she forcefully sought to strip away and assimilate the impurities within that energy. She would forge her will with high-dimensional power. The divine component was utterly enraged. The prey was counterattacking the hunter. It pulled back most of its power, preparing to forcefully suppress Shin Manshua. This was the opportunity Lin Yuan needed. Its intelligence was as lacking as its language. Hey bastard. Lin Yuan's figure transformed into an afterimage, racing along the edge of the hall at full speed. His target was another towering stone pillar. There embedded was a core of water radiating a ghostly blue light. What? Are you so enamored with the pretty girl that you're willing to give up your own eyes? Come at me if you have the guts. While running, he sent waves of provocative energy toward the abyss. The divine component was thoroughly enraged by his taunts. With the water core less than 40 meters away, it suddenly realized Lin Yuan's true intention. Thief! A dull mental roar echoed through the hall. The crystal floor shattered inch by inch. Dozens of slippery tentacles covered in eyeballs burst through the ground, weaving a dense net of death along Lin Yuan's path. It sealed off every inch of space for his advance and retreat. A deadlock. Qin Xian closed her eyes in despair. There was simply no way to leverage such a level of strangulation. Yet at this critical moment, Lin Yuan smiled. He suddenly pulled out the divine binding prism, complete form, from his storage space. The prism emitted a ghostly blue glow. The monstrous entity at the bottom churned with rage, yet it sensed the overwhelming sealing aura. A massive tide of energy was forcibly held in midair, with hundreds of dark red chains frozen in place. It was scared. The residual consciousness of a high-level plane understood the need to avoid harm. Lin Yuan tossed the prism in his hand, his movements overly relaxed. What do you think will happen if I shove this into your mouth? As the words fell, he exerted force with one hand, mimicking a throwing motion, and struck heavily. The high-dimensional being in the abyss shrieked as it shrunk, defensively, countless tentacles wrapping around its body. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan pushed off the ground, cracking the marble tiles beneath his feet. He transformed into an afterimage, brushing past several sluggish red light defenses and grasped the core of water at the top of the stone pillar. With a cracking sound, the crystal was dislodged. The ghostly blue light fell into his palm. Before the divine component could react, Lin Yuan turned around, raising his right hand that held the prism once more. One more to go. The tentacles that had just scattered were again flustered as they retreated to form a formation. Lin Yuan did not throw it. Instead, he twisted his body in midair and dashed toward another stone pillar diagonally ahead. The core of wood was within reach. Alarms blared throughout the underground city. With the suppression of two ceiling pillars lost consecutively, a dull, cracking sound emanated from the bottom of the abyss. The shackles that had confined most of its body completely shattered in two. The system's glaring red text flooded the screen. Warning: ceiling strength plummeting. The unsealing countdown reduced to 8 hours. The originally level suppression field skyrocketed. The entire hull trembled dangerously. The dark red energy solidified into a tangible storm, lifting away layers of rock overhead thick enough to be several dozen meters high. It realized what had happened. It had been played by a lowly life form not once but twice. No, 3 times. Furious, high-dimensional energy converged into a 5-meter-wide death ray aimed directly at Lin Yuan. Its speed surpassed the limits of human visual capture. Running. That option did not exist. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. Just right. The system broadcast echoed. 8 hours on the island has elapsed, triggering forced repatriation. White light descended from the void, enveloping Lin Yuan, Shun Manxue, and Qin Xian. The 3 vanished from the hall. The ray missed, and the abyss monster let out a roar that shattered eardrums, forcefully following the spatial path. On the icy shore outside Arkham Island, snow and wind raged. As the 3 had just steadied themselves, the void behind them warped. An extremely furious dark red ray squeezed through the spatial rift, piercing toward Lin Yuan's back. This thing bore grudges. It was willing to risk backlash to kill Lin Yuan. Qin Xian shouted, trying to block it, but was pinned in place by overwhelming pressure. The ray struck. The moment it touched Lin Yuan's back, a layer of colorful radiance appeared on his body. The 5 elements resonance amplification buff obtained from the previous meal was forcibly activated, and the power of the 5 elements formed a cyclic array. The red light and the colorful radiance strangled each other fiercely. The 2 forces madly canceled each other out in the howling wind. Ultimately, it returned to nothingness. The side effects soon followed. Lin Yuan knelt halfway, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The system prompt appeared. High-dimensional energy impact assessment completed. 5 elements resonance amplification has been consumed. Host suffers from energy overload backlash. The 5 elements ability and pure yang holy body enter a force sealing state. Sealing duration 8 hours. Note: the 100-fold human-based physique is unaffected. He tried to mobilize his fire ability, but his meridians were empty and the constant flow of warmth had completely dissipated. Now he was merely a humanoid weapon relying on physical destructive power. Just 8 hours, he could accept that. Lin Yuan stood up, brushing off the ice shards from his knees. A mile away, behind a protruding ice rock, Chun Hao held the observer's eye. His vision pierced through the heavy snowstorm, clearly locking onto Lin Yuan. Earlier, he had witnessed Lin Yuan block that earth-shattering red light, immediately followed by the collapse of the energy fluctuations around Lin Yuan. In the numerical frame representing the energy level, a large 0 popped up. Chun Hao's hands trembled. It was a tremor of excitement. It's gone. His abilities are gone. I knew it. Those terrified fools were all deceived. What so-called heaven-defying strength? It was all propped up by those time-limited items. Blocking that one strike has exhausted his last trump card. Chun Hao's eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a suppressed maniacal laugh from his throat. A powerless waste without abilities. Even clad in high-end tactical gear in this man-eating sea, he was nothing more than a fat sheep waiting for slaughter. The heavy alloy hatch slid open, and warm air rushed in. Lin Yuan, Shun Manxue, and Qin Xian had just stepped into the living room when Su Bingbing came to greet them. She was dressed in a black and white lace-made outfit, the skirt extremely short, her long fair legs swaying under the constant temperature of 24 degrees, making one dizzy. Master, you're back? Is it cold outside? I made you some angelica and blackbone chicken soup and kept it warm for you. Her voice was sweet and delicate, almost melodic. Qin Xian glanced at Su Bingbing's cleavage, then looked down at her own tactical suit, which was splattered with the slime from monsters, and instantly felt uneasy. Shun Manxue let out a cold laugh, directly tossing her removed winter gear onto the sofa, revealing the dim red high-dimensional patterns on her collarbone. Ignoring Su Bingbing's declaration of ownership, she walked straight to the bar and poured herself a glass of strong liquor, downing it in one gulp. Lin Yuan had no interest in the undercurrents among the women. He sank into the leather sofa and raised his hand to open the regional chat channel. The public screen was already in chaos. Chen Hao had pinned a screenshot taken by the observer's eye at the top. In the center of the image was Lin Yuan's state after enduring the evil god's rays, and beside it, in a bright red ability value box, the words flashed prominently: target energy level 0. Chen Hao's remarks were incredibly arrogant. Brothers, open your eyes and take a look. This is irrefutable evidence captured by a god-level probing tool. Lin Yuan's ability value has dropped to 0. He's useless. He was incapacitated by high-level monsters on the island, and his trump cards have all been revealed. Now he is nothing but a waste who can't even conjure a fireball. Whoever kills him first will claim that temperature-controlled nuclear-powered yacht. There are mountains of food inside, and the top celebrity Su Bingbing. The bold will thrive while the timid will starve. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Lu Dazue was the first to jump out and lead the charge. What the hell? I was wondering why this guy was in such a hurry to run away. It turns out he's just a soft-shell shrimp. Without abilities, what's he pretending to be a big shot for? Someone sent a drooling emoji. No abilities. Then isn't his boat just a metal coffin? I'm freezing to death on this broken raft. Let's do it. If we win, we get the club's young model. Another person added sarcastically, exactly. Even if he has a gun, so what? We outnumber him and can wear him down. Why should he enjoy air conditioning and hot pot while we have to drink the cold wind? Under Chen Hao's malicious provocation, fear was overwhelmed by greed. Leaning back against the sofa cushion, Lin Yuan scoffed and picked up a chicken leg, savoring it. Foolish people are everywhere and especially abundant in the apocalypse. Qin Xian tightened her grip on the steel pipe in her hand, her brow furrowed deeply. Lin Yuan, these keyboard warriors have been incited. Our abilities are sealed. If hundreds of people surround us, relying on physical strength alone won't be enough. Shun Manshua toyed with the empty wine glass in her hand, her gaze icy. What are we afraid of? Whoever dares to board the ship, I will skin them alive. The yacht's radar emitted a series of urgent beeps. Outside the yacht, the sea suddenly began to churn violently. The divine component that Lin Yuan had toyed with 3 times was in a frenzied rage, creating towering waves dozens of meters high. Amidst the cover of the waves and snowstorm, over 30 makeshift ships pieced together were swiftly surrounding the yacht in a fan shape propelled by the wind. Leading them was a bully known as Bald Chong. He directly activated his voice in the regional channel and shouted, Lin Yuan, your grandpa is here to claim the inheritance. If you know what's good for you, come out and leave the women and supplies behind. Out of my mercy, I'll leave you a plank to fend for yourself. Ha ha. Over 30 ships, more than 200 desperate fugitives. Su Bingbing's hand holding the soup bowl suddenly shook, spilling the broth. Master, there are too many of them. Lin Yuan grabbed a wet wipe and leisurely cleaned the grease. Bingbing, go bring that plate of smashed cucumber. Eating too much meat is overwhelming. Su Bingbing was stunned. The situation was urgent, and he still wanted to eat smashed cucumber. Before anyone could react, Lin Yuan lazily extended his index finger and pressed it directly on the prominent red physical button on the right side of the control panel. Do you really think I upgraded this ship just for show? Lin Yuan issued a command to the control panel. Armor-piercing electromagnetic heavy torpedo launch tube charging complete. Target locked, fan-shaped coverage. Send this bunch of trash back to be remade. For dark launch ports silently slid open at the bottom of the ship. The seawater boiled in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For terrifying blue light beams tore through the storm, leaving 4 boiling tracks of white vapor on the surface of the sea. Bald Chong stood at the bow of the ship, still dreaming of occupying the yacht and forcibly taking Su Bingbing. He barely caught a glimpse of a blue light flashing by, not even having time to curse. Boom. The deafening explosion drowned out the roar of the divine. A massive water fire mixed mushroom cloud erupted above the sea. The terrifying heat and shockwave cleared the area instantly. Over 30 ships and more than 200 shouting fugitives were directly crushed into fragments by the shockwave. The yacht didn't even shake. The regional channel, which had just been clamoring to chop Lin Yuan into pieces, was instantly silenced. A deathly silence. It took a full 2 minutes before someone nervously sent a message. What? What the hell was that? A torpedo? He has a nuclear-powered yacht, that's fine, but where did he get heavy torpedoes? Wasn't it said he became useless? Wasn't it said he had no trump cards left? Chen Hao, you dog. You used us as cannon fodder. Lin Yuan curled his lips and pressed the all-region voice key. Keep coming, I still have 16 heavy torpedoes. By the way, who just said they wanted to take my ship? More than 10 nautical miles away, Chen Hao was hiding in a flimsy speedboat, trembling with anger. Useless trash. They are all a bunch of worthless fools. He kicked over the iron bucket used for warmth. The pieces of charcoal in the fire pit rolled out, nearly burning Lu Tingting's feet. Lu Tingting screamed in fright and shrank back into the corner, shivering. She hugged her arms, her face filled with terror. How go, please stop. Even if his abilities are at 0, that ship cannot be broken. If we provoke him again, we will really lose our lives. Nonsense. I have been planning for so long, and now that he is weakened, how can I give up? Chun Hao turned his head, glaring fiercely at Huang Ye. Before the apocalypse, Huang Ye was a top mercenary whose name was known in the outer realms, with countless lives on his hands. What was more terrifying was his initial stats, which were extremely perverse. Strength 35, agility 40. A normal healthy adult would barely reach a maximum of 10 in these 3 attributes. Huang Ye grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow decayed teeth. Hauge, don't get angry. Huang Ye pulled out a bloodstained combat knife from his waist and spun it elegantly in his hand. Since the firepower net cannot penetrate, then we will collapse from within. Chun Hao carefully took out a palm-sized silver compass from his inner clothing pocket. This was a top-tier item he had obtained from a silver treasure chest yesterday by sheer luck. Teleportation compass, one-time use. It could ignore any physical defenses and directly teleport to a designated coordinate within 10 nautical miles. Chun Hao shoved the compass into Huang Ye's hand. I have locked the coordinates to the yacht's control room. Lin Yuan's current energy value is 0. He is just an ordinary person with slightly better physique. You go over, ignore those 3 women, and directly cut Lin Yuan's throat. As long as he is dead, the identity verification on that yacht will reset. At that time, all the supplies and women inside will be ours. Huang Ye shook the compass and chuckled darkly. Don't worry, Hauge. Killing a useless person is just a matter of half a second. And those exquisite women of his, remember to leave me some to taste later. After saying this, Huang Ye suddenly crushed the compass in his hand. A burst of silver light instantly enveloped him. Whoosh. In a flash of silver, his burly figure vanished from the icebreaker. Inside the yacht, Lin Yuan was about to place a crisp piece of cucumber on his mouth from a plate brought by Su Bingbing. Shen Manxue was flipping through a local sea area map beside him. Qin Xian was polishing her precious steel pipe. Buzz. The air in the corner of the control room suddenly twisted violently. A flash of silver light appeared. Huang Ye's figure materialized out of thin air. Enemy attack. Qin Xian, with her training in martial arts, reacted quickly, shouting angrily as she grabbed the steel pipe and prepared to rush forward. But Huang Ye was faster. With an agility score of 40, he left a blur in the air. He completely ignored Qin Xian. The tip of the combat knife pointed directly at Lin Yuan's throat, who was leaning against the sofa. A bloodthirsty fervor flashed in Huang Ye's eyes. He knew all too well about this pampered pretty boy. Slow to react, and with relaxed muscles. In front of a high-level mercenary of his caliber, even if given a gun, he wouldn't have time to take off the safety. Die. The tip of the knife was less than 5 centimeters from Lin Yuan's neck. Huang Ye could almost imagine the warm sensation of blood gushing out. However, at the eye of the storm, Lin Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids, not even shifting his butt from the sofa. He casually extended his left hand. As if swatting a fly, he grabbed toward Huang Ye's thrust, which carried 35 points of terrifying strength. Huang Ye's heart leaped with joy, almost wanting to laugh out loud. He actually dared to use his flesh to receive my full power thrust. You fool. Your hand will be crushed, and then your throat. However, crunch. The grating sound of metal breaking echoed in the luxurious living room. There was no explosion of flesh and blood. It was not Lin Yuan's hand that was broken. It was that combat knife forged from refined steel, capable of easily piercing through bulletproof vests. With just 2 fingers, Lin Yuan effortlessly pinched the blade's tip. Then, with a casual twist of his fingertips, the steel shattered, forcibly crushed into several pieces of scrap metal, clattering onto the expensive carpet. Huang Ye's pupils constricted to the extreme in that instant. What the hell? How is this possible? He had 35 points of strength. He had no idea that although Lin Yuan's abilities were sealed, he had completed the 2nd stage of the god-level gene recombination, and his basic physical attributes were already hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. That was a terrifying strength value, close to 1,000 points. Before Huang Ye's brain could instruct his legs to run away, Lin Yuan's left hand swiftly shot forward. Fast. Too fast. One hand directly grabbed Huang Ye's cheek. Lin Yuan did not use any flashy techniques, nor did he even stand up. His 5 fingers slightly curled inward. Poof. It was like squeezing a ripe watermelon until it burst. Huang Ye's hard skull, faced with nearly 1,000 points of pure strength, couldn't hold for even half a second and instantly shattered. Lin Yuan's right hand precisely picked up a genuine leather sofa cushion nearby and held it in front. Bang. All the filth was blocked by the cushion, not a single drop splashing onto Lin Yuan's clothes or the carpet. Thud. The headless corpse crashed to the floor, twitching twice before dying completely. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Qin Xian stood frozen in place, her steel pipe raised, swallowing hard. This was a high-level assassin who could teleport in. Just like that. Was crushed to death like squashing a bug. Lin Yuan disdainfully tossed the filthy cushion onto the corpse, wiped his hands with a wet wipe, and popped that piece of cucumber he had just picked up into his mouth. Crunch. The cucumber was very crisp. On the other side on the icebreaker, Chun Hao stared intently at the team interface. Huang Ya's avatar flickered once before turning into a dim death state. Chun Hao's pupils suddenly constricted. Impossible. Huang Ya is dead. He was a master with 35 points of strength. Even if he encountered a Class C beast, he could still retreat unscathed. Lu Tingting gasped in surprise and stammered, How go what happened? He couldn't understand, he couldn't comprehend. Lin Yuan was a useless person as confirmed by the system. Who killed Huang Ya? It must be that woman. It was definitely that woman named Shen Manxue. Chun Hao slapped his thigh, his voice trembling. I should have. Lin Yuan dared to be so arrogant because he had piled all the supplies onto that woman. That Shen Manxue has definitely hidden her strength. That little pretty boy Lin Yuan is now just a soft rice king relying on a woman for protection. Damn it, he's so lucky. He managed to encounter such an exceptional henchman. Although he shouted self-hypnotizing bravado like this, Chun Hao no longer dared to mention the matter of seizing the ship. After this battle, the regional channel completely fell silent, and no one dared to provoke that death yacht again. The storm on the sea grew increasingly violent, and the temperature plummeted sharply, approaching -40 degrees. The pressure of survival hung heavily over everyone's heads. The atmosphere in the channel suddenly changed. Don't fight over it, don't fight over it. This weather makes the urine freeze before it even hits the ground. How can we survive? Where's old Zhao? Mr. Zhao Zhangwo, do you have any methods to keep warm? Zhao Zhangwo was also a tough guy, and he posted a photo in the channel. He had skinned several mutated seals and wrapped their fat around himself, looking like a bloody primitive man. Young people, don't be afraid when faced with difficulties. Seal fat provides excellent insulation, though it does have a strong smell. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Others followed suit, coming up with all sorts of bizarre anti-cold techniques. Some set the whole boat on fire to keep warm, while others buried themselves in fish entrails for warmth. Survivors across the region struggled painfully in this icy hell. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was comfortably reclining on a genuine leather sofa, watching the various beautiful women sway in front of him. Deep within Arkham Island, the dark red pillar of light shooting into the sky grew thicker. The countdown for the unsealing of the Dark Gods component had less than 4 hours remaining. The sea outside had already risen into towering waves over 10 meters high. Yet the yacht's stabilization system worked miraculously unaffected by the tempest outside. Inside the cabin, the stability was such that not even a ripple disturbed the water in the cup. The yacht maintained a constant temperature of 24 degrees, with the air purification system emitting a subtly sweet aroma of grass and wood. It was like two different worlds. Shen Manxue leaned against a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was hell, while inside was paradise. The dark red high-dimensional patterns occasionally glimmered with a faint light at her snow-white collarbone, the agitation of her powers exuding an eerie and cold allure. She fixed her gaze intently on Lin Yuan. The move that had just crushed Huang Ya was devoid of any flamboyance, pure and brutal force. This man was not only ruthless, but incredibly attractive. Shen Manxue was acutely aware of how domineering the power within her was. Had it been a different man, she would have already thought of directly seizing power. But before Lin Yuan, she could not even conceive a rebellious thought. She even felt an impulse to be completely conquered by this man, to become the sharpest knife in his hands. Master, please quickly use a warm towel to wipe your hands. Su Bingbing approached with a silver tray, deliberately bending over her maid outfit, revealing a generous neckline. As she carefully wiped Lin Yuan's fingers with a warm towel, she playfully complained, that filthy blood almost splattered on you. It really scared me. The way she called Master was sweet to the point of being sickly. Shen Manxue rolled her eyes dramatically and turned her head away with a cold snort. Qin Xian rubbed her arms, covered in goosebumps, feeling quite uncomfortable. Su Bingbing's eyes sparkled as she smiled brightly and linked arms with Qin Xian. Qin, family girl, don't just stand there. Come accompany me to the top-level hydroponics room to pick some fresh vegetables. The master just said he wanted to eat copper pot hot pot tonight, and let's get some side dishes. Although Qin Xian had immense fighting power, she was straightforward when it came to the intricate dynamics of women's jealousy. Hearing about fresh vegetables made her eyes light up. Hydroponics room. With the outside world nearly entering the ice age, where would they get hydroponics? You can still grow vegetables on this ship. In this apocalypse, not to mention leafy greens, even managing to snag a moldy piece of seaweed would be a feast. Following Su Bingbing up the spiral staircase to the top level, as soon as she pushed open the glass door, Qin Xian was instantly petrified. Inside the climate-controlled glass greenhouse spanning several hundred square meters, the lights simulated the perfect sunlight. Rows of soilless cultivation racks held dripping green bok choy, and bright red tomatoes hung heavily from the branches. There were even 2 rows of strawberry plants in the corner bearing fruit. While people outside would fight to the death for a mouthful of moldy hard bread, this ship was actually conducting fully automated 3-dimensional agriculture. Are these really all genuine? Qin Xian's voice trembled as she cautiously reached out to pinch a bok choy leaf. The abundant juice instantly dampened her fingertips. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! The martial artist, usually unfazed during fights, could only express her overwhelming shock with limited vocabulary at this moment. In the apocalypse, the value of this room full of greens was more absurd than a room full of gold. Su Bingbing covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her inherent superiority as the main wife evident. What's so surprising about this? Look to your left, there's still half a top-grade Wagyu beef hanging in the cold storage. The master's resources are beyond what your minds can imagine. Meanwhile, in the living room downstairs, Lin Yuan didn't pay any attention to the undercurrents among the 3 women. With a wave of his hand, it all came crashing down. All the treasure chests he had gathered on Arkham Island today were dumped from his storage space, piled into a small mountain. There were 50 wooden treasure chests, 13 bronze treasure chests, and 4 silver treasure chests. At the very top, there was even a golden treasure chest. The golden light shimmered, making it hard for one to look. Shen Manxue was extremely shocked. She knew Lin Yuan had gathered a lot, but seeing this mountain of treasure with her own eyes still made her legs feel weak. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. The 10,000-fold critical hit was still under cooldown due to backlash, and it would take several more hours to unseal. He couldn't wait. The thing at the bottom of the sea was on the verge of unsealing. He needed to convert these resources into assets immediately to stockpile enough trump cards. Moreover, given his luck buff from Su Bingbing today, he didn't believe he wouldn't pull something good. Lin Yuan flipped open the first wooden treasure chest. Ding! Obtained X1 fine steel crossbow, X50 crossbow bolts. Next he opened another. Crack, crack, crack. 50 wooden treasure chests were opened in one go. Basic materials: wood, iron ingots, antibiotic blueprints, food, and water scattered all over the floor. 2 low-grade. Lin Yuan pouted his gaze, shifting to the bronze treasure chests. Flipping the lid. Ding! Obtained X3 basic cold-resistant bulletproof tactical clothing. Ding! Obtained X1 box of high-explosive fragment grenades, 20 pieces. Ding! Obtained X1 portable diesel generator blueprint. Ding! Obtained X1 low-quality demon-repelling grenade blueprint. After opening 10 bronze chests, the floor was littered with firearms and practical blueprints. If Chun Hao outside saw this, he'd probably vomit blood on the spot. The main event was here: 4 silver treasure chests. Lin Yuan's expression deepened as he deftly unlatched the lock. Ding! Obtained X1 intermediate lightning-type ability crystal core. Ding! Obtained special blueprint mini high-frequency sonar jammer. Ding! Obtained high-dimensional fragment mental shielding force field generator, range 50 meters. Good stuff. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. That mental shielding generator was practically tailor-made as a nemesis for the creature at the bottom of the sea that specialized in spiritual pollution. With this, Shen Manxue and Qin Xian would no longer be oppressed. The last golden treasure chest. Without the system's critical hit boost, it was purely a matter of luck now. He took a deep breath, his right hand firmly gripping the chest lid, and suddenly yanked it open. Brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire living room as if it were daytime. Once the golden light faded, something lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. An ancient-looking parchment scroll, exuding an air of antiquity. Alongside it was a black heart, slowly pulsating and enclosed in a transparent glass dish. The system's crisp prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Obtained unique designated item. Before he could finish, a terrifying roar erupted from the ocean outside, shattering eardrums. The sound pierced through the bulletproof glass, filled with venom and rage. The Dark God component had finally broken ground. In the golden treasure chest, a pulsating black heart lay quietly. Note: this item possesses strong toxicity. Do not consume directly. A 3-second absolute standstill. This is a superb divine artifact specifically designed for control. Combined with the sealing of the divine binding prism and the legendary skills learned from the incomplete Korra combo that takes down that rotten flesh monster, is not a dream. Boom. The sea surface outside the yacht was directly overturned. Giant waves dozens of meters high slammed against the special glass. The roar of that creature on the island pierced through the eardrums. The system's glaring blood-red text flashed wildly on everyone's panels. Highest level warning for the entire area. The collapse progress of the Arkham Island sealing array has reached 80. High-dimensional creature Starfall God in incomplete state will completely break free in 3 hours. Current energy level of the target B level continuously rising, expected to reach S level after unsealing. At that time, this sea area will trigger devastating natural disasters, such as tsunamis and absolute zero. The survival rate is expected to be less than 0.01. A 0.01 survival rate. This is no different from issuing a death notice. In the regional channel, fear erupted like a plague. B level. It's still rising. What kind of international joke is this? I almost wet my pants when I encountered a G-level mutated sea turtle. What does B level even mean? A single slap could flip the sea right. Escape. It's minus 40 degrees outside, the sea surface is frozen solid, and the ship is stuck tight. How can we escape? Despair began to spread. At this moment, Chun Hao's haunting ID popped up again. Everyone looked clearly. The monster that the system mentioned is the one Lin Yuan released. Chun Hao frantically stirred up the channel. He went to the island twice. The first time he disturbed the monsters inside. The second time he directly emptied their resources, forcing the monsters into a frenzy. Lin Yuan sacrificed the lives of 8500 people just to get rich. The statement ignited everyone's anger immediately. Facing the inevitable death, the ants needed a scapegoat the most. Su Wainer jumped higher than anyone. Lin Yuan is a sociopath. He was cold-blooded in school, and now that the apocalypse has come, he's become even worse. Just now he used a torpedo to kill over 200 people. He doesn't care about our lives at all. The crowd was furious, completely out of control. Lin Yuan, you beast. Give us our lives back. Big shot my ass, he's just a selfish scum. Even if I die, I will haunt him as a ghost. Various indecent curses flooded the screen. Amidst the torrent of foul language, Zhao Zhangwo's ID popped up. Everyone shut up. Lin Yuan has a nuclear-powered yacht and heavy torpedoes. Since he can stir up this trouble, he must have the means to resolve it. What can you do besides cursing like a bitter woman in the channel? Who dares to go to the island now to solve the problem? Chun Hao immediately countered. Zhao Zhangwo, are you addicted to licking Lin Yuan's boots? His superpower has already been nullified. Now he's just an ordinary person. That broken ship of his will eventually be smashed to pieces by a tsunami dozens of meters high. Just as the channel was in chaos, Lin Yuan's notification of rewards chimed. It turned out he had blocked Lu Tingting, so Lu Tingting could only exchange an item for fresh water, and left a message. Yuan, I'm so scared. Chun Hao has gone crazy. He not only hit me, but also wants to force me to go out to get a boat. I just thought carefully, oh, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have betrayed you. Your ship is so sturdy, it must be able to withstand the tsunami, right? Can you come to pick me up? As long as you let me on the ship, I will listen to you from now on. You can tell me to do anything. Can we start over? The words dripped with a rich tea flavor enough to make one dizzy. Is this woman's brain still unfrozen? Facing imminent death, she still plays the bitter meat strategy and beauty trap. Want to get on my ship? Fine, you jump into the sea and swim over. As long as you can withstand the water temperature of minus 40 degrees, I will immediately throw you a life buoy, wrap it around your neck, and send you on your way. Don't seek validation from me. Do you even deserve it? With a flick of his hand, he threw the previous chat screenshot into the regional channel along with a voice message. Chun Hao, keep an eye on your dog. Don't let her bite everyone around. As soon as this statement was made, the originally boiling channel suddenly froze. Everyone saw that chat screenshot. Just a second ago, Chun Hao was still condemning Lin Yuan with high moral ground. In the next second, his head was glowing green. What the hell? This reversal. How good your girlfriend is quite something, seeking support from her ex behind your back. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Chun Hao, you can't even manage your own woman. Chun Hao saw the screenshot in the icebreaker and spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He turned around and slapped Lu Tingting hard across the face. Bitch, you dare to betray me. In the yacht's living room, Shin Manchue held a wine glass, glancing at Lin Yuan. Your trick of killing with a heart is quite slick. Lin Yuan played with the black heart in his hand. Nothing to do, just casually getting rid of some garbage. Qin Xian anxiously stomped her feet. Lin Yuan, what time is it? And you still care about those trivial matters in the channel? That monster will break free in just 3 hours. Can we still escape now? The yacht should go full speed. We should run as far as we can. Lin Yuan stored the leather scroll in his storage space. Run? Why should we run? His eyes flickered with undisguised ambition and killing intent. That thing is still B-level. Although strong, it is still trapped in a cage. Once it breaks the seal and absorbs the energy of heaven and earth, it will directly soar to S-level, even beyond S-level. At that time, there will be no corner of the world that is safe. Lin Yuan put on his tactical gloves, tightened his collar. Take advantage of its illness to take its life. Let's go hunt the god. Shin Manchue and Qin Xian exchanged glances. A madman. This man is definitely a complete madman. But for some reason, looking at his upright figure, the two women felt an inexplicable sense of security rising in their hearts. Lin Yuan, accompanied by Shin Manchue and Qin Xian, stepped onto the land of Arkham Island. The wind and snow grew more violent. The entire Arkham Island trembled violently, as if the ground had been plowed by a giant beast, with rubble and ice flying through the air. The dark red pillar of light at the center of the island had expanded to over 10 meters in diameter, piercing the clouds. From the seemingly bottomless crevice, dark red, high-dimensional radiation continuously spewed forth. A few scattered mutated monsters fell, all fleeing like headless flies. Some even jumped directly into the sea, preferring to drown rather than approach the underground city. The intensity of this radiation is terrifying. Qin Xian, wearing the Night Watchman's insignia, still found it difficult to breathe. Shen Manxue, on the other hand, felt as if she were in her element. The dark red patterns on her collarbone resonated with the radiation in the air, actively absorbing the overflowing energy. The two followed Lin Yuan closely. They made their way smoothly to the Abyss Hall. The situation in the hall was 100 times more dire than before. The rock layers at the top had completely collapsed, exposing the gray sky. 6 ceiling pillars stood firm. The cores of gold, fire, water, and wood had already been removed by Lin Yuan. Only the cores of earth and wind remained, desperately suppressing the monsters at the bottom of the abyss. On the giant web woven from chains, a humanoid shadow had expanded to over 5 meters in height. It was covered in dense cracks through which destructive power surged. As Lin Yuan just stepped into the edge of the hall, a suffocating pressure came crashing down on him. "You dare to return?" The voice of the divine fragment was no longer a disjointed thought, but resonated directly in the air, producing a deafening roar. "And do you really think I cannot kill you?" Countless dark red tentacles danced madly beside it, as if gathering for a deadly strike. Qin Xian gripped the steel pipe, her palms slick with cold sweat. Shen Manxue had already drawn her dagger. However, Lin Yuan casually walked to the edge of the abyss with his hands in his pockets. He glanced at the time. His 5-element abilities and pure yang sacred body still had 12 minutes before the seal would be lifted. If he acted now, he only had 100 times his physical strength. It was insufficient to break through the monster's energy defenses. He needed to buy time. Coincidentally, the divine fragment at the bottom of the abyss also did not rush to attack. It still had 2 chains left to break free. Recklessly launching a wide-scale attack would easily backfire against the sealing power. It too needed time. The 2 scheming individuals, each with their own thoughts, stood eerily at a distance of several dozen meters across the abyss. "Run. I came all this way to send you off to your end." Lin Yuan directly pulled out the pulsating black heart and tossed it in his hand. The moment the divine fragment saw the heart, its massive body suddenly stiffened. "That is an abandoned core. How could you have such a thing?" It was momentarily terrified but quickly suppressed its fear. "That is none of your concern." Lin Yuan smirked, his tone extremely arrogant. "I just want to ask you, are you afraid? If I crush this thing, the high-dimensional pollution inside will instantly shatter your consciousness defenses. And then I will stick this on you." Lin Yuan pulled out the god-binding prism, complete form. Under the glow of the tentacles of the divine fragment instinctively recoiled. Together, these 2 items could indeed deal a devastating blow to it. This lowly human actually possessed the trump card to kill it. It dared not gamble. Its noble life did not allow it to falter at this moment. "Human, let us talk." The tone of the divine fragment surprisingly softened. Qin Xian, watching from behind, was nearly speechless. The B-class big boss who had just called for bloodshed was actually frightened by a few words from Lin Yuan. Is that even possible? Shen Manxue was equally astonished. She expected Lin Yuan to rush in directly, but this man was actually playing a psychological game with the monster. "Human, let us make a deal. As long as you destroy that heart or take it away from this dimension, I can grant you the power of eternal life and death, as well as absolute authority over this wasteland." Upon hearing this empty promise, Lin Yuan chuckled. He took out a cigar, leisurely lit it, and began to smoke. "I've seen too many of these grandiose promises at my last company. The boss said I'd get shares if I finished this project, but the next month he ran away with my sister-in-law. Offering eternal life right from the start is too far-fetched. Let's talk about something practical. How did you, the so-called god of Starfall, end up in such a miserable state? Being chopped into pieces is one thing, but being locked up like a dog on this broken island is another." Such blatant humiliation was deadly for a high-dimensional being. The divine fragment raged, its tentacles wildly slapping against the walls of the abyss. But due to the ultimate killing tools in Lin Yuan's hands, it begrudgingly suppressed its anger. "What do you know? This is a scar left by the Great Star Realm War." It began to ramble on. In its view, delaying time was beneficial for itself. Once the chains were broken, it could instantly crush this arrogant worm. "Ignorant ant, you know nothing of true power. I am the source fragment of the god of Starfall. When the star domain collapsed, and the gods fell, if it weren't for that madman who called himself the Night Watchman sacrificing a dimension's energy to cleave me apart, how would I end up like this? This mere Arkham Island is but a miniature cage he used to imprison me. Once I break the last chain, this planet will turn to ashes in my wrath." The voice of the evil god fragment carried endless vicissitudes and fervor. In just a few sentences, it thundered in Qin Xian and Shen Manxue's ears. Qin Xian's hand gripping the steel pipe went numb. "God of Starfall, Twilight of the Gods. Night. They had always thought this was merely a brutal game of survival at sea. Who would have thought that it actually involved dimensional wars and the fall of deities? This was akin to a low-level monster in a novice village accidentally encountering the hidden boss of an ultimate dungeon. Although Shun Manshua appeared cold as ice, the violent rising and falling of her chest betrayed her shock. The dark red patterns within her body resonated with the words of the evil god burning with a scalding heat. She stared intently at Lin Yuan. Faced with such worldview-shattering, terrifying secrets, Lin Yuan showed no sign of panic. Instead, he was checking the time. Indeed, Lin Yuan was looking at the time. His gaze was not on the evil god, but fixated on the red countdown on the system panel. Countdown to the lifting of the ability seal: 00 minutes 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. The two max-level players were engaged in a dramatic showdown in the dim abyss hall. The evil god fragment awaited the last chain to be thoroughly eroded by time. Lin Yuan awaited his blue bar to fill back up. The atmosphere in the hall was bizarre to the extreme. One was chattering endlessly about past glories while the other nodded along intermittently, like a perfunctory. 3 seconds. So you carbon-based beings are only worthy of being stepping stones for my reconstitution of divinity. 2 seconds. Are you done? Lin Yuan suddenly interrupted it. 1 second. The evil god fragment was taken aback. What did you say? 0 seconds. Ding. High-dimensional energy overload backlash has ended. Pure Yang's sacred body and 5-element abilities seals fully lifted. Current status peak. Lin Yuan spat the half-smoked cigar onto the ground and crushed it under his tactical boot. I said your bedtime story is terrible, don't tell it again next time. The divine component emitted a piercing maniacal laughter. Foolish ants. Do you really think the toy in your hands can kill me, eh? My power has already recovered to the critical point. Crack. The last 2 chains snapped in response. A towering dark red pillar of light shot up into the sky. The entire hall was instantly filled with high-dimensional radiation. The divine component broke free from its cage. It was going on a rampage. Boom. A violent shockwave sent Qin Xian flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Shun Manshua clutched a protruding rock on the ground, the dark red patterns on her body burning like boiling water. The massive body of the divine component slowly rose from the abyss. The faceless visage, devoid of features, split open to reveal a gigantic mouth. Die. Thousands of tentacles stabbed towards Lin Yuan like a torrential downpour. The familiar scorching power coursed through his body in an instant. Lin Yuan raised his head, his eyes shining with blinding golden red light. Instead of retreating, he leaped towards the rain of tentacles. Die, you bastard. He hurled the discarded black core with all his might. The core traced a black parabolic arc in midair, striking precisely at the chest of the divine component. Bang! The core exploded. Dense black pollution instantly infiltrated the body of the divine component. High-dimensional resistance forcibly stripped by 50. Absolute stasis triggered. The massive body of the divine component, along with the flailing tentacles, seemed to be pressed on the pause button. Fixed in midair. Only 3 seconds. Lin Yuan's speed reached its peak. 1 second. He forcibly twisted his waist in midair, using his right foot to stomp heavily on a frozen tentacle for leverage. His entire being shot forth like a fired cannonball. He headed straight for the stone pillar on the left side of the hall, grabbing hold of the earthy core that radiated a heavy aura. 2 seconds. He turned back again, the pure Yang sacred body, erupting with terrifying explosive power, charging towards the last stone pillar. The wind core was within reach. 6 cores gathered. Ding. The learning conditions for the legendary skill book Starfall have been met. Would you like to learn it immediately? Learn. A massive influx of information rushed into Lin Yuan's brain in an instant. The power of the 5 elements surged wildly within him, ultimately condensing into a brilliantly colored energy particle in his dantian. 3 seconds. Absolute stasis was lifted. The divine component let out a heart-wrenching scream. The pain of having its high-dimensional resistance stripped by half sent it into a state of extreme fury. Despicable thief. I will tear you to shreds. It lunged at Lin Yuan recklessly. However, a cold smile curled on Lin Yuan's lips. His right hand swung violently. A ghostly blue light cut through the air. Divine binding prism complete form. A peerless weapon with 500 times critical hit and 15 layers of sealing effects. The prism accurately embedded itself into the divine component's forehead. Buzz. Rings of azure sealing light instantly spread from its head to envelop its entire body. 15 rings of light layered upon one another. With each ring that fell, the divine component's aura plummeted. The terrifying pressure which had nearly reached Scrade was forcibly pushed back to Crade. No, what is this thing? How can such a high-level sealing object exist in this low-dimensional world? The divine component struggled frantically. Yet the more it fought, the faster its power waned. Qin Xian stood up, clutching her chest, dazed by the scene. Did we win? Did he really rub the god into the ground? This completely shattered her worldview. How could a human calculate every move so precisely? Props, timing, positioning, psychological warfare. Each element perfectly linked together for a flawless kill. Lin Yuan landed on the ground. His right hand slowly rose, fingers splayed. A ball of 5-colored energy capable of annihilating everything rapidly gathered in his palm. Legendary skill Starfall. Ready to unleash. Let it go. Lin Yuan's tone was cold. However, just as he prepared to throw this lethal blow, the divine component, suppressed to its limits, suddenly gave up all resistance. Its body began to collapse under the strangling of the sealing rings. Yet from its core a rich and intense dark red blood light exploded forth. I will not die. The great god of Starfall shall never die. The blood light suddenly veered in midair, moving faster than before tenfold. It was not targeting Lin Yuan at all. Its target had never been Lin Yuan. The blood light darted like lightning across the hall, heading straight for Shen Manxue, who stood in the corner. Watch out! Qin Xian exclaimed in alarm. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed sharply, seeking death. He released the Starfall energy ball in his hand, hurling it towards the blood light. But it was too fast. The blood light crashed through Shen Manxue's defenses before the Starfall could land. It plunged directly into her forehead. Shen Manxue's body went rigid. Her eyes instantly transformed into emotionless dark red vertical pupils. A new, even more sinister and malevolent aura erupted from her. The divine component abandoned its originally broken shell. It forcibly took over the most perfect vessel. Shen Manxue raised her hand, examining her fair skin. The voice that came from her mouth was that of the divine component, resonating with overlapping thunderous sounds. What a perfect body! Now you shall die. Shen Manxue's body suddenly tensed, her spine arching in an exaggerated curve. The once cold gaze of her eyes was now completely occupied by a strange dark red vertical pupil. A violent pressure 100 times more intense erupted from her petite form. The debris surrounding the hall was swept up by this wave of energy, crashing against the stone walls and turning to dust. Huh! Foolish carbon-based life forms. Do you really think a few broken stones can trap the great god? Now you shall be the first feast for my new life. The overlapping voice, neither male nor female, reverberated directly through the air. It laughed maniacally. It abandoned the body bound by the divine binding crystal, which was on the verge of collapse, and took a bold risk, diving straight into the perfect vessel it had long coveted. Now it had been reborn. This body had an innate affinity for high-dimensional radiation, a divine throne tailor-made just for it. Human, your scheme is quite brilliant. The possessed Shen Manxue slowly turned her neck, the bones cracking with a sound that made one's teeth ache. But you underestimate the instinct of a deity to survive. In the regional channel, the blood-red countdown alarm of the system not only did not stop, but instead emitted an even more piercing buzz. Warning. High-dimensional entity has transferred its carrier. Target energy level has surpassed the Clevel barrier. Returning to level. Energy index is skyrocketing exponentially. Tsunami scale increased. Absolute zero will cover the entire area in 30 minutes. With these words, despair enveloped the channel. It's over. All over. Even the carrier has been switched, and this boss has a second form. Isn't Lin Yuan supposed to be amazing? Wasn't he supposed to take down the gods? And this is what he accomplished. On Zhao Zhengwo's cargo ship, everyone looked ashen. Even Zhao Zhengwo himself closed his eyes. Heaven is abandoning us. Over a dozen nautical miles away, Chun Hao wrapped himself in a tattered quilt, laughing like a madman. Lin Yuan, today is your day. You've messed up. You've pushed the boss to its limits. That exquisite girl beside you has become your death talisman. Even if I freeze to death, I want to watch you be torn to pieces by that monster. In the abyss hall, Qin Xian's hand, gripping the steel pipe, trembled violently, her palm already cracked from the earlier shockwave, blood dripping down the iron pipe. She stared intently at the possessed Shen Manxue, her voice hoarse. Lin Yuan, what should we do? She has been taken over. Our physical attacks can't reach it, they will kill Manxue along with it. Desperation filled the air. No matter how one looked at it, it was an unwinnable deadlock. Yet Lin Yuan, standing at the eye of the storm, showed no signs of panic. He even pulled out a piece of chewing gum from his tactical suit pocket, unwrapped it, and leisurely popped it into his mouth, chewing a couple of times. He lifted his eyelids and looked at the arrogant Shen Manxue. Have you laughed enough? His words effortlessly pierced through the chaotic high-dimensional radiation, reaching the ears of the divine component clearly. The divine component's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. It fixed its gaze on Lin Yuan, a flicker of doubt flashing in its dark red vertical pupil. Why hasn't this ant knelt and begged for mercy? Lin Yuan dusted off his hands, his tone mocking. Do you think you're clever, pulling off a golden cicada shedding its... Have you been locked at the bottom of a well for too long, rusting your brain? Since I know you old thief can play the golden cicada's trick, how could I not leave you a custom VIP suite? The divine component was taken aback. Lin Yuan didn't give it time to think, every word cutting like a knife. In midair, Shin Mangshu's movements suddenly froze. What do you mean? I mean the divine binding crystal you just consumed. I didn't finish reading the instruction manual. Suppressing your power is merely its most basic function. Its true hidden setting is origin parasitism lockdown. Lin Yuan took a step forward. The oppressive sensation belonging to a hundredfold physique subtly overshadowed the high-dimensional pressure at that moment. The outside world is too vast. If you run freely, I might not be able to catch you. I can't feel at ease leaving you alive. But in this closed little black room of a human body, you are completely at my mercy. This is called closing the door to beat the dog. The divine component's vertical pupil suddenly shrank to the size of a needlepoint. It hurriedly tried to sense the condition within Shin Mangshu's body. Upon looking, it screamed in terror. At some point, a terrifying deep blue net had formed in Shin Mangshu's dantian. The net tightly ensnared the 8 extraordinary meridians. This was not possession. This was a super mousetrap specially prepared for it. It wanted to retreat, but the escape route had been completely sealed. You plotted against me. The divine component let out a roar of despair, the immense energy crashing wildly within Shin Manshua. Bang! Shin Mangshu's mouth instantly spewed out a mouthful of black blood, her face as pale as paper. A deity is still a deity. Even when caught in a trap, its desperate counterattack remained extremely terrifying. I will take her down with me. Shin Mangshu's body began to convulse violently, blood beads oozing out from the surface of her skin. The pain of her soul being torn apart made this strong woman emit a suppressed groan. Qin Xian's eyes turned red with anxiety. She grabbed Lin Yuan's arm. Quick, save her. She can't hold on any longer. Lin Yuan stood still, not moving an inch. He looked at the struggling Shin Manshua, his gaze as cold as a piece of ancient ice. Save? How to save? This is the path she chose herself. I said long ago, if you want to be the master, you must have the appetite to swallow the fragments. Lin Yuan's voice was surprisingly loud, directly striking at Shin Manshua. Shin Manshua, where's the ruthlessness you had when you were a CEO? In the business world, you could devour those old foxes alive, yet now you're bowing down to a piece of rotten meat. If you can't even reclaim control of your own body, what right do you have to stand on my ship? Fight it to death. These merciless scoldings acted like a heavy hammer, jolting Shin Mangshu's fading consciousness awake. Shin Manshua was on the verge of giving up. The pain was too intense. But Lin Yuan's words ignited the pride buried deep within her bones. You want to eat me? What do you think you are? Shin Manshua suddenly opened her eyes wide, one half dark red vertical pupil, the other half clear black eyes. The two extreme powers clashed violently in her pupils. Get lost. Shin Manshua gritted her blood-soaked teeth, squeezing out 3 words through her clenched jaws. She actively controlled the chi and blood within her, charging directly against the divine component's impact, a reckless, all-out counterattack. The divine component was thoroughly panicked. This woman is a madwoman. No carbon-based life form would dare to use their origin to collide with high-dimensional radiation, but it was completely ensnared by the net of the divine binding crystal with no way to retreat. The two forces were locked in an extremely perilous tug-of-war within Shin Manshua. Lin Yuan glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. Time. It was almost up. Shin Manshua was holding on desperately. Her black turtleneck sweater was soaked with cold sweat and blood clinging tightly to her graceful curves. Her bony fingers gripped the stone wall fiercely, her nails breaking as they dug deep into the rock, leaving behind 10 glaring trails of blood. Aunt, you can't hold on much longer. The divine component was in a state of panic. After all, its foundation far surpassed that of a mere mortal, and in this tug-of-war, it was gradually devouring Shin Mangshu's sanity. A dark red light began to reclaim her left eye. Qin Xian was anxiously hopping nearby. Her limited ancient martial arts knowledge rendered her powerless in this high-dimensional confrontation. Lin Yuan. She really can't hold on. What are you waiting for? Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the system panel in the air that only he could see. Countdown. 235958. 235959. 00000. Daily refresh. Ding. A new day has arrived. The multiplier for critical hits has been reset. The multiplier for critical hits has been successfully reset. Now is the time. Lin Yuan bellowed thunderously in his mind. System. Lock onto the 5 cores of wood, water, fire, earth, and wind that were absorbed just now. They form a complete array. Can they deliver a collective critical hit? The system's prompt tone was crisp. Detected that 6 sealed cores have formed a complete energy cycle. Satisfies overall judgment conditions. Critical hit allowed. Lin Yuan's eyes burst with fervent light. Critical hit. Give it all you've got. Boom. Lin Yuan's body instantly erupted with a colorful torrent of boiling energy. Ding. Triggered critical hit judgment. The gold core has initiated an initial critical hit skipping. The wood, water, fire, and earth cores triggered a chain critical hit. 10,000 times. 10,000 times. 10,000 times. 10,000 times. At Lin Yuan's Dantian, the 5-colored light spheres of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind spun wildly, forming a perfect closed loop of endless vitality. Full status at 4th tier. The 5 elements abilities upgraded to the 6th realm. 6th realm abilities: wood ability ascends to 4th tier, withered, wood revives. Water ability ascends to 4th tier, raging sea and turbulent waves. Fire ability ascends to 4th tier, true fire of heaven's wrath. Earth ability ascends to 4th tier, absolute barrier. Wind ability ascends to 4th tier, wind spirit's leap. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The drifting energy in the entire hall was completely drained by that single breath. He moved so fast that Qin Xian couldn't even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. One moment, he was 10 meters away, and the next he was right in front of Shin Manxue. Shin Manxue's left eye, controlled by the divine component, suddenly narrowed. It felt the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Yuan that was capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. How is this possible? Why has this human's energy surged dozens of times in an instant? You? It could only utter a syllable of fear. Lin Yuan's left hand shot out like lightning, gripping the back of Shin Manxue's head. With a forceful grip, he pulled her bloodied and sweat-soaked face close to his. Their noses were nearly touching. Shin Manxue's right eye regained a hint of clarity. She stared blankly at Lin Yuan, who was so close, breathing heavily. Lin Yuan said not a word. He simply lowered his head and kissed her hard. Their lips touched. Qin Xian watched in shock, her entire being frozen in place like a wooden statue. What the hell? At a time like this, you two are actually engaged in such a passionate kiss. Her face flushed, she turned away, but couldn't help but steal glances with the corner of her eye. The repressed pure yang sacred body within Lin Yuan erupted completely at this moment. A terrifying wave of constant warmth mingled with the power of the 6 abilities at the peak of the 4th tier, transformed into an unstoppable torrent. Following Lin Yuan's lips and tongue, it surged directly into Shin Manxue's body. The high-pressure rice cooker that trapped the divine component finally welcomed the most lethal high-pressure steam. The divine component let out a desperate scream. It shattered like dried twigs piece by piece. I am unwilling. I am the great god of Starfall. Colorful lights exploded within Shin Manxue's body, and the divine binding crystal exerted its maximum power. The vast consciousness of the divine component was forcibly crushed and ground by this power. All its ambitions, arrogance, and memories were thoroughly washed clean. Only the purest and most primordial high-dimensional energy remained. That energy was completely packaged by the divine binding crystal's formation, compressed into a dark red blood bead the size of a fingernail. It was firmly nailed within Shin Manxue's body. From a once lofty divine being, it was utterly reduced to Shin Manxue's energy power bank. Lin Yuan released his grip and took a half-step back. Their lips parted. A barely perceptible glimmer. Shin Manxue's legs buckled and her entire body leaned forward as if drained of strength. Lin Yuan instinctively reached out his arm to support her soft waist. Shin Manxue leaned against his chest, gasping for breath. Her face, usually as cold as ice, was now flushed with crimson. She raised her hand to touch her slightly numb lips. Her gaze was filled with complexities. There was fear, shock, but more than that, a submission she didn't even realize. Thank you. She bit her lip, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Yuan reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, his tone teasing. Thank you for what? Taking advantage of you is just interest. And congratulations, your battery has been assembled. Qin Xian covered her face, peeking at the two through her fingers. She was internally complaining. Here I am on edge while you two are playing the dominant CEO, falling in love with me. They clearly don't treat single dogs as humans. The raging aura in the hall dissipated completely. A mysterious dark red divine seal slowly emerged at the center of Shin Manxue's forehead. The seal flickered twice before vanishing beneath her smooth skin. It would only reveal itself when she actively channeled her power. The game's system notification echoed wildly in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Shin Manxue for successfully merging the high-dimensional core fragment. Congratulations on awakening S-Class ability Scarlet Judgment Beginner. Accompanied by a passive skill high-dimensional affinity immune to all Class A and below mental pollution. S-Class. Shin Manxue clenched her fists tightly. She could distinctly feel the blood bead sealed within her body, continuously providing her with terrifying power. Her current strength. Among the 85,000 people in the entire area, she was undoubtedly a crushing existence. This was the reward earned by the wolf that fought to the death. Meanwhile, the world-shattering phenomenon outside abruptly ceased with the collapse of the divine components. The rolling giant waves quickly calmed down. The howling blizzard that tore through the sky stopped. The temperature surprisingly began to rise from -40 degrees, stopping at around -30, still cold enough to make one feel stiff, but within a bearable range. The heavy dark clouds in the sky parted to reveal a hole. A long-lost ray of sunlight poured onto the ruins of Arkham Island. In the regional channel, everyone stared at the sudden announcement on the system panel. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous players team for successfully sealing the B-level disaster core. The maritime crisis has been completely resolved. Special rewards issued for the entire region, 1 survival blind box per person. 2 minutes later, messages in the channel were rolling at a speed of 10,000 per second. The scrolling was so fast that the words were barely legible. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. The crisis is over. The sky is clear. The temperature is rising. I'm not dead. I don't have to die. Thank you to that unknown benefactor for saving me. Who did this? Which deity was responsible? A B-level monster. One slap could wipe out our entire region, and it was actually sealed. Is this still a survival game? This is a personal showcase for a big shot. Those who had just been cursing and wailing in despair in the channel now all turned into fervent devotees filled with gratitude. Zhao Jiangwo peeled off the unpleasant seal skin from his body, tears streaming down his face as he knelt on the deck, bowing deeply towards Arkham Island. Others might not know. He was well aware. The one capable of achieving such an earth-shattering feat at this critical moment. It could only be that man piloting the nuclear-powered yacht. There would be no second candidate. On a broken icebreaker over 10 nautical miles away, Chun Hao's facial muscles were twitching uncontrollably. He stared fixedly at the regional announcement. His hands and feet felt cold, as if his soul had been drained. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's a B-level deity. How could it be sealed? He skeptically took out the observer's eye to retrieve the last bit of detection energy. The light curtain lit up. The scene of Arkham Island's Abyss Hall appeared before his eyes. In the image, Lin Yuan was dressed in a pristine tactical suit, not a single hair out of place. Just as he was using the observer's eye to watch Lin Yuan seemingly glanced in his direction. Bang! The observer's eye shattered before it could display any data. Lin Yuan. He roared in fury. Regardless of the reason for this crisis, ending Lin Yuan was undoubtedly a formidable opponent worthy of attention. The little brat he once looked down upon had actually grown to the point of threatening his brother. Once the cross-regional communication activation occurs, he would definitely inform his brother about Lin Yuan's situation and find a way to locate his family. He heard he has a sister. Chun Hao's gaze turned cold. In the corner, Lu Tingting, who had been silent, keenly sensed Chun Hao's state. She understood very well what this meant. Chun Hao was finished. He had provoked a living hell that he could never deal with in this lifetime. Remaining on this broken ship would only lead to being torn apart by the remnants of the Blackfish Gang or other envious individuals. Lu Tingting's eyes darted around. She glanced at the dazed Chun Hao, then at the single-person inflatable life raft tied at the stern of the ship. Taking advantage of Chun Hao still clutching his head in fear, she stealthily moved to the stern, deftly untied the rope, and climbed onto the life raft. Grabbing the oar. In this woman's heart, shame no longer existed. She only had one thought now. Lin Yuan was now the undisputed king of this world. She had to go back. She wanted to kneel before Lin Yuan, even if it meant wagging her tail in servitude, even if it meant being a foot servant. As long as she could get on that nuclear-powered yacht, she was willing to give anything. Lu Tingting rode desperately, madly heading towards Arkham Island. Meanwhile, inside the Arkham Island Hall, Lin Yuan was contentedly counting the personal hidden rewards issued by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement God Slayer. Receive the uniquely designated item Nuclear-Powered Yacht Aerial Cruise Module Expansion Blueprint. Lin Yuan couldn't hide his astonishment upon seeing this reward. What's a yacht that can run on water? Once I install the flying module, it will be a true airborne fortress. The number of survivors in the regional channel is fixed at 798400. A level disaster claimed over 5000 lives. Fragments of wooden planks, frozen corpses, and overturned ship hulls are scattered across the sea. The ice layer has refrozen, with the temperature stabilizing at -28 degrees. The survivors poke their heads out from shelters, broken ship cabins, and makeshift ice houses, gasping for air. They survived. After a few minutes of excitement in the channel, a bold and highlighted message appeared at the top of the server. Attention, all survivors. I am the leader of the Sea God Hall, codename Sea God Messenger. The level disaster on Arkham Island was sealed with the full strength of my Sea God Hall. My alliance lost 377 elite ability users for this. They traded their flesh and blood for your survival. Lin Yuan was preparing to head back. Hearing this, he paused. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It was Lin Yuan who sealed the level evil god. Shen Manchue had risked her life to pin that thing down into a battery. What face does this Sea God Hall have to claim credit so openly? Qin Xian tightened her grip on the steel pipe and lowered her voice. Where did this bullshit Sea God Hall come from? Shun Manxue leaned against a broken wall, regulating the turbulent qi and blood within her. Hearing this, she scoffed, "Here comes the credit snatcher." The capitalist behaviors before the apocalypse would only become more blatant after it. She was all too familiar with this maneuver. They merely wanted to seize the opportunity to take the helm and firmly grasp the command over 800,000 people. After a brief silence on the public screen, the comments exploded. What the hell? More than 300 ability users have all gone in. What kind of powerful alliance is this? Sea God Hall. I've heard of them. They were recruiting on the public screen a couple of days ago, requiring at least 15 points in dual attributes. No wonder they could seal a level. I can't even beat in a level C beast, but they already treat level as a dungeon to farm. Thank you, Sea God Messenger. Without you, we would all be dead. Can the messenger reveal the location of the Sea God Hall headquarters? I want to join. Count me in. Following such a big shot is 1,000 times better than living in fear now. But there were also doubts raised. A young man named Song Ming spoke up on the public screen. This matter seems a bit suspicious. The system just announced it as an anonymous team. If the Sea God Hall acted, why remain anonymous? Zhao Jingwo also stood up. Messenger, since it is the Sea God Hall's credit, why hide it? Two doubts. Immediately they were attacked by the Sea God Hall supporters. Who do you think you are? Can the messenger's words be false? Zhao Jingwo, you old dog, do you think they want to keep a low profile? Why make a big deal out of it? Anonymity has its reasons. Who can bear the contamination left by the level evil object? If it were you being yelled at by the whole region, would you not fear being schemed against? Song Ming was bombarded with insults, directly silencing him. The Sea God Messenger seemed very satisfied with this effect. Everyone, please remain calm. Our actions are not for fame. We simply cannot bear to see 800,000 compatriots sinking into the depths of despair. Today my Sea God Hall vows here. Anyone willing to join the Sea God Hall will receive totem protection, allowing them to fish in the sea and withstand the harsh cold. As soon as these words were spoken, the public screen erupted. Did I hear that right? Fish in the sea. In 30° below zero water, jumping in would shatter your bones. Is the Sea God Hall that powerful? Dad. Sea God Messenger, you are my real dad. Please take me in. Brothers. The Sea God Hall is so strong, shouldn't we hurry to apply to join? Fighting alone will lead to death sooner or later. Right. I heard their alliance has a resource allocation system. Once inside, we can get fresh water and compressed biscuits. Sign me up. I have 15 points in dual attributes. Please approve. The recruitment post surged with over 100,000 replies. The pinned message on the public screen reappeared. The Sea God Messenger issued a server-wide announcement framed in gold. Everyone, the apocalypse has arrived, order has collapsed, and personal strength alone is insufficient for survival. My Sea God Hall, adhering to the principle of equality for all beings, is willing to lead all humanity to overcome this crisis. However, the tone shifted sharply, pointing directly ahead. Over 300 elites of my Sea God Hall fought to the last soldier to seal the monster. Yet there are some piloting nuclear-powered yachts hiding in climate-controlled cabins, enjoying the spoils. This person wields heavy torpedoes, possessing firepower capable of matching a level disaster, yet watches coldly. Watching 300 brave souls go to their deaths. Watching 50,000 perish in the frozen sea. Lin Yuan. I am talking about you. Lin Yuan squinted his eyes. Boom. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Yachts should not be a luxury palace for one person. They should be the Noah's Ark for all humanity. Lin Yuan, on behalf of the 800,000 survivors, I implore you to donate this yacht. Let it become the sanctuary of the Sea God Hall, protecting all compatriots struggling in the apocalypse. As long as you come to the Sea God Hall, I am willing to reserve the position of leader for you. You will still be the owner of the yacht, it just cannot belong solely to you anymore. Every word struck at the heart. Each sentence fired from a moral high ground. The public screen fell silent for 2 seconds before a flood of agreement surged up. The Sea God Messenger is right. I said before, he killed over 200 people with a torpedo. He's ruthless to the core. Why should we freeze while he enjoys air conditioning on the ship? We are all in the same boat. Why should he have it all? Lin Yuan, hand over your yacht and supplies immediately. With all those resources, doesn't your conscience hurt? That yacht isn't just yours. It's humanity's Noah's Ark. What right do you have to monopolize it? Shen Hao watched this scene, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. The Sea God Hall was clearly targeting Lin Yuan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Support the Sea God Messenger. Lin Yuan is just a hoarder of supplies. The yacht must be confiscated. There are enough supplies on it to feed at least 10,000 people. Let's pressure him together. Make him hand over the ship. If he doesn't give it up, he is an enemy of all humanity. The crowd was enraged. The insults rose higher and higher. Qin Xian's face turned red with anger. Have these people lost their minds from the cold? While we fought to seal the evil god, they were huddled in corners, trembling. Stealing credit, seeking attention, a bunch of maggots. She tightened her grip on the steel pipe, wishing she could rush into the channel and point at the sea god messenger's nose to curse. The dark red markings on Shun Mengxi's collarbone faintly pulsed. She said coldly, this messenger understands human nature very well. First he pressures people with the number of survivors, then he resorts to moral kidnapping. Ordinary people's minds have long been frozen in fear by this low temperature. They will cling tightly to any life-saving straw. He calculated that as long as you are not foolish, you will not anger the masses at this critical moment. Lin Yuan glanced at the public screen. The sea god messenger's voice was still bombarding one message after another. Lin Yuan, you have 1 hour to open all permissions of the yacht. Report the inventory truthfully. My sea god hall will allocate it uniformly. This is the common property of all humanity. It is not your personal possession. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of 798400 survivors. An enemy of 798400. This hat is bigger than the sky. Lin Yuan smiled. So you are the sea god messenger. You said you lost 377 elites. Come on, provide the list names, ability types, panel data, read them off one by one. The sea god messenger paused. This is confidential information of my sea god hall. Why should I tell you? Lin Yuan was indifferent. Then let's change the question. You said you sealed a level disaster. What is the name of that disaster? Is it a higher dimensional being or a mutated species? What does the core part look like? What sealing formation was used? Since you are the commander, you should know these, right? The public screen fell into a strange silence. The sea god messenger took a full 8 seconds to respond. This is a high-level secret. It cannot be disclosed. Lin Yuan scoffed. Secret? I fear it is just bluster. The sea god's messenger declared, I swear by my own integrity to the heavens that we are the ones who killed that monster, or else may everyone in the sea god palace meet a terrible fate. Lin Yuan, you tell me besides us who else could kill it. Can you? The pinned message on the public screen remained vivid. The sea god's messenger's golden-bordered announcement was pinned for all to see. Shun Manxue raised an eyebrow. Lin Yuan chose to remain anonymous, clearly having a plan, yet this person found a flaw. She lifted her eyelids and looked at Lin Yuan. This man had just been arguing fiercely with the sea god's messenger, and now he remained silent. Lin Yuan, what on earth are you thinking? That sea god's messenger is spouting nonsense. It's one thing to steal our credit, but to morally blackmail you like this. Are you just going to let it go? She gripped the steel pipe in her hand, making a crunching sound. Earlier, when sealing the evil god, she had witnessed Shun Manxue almost being possessed, and Lin Yuan had managed to turn the situation around. Now that the credit was being taken from them, she couldn't swallow this anger. Lin Yuan remained silent. The barrage of comments under the sea god's messenger's announcement was still rolling rapidly. The sea god palace is impressive. Peace bought at the cost of over 300 lives. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Lin Yuan, why don't you say something? The messenger is asking you a question. Exactly. If it wasn't the sea god palace that killed it, could it possibly be him? How ridiculous. If he had the ability, he would have jumped out to claim credit long ago. Brothers, don't rush. I see that Lin Yuan is just feeling guilty. If he really killed the great evil god, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. Lin Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. In his past life, Chun Hao's brother found clues about his sister and parents using a special cross-region communication tool, which he mentioned to his brother. At that time, he posed no threat. The other party swiftly grasped clues about his parents and sister to blackmail him into providing blood for Chun Hao. He had vulnerabilities, so he naturally did not dare to resist. If he admitted now to having slain the evil god given Chun Hao's nature, he would definitely embellish the story when telling his brother. By that time, those people would act preemptively. The situation of his parents and sister would only grow more dangerous. This heroism, whoever wants to be a hero can be. See God's messenger, don't ask me about this. The sealing of the great evil god has nothing to do with me. I'm just an ordinary survivor scraping by on a broken boat. The 3 consecutive denials were crisp and clear. The public screen exploded in response. What the hell? He denied it. I told you. If he had that ability, even a pig could climb a tree. Ha, who just said Lin Yuan sealed the evil god? Come out and take a beating. The sea god's messenger has solid proof. Lin Yuan is just a waste. Then how is he operating a nuclear-powered yacht? Where did that boat come from? He probably just got lucky finding it. The system chests don't just give out bad items. Qin Xian was stunned. She stared wide-eyed at Lin Yuan. Are you insane? Why won't you admit it? Do you know what you just did? That was a great evil god. You single-handedly took down a deity. Qin Xian grew increasingly agitated. She didn't understand. This was a perfect opportunity to show off. Clearly, he could make 80,000 people kneel and call him daddy. Yet Lin Yuan denied it. What kind of operation was this? Shin Man stared at Lin Yuan's profile for a few seconds. There was a fleeting cold light in the man's eyes. It wasn't retreat, it was calculation. He was waiting for something. She was too familiar with this kind of gaze. In her past life, on the eve of trying to swallow a company, she had the same expression. Lin Yuan had vulnerabilities, things he could not lay on the table. Shin Manxue didn't expose it. She calmly said, Qin Xian, be quiet. Qin Xian grew more anxious, but there's nothing to discuss. Shin Manxue's tone turned cold. If he doesn't speak, there must be a reason. Qin Xian glanced at Shin Manxue, then at Lin Yuan. She bit her lip, forcing herself to swallow her words. On the public screen, the sea god's messenger issued another announcement. Since brother Lin Yuan has personally clarified this matter is no longer in dispute. The 377 brave souls of the Sea God Palace will be forever recorded in history. Additionally, I sincerely invite brother Lin Yuan to join the Sea God Palace. After all, that yacht of yours is a rare resource even in the apocalypse. If you can contribute it, it would be a service to all humanity. Between the lines, there was an air of condescension. Lin Yuan couldn't even be bothered to reply. He turned off the public screen and walked away. Shin Manxue and Qin Xian followed. The three of them stepped over rubble and ice shards, making their way towards the ice field. Several nautical miles away on the icebreaker, Chen Hao stared at the public screen, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, Lin Yuan, you have today too. I told you don't have that ability. Before, when the yellow Fong was killed, it must have been that Shin Manxue woman who did it. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Lin Yuan's powers had dropped to zero. This was directly measured by the observer's eye. There was absolutely no doubt. On that yacht, the only capable fighter was that cold and stunning woman Shin Manxue. As for Lin Yuan himself, he was just a gigolo. Damn, what great luck. He even ran into such an exceptional fighter. Chen Hao felt a pang of jealousy, but once communication across regions is activated again, he would uncover Lin Yuan's details and find he wasn't worried about him being disobedient. Just wait, Lin Yuan. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel and lick my shoes. Chen Hao grinned ominously. The icebreaker drifted slowly over the ice surface. On the shore, Lu Tingting lay on an inflatable life raft. Her paddle had frozen into a lump of ice. The warm breath she exhaled formed a layer of white frost on her eyelashes. Her entire body trembled like a sifted grain, yet she dared not stop. She had already seen the outline of Arkham Island and that tall figure on the ice field. Lin Yuan. She was going to find Lin Yuan. Once she boarded that yacht, she would never have to suffer from the cold or hunger again. There was nothing on that icebreaker. Chen Hao was a madman. Following him would lead to certain death. But just as she reached the shore, before she could stabilize herself, her feet slipped. She fell onto the ice. Her knees throbbed painfully. Ignoring the pain, she crawled forward with all her might. Yuan, Yuan, I'm here. I came to find you. She shouted desperately, her voice nearly breaking. Lin Yuan paused. He turned his head. On the ice lay a disheveled woman. Her face was frozen blue, her lips cracked and pale. It was indeed Lu Tingting. Qin Xian's expression changed upon seeing her. Why is this woman still haunting us? Shin Manxue's gaze was as cold as an ice blade. Lu Tingting crawled to Lin Yuan's feet. Yuan, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I was blind before, deceived by Chen Hao. Will you forgive me? Her face was smeared with tears and mucus. A few strands of hair stuck to her face, and she looked completely deranged. I'm freezing to death on the icebreaker. That bastard Chen Hao doesn't even see me as human. He made me go out to pull the boat. He sent me out to pull a boat in 40 below. If I don't leave, he beats me. Look. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing numerous bruises on her arms. If you don't save me, I will really be finished. She crawled 2 steps forward on her knees, tugging at Lin Yuan's pant leg. Yuan, do you remember when we were at school? At that time, you treated me so well. You said you would always take care of me. I can do anything. Just let me on the boat, and I will serve you like a cow or horse. Whatever Su Bingbing can do, I can do too. I can serve you even better than her. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. I beg you, think of our past friendship. Qin Xian beside her felt goosebumps all over. Is this woman's skin made of bulletproof material? Lin Yuan looked down. Lu Tingting was kneeling at his feet, crying her heart out. She was acting convincingly. In her past life, she had the same expression. While kneeling and begging for his forgiveness, she secretly sent messages to Chen Hao. His sister was found by Chen Hao's brother. It was Lu Tingting who provided the tip. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. That smile was very subtle, but to Lu Tingting it felt colder than the ice field. Every hair on her back stood on end. Let go. 2 words light as a feather caused Lu Tingting to shudder all over. She bit her lip, crying even harder. If you don't agree, I will stay here and not get up. Lin Yuan suddenly laughed. Staying here? Fine. Lin Yuan lifted his foot. The sole of his combat boot crushed down hard on the ice surface. Crack. The thin ice beneath Lu Tingting shattered instantly. Spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly from beneath her knees. Oh! Lu Tingting screamed. Her entire body, along with the broken ice, plunged straight down. She fell directly into the pitch-black seawater at -28 degrees. The icy water instantly surged into her mouth and nose. She didn't even have time to struggle. She was swept away by the undercurrent. A few chunks of broken ice floated over the ice hole, quickly freezing back up. Qin Xian opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Shen Manxue showed no reaction. Lin Yuan retracted his foot and brushed the ice shards off his pants. Let's go. His tone was flat as he turned and walked towards the yacht. He took a few steps and suddenly stopped, turning to look at Qin Xian. Do you think I am cruel? Qin Xian was taken aback and instinctively wanted to shake her head, but her movement froze. Lin Yuan did not wait for her answer. He spoke to himself. What she owes me is far more than this. I only let her die once. That is already very merciful. This woman he had loved and he had hated. Now love and hate were both resolved. Returning to the yacht as the cabin door slid open, a warm breeze at a constant 24 degrees swept across his face. Su Bingbing was already waiting at the entrance, dressed in a new-made outfit, this time an improved qipao with a black base and gold patterns. The slit reached up to her thighs. Master, you finally came back. She approached with a hot towel, her gaze flickering over Shen Manxue and Qin Xian. Upon seeing the faint dark red divine imprint on Shen Manxue's forehead, his pupils slightly constricted. Yet he did not pause his speech. The black-bone chicken soup is still warm. I will go get it. He could not finish his sentence. The intelligence system of the nuclear-powered yacht emitted a buzzing alarm. Master, 6 groups of thermal signals detected 700 meters beneath the ice layer. Sonar has picked up a continuous metallic knocking sound with a frequency resonating in sync with the alloy steel plate at the bottom of the ship. Preliminary judgment indicates it is an artificial excavation targeting the 3rd watertight compartment on the port side. Alarm. Anomalous underwater fluctuations detected. 12 o'clock direction of the hull. 3 o'clock direction. 7 o'clock direction. A total of 6 unidentified biological signals. Approaching the bottom wall at high speed. A holographic display descended from the ceiling of the living room. The scene beneath the ice was clearly revealed by sonar. 6 humanoid shadows clad in black water suits clung to the bottom of the ship like loaches. Each of them had 4 blocks of plastic explosives hanging from their waists. 2 of them were already close to the weak welding seam near the thruster, preparing to attach explosives. Qin Xian leaned in for a look. Her expression changed instantly. These bastards really dare to come. How did they get down to this ice water at minus 28 degrees? Shen Manxue walked over the dark red divine imprint at her collarbone, flickering slightly. Shark skin diving suit. Equipment from the Special Forces in Northern Europe before the apocalypse, capable of operating in ice water at minus 40 degrees for 2 hours. There are no more than 2,000 sets of these globally. I can't think of anyone else besides the Sea God Temple who could produce 6 sets at once. She looked at Lin Yuan. That blasting mine is a Samade Type 3 underwater demolition charge. It is designed to destroy the double-layer pressure-resistant hull of submarines. If they manage to attach 4 of them, the portside watertight compartment will be torn open with a 3-meter wide gap. Lin Yuan listened without even raising his eyelids. He walked to the ship's railing, resting his right hand on it. He glanced down. The ice layer was thick and the water's surface was frozen solid. However, the ice holes created by the 6 divers still remained. The edges were starting to refreeze, and the seawater beneath the ice was as dark as ink. Lin Yuan suddenly smiled. Is the Sea God Temple sending me a New Year gift? He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. The water core inside him, charged with 10,000 times critical damage, trembled violently. 4th-tier water ability, Wrath of the Furious Sea. A vast surge of ice blue energy poured down his meridians to his fingertips. The surrounding air instantly became humid and a layer of fine water droplets condensed on the deck. Qin Xian instinctively took a half step back. The energy fluctuation was too terrifying, more violent than when they fought the evil god on the island. Beneath the ice, 6 divers were busy at work. The one leading, nicknamed Shark, was the deputy commander of the Sea God Temple's action team. With a single strength value of 38, he could easily snap the neck of a Class C beast with his bare hands underwater. Before the apocalypse, he had been a retired frogman, spending 12 years in the deep sea. What kind of storms had he not seen? He pressed against the bottom of the ship and gestured to his nearby teammate. Attach 3 more. The blast radius will perfectly cover the connection point of the keel. After the explosion, we withdraw. The Temple Master said that as long as we tear through the yacht's protective layer, we don't need to worry about the rest. The teammate grinned. This Lin Yuan is just like that. He doesn't even know that people have entered under his ship, still bragging about his nuclear-powered yacht. Just a nouveau riche. Once we blow his watertight compartment, let's see if he can still act so arrogantly. As soon as the words were spoken, Shark suddenly sensed something was off. The surrounding seawater was vibrating. It felt as if an invisible giant hand was gripping this area from the depths of the sea. Shark's pupils shrank suddenly. Not good. Withdraw. The command was just given, and within a radius of 300 meters the seawater was instantly manipulated by an irresistible force. The seawater beneath the ice formed a terrifying whirlpool with a diameter of 20 meters, pulsating with blinding ice blue light at its center. The 6 divers were like insects tossed into a blender. They didn't even have time to struggle before being sucked into the whirlpool. Shark clung tightly to the protrusion of the keel, his fingernails embedding into the rust-proof coating of the steel plate. He watched helplessly as his 5 teammates were crumpled together in the swirling ice-blue whirlpool. Their shark skin diving suits worth 2,000 points could not withstand the pressure of the 4th-tier water ability. Not even half a second could they hold on. Bang, bang, bang. They were directly torn apart. The seawater surged in, and the 5 of them didn't even scream. They were crushed to death by the ice-blue energy flow. The whirlpool did not stop. The ice layer on the surface of the water began to crack on a large-scale spiderweb-like cracks spreading crazily from the yacht. All the broken ice within 3 nautical miles was sucked in. The entire body of water formed an inverted ice-blue funnel. Shark clung desperately to the keel, no longer caring about the mission. Only one thought remained in his mind. This was not a power that humans could control. That Lin Yuan hadn't. He returned to 0 with his abilities. How could he still manipulate such a level of energy? No, this matter must be reported to the envoy. Lin Yuan was an unapproachable, terrifying enemy. He tried to hide while planning to leave once Lin Yuan did not notice. But suddenly, crackling, a burst of electric arcs flashed, hitting Shark directly, and he was instantly shocked stiff, pulled into the whirlpool. 2 seconds later, the sea area churned up by the whirlpool became calm once again. The broken ice refroze. The surface of the sea was as smooth as a mirror. Everything that had just happened, the upheaval, had been completely erased in just 2 seconds. Qin Xian's hand gripping the steel pipe froze in midair. Her expression was momentarily dazed. This? She initially wanted to say whether to leave a survivor for interrogation. Now it was unnecessary. They had all turned into fish feed. The dark red markings on Shin Mangshu's forehead flickered. 4th-tier water ability. Instant activation. No chanting. No gestures. Entirely controlled by thought, manipulating the fluid dynamics of an entire body of water. Her earlier sense of superiority after just upgrading to steer abilities shattered completely. What else had this man concealed? Su Bingbing was the first to regain her senses. Master is so powerful. That whirlpool just now was so cool. She brought a hot towel over, quickly wiping the ice shards off Lin Yuan's hands. Kneeling down to change his cotton slippers. Those blind things dared to touch the master's boat. They deserved to die. Lin Yuan allowed her to serve him, raising his eyes to the display. On the sea surface, the whirlpool dissipated. Only a few pieces of broken ice and torn flotation materials floated on the waves. The ice layer reformed, and the seawater turned back to a dead white. He snorted. Sea God Temple. They truly don't know how to write the character for death. In the yacht's living room, the temperature was a constant 24 degrees. The air purification system exhaled a faintly sweet scent of grass and trees. Su Bingbing approached again, carrying a silver tray. On the tray lay a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles. The noodles were handmade, and the broth had been simmered for a full 6 hours. The beef was cut uniformly, each slice the size of a palm. She also thoughtfully accompanied it with a plate of pickled radishes. Master, eat something to warm your stomach first. That earlier move was too loud. Even I felt the boat swaying while in the kitchen. Su Bingbing bent at the waist, her maid outfit's collar opened wide. With a flirtatious glance, she added, I only serve the master. If you two want to eat, go serve yourselves. Qin Xian and Shen Manxue were momentarily taken aback, feeling as if this woman was overtly flirting. However, they didn't hesitate, and each took a bowl for themselves. Su Bingbing was not their maid. She had remarkable talent. Qin Xian picked up her chopsticks, quickly glancing at Su Bingbing's curves, then lowered her head to look at the beef noodles in her hands. Suddenly, she felt like a laborer working on a construction site. Shen Manxue remained unfazed. She took the bowl of noodles and leisurely lifted a bite of noodles with her chopsticks. They ate in silence. Lin Yuan opened the trading channel while eating noodles. The upgrade blueprints for the nuclear-powered yacht were already in hand. The flying module required 5 core materials. Legendary level high-energy particle thruster, legendary level anti-gravity, field generator, epic level titanium alloy, aeronautical skeleton, X10 epic level superconducting energy storage coil, X5 fine level aviation grade avionics mainboard, X20. He had already prepared the other 4 materials in his storage space. All that was left was the legendary level high-energy particle thruster. Lin Yuan casually posted a trade request. Looking to buy legendary level high-energy particle thruster, price negotiable. When he posted it, he had no hope at all. This was not a common item. How many legendary level components could there be in the entire district? Besides, if someone truly had such an item, they would either keep it hidden or have already been cleaned out by a major power. 3 minutes passed after posting. The replies below exploded. Legendary level. What is this? I've never even seen a bronze level. A big shot is a big shot asking for a legendary item right off the bat. Lin Yuan, does your yacht still need upgrading? It's already the strongest ship on the sea. If you upgrade it any further, you might as well fly. Big shot, I have a beginner level water crystal core, want it. Just 20 barrels of diesel in exchange. I have a black iron level sail blueprint, can I trade it? There were over 100 messages. Not one was relevant. Many were sarcastic. Looking to buy legendary components. Lin Yuan, do you even qualify? Exactly, your powers have all reset to 0. What good is it to buy anything? We don't understand the matters of the big shots, we just watch the show. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond. Just as he was about to close the trading panel, a private message suddenly popped up. The sender was named Feng Sihai. Mr. Lin, I do not have a legendary thruster, but I can offer you a blueprint for a 1130 type close-in gun. I only ask for one thing. Let our small boat approach your yacht and accept your protection. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. The 1130 close-in gun, a genuine close-in firepower suppression. This thing is known as a 10,000 shot gun capable of firing 11,000 30mm armor-piercing rounds in a minute. It can shoot down planes, intercept missiles, and fend off hordes of monsters. In the apocalypse, it was more practical than torpedoes. After torpedoes detonated, they were gone. The ammunition for the close-in gun could be replenished endlessly. Shin Manchua set down her chopsticks. Feng Sihai, I've taken note of this person. Before the apocalypse, he was a deep-sea captain, having run deep-sea routes for 12 years. In the early days of the apocalypse, he gathered a group numbering over 40 people. He is one of the few in this sea area who gathered people based on morality. However, good people often get bullied. His group was suppressed by the Blackfish gang. Now there are less than 20 left. Half of them are elderly and children. Lin Yuan remembered as well. In his past life, he had heard of Feng Sihai. This man was a true good person. In the early days of the apocalypse, relying on his excellent swimming skills, he led dozens of crew members to survive on the icy seas. He never did anything unethical. Unfortunately, his ending was extremely tragic. His crew members were systematically killed by the Sea God Temple, and Feng Sihai himself perished on the ice field. His death was brutal. Taking the last 3 crew members with him, he detonated explosives together with the pursuers from the Sea God Temple. Before dying, he shouted a message in the regional channel. I, Feng Sihai, have never done anything shameful in my life. I sailed before the apocalypse, and I will continue to sail after it. I ask for nothing else. I just wish to die standing tall. A man of integrity. Lin Yuan clicked to reply in private chat. How many people can you bring? Feng Sihai replied instantly. Including me, 19 people. 7 can fight, the rest are elderly and children. The youngest is 4 years old, the oldest is 73. They all have varying degrees of frostbite. Mr. Lin, I know these people are burdens, but I, Feng Sihai, cannot abandon them. If you are unwilling to take in the elderly and children, I can exchange the blueprint for food. I will take them away myself. Lin Yuan sent a location. Bring your people over. Anchor your boat 3 nautical miles from the yacht and wait for notification. There was silence on Feng Sihai's side for a full half-minute. Then he sent a message. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to ask about the blueprint? Lin Yuan replied, what I lack are people, not blueprints. Feng Sihai fell silent again, this time for even longer. Long enough that Lin Yuan thought he had disconnected. He finally replied with one sentence. I understand. We will set off immediately. Closing the private chat, Shin Manchua crossed her arms, leaning against the bar. You believe him just like that? The Sea God Temple just sent someone to sabotage our boat, and someone turns around to come seeking refuge. The timing is too perfect. What if he is a mole planted by the Sea God Temple? That close-in gun blueprint could just be bait. Lin Yuan took a sip of the noodle soup. He is not one of them. Shin Manchua raised an eyebrow. How are you? Lin Yuan set down the bowl. Certain. Shin Manchua didn't say anything further. She had originally thought that after a few days of getting to know him, she would understand him well enough. For instance, in her expectations, Lin Yuan would never agree to this. Now that he said certain, it meant he had his reasons. But if she called him foolish, he was sharper than a dragon's cave. If she called him shrewd, he was unexpectedly gathering a group of completely useless burdens at this moment. What exactly was he planning? 2 hours later, 3 nautical miles outside the yacht, a rusty iron-hulled fishing boat slowly approached. The boat was covered in ice debris. The hull had been dented in several places. A group of people stood on the deck. Counting them, there were exactly 19. At the forefront was a man in his 40s. He was of medium build, his skin cracked and frost covered his eyebrows. He wore a military coat with several holes. In his arms, he held a small girl whose face was frozen and pale. The girl looked to be around 4 years old with 2 pigtails and band-aids on her face. She was shaking all over from the cold. Feng Sihai handed the girl to an elderly woman beside him while he stood at the bow of the boat, his back straight. Mr. Lin, Feng Sihai has come to fulfill our agreement. Feng Sihai's ironclad fishing boat was anchored 3 nautical miles away from the yacht. Qin Xian scanned the surroundings with a telescope. Turning her head, her expression reflected complexity. Indeed, they are all old, young, sick, and disabled. At most, there are 7 who can fight. The remaining 12 are half elderly over 60 and half children under 10. The frostbite is quite severe. There's an old lady whose toes have turned black from the cold. She put down the telescope and lowered her voice. Lin Yuan, I am not heartless. But taking in this group will consume too much. Just the frostbite medicine and antipyretics alone are a considerable expense. Shen Manchua leaned against the bar silent. However, the dark red mark on her forehead was pulsing slightly. This silence spoke louder than words. Lin Yuan was well aware that in the apocalypse human life was the least valuable. Yet it was also the most valuable. However, some lives were worth betting on, if only for the potential usefulness of individuals. While fighting alone was indeed exhilarating based on the updates from the survival game, the larger the force, and the more personnel, the greater the rewards in the later open dungeons, secret realms, and faction battles. Feng Sihai was clearly a person worth betting on. He stood at the bow of the ship, clutching a blueprint wrapped in layers of plastic. He saw Lin Yuan standing on the yacht's deck. Without saying a word, he kneeled on one knee. Mr. Lin, this blueprint. In exchange for the lives of 18 of my men. I know this is not worth a legendary crystal core, but I truly cannot offer anything else. He raised the blueprint above his head, and Qin Xian glanced at it. Blueprint for the 1130 closed defense artillery system. It was not of legendary level, but it was lethal for the current firepower at sea. If mounted on the yacht along with heavy torpedoes, Lin Yuan would become the sole dominator of these waters. I seek Mr. Lin's protection. Feng Sihai's voice began to tremble, fearing Lin Yuan's rejection. He was already at his wit's end. The people from the Sea God Temple were pressuring him to hand over this blueprint. He refused. His men had their fresh water supply cut off. The Sea God Temple announced publicly that anyone who provided Feng Sihai with a drop of water would be at odds with them. His men had been thirsty for 2 days, and when they tried to scavenge for supplies or treasure chests, they were ambushed, resulting in several deaths. No more lives could be lost. Lin Yuan looked at the blueprint. Why not hand over the blueprint? If you give it to the Sea God Temple, you could live well now. Or you could trade it for fresh water or supplies, which would be better than your current situation. Feng Sihai raised his head, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. Those bastards from the Sea God Temple killed 2 of my first mates when they were robbing my supplies. One was named Sun Tao, the other Wang Jian. They have sailed with me for 20 years. The words squeezed from his throat were like ice picks piercing his lungs. They were my brothers in life and death. Do you think the Sea God Temple's people can take them for free? But I would rather burn this blueprint than give it to those beasts. The girl holding the baby nearby started crying. Uncle Feng, please stop talking. Feng Sihai, Mr. Lin, I won't hide anything from you. All my people are old, weak women and children. Not a single one can fight. I cannot offer anything to trade with you. But my whole crew is better at swimming than anyone else in these waters. As long as you are willing to take us in, we will serve you. We can salvage supplies, repair ships, stand watch at night, and charge to the front as meat shields. All we ask is for a warm meal and something to drink. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, rubbing his fingertips. The Feng Sihai who once warned everyone about the Sea God Temple in the public screen, and the old man kneeling and bowing on the deck, now overlapped. Let me be upfront. Your people can board your ship, but they cannot freely come onto my yacht without permission, or they will be killed on the spot. Treasure chests, supplies, and information must be reported to me immediately. You and your people can salvage supplies and operate in these waters. All gains will be decided by me for distribution. Is there a problem? Feng Sihai suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Lin Yuan turned to Qin Xian. Qin Xian, you will be the team leader. Feng Sihai, you will be the deputy team leader. You will command and you will train them afterwards. I want them to form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Qin Xian raised her chin. All right. Leave it to me. Feng Sihai got up from the deck, his voice booming. Thank you, Captain. He turned and shouted to the people on the ship. Did you all hear? We have Mr. Lin's protection. We have survived. On that shabby fishing boat, the old lady huddled in the shelter trembled as she murmured, Heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes. The girl holding the baby cried as she bowed 3 times to Lin Yuan. A 12 or 13-year-old boy sprang out from the shelter. Mr. Lin, I can help you run errands. I can do it. Smart brain. Open the external heating interface of Area 7. Let them come closer. Also give them 1 cubic meter of fresh water. Outside the cabin, Feng Sihai heard the yacht's hatch opening slightly. A wave of warm air rushed out. That warm air was a lifesaver, bringing a spring-like warmth to the freezing, old, young, sick, and disabled. It felt like reaching heaven from hell. In such cold weather, the warm wind was so precious and cherished. Yet even so, they did not push or fight for it. Instead, they placed the elderly and children in the warmest spots. Mr. Lin, thank you. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. In the public screen, someone had taken a screenshot of the earlier scene. The comments flooded in. Feng Sihai, this old man has good fortune. He met a real powerhouse. Lin Yuan doesn't seem that cold-blooded. He also took in people right. Just as this was being discussed, Chun Hao's Mad Dog comment popped up again. Lin Yuan, what are you pretending to be a saint? Taking in a few old, weak, sick, and disabled people is just to gain a good reputation. Your ship is loaded with supplies playing the good guy? Disgusting. Just wait, my brother. Lin Yuan heard this brat and clicked his tongue. He did not deal with Chun Hao for now, fearing it would alert the enemy. But that didn't mean he couldn't take care of him. Lin Yuan accessed the global trading channel. He posted a bounty. Bounty released. A bowl of hot rib soup and a down jacket. Requirements: Chun Hao's coordinates or screenshots or videos of him getting beaten up. The first to respond gets the soup and clothing. Later responses will be ranked based on excitement. Soup guaranteed. Rib soup. A steaming bowl of rib soup. On this ICC at -28 degrees, a bowl of hot soup could be life-saving. Down jacket. The public screen went crazy. Damn. Rib soup. Is it the rib soup I'm thinking of? Lin Daddy. I am your long-lost son. I am going to beat Chun Hao right now. Hearing this, it was obvious that Feng Sihai's men responded the fastest. I am near Chun Hao. I will steal his coordinates right now. Screenshot. I saw Chun Hao kill a little brother yesterday, and I still have the materials. Mr. Lin. I have a video of Chun Hao stabbing someone. Sending it now. Mad dogs. Hungry mad dogs filled the sea. Chun Hao watched as the messages on the public screen rolled in wildly. On the nearby sea surface, the scattered modified boats began to converge towards him. At -29 degrees, his back was covered in cold sweat. What are you all doing? I am Chun Hao. My brother is Chun Zhong. Have you heard of him? The richest man in the Central Sea. Dare you touch me? A private message popped up. Song Ming, Chun Hao, I'm sorry. My wife is about to freeze to death and needs that down jacket. The small boats began to accelerate towards the yacht. Chun Hao was shaking all over. Damn it. Damn it. All a bunch of madmen. He dared not stand and curse anymore, shrinking into the cabin, afraid to even show his head. Qin Xian watched from the deck, her eyes nearly popping out. A bowl of soup, a piece of clothing, could force that brat to become a stray dog. Shin Manxue held her wine glass, glancing at Lin Yuan. Your move is heart-wrenching. Lin Yuan lowered his head to look at the newly popped-up information on the control panel. It was the data sent by Feng Sihai about him and those few team members. He glanced over, but his gaze involuntarily fixed on one piece of data. A face. Somewhat familiar. He was a man probably in his 30s. Average height, broad shoulders, wearing a tattered leather jacket with several holes, the sleeves secured with iron wire. His face bore little expression, and his gaze was heavy. Beside him stood a woman a head shorter than him, wrapped in an old scarf, her face pale from the cold, yet her back remained straight. Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, a second mate on ocean-going vessels before the apocalypse. Few words, ruthless good to his wife. His wife's name is Zhou Lan. She has poor health and suffers from asthma. The couple was the hardest working on the ship. Lin Yuan tapped the document twice with his fingertip. In his past life, the name Zhao Qian resonated throughout the seas. After Feng Sihai died, his fleet was entirely consumed by the Sea God Palace, with half of the crew perishing. Zhao Qian and Zhou Lan managed to escape. Just the two of them in a dilapidated skiff, drifting on the sea for a full 40 days. Later, Zhao Qian unintentionally swallowed a beast core awakening and a great ability called Absolute Defense, capable of forming a layer of ice armor on his skin, allowing him to rip open the skulls of a grade sea beasts with his bare hands. The Sea God Palace approached him with an offer: if he joined them, they would cure his wife's illness. Zhao Qian refused. He knew what kind of people the Sea God Palace was. The people from the Sea God Palace tried to force his hand by kidnapping Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan was tough. On the night she was captured, she bit off her own tongue. She left no words behind. That night, Zhao Qian charged alone into the temporary base of the Sea God Palace, relying solely on his ice armor and his two hands. In a single night, he killed over 140 people from the Sea God Palace. From the lowest lackeys to action team leaders, he killed them all. The people from the Sea God Palace later said he wasn't even human, but a mad wolf. Once he sank his teeth in, he wouldn't let go, not even in death. That hunt lasted a full 3 months. Zhao Qian single-handedly forced the Sea God Palace from the East Sea region to the West Sea, with over 300 elite members falling at his hands. Finally, the leader of the Sea God Palace personally intervened, bringing 6 great ability users to corner him, finally bringing this lone wolf down. At the moment of his death, Zhao Qian stood on an ice field, his bones shattered with only a few shards of ice armor remaining. He stubbornly refused to fall. 3 days after his death, no one dared approach his corpse. On the day Zhao Qian died, someone sent a message on the regional channel. He went to find his wife. Just that one sentence silenced the public screen for a full 10 minutes. This was a true ruthless person, a madman who would dare to pierce the heavens for his wife. However, in his past life, Zhao Qian became famous 6 months after the apocalypse. Everyone knew of this lone wolf, yet no one knew he had once been part of Feng Sihai's ship, nor did they know how he survived those initial months. Lin Yuan closed the document and looked towards the deck. On the iron-hulled fishing boat, Zhao Qian was bent over, rubbing Zhou Lan's hands. Those hands capable of tearing apart sea beast skulls were now gently cradling the woman's fingers. Zhou Lan's lips were blue from the cold, but she showed no sign of grievance, merely standing quietly occasionally, turning her head to speak a few words to Zhao Qian. Their voices were low, barely audible. However, from the occasional arching of Zhou Lan's eyes one could tell that Zhao Qian was likely saying something reassuring. Your hands are shaking too. Zhou Lan glanced at Zhao Qian's reddened hands. It's fine, Zhao Qian retracted his hand, rubbing it on his pants. I'm not cold. Liar. I'm really not cold. Zhou Lan fell silent, her eyes reddening as she pulled up the collar of his tattered leather jacket, tightening it around Zhao Qian's neck. Zhao Qian guided his wife towards the heater, and gradually Zhou Lan's complexion improved. He turned back, taking a deep glance towards the direction of the yacht. Inside the fishing boat's shelter, Feng Sihai was speaking with several old crew members. Conserve the diesel for now. First, go treat old Zhang's frostbite. Oldly, keep an eye on Aunt Lu. If her leg doesn't get medication, it won't be saved. Uncle Feng, the diesel is only enough for 2 days of use on the boat, said a young man with frostbite on his face. That's sufficient. Feng Sihai glanced at the nuclear-powered yacht. In these 2 days, we must accomplish something to show Mr. Lin we are not useless. Uncle Feng, does Mr. Lin really intend to take us in? What we can offer is just that blueprint. Feng Sihai remained silent. He wasn't sure either, but he knew he had made the right bet. Earlier, when Lin Yuan accepted the blueprint, he casually tossed over a box of frostbite ointment and fever medicine. The box hit the deck, scattering ice shards everywhere. Feng Sihai had seen many people throughout his life at sea. Those willing to throw medicine to the old and young couldn't be that bad. Moreover, this heating was truly adequate. Get to work, don't just stand there in a daze. The people on the fishing boat began to busy themselves. Qin Xian held the binoculars, observing the group of people on the fishing boat bustling about, and clicked her tongue. Lin Yuan, the heating is on. The blueprints are collected. When will the training start? Lin Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Qian. This lone wolf was not yet a lone wolf. He was merely a man who had frozen his hands to a purple hue just to keep his wife warm. In his past life, the Sea God Temple had exhausted every means to subdue this wolf. In this life, this wolf came knocking on his own. What's the rush? Lin Yuan retracted his gaze. First, install the cannon. Qin Xian was taken aback. She had seen the Closian weapon system, a standard naval equipment mounted on destroyers capable of firing over 10,000 armor-piercing rounds per minute. It could take down planes, intercept missiles, and handle sea beast tides. But this thing weighed at least 7 to 8 tons, fitting it on a yacht. What a joke. Do you have a crane? Or a gantry frame? Qin Xian asked. No, Lin Yuan replied. Then how will you install it? Without further ado, Lin Yuan opened the central control panel. Blueprint for the 1130 Closian weapon system has been analyzed. This thing isn't considered legendary, but in the firepower hierarchy of these waters, it is undoubtedly suppressive. It fires 10,000 rounds with a caliber of 30 millimeters and a range of 5,000 meters, covering a width of 12 meters with its barrage. A Class C beast charging towards it would be turned into a sieve in a second. But this cannon has a flaw. The ammunition consumption is high. The 30mm armor-piercing rounds are not just trash you can find on the streets. They are genuine military-grade products. Without an ammunition chain, this cannon would be a pile of scrap metal. However, Lin Yuan's nuclear-powered yacht has a special setting. All weapon systems powered by nuclear energy can automatically replenish their ammunition. Like heavy torpedoes, once fired, they cool down and automatically reload when cooling is complete. But this relies on nuclear power. If it were someone else using it, they would have to search everywhere for ammunition or manufacture it themselves. But for him, every cannon on this ship is an infinite ammo perpetual motion machine. System, are the materials sufficient? Detected 118 tons of refined steel in storage space. 42 tons of titanium alloy. 97 tons of high-strength steel. Sufficient to build 136 1130 Closian weapons. No need for that many, 6 will suffice. Building aerial patrols also needs resources. Using them all up at once isn't wise. You see, this thing might not be worth much on land, but it's definitely hard to come by. In an ocean survival game, gathering the parts is immensely difficult. Of course, he could also leave a bit of everything and activate the 10,000-fold crit every day, but every crit is exceptionally precious at this stage of strength building and should not be wasted on materials. The system began construction and the yacht's deck emitted a deep metallic rumble. The steel plate at the front of the deck opened automatically and 4 mechanical arms extended from within the hull. Refined steel ingots were shredded, melted, and shaped, assembling into the cannon turret base at a visible speed under the control of the mechanical arms. The people on the fishing boat were left dumbfounded. Feng Sihai's weathered face was agape, capable of fitting an entire egg. The old crew members behind him all stood up. Old helmsman Li, having drifted at sea for 30 years, had seen gantry cranes in military shipyards, witnessed tenthasant and hydraulic presses in shipyards, but had never seen such a scene. A cannon from blueprint to formation assembled itself on the deck. No crane, no dry dock, just relying on the mechanical arms inside the hull. The hexagonal turret base gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the wind and snow. The cannon barrels had yet to be installed, yet the base had already snapped the string in Feng Sihai's mind. Uncle Feng, is this the base for the Closian weapon? The young man beside him, Wang Lei, with frostbite on his face, had studied shipbuilding engineering for 2 years before the apocalypse and was only half knowledgeable. He recognized the structure of that base at a glance. This thing was only found on warships. Feng Sihai muttered. Having fished all my life, this is the first time I've seen this on a yacht. Old Li beside him wiped the ice shards off his face. Goodness, is this still a yacht? This is turning into a battleship. The cannon barrels began assembling. 12 30mm cannon barrels shone with a bluish quenching light in the wind and snow. The mechanical arms moved quickly, steadily, and accurately. Once each cannon barrel was installed, the automatic calibration system lit up with a circle of blue light. 1 cannon, 2 cannons, 3 cannons. The yacht's foredeck, aft deck, port side, starboard side, top of the bridge, and stern. 6 11-30 Closian weapons were installed in 21 minutes. The 6 turrets rotated simultaneously, aiming their barrels towards the sea under the light of the ice field. The calibration completion alert echoed from the deck speaker, sending a jolt down everyone's spines. Qin Xian stood on the deck, gripping a steel pipe, her tactical suit slightly billowing in the warm wind. She looked at the 6 cannons, a phrase rolled in her throat, but failed to come out. Shin Manshua paused with her fingers holding the wine glass. The red wine swayed in the glass, and she instinctively steadied it. With 6 cannons firing 10,000 rounds, this yacht's firepower network could now tear any living thing within a 5-kilometer radius to shreds. Lin Yuan ignored them, continuing to flip through the system panel. Ammunition chain load. The supply port at the bottom of the turret opened, and the nuclear-powered high-temperature furnace began to operate. The refined steel ingots melted into molten steel in the furnace, then were rapidly forged into 30mm armor-piercing rounds. The ammunition chain slid into the cannon chamber from the supply port, the sound of metal clashing crisp and clear. Click, click, click. 6 cannons, 6 ammunition chains loaded and ready. The seasoned old crew members had already started counting the cannon barrels. 11 barrels, 12 barrels. This is the 1130. 1,130. 10,000 rounds. Isn't that something only destroyers are equipped with? How could there be such heavy firepower on this yacht? You must be joking. Just look at that turret base. That's an automatic ammunition supply system. Without an ammunition ship, this cannon would just become a fire stick after a few rounds. Fire stick. Then what's the point of installing it? Just for show. The old crew members on the fishing boat murmured among themselves. Feng Sihai stared intently at the yacht's deck. He had been running ships for over 30 years, experienced with merchant ships, fishing boats, and ocean freighters, and had seen naval exercises a few times. He would never forget the scene of simultaneous fire from 10,000 rounds. As the cannon barrel turned, flames shot out over 10 meters long, shells raining down on the deck, creating a white wall of barrage on the sea surface. Any nearby aircraft would be turned into a sieve. Now this level of heavy firepower is mounted on a yacht. Feng Sihai swallowed hard, the ice shards scraping against his throat. This is no yacht, this is a fortress at sea. While the yacht was being equipped with cannons 600 nautical miles away at the headquarters of the Sea God Palace, there lay an abandoned destroyer frozen in ice. The interior of the bridge had been transformed into a conference hall maintained at around 12 degrees Celsius, with several diesel heaters blowing warm air. The walls were covered with nautical charts densely marked with hundreds of red dots. Each red dot represented a supply point controlled by the Sea God Palace. The conference table was the original tactical meeting table of the warship, made of steel and covered with a layer of seal skin. On the table lay a modified communication station. Standing before the table were 3 men. The man in the center was around 40 years old, wearing a deep blue naval coat with a golden trident insignia embroidered on the cuffs. He had a gaunt face, high cheekbones, and a sullen gaze. He was the leader of the Sea God Palace, codenamed the Sea God Envoy. His real name was Li Jinshan. Before the apocalypse, he was a smuggler specializing in salvaging ancient sunken ships, commanding dozens of ruthless men. The porcelain, silverware, and ancient coins from those shipwrecks were sold overseas, accumulating a considerable fortune over the years. However, the real money Li Jinshan made came from another business, causing maritime disasters. Along the shipping lanes of the South Seas, there were several reef areas he was very familiar with. Once cargo ships approached, a slight deviation in navigation would lead them to run aground and sink, and his salvage ships would always arrive in time. On the day the apocalypse struck, Li Jinshan was at sea salvaging a Panamanian cargo ship that had sunk 3 days prior, carrying 3,000 tons of steel. After the survival game began, he reacted the fastest. He was the first to speak up in the public chat, to seize the initiative, the first to recruit others to form an alliance, and the first to shout the slogan that following him would ensure survival. In 6 days of the apocalypse, the Sea God Palace had expanded from just dozens of people to 2,000. The destroyer had become a fixed headquarters frozen in place. Around the island of the ship, hundreds of modified container camps had been set up. Everyone followed Li Zinshan's orders. His methods were very straightforward. Those who obeyed had food and shelter. Those who disobeyed were thrown into ice holes to feed the fish. 2 men stood before Li Zinshan. The one on the left was bald with a scar over his left eye, nicknamed One-Eyed. The one on the right was tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Before the apocalypse, he was the risk control director of a financial company surnamed Qian, and now he was in charge of intelligence for the Sea God Palace. One-Eyed's right fist cracked ominously. All the people sent to drill under the ship are dead. The sharks are dead too. Not a single one returned. Li Zinshan's face darkened as he tapped his fingers on the table, the seal skin making a muffled sound. One-Eyed could no longer hold himself back. Master, that Lin Yuan is just a nouveau riche who operates a yacht. His powers have been nullified. If we send 2 more teams over, we can directly blow up the bottom of his ship with explosives. Foolish. Li Zinshan only said one word. One-Eyed immediately fell silent. Director Qian adjusted his glasses. The master is right. The strength of the shark is not weak. With a single power rating of 38, underwater it is like a live loach. He took 5 elite members fully equipped in shark skin diving suits along with Soviet-made Type 3 underwater demolition explosives. And the result? All signals were interrupted. The last image captured by sonar was a 20-meter wide ice blue vortex. That is not a natural phenomenon. It is a supernatural ability. Moreover, its grade is not low. Li Zinshan's finger paused. He had seen that sonar image where the seawater beneath the ice was forcibly twisted into a vortex by some force. The range was not large, just 300 meters, but the energy density was frighteningly high. Lin Yuan's powers have been nullified. Oi Chun Hao has measured it with the observer's eye. But what about this vortex? One-Eyed furrowed his brows. Could it be that Shen Manxue did this? Li Zinshan ignored him and flipped through the documents which contained intelligence sent by Chun Hao. Director Qian pushed a stack of communication copies in front of him. We are propagating that we have sealed an evil god of B grade. Now over 4,000 people have applied to join, and there are even more supporters on the periphery. Master, this is a double-edged sword. With increased fame we gain more resources and manpower, but Lin Yuan has also set his sights on us. Li Zinshan wiped the ice shavings off the seal skin table and narrowed his eyes. So let him keep an eye on us. If he really had the ability, he would have jumped out to expose me long ago. He hasn't, which means he has his concerns. What does Chun Hao say? Director Qian set down the copies. Chun Hao contacted us voluntarily. Now he is being hunted by Lin Yuan, who has offered a bowl of rib soup and a down jacket as a bounty. 7 or 8 ships are chasing him. This kid is quickly becoming a pariah. He wants to ally with us, and the conditions he offers are to send over the 2 women on his ship. One is named Su Weiner, and the other is an internet celebrity named Qian Qian. One-Eyed scoffed. 2 women think they can exchange for protection. Director Qian adjusted his glasses. Chun Hao also said he has grasped Lin Yuan's fatal weakness. He claims that Lin Yuan's powers have indeed been nullified, but his yacht has some tricks. That yacht can automatically replenish ammunition and can regenerate even after heavy torpedoes are fired. He also mentioned that Lin Yuan's weakness is his family. His brother Chen Zhong is already investigating the whereabouts of Lin Yuan's parents and sister. As long as we accept Chun Hao, this intelligence will belong to the Sea God Palace. Li Zinshan fell silent for a moment. He got up and walked to the bridge's window, looking out at the frozen sea where scattered modified boats were dotting the ice. People on the ship were using chainsaws to cut the flesh of those strange fish that could breathe under the ice. Those fish were brought up by the Sea God Palace's supernatural beings from the ice holes, and one was enough to feed 10 people for a day. This was the Sea God Palace's confidence. He had supernatural beings, resources, and 2,000 people. But he lacked one thing: that nuclear-powered yacht. A nuclear-powered yacht that could sail freely on the sea would allow him to truly traverse the apocalyptic waters without restraint. Bring Chun Hao here. Tell him that the Sea God Palace has accepted him. Also tell him that I want the complete list of weapons on Lin Yuan's ship. Additionally, send a signal saying that someone is impersonating me who just finds someone to sacrifice. Use this head to exchange for a statement from Lin Yuan. If the attitude is good, we will accept him. If the attitude is poor, once Chen Zhong captures Lin Yuan's sister, we will use her to exchange for the ship. One-Eyed and Director Qian nodded and left. In the yacht's living room, Su Bingbing cleared the dishes and brought over 3 cups of hot cocoa, steam rising from the cups. Qin Xian warmed her hands around the cup, her gaze still fixed on the 6 cannons on the deck. On the deck, Feng Sihai was arranging the night watch schedule, with Old Li and Wang Lei assigned to the first shift. The two of them were bundled in the newly distributed cold-proof clothing, standing straight at the ship's railing. With bright eyes fixed on the 6 cannons, they felt an endless surge of strength within them. As the duty personnel boss Lin didn't shortchange them, they had 2 packs of instant noodles. These were instant noodles. After 6 days they hadn't eaten anything decent, they were almost tired of fish. These 2 packs of instant noodles, when mentioned in the chat, attracted thousands of envious comments. Survival at sea is manageable with fish and shrimp, but the rice noodles and even spicy strips before the game were treasures. To know it's currently minus 28 degrees outside, eating cold fish and icy shrimp would be torturous. Zhao Qian was assigned to the latter half of the night, temporarily staying on the fishing boat with Zhou Lan. Qin Xian took a sip of hot cocoa. The frostbite among Feng Sihai's group is severe. I just went down to distribute medicine and 4 of them have blackened toes. If we wait 2 more days, they'll need amputations. Lin Yuan nodded. You just take care of it. Qin Xian put down her cup. Feng Sihai asked me to ask you when training will start. He said his capable ones have no issues with water, but they've never handled guns before. Tomorrow. Qin Xian nodded and didn't ask further. Suddenly Shun Manxue, who had been silent, placed her wine glass on the bar. The bottom of the glass clinked against the marble countertop, producing a crisp sound. Lin Yuan, she called out. Qin Xian and Su Bingbing looked over simultaneously. Shun Manxue leaned against the bar, the dark red mark on her forehead glowing subtly in the light. She wore a black turtleneck sweater, the collar wrapping around her long neck with the lines of her collarbone subtly visible. However, her gaze was heavy. I want to disembark. Qin Xian almost dropped her cup. Disembark? Manxue, are you crazy? It's minus 30 degrees outside. Where can you go alone? Su Bingbing, who was wiping the glass, paused upon hearing this. Miss Shin, is there something unsatisfactory on the boat? Shin Manxue shook her head. It's none of your business. She looked at Lin Yuan. I have fused with a higher dimensional core and am now in strength superhuman. With you on this ship, that's enough. If I stay any longer, I will only be left behind further and further. You said that to be a master, one must have the appetite to swallow fragments. I've swallowed it and digested it almost completely. But mere digestion isn't enough. This core belonged to the Starfall god. It could battle dimension wars with the Night Watchers. If I've swallowed it yet can only nest on this ship as a young lady, then why did I struggle so hard in the first place? Qin Xian opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed her words back. Su Bingbing unusually remained silent. Shin Manxue finished her statement. I want to go out and gather a force. In this sea area of the apocalypse, with your name leading the way, the rabble of the Sea God Temple won't dare to act against me for the time being. I have no worries. The Sea God Temple, Chun, how these issues can't always fall on you alone. She paused. You use this yacht as a base, I'll gather people outside coordinating from both ends. When you need manpower, I'll provide it. When you acquire something useful to me, I'll trade you for supplies. What do you? The living room fell quiet. Su Bingbing kept her head down, wiping the glass without a word. Qin Xian drank the hot cocoa in one go, wincing from the heat. Lin Yuan looked at her. Shun Manxue stood at the bar, the warm yellow light illuminating her profile, and the dark red mark on her forehead made her appear like a blade freshly tempered. When are we leaving? Tomorrow morning. All right. Lin Yuan agreed readily. What equipment do you need? Shun Manxue pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper from her coat pocket and placed it on the bar. It was a list of supplies, handwritten with sharp, powerful strokes. Food, medicine, weapons, communication devices, 3 speedboats, and 3 people. Lin Yuan glanced at the list and handed it to Su Bingbing. Prepare according to the list. Su Bingbing took the list, somewhat distracted. Qin Xian watched the two, holding her words for a long time. Is that how you two finished discussing? Yes, we're done. Lin Yuan leaned against the sofa without raising his eyelids. Then, Qin Xian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shin Manxue. Qin Xian, come with me for a moment. Huh, help me pack my things. Qin Xian was pulled away by Shin Manxue. Su Bingbing walked behind Lin Yuan, bending down to whisper in his ear. Master, Miss Shun is leaving. Are you not going to keep her? I can't keep her. Then do you really care? Lin Yuan remained silent. Su Bingbing straightened up, unusually serious for once. She's a good partner. I know. Su Bingbing smiled, turning to prepare the list. Midnight outside the yacht. The snowstorm had stopped, and the sky was rarely clear, with a few stars pinned like nails on the black velvet. The temperature was still minus 28 degrees, but without the wind it was bearable. The speedboat was docked beside the yacht's ladder, and 5 military supply boxes were placed on the deck, a thin layer of ice forming on their surfaces. Wang Lei and 2 other crew members were already on the speedboat, bent over checking the engine and fuel tank. Feng Sihai stood by the ship's railing, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, watching in silence for a long time. 3 of his brothers were now gone, but since Shun Manxue needed people, he couldn't refuse. Shin Manxue emerged from the cabin. She had changed into a black tactical suit layered with a cold-proof coat, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and the dark red mark on her forehead glowed like a star about to explode in the night. She had 2 tactical daggers and 3 flashbangs at her waist, and an assault rifle slung across her back. She was a far cry from the female CEO who wore high-end suits and 10-centimeter heels before the apocalypse. Before we leave, I need to borrow your bathroom for a moment. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. There's plenty of hot water on the ship. Shen Manchue ignored his comment and walked straight into the cabin. Shen Manchue pushed the door and locked the bathroom door, and the sound of running hot water began. Su Bingbing realized what was happening, continued wiping the glass, and pretended she hadn't heard anything. Qin Xian looked at the light coming from the bathroom, then glanced at Lin Yuan. Why is she taking a shower? We're leaving soon. Oh, what's the point of showering? Lin Yuan squinted, not responding. The sound of water from the bathroom continued for 15 minutes. The door opened. Shen Manchue stepped out wrapped in a bath towel, her wet hair clinging to her shoulder, the dark red markings on her collarbone beaded with water like a blade freshly tempered, and then plunged into cold water. The living room was empty. Su Bingbing had dimmed the lights at some point, leaving only a warm yellow wall lamp. The world was very quiet. Snowflakes hit the porthole, making a soft sound. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the living room, still in his tactical suit, but he had removed his gloves. Shen Manchue reached out and pulled him into the door of her temporary bedroom. The door closed behind them. A click sounded, the lock falling into place. The wind and snow were kept outside. The temperature in the bedroom began to rise. Shen Manchue's voice came from the darkness, low and steady, just like when they discussed the supply list. The wind and snow are heavy tonight. Lin Yuan looked down at her, his gaze heavy. You're up there? The response was quick, certain, and decisive. The wind whipped icy particles against the porthole outside the cabin. The snowflakes fell densely on. When Shen Manchue left, the sky was still not fully bright. A wind like a sharp blade swept across the ice field, whipping up snowflakes that stung the face. She donned a black outfit, the sound of her tactical boots clanging against the steel plate of the gangway. A submachine gun was slung on her back, while 2 daggers and a tactical flashlight were secured at her waist. The dark red divine mark on her forehead shone ominously in the morning mist. Wang Lei and 2 other crew members were already pouring reserve diesel into the fuel tank. Qin Xian stood on the deck in her cold weather gear. Her eyes were slightly red. She had known Shen Manchue for only a short time, but this woman was so ruthless she would even harm herself, and Qin Xian admired her for that. Really leaving? Shen Manchue tightened the Velcro on her tactical gloves. No kidding. Qin Xian hesitated for a moment. Just don't die out there. Shen Manchue glanced at her. I want dot. She walked towards the gangway, pausing briefly next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan leaned against the cabin door, holding a cup of hot coffee. The two exchanged a glance. The others around them discreetly turned their faces away. Su Bingbing lowered her head, diligently wiping a cup. Wang Lei stared at the engine oil gauge, as if it were a rare treasure. Shen Manchue reached over and took the cup of coffee from Lin Yuan's hand. She downed it in one gulp and shoved the cup back into his hand. I'm off. With those 2 words, she had already vaulted onto the speedboat. The engine roared to life as the boat tore through the ice, leaving 3 white waves in its wake. Wang Lei waved to the people on the deck. The speedboat quickly shrank to a black dot on the ice field. Qin Xian, carrying someone on her back, wiped her eyes. Training. 2 rows of people were already standing on the yacht's deck. Feng Sihai personally led the team, with 7 capable fighters in the front row, and Old Li with 4 half-grown boys in the back row. Zhao Qian was also present, while Zhou Lan leaned against the ship's railing watching him. Qin Xian donned a cold-weather tactical vest, holding a blunt steel core baton in her hand. She walked around the deck, scanning each person's face. Feng Sihai. Present. Have you ever handled a gun before? Feng Sihai shook his head. I've spent half my life fishing you. I can only use a harpoon. A boy jumped in. Captain Qin, I can disassemble a ship's diesel engine. Does that count? Qin Xian stopped in front of Zhao Qian. What's your name? Zhao Qian. What did you do before? Second mate on a deep-sea vessel. Have you ever fought? Zhao Qian hesitated. I have. Who did you fight? The dock workers. Qin Xian threw the steel core baton to him. Zhao Qian did not catch the baton. He glanced at Zhou Lan by the ship's railing, and Zhou Lan nodded at him. The baton rolled on the ground for 2 rounds. Qin Xian squinted her eyes. What's wrong, afraid? No. Zhao Qian rolled up the sleeves of his leather jacket, revealing his frostbitten hands. Afraid of hurting you. Feng Sihai coughed lightly from behind. Qin Xian laughed. Hurt me? You have to touch the hem of my clothes first. As her words fell, she sprang forward. Using ancient martial arts techniques, specifically the Qin family's small grappling techniques, she aimed to dislocate joints. Her left hand grasped Zhao Qian's right wrist while her right foot wedged into his knee pit. As Zhao Qian's right wrist was seized, his entire body sank down under Qin Xian's force, dislocating his shoulder with a crack. Zhao Qian pushed his shoulder back into place and moved his arms a few times. Again. This time Qin Xian showed no mercy. Her left hand feinted while her right hand went straight for his throat. Zhao Qian sidestepped, her hand brushed past his throat, and her fingertips left a white mark on his collar. No one on the deck spoke, their eyes wide in astonishment. Old Li clutched the collar of his cold-weather gear, his eyes bulging. This kid, Feng Sihai interjected, a real deal, doesn't reveal themselves. Lin Yuan, however, was secretly pleased. It seemed the investment was worthwhile, as Zhao Qian was indeed impressive. Qin Xian unleashed over 10 strikes, all of which Zhao Qian either dodged or absorbed. He did not retaliate, merely evading and absorbing the blows. His tattered leather jacket was torn in several places, with cotton stuffing flying across the deck. Yet each time he glanced at Zhou Lan, that woman leaned against the ship's railing, her expression unreadable, but her back remained perfectly straight. Each time Zhao Qian looked over, she would gently nod at him. All right. Qin Xian stopped her hands. This kid had not attacked once, but had withstood 17 strikes from her. The Qin family's small grappling techniques were formidable. A very few could take 17 strikes without falling in the military before the apocalypse. Why didn't you fight back? I was afraid you'd get hurt. No one gives us medicine. Qin Xian picked up the steel core baton and tossed it to Feng Sihai. He doesn't need to be trained anymore. Feng Sihai was still processing this. Captain Qin, this. What do you mean this? He withstood 17 strikes from me without falling. Oh, what more do you want to train him for? Those nearby felt their scalps tingle. 17 strikes. They couldn't withstand even one from Qin Xian. Qin Xian turned to look at Zhao Qian. Your wife's asthma, there are medicines on the boat. Add another blanket for her. Zhao Qian was momentarily stunned. Thank you, Captain Qin. Don't mention it. Qin Xian adjusted her misaligned tactical vest. He was instructed to do so. Zhao Qian turned to look at the yacht's porthole. Lin Yuan was leaning against the porthole, gazing downward. After training, the fishing boat began its daily routine. Feng Sihai led a team to clear the ice shells off the deck. Old Li used an oil saw to cut the frozen corpse of a strange fish stuck to the ship's side. That fish weighed at least 200 pounds, frozen solid, like a lump of iron. The other elderly men and women nearby were also busy. Old Zhang, wrapped in 2 layers of cold-proof clothing, squatted in the shed, stitching the fishing net with needle and thread. The young women moved swiftly to clean up, responsible for fishing. Aunt Lu had her frostbitten leg wrapped in bandages, sitting on the ground peeling potatoes. Before the apocalypse, potatoes that cost 3 mao a pound in supermarkets were now a hard currency. With heating and fuel, these potatoes could be stewed with fish, something unimaginable just days ago. Now their current life could be considered a high-quality existence in the entire 9981 district. All of this was thanks to Lin Yuan. Only after experiencing loss do they realize how hard-won all of this is. Uncle Feng, Lin boss has sent a signal, shouted a teenager holding a telescope. Feng Sihai looked up. 2 green lights blinked on the yacht's deck. 2 green lights dispatch working ships to salvage supplies. Zhao Qian, Feng Sihai shouted loudly. The cuffs of his leather jacket were tightened with wire, and his face bore little expression. You take the first group out to sea. Wang Mingzhang, Hao Luyang plus you 4 people. Head southeast. That area has thinner ice, more fish, and salvageable supplies. Zhao Qian nodded. He walked to the stern of the boat and began inspecting the rusty iron-hulled working ship. Zhou Lan followed, removing her old scarf and tying it around Zhao Qian's neck. Zhao Qian squeezed her hand. Wait for me to come back. Zhou Lan nodded. She didn't say anything like, be careful. It was the 7th day of the apocalypse. Everyone knew that being careful was useless. Survival relied on skill. The working ship was launched. The diesel engine roared. The 4 of them, wrapped in newly issued cold-proof clothing, squatted at the ship's edge, holding fishing nets and harpoons. A few small boats floated sparsely on the sea. They were all the drifters that Feng Sihai had gathered during. Some were remnants of the Blackfish gang, who had nowhere to go after being scattered. Some were lone wolves, and some were families squeezed together on a small boat waiting to die. They saw the 6 cannons on the yacht's deck. Then they saw Feng Sihai's fleet begin to operate with organization. Their minds were racing with calculations. A middle-aged man in his 30s squatted on a broken fishing boat. Old Feng has really found a big leg to lean on. His wife beside him held a baby, finally showing some color on her face. That Lin guy really gave cold-proof clothing. Aren't we supposed to hand over our women? The middle-aged man shook his head. I asked. Old Feng said he only cares about work and nothing else. Yesterday, he handed out medicine, cold-proof clothing, and even 2 packs of instant noodles. His wife's eyes reddened. Finally, we've made it through. The middle-aged man didn't respond. He understood well. In this apocalypse, nothing comes free. Lin Yuan provided them with clothes, medicine, and food. They had to pay for it with their lives. But at least this life could be worth something. Qin Xian set up a folding table on the yacht's deck, spreading out the team member data that Feng Sihai had handed over. She had gone over the data 3 times last night. 7 capable ones. Zhao Qian is the strongest with a stamina score of 31 and a strength score of 34. The remaining 6 values range from 15 to 20. Wang Ming is robust, Zhang Hao is quick and agile, and Lu Yang has the best swimming ability. The other three are on daytime duty. Their stamina is decent, but they haven't handled guns before. She closed the folder. Training will start with physical conditioning. Running on the deck at -30 degrees for 3 days. Those who can't handle it will be sent back to rest. Those who can will learn tactical maneuvers. Feng Sihai stood beside her and nodded. Everyone listens to Captain Qin. Qin Xian shot him a glance. Listening is not enough. Your people need to correct their careless habits on the fishing boat. If they don't stand at attention, don't observe carefully, and don't follow commands while out at sea salvaging, I won't teach them. Feng Sihai straightened up. Understood. He turned and shouted at the fishing boat. Did you all hear that? What Captain Qin says is the rule. Anyone who dares to break the rules, I'll personally throw him into the ice hole. Old Li holding the oil saw did not even look up. Old Feng stopped shouting. If these brats don't listen, I'll kick them myself. Qin Xian took the telescope and scanned the sea. The guy who had been wanted for a bowl of rib soup, Chun Hao, was already beaten black and blue. Screenshots had been uploaded to the public screen no less than 200 times. That brat Chun Hao was hiding on his speedboat, not even daring to poke his head out. He was filled with hatred for Lin Yuan and wanted to stir up trouble, but as soon as he showed himself, he was bound to be beaten. He didn't even dare to go out to salvage supplies hiding in the Sea God's Hall area. The Sea God's Hall only provided him with the bare minimum for survival each day. Good things like upgrade blueprints and robust body enhancements were far from his reach. To get better food, he even sent Qian Qian and Su Weiner out to exchange their bodies, but Su Weiner wasn't a good thing. She clung to a small captain in the Sea God's Hall and left openly. She even took Qian Qian away, and when Qian Qian left, she spat in his face. She cursed, saying that she wasn't selling herself, and at least selling others would get them a full meal. What was he, Chun Hao? Chun Hao was furious. He wanted to hit her, but was stopped. As for that ugly girl, she hadn't left, but she ate more than he did, and was unwanted, only occasionally used by some creepy guy. He hated Lin Yuan to the core. This tactic of Lin Yuan was truly infuriating. His stomach growled from hunger, and he felt cold all over. The Sea God's Hall would never provide him with heating. That was a privilege for the upper echelons. All of this was Lin Yuan's doing. Furious to the extreme, he opened the area channel and began to rant. Chun Hao, Lin Yuan, there is a way out in heaven. Oh, if you want me to surrender, dream on. Let me tell you, I Chun Hao am made of iron, and will never bow down like you. Someone on the public screen mocked. Howsy, how many times have you said you're made of iron? If you're so brave, come out. Laughing to death, Lin the Great isn't even paying attention to you. Others joined in the ridicule. Such personality. Better to die unyielding than to live on your knees. What's Lin Yuan? The Sea God's Hall is the real powerhouse. Brother Chun Hao, I support you. Lin Yuan is just a nouveau riche. How gu I admire your boldness. Qin Xian happened to open the public frequency stunt. Is there really such a shameless person in the world? Lin Yuan smiled slightly and directly increased the bounty. Whoever beats Chun Hao will receive a pack of crispy biscuits limited to 10 times first come first served. Crispy biscuits. Before the apocalypse, they cost 3 yuan 50 a pack in supermarkets, but in the entire 9981 district, 10 level C beasts wouldn't be enough to trade for a single pack. This thing was a legendary existence on the public screen. The bounty was posted, and within half a minute, anonymous screenshots from inside the Sea God's Hall camp began flying into the trading channel. One screenshot showed Chun Hao being dragged out of a broken container. His left eye was black, his mouth was bleeding, and half of his down jacket was torn. Someone added a comment below the screenshot. How good, you're pretty tough, huh? I'm also tough. Right after that, the second screenshot popped up. Chun Hao was lying on the ground with a shoe print on his butt. The third one. Chun Hao was curled up in a corner holding his head, while Su Weiner stood in front of him with her hands on her hips, spitting in his face. The fourth shot was the most exciting. Chun Hao was being held by 2 people from the Sea God's Hall, wearing sharkskin diving suits, his face smeared with blood. There were still 5 more. Different angles, different ways of being beaten. The trading channel went crazy. Wow. Did all 10 times happen inside the Sea God's Hall camp? Laughing to death, the people of the Sea God's Hall are harsher than outsiders. Chun, how didn't you say you were made of iron? Then where's your toughness? Once I get a pack of biscuits, I'll profit with tears of blood. Qin Xian's mouth twitched. Did you predict that the Sea God's Hall would act on its own? Chun Hao's private message popped up quickly. Lin Yuan. What will it take for you to let me go? Lin Yuan, I heard you're made of iron. The other side was silent for a full 10 minutes. He sent a message on the public frequency. Chun Hao, brother Yuan, I was wrong. Please let me off the hook. I'm not made of iron. Ooh, I'm just a garbage coward. Lin Yuan left a message on the public frequency. Okay. Qin Xian chuckled. This is a slap to the face. After sending out 10 packs of biscuits, the bounty was automatically taken down. In fact, whether Chun Hao admitted defeat or not, he would withdraw the bounty. It was not for anything else, but out of fear of being beaten to death. Chun Hao, this brat couldn't die yet. His brother Chen Zhong held on to the clues about his parents and sister. This pawn would be kept for later use. But he couldn't have it too easy. To the southeast, Zhao Qian's working ship had already sailed 20 nautical miles. Lin Yuan was just calculating what to hit today when the alarm on the yacht's control panel went off. The sonar detected a fleet signal from 10 nautical miles away. 7 modified military speedboats. The bows were uniformly sprayed with a golden trident. Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold, understanding the underlying clues with a sneer. It seems our sea god's envoy knows how to play tricks. The 7 speedboats stopped 10 nautical miles away, lined up in a row. The golden trident on the bow glimmered in the morning mist. Feng Sihai saw the mark through the telescope. He cursed under his breath. Sea God's Hull. These bastards dare to come back. The faces of his old crew turned pale. Last time the people from the Sea God's Hull drove their speedboats into their fishing boat, sending Sun Tao and Wang Jian into the ice hole. The two struggled in the water for over 10 minutes, while the Sea God's Hull people stood on the deck watching. They even poked at their hands with harpoons, preventing them from climbing back up. Over 10 brothers were lost to them. Old Feng. Old Li's voice trembled. Are they here to steal the blueprints again? Feng Sihai ground his teeth in anger. The blueprints were already given to Boss Lin, it's too late for them to steal. But the 7 speedboats remained stationary, showing no signs of wanting to make a move. A tall, thin man stood up on the largest speedboat. He was tall and slender, wearing golden-rimmed glasses. Beside him was a bound man in his 40s covered in blood. His face was swollen and purple, with his mouth stuffed with rags. Old Feng and the others were bewildered. Oh, what was this? Director Qian took a loudspeaker, and his voice echoed across the ice field. Mr. Lin Yuan. Captain Feng Sihai, please don't misunderstand. We have come this time not to cause trouble. Recently, someone impersonated my Sea God's Hull envoy, spreading rumors on the public screen slandering Mr. Lin and provoking the dignity of the Sea God's Hull. This person has been captured by our Hull master personally. He yanked the man's hair, revealing his swollen face. This person's surname is Sun, named Hongsheng. Before the apocalypse, he was a telecom scammer. After the apocalypse, he impersonated the Sea God's Hull to cheat and extort. The disrespectful remarks about Mr. Lin on the public screen yesterday were all made by this person. My Sea God's Hull never forces anyone to join, nor do we extort our fellow comrades. The Hull master ordered me to bring this thief before Mr. Lin for judgment. After saying that, he stabbed Sun Hongsheng in the lower back. Sun Hongsheng let out a muffled grunt. Blood flowed down the blade, dripping onto the ice. Director Qian pulled out the knife and pushed the man off the speedboat. Sun Hongsheng twitched on the ice for a moment, and the blood quickly froze into dark red ice shavings. Director Qian wiped his hands. Mr. Lin, the traitor has been eliminated. The innocence of the Sea God's Hull has been vindicated. The Hull master entrusted me to convey a message. The doors of the Sea God's Hull are always open to you. As long as you are willing, the position of Alliance leader awaits you. This nuclear-powered yacht is a precious asset for all humanity. If it can be used by the Sea God's Hull, we can protect more innocent comrades in the apocalypse. He raised his voice. The Hull master also said that today's execution of Sun Hongsheng is the sincerity of my Sea God's Hull. I hope Mr. Lin can overlook past grievances and join us in this great cause. After listening to this nonsense, Qin Xian stood on the deck, nearly vomiting up last night's dinner. These bastards. She clenched the steel pipe. They were the ones who drilled the boat yesterday, and today they come claiming that the boat drill was done by a scammer, and they even killed the scammer, leaving no witnesses. Are they just going to wipe the slate clean? Feng Sihai's face turned iron gray. Sun Hongsheng. I know this person. Before the apocalypse, he was a salvageur who worked with Li Zhinshan for over 10 years. He was Li Zinshan's most trusted brother. Old Li's hands trembled even more. Did they kill their own brother as a sacrifice, just to put on this performance? Feng Sihai remained silent. He suddenly recalled the bounty on the public screen yesterday. A bowl of rib soup. A down jacket. Chun Hao had become a street mouse. That was Lin Yuan's handiwork. Without lifting a finger, he unleashed a wave of revenge upon his enemies across the entire sea region. Now the Sea God's Hull was using the same tactic. Killing a brother in arms to exchange for a righteous performance. Qin Xian's face turned red with anger. She turned to look at Lin Yuan. These bastards are too shameless. Lin Yuan didn't even look up, pulling out a nail clipper to trim his nails. Having enhanced his physical strength, a regular nail clipper was utterly useless, breaking at the slightest pressure. Let them act. Qin Xian was taken aback. Aren't you angry? Lin Yuan put the nail clipper back in his pocket. Angry? What's there to be angry about? They are killing their own people, not mine. As for that so-called righteousness. He chuckled. Dumplings dipped in soy sauce, thinking they're braised meat. Qin Xian opened her mouth, but couldn't find the right words. Director Qian was still standing on the speedboat, waiting for a reply, holding the loudspeaker. With a posture held high, all the drift boats on the sea held their breath, waiting to see the show. After several minutes, aside from the few cannons on the yacht slowly rotating for calibration, there was no other reaction. Lin Yuan didn't even go on the public screen. Director Qian's face gradually froze in the cold wind. He managed to keep his composure, lowering the loudspeaker. He whispered to those around him, "Retreat." The 7 speedboats turned around and sped away, leaving a trail of splashes. Qin Xian stared at the boats disappearing into the sea mist. They won't give up easily. Lin Yuan picked up the telescope and looked southeast. Zhao Qian's speedboat had long since vanished. Neither will I. Smart Brain aimed the 1130 cannon. The alluring Smart Brain projection adjusted its glasses and smiled pleasantly. Yes, Captain. Zhao Qian's workboat carved a waterway through the ice layer in the southeast direction. The diesel engine sputtered loudly, trailing a 20-meter-long dragnet behind. Wang Ming squatted at the bow using a chainsaw to break the ice, while Zhang Hao and Lu Yang pulled the fishing net from either side. At -28 degrees, their breath crystallized on their eyelashes. They caught 7 or 8 fish, each weighing 100 pounds. The tails of the fish slapped against the steel deck with a resounding bang. This net is worth more than yesterday's 2 nets. Lu Yang dragged the strange fish into the cabin, a rare smile on his face. Zhao Qian focused on the sonar screen, his brow furrowing tighter. 4 bright dots appeared on the screen, 2 nautical miles away, heading towards them. Reel it and turn around. As the words left his mouth, 4 speedboats emerged from the icy mist. The bow of their boat sprayed a golden trident, and the deck was filled with people. The leading speedboat was significantly larger than the other 3, equipped with a ram. Fragments of ice and dark red frozen meat hung from the ram, the remnants of a previous collision. Zhao Qian's right hand was already on the harpoon at his waist. Wang Ming slammed the chainsaw down heavily on the deck, while Zhang Hao and Lu Yang simultaneously dropped the fishing net and stood up. Someone on the opposite deck whistled. Hey, old phone's shabby boat dares to go to sea. Last time 2 drowned wasn't enough, and now they're back to deliver more. A thin man wearing a sharkskin diving suit squatted on the railing, twirling a dagger in his hand. A few henchmen beside him laughed heartily. Zhao Qian remained silent, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He recognized the thin man, the captain of the 3rd team from the Sea God Temple's action team, nicknamed Leech. It was his boat that collided with the fishing vessel last time. The Leech stood up, pointing the dagger at the workboat. Leave the boat, leave the fish, and jump into the water to swim back. I'm in a good mood today, I won't kill anyone. The henchmen on the 4 speedboats followed suit, jeering. Wang Ming's eyes were about to bulge out of his sockets. These bastards. Zhao Qian gripped his shoulder. Don't move. You drive the boat quickly. He pulled out 2 homemade Molotov cocktails from behind his waist, made by Feng Sihai with alcohol and rags which he had hesitated to use. They'll go intercept them. Wang Ming turned his head to glare at him. Are you crazy? They have 4 boats, at least 30 people. What can you do alone? Zhao Qian had already started stuffing a fuse into the mouth of the Molotov cocktail. Stop talking nonsense. Drive the boat. Bang. A bullet struck the steel plate of the boat, and the flying iron shavings grazed past Zhang Hao's ear. The Leech smiled ominously. If you don't move soon, the next shot will hit your knee. One by one, Zhao Qian lit the fuse and hurled the Molotov cocktail in an arc. The alcohol exploded, sending shards of ice flying. A hole was burned into the ice surface, and seawater surged up, quickly freezing again. The Leech glanced at the hole in the ice. Is that all? Zhao Qian raised the second Molotov cocktail. This one will smash into your face. His expression was still impassive, but everyone could see that he was truly prepared to fight. The Leech instead chuckled. Interesting. There's still some backbone on this boat. He waved his hand, and the 4 speedboats fanned out, surrounding the workboat. Over 30 people, some wielding harpoons, others guns, and some holding paddles. I only wanted to catch some fish to report back, but now. The Leech licked his lips. I can catch a tough guy to take back. The temple master will surely like that. Break their arms and legs, and tie them up to take back. The workboat was completely surrounded. Wang Ming gripped the helm, his palms slick with sweat. Zhang Hao and Lu Yang stood back to back, clutching the fishing net and harpoon. Zhao Qian stood at the bow, the firelight from the Molotov cocktail casting shifting shadows on his face. Just as he was about to fight, he suddenly received a message. Lin Yuan, hold steady and ensure the safety of the brothers. I'll be there soon. Zhao Qian was taken aback. Would Lin Yuan really come all the way for them? After pondering for a moment, he decided to believe it. He exchanged glances with several brothers and said, how about this? You can take these fish, and the salvage supplies can also be taken. A short, stout man leaned halfway over the railing, poking a harpoon towards the workboat. Leech, wasn't this Zhao pretty tough just now? He was scared out of his wits. He thought he could challenge us at the Sea God Temple with a broken bottle. Did his brain? The Leech slid the dagger back into his waist and stood up, beckoning towards the workboat. Zhao Qian, will you come over yourself, or should I have someone chop you up and drag you over? You have 3 seconds. He raised one finger. Another finger went up too. Just as he finished speaking, boom! A burst of orange-eared flames erupted 40 nautical miles away. A fireball rolled in from the direction of the Sea God Temple's anchorage. The orange light reflecting off the shattered ice, illuminating the entire ice field as brightly as day. The leech suddenly froze. That direction. The stout man's harpoon halted in midair. No way, the temple master isn't just putting on a show with old Qian, is he? That coward Lin Yuan really dares to fire. Just then a private message from Director Qian popped up. Director Qian Leech, please spare us. Lin Yuan's yacht is armed with 1130. 6 barrels. It just sank 6 of our boats. Lin Yuan is heading your way. Quickly plead for mercy and retreat. The leech stared at the private message, his pupils constricting. 1130. 6 barrels. Sinking 6 speedboats. He glanced back at the 4 boats he had brought, each armed with nothing more than a few broken harpoons and 2 modified shotguns. How could they compare to 1130? That was like trying to smash granite with an egg. His subordinate also saw the private message, and his face turned pale. Leech, is what Director Qian said true? 6 barrels of 1130. Isn't that something only a destroyer should have? Shut up. The leech slid the dagger back into his waist, took a deep breath, and forced a smile that was more hideous than crying. He could bend and stretch. He cupped his hands towards Zhao Qian. Brother Zhao, it was all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. They'll take my people and leave right now. The fish will be yours, and the boat will also be yours. He waved his hand. The 4 speedboats began to turn around. Wang Ming gripped the chainsaw, stunned. What trick is this bastard playing again? Zhang Hao stared at the sea. Wait, look over there. In the icy mist 6 nautical miles away, the outline of a massive object was slowly crushing the ice layer as it approached. The displacement pushed the waterline down deeply, and 6 dark cannon barrels slowly rotated in the icy mist, the calibrated blue light sweeping across the ice surface. On the yacht's bridge stood a person holding a cup of hot cocoa, looking down at his watch. The leech's back was covered in sweat. He had seen this king of hell twice. The last time on the public screen, the shark had brought 6 elite members to sneak under the boat, and without a single splash, they all turned into fish feed. This time he brought not 6, but over 30 lively brothers. Don't move. The leech shouted, his voice cracking. Hold steady. He has no reason to kill us. Oh, Director Qian has already negotiated with him. We just need to leave. Lin Yuan placed the cup down on the control panel and picked up the communicator. So you're the leech? Yes. Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. I was just passing by. You must have seen the private message sent from your side, right? The leech stiffened, his lips moving. You knew that the 1130 would pierce your speedboats, so you wanted to run. But you moved against my people, using my workboat as a fat sheep to block me. Now that you're scared, it's too late. Port side, starboard side. The 2 1130s fired simultaneously, the cannon barrels spinning at 130 rounds per second, the rain of shells weaving into a crossfire web. The ice surface shattered, seawater surged in, and the 4 speedboats were ripped apart like paper models, the railings exploding into twisted wreckage, and the decks slanted into the ice hole. Over 30 people fell into the -28-degree ice hole like dumplings, their screams drowned out by the roar of thousands of cannon fire. Director Qian's speedboat fleet withdrew 10 nautical miles. 7 boats lined up in a single file, their bows cutting through the shattered ice with considerable noise. The crew on those modified boats from the Sea God Temple all stood in the same posture. With legs spread wide, the man stood tall and straight. A bald man with a face full of meat yanked down the zipper of his cold-weather suit. Damn it. I thought Lin Yuan was so formidable. Big Boss Qian personally came, and he didn't dare make a sound. The skinny man wiped the spit from his face and grinned, revealing his back molars. Did you see what the public screen said? Lin Yuan is just a coward in his own territory. He steps on someone like Chun Hao, who's like a drowned dog, but when he encounters us from the Sea God Temple, he shrinks back faster than a turtle. The bald man chuckled, pointing his thumb at the cannon behind him. These 4 torpedoes and 2 modified cannons cost the temple master 2,000 points to accumulate. What does Lin Yuan have to counter us? The torpedoes on his yacht are gone once they are fired. Exactly, someone else chimed in. How tough were those words from Big Boss Qian just now? The gates of the Sea God Temple are always open for you, haha. In translation, either come in on your knees or leave lying down. The bald man lit a crumpled cigarette, taking a deep drag as the nicotine swirled in his lungs. To put it bluntly, in this day and age, whoever has the strong weapons is the king. Lin Yuan. Bah. Just a nouveau riche who got lucky and picked up a broken boat. Director Qian stood at the front of the speedboat, his gold-rimmed glasses fogged up by the sea breeze. He took off his glasses and slowly wiped them with a chamois cloth. The slight smile at the corner of his mouth was barely perceptible, but he took in every word spoken by the bald man's group. They weren't wrong. He dared to personally come and perform this act because he calculated that Lin Yuan didn't have the guts to take action. The Sea God Temple's persona stood firmly on the moral high ground. If Lin Yuan opened fire, it would mean going against 800,000 survivors. As for the torpedo launch tubes on his boat, ridiculous. In ocean survival, just having cannon tubes is useless. Ammunition is the lifeblood. Heavy torpedoes, one fired, means one less. Unless did that bastard Lin Yuan really manage to get the 1130? Boss, did that old thing Feng Sihai give the 1130 blueprint to Lin Yuan? Is it possible he could build it? The skinny man casually asked. Impossible. Director Qian adjusted his glasses back on his nose. The special steel needed to assemble that thing even for us would take 3 months of tightening our belts to gather. Could he really gather it all by himself? The bald man heard this and turned back laughing loudly. Skinny, what are you thinking? 1130. Huh. If he can pull that off, he'll swallow this speedboat whole. The others joined in the ruckus. The firepower configuration of Lin Yuan's yacht Chun Hao sold it all off. Besides the heavy torpedoes, there's nothing worth mentioning. Director Qian pushed up his glasses. The slight smile at the corner of his mouth had not yet faded when he suddenly heard a sharp metallic whistle overhead. That sound was too familiar. Before the apocalypse, he had worked for 3 years as a consultant at a military expo specifically responsible for marketing close-in defense systems to Middle Eastern clients. The high-speed ammunition feed for the 1130 cannon was making this noise during barrel preheating. High-speed motors spun 11 barrels, and at the moment the ammunition belt pulled out armor-piercing rounds from the feed port, the air would be torn apart into a whistle followed by a roar so dense it became a single sound. No way, Director Qian's eyes widened. On the left side of the yacht, the 11 barrels of the 1130 turned in the icy mist, their muzzles spitting out half a foot-long orange-red tongues of flame. Vroom, 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 boom. The hail of bullets poured down like a basin of burning iron beads. The ice surface exploded, and shattered ice flew 3 meters high, the impact tearing a straight white line through the ice from left to right. The first boat on the left had no time to dodge. The steel hull was chewed out into a honeycomb pattern by 30mm armor-piercing rounds. Sea water sprayed up from the bottom. The deck slanted into the ice hole. The stern lifted, and the propeller spun in the air. The bald man didn't fall into the water, but the smoke fell from his mouth. His lips trembled for a long time, yet he couldn't utter a word. The helmsman of the second boat frantically turned the wheel to dodge, but the speed of the ballistic correction was faster than his thoughts. The gunfire swept across from the port side. The railing was turned into a twist, and the cabin glass shattered all over. The third boat, the fourth boat, in one go 6 were sunk. Director Qian stood on the only speedboat that remained afloat, his hands gripping the railing, knuckles turning pale. He watched helplessly as 6 speedboats were sunk before his eyes. Seawater swirling with shattered ice gushed up from the holes in the hull, and the people on the deck were blown to death before they had time to jump into the sea. Turn around. The helmsman trembled with both hands. Qian, big boss Qian, I said turn around. The speedboat turned and fled. On the ice surface, only 6 half-sunken wrecks remained surrounded by blood water. The public screen exploded. Holy shit. Did you see that? 6 boats. 6 boats were sunk in one go. Those weren't fishing boats. They were armed speedboats from the Sea God Temple. My sister just told me how powerful that guy Qian from the Sea God Temple is. Is this what you call powerful? Getting turned into a sea turtle after 1 round of gunfire. Wait, did you hear that whistle from Director Qian before he ran away? That rotation speed and firing rate, I calculate this is the 1130. Someone edited Director Qian's speech into a meme video and posted it on the public screen. Lin Yuan didn't dare to fire because we are the righteous side. The righteous side, the righteous. Boom, 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 boom. Good Lord. Director Qian, how's your face holding up? Aren't those speedboats from the Sea God Temple equipped with torpedoes for countermeasures? Is this the countermeasure? Director Qian, didn't you just say that if Lin Yuan dares to take action, he's against us? Come on, tell me, how many seconds can we hold against tens of thousands of shells combined? Damn it. Special steel. Hundreds of tons of special steel. The Sea God Temple said they couldn't gather the materials. How much stuff has that nouveau riche Lin Yuan hoarded? It's over. Did I just say Lin Yuan was timid? Am I still in time to slip Neil? Lin daddy. Lin biological father. I was just talking nonsense. Please don't bomb me. It's no wonder they were excited. It was just too damn powerful. On the yacht's deck, Feng Sihai chewed on his cigarette, but non-stop, having already chewed through 3 today, all while watching the cannon fire. Behind him, old Li and his crew all leaned over the rail, their necks stretched like cormorants, staring at the 6 half-sunken wrecks on the sea surface. Uncle Feng, this cannon. It's this sound. Wang Lei gripped the wrench, his eyes bloodshot with excitement, his voice cracking. He stood the closest when the cannon fired. The shell casing fell at his feet, the scorching metal burning through the rubber sole of his cold weather boots, but he didn't feel any pain. Old Li gulped down a large mouthful of hot water, barely suppressing his trembling hands as the hot water rolled down his throat into his stomach. Yesterday when we installed the cannon, I still said that thing looked good. Look good. This is heavy firepower. Zhou Lan stood at the entrance of the fishing boat, shed pulling up her old scarf. Mr. Lin is setting the rules with cannons for us. From now on in these waters, anyone who wants to mess with Uncle Feng's boat should first ask whether these 6 cannons agree. As Director Qian's speedboat rushed into the temporary anchorage of the Sea God Temple's destroyer, warm wind was still blowing in the bridge. Li Zhinshan propped himself against the chart table. The intercom was on loudspeaker. Temple Master, Lin Yuan's yacht really has the 1130. 6 barrels. It sunk our 6 speedboats in one go. Li Zhinshan's knuckles cracked sharply and the porcelain cup shattered into 4 pieces. Didn't you say he wouldn't dare to fire? Director Qian didn't dare to respond. The intercom was filled with static and heavy breathing. Li Zhinshan slowly stood up, walked to the porthole, and saw dozens of speedboats stopped on the icy surface. Over 2,000 people depended on the Sea God Temple for their livelihoods, and he was the temple master. But with the 6 1130 Closian cannons firing 11,000 armor-piercing rounds per minute and a range of 5 kilometers, he wanted to swallow Lin Yuan, but now wasn't the time for a hard confrontation. Call the leech back. The one-eyed man paused for a moment. Temple Master, the group of leeches are currently blocking Zhao Qian. They're about to succeed, I said. Li Zhinshan's voice suddenly rose, shaking the porthole glass. Tell him to get back here. The one-eyed man was startled by this shout and turned to run outside. The intercom connected to the encrypted channel of the leech, static buzzing painfully in the eardrum. The one-eyed man pressed the headset, lowering his voice. Leech, the Temple Master commands. The intercom only carried the sound of the wind. Leech, are you there? Respond. After the thunderous roar, the sea surface refroze with several half-sunken battered ships protruding at odd angles from the ice. Shredded planks and torn diving suits drifted in the swirling waves. Su Bingbing, wielding a broom, began sweeping the pile of shell casings on the deck, the bristles rasping loudly. She muttered under her breath, Master, take it easy. These casings are hot enough to burn your feet. Messages flashed rapidly across the public chat. Leech, one of the 3 most formidable squad leaders of the Sea Temple's strike force. Gone just like that. All 4 speedboats were sunk in one go. Not a single one of those 30-odd people escaped. The name Leech really fits, doesn't it? Acting like a leech at the bottom of the sea. This is exactly the treatment you get. I was just wondering if Lin Yuan would step in when Leech cornered Zhao Qian. But damn, he moved fast. 6 boats the first time for the second. Lin Yuan, you've got some nerve. Zhao Qian played the recording Leech had made earlier. Be smart and jump overboard yourself. Save me the bullets. This is a misunderstanding. Wang Ming posted a screenshot, the last frame captured before Leech was consumed by a hail of bullets, his face twisted like a toad preserved in formaldehyde. The entire server was flooded with the same phrase. Misunderstanding your way to the afterlife. Safe travels. Lin Yuan had proven with absolute power that he was the true big shot, and even the Sea Temple had fallen. What else was there to say? Deep inside the icebreaker, Chun Hao curled up in a corner of a shipping container, pulling a waterproof sleeping bag over his head. He dared not look at the public chat. The Sea Temple's encrypted channel had just automatically pushed a list of the fallen. He saw Shark Baldy and other elite members of the Sea Temple whose names he didn't even know. Now Leech was on that list too. He trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Qian stood at the bow, his ice armor shattered into a few fragments hanging from his shoulder blades. He stared at the 4 half-sunken wrecks, at the frozen blood and ice chips on the surface, then turned his gaze to the man on the yacht's bridge, holding a cup of cocoa. He tightened the old scarf Zhou had tied around his neck. In the moment he thought he would die today, he was pulled back from the brink. For as long as he lived, he would remember who gave him this second chance at life. Zhao Qian took a deep breath and dropped to one knee facing the yacht. His knee hit the frozen rock-hard deck with a dull thud. Mister, Lin Zhao Qian owes you his life a second time. On the deck of the fishing boat, Old Li took off his hat and bowed deeply towards the yacht. Feng Sihai spat out the chewed-up cigarette, but turned and ducked into the wheelhouse. He opened the encrypted channel and broadcast a message on all frequencies to every independent boat scraping a living across the ice field. Feng Sihai, you all saw it clearly. Director Qian sensed something was wrong and ran immediately. But by the time Leech knew something was wrong, it was already too late. Mister, Lin didn't make a move because the Sea Temple was domineering. He acted because they touched someone they shouldn't have. After sending the broadcast, he slapped the communicator down on the table. Start the engine. Let's keep fishing. The workboat's diesel engine rumbled back to life. Everyone worked with renewed vigor. Song Ming sent 3 messages in rapid succession on the public channel. You still don't get it. Lin Yuan took in Feng Sihai because that old man and his crew were willing to risk their lives. He bombarded the Sea Temple because they touched his people. He's neither a saint nor a tyrant. You give me your life, and he'll protect yours. Deep in the icy mist, the yacht slowly turned around. The warm yellow light on the bridge shone steadily like a nail driven into this panicked ice field. Night fell. The climate-controlled cabin of the yacht was heated to a comfortable 24 degrees, and the air purification system emitted a faint scent of greenery. Su Bingbing had changed into another navy blue kippa style, made outfit slit high up the thigh. Carrying a plate of freshly baked cookies, she swayed her hips as she arranged them one by one on the coffee table. Qin Xian leaned against the armrest of the sofa, holding a cup of hot ginger tea she hadn't touched. Her gaze was vacant, fixed on the sea chart pressed under the glass of the coffee table. Lin Yuan leaned against the bar, scrolling through today's supply report on his tablet. Su Bingbing pushed the cookies closer to him. He took one and took a bite. Qin Xian suddenly spoke. That Director Qian, why did you let him go? Lin Yuan chewed his cookie. To shake the mountain and scare the tiger. Qin Xian deflated. Oh, the words she had held in all afternoon dissipated. She didn't understand, but if Lin Yuan said there was a reason, then there must be a reason. Su Bingbing bent over and whispered in Lin Yuan's ear. Master Old Feng and his crew had a good haul today. They got several treasure chests. How do you want to handle them? Lin Yuan flipped a page on the tablet. You open them. From now on, just open any chests that are silver rank or below yourself. With Su Bingbing's luck, having her open the chests would always yield some pleasant surprises. Got it, Master. Su Bingbing's eyes were seductive. Feeling this was a sign of Lin Yuan's trust in her. Su Bingbing took the tablet, swiping her finger across the screen. The chest inventory popped up: 7 silver grade, 13 bronze grade, and 21 black iron grade. She crouched by the coffee table and opened the first silver chest. A blue light flashed. Advanced Nutrient Solution Formula X1. Master, this is good. We can use it for the vegetables in the greenhouse. The second one. Cold Resistant Seed Pack X3. Ooh, this isn't bad either. Can germinate at -40 degrees. The third one. Folding Spatial Anchor Blueprint Dimensional Grade X1. Su Bingbing's hand paused. Lin Yuan put down his cup and walked over to take a look. Dimensional Grade Folding Space. This was an incredible find. Pulling such a prize from a silver chest was living up to the title of the Goddess of Luck. He opened the blueprint details. The principle wasn't complicated. Anchor a dimensional interlayer within existing physical space, and upon deployment, it could multiply the usable area by dozens of times. Activating the fold required 3 things: 10 tons of base soil, 1 spatial core, and an injection of 500 points of ability value. He had the core, had gotten 1 from a chest reward. The soil was easy. He switched to the trading channel and posted a pinned offer. Lin Yuan buying soil. 1 square meter of soil for 1 bag of rice. The public chat began scrolling rapidly. A bag of rice. Father Lin, are you serious? Rice for dirt. Holy crap, I just shoveled the mud off my deck and threw it in the sea. Dude upstairs, are you stupid? That's soil, not ice shavings. Mister Lin, I have some. I have potting soil stored on my boat. Ran an agricultural supply store before the apocalypse. 5 tons. Deal. 10 tons of soil for 1 bag of rice. Lin Yuan, did a PE teacher teach you math? This is a massive loss. What loss? The guy has a greenhouse on his boat. You don't even have a greenhouse, so why worry? Speaking of greenhouses, I passed by the yacht earlier and saw a glass room on the 7th deck. The lights were on, and it was lush green inside. Really? In this freezing weather, -30 degrees, growing vegetables. Afraid they'll turn into frozen vegetable sculptures. That's why he's trading rice for soil. You think just anyone can grow vegetables? So jealous. Has a greenhouse and nuclear-powered heating. Over here I keep warm by shivering. Lin Yuan didn't look at the chat. As for the 10 tons of soil, a middle-aged man who ran an agricultural supply store directly messaged him, sent his coordinates, and delivered the soil to the yacht side in a small boat 40 minutes later. The soil was wrapped tightly in waterproof cloth, frozen solid as a rock. The transaction was complete. Lin Yuan carried the soil into the 7th deck greenhouse, pasted the blueprint in the center, and injected his ability value. A silver light exploded. A door was torn out of thin air in the corner of the greenhouse. The doorframe was a ripple of pale blue spatial energy. Peering inside, there was a 30 square meter independent space with a level floor and warm, moist air. It was a world apart from the -30-degree ice field outside. Standing before the door, Lin Yuan understood. 30 square meters enough to grow 200 gene of potatoes or a batch of fast-growing greens to feed everyone on the boat for half a month. With more blueprints in the future, he could piece together a large field. Not just for self-sufficiency, but even for selling food. But his ambitions went far beyond that. Earlier this morning, the 10,000-fold critical hit count had refreshed. System, he thought silently. Apply the 10,000-fold critical hit to this dimensional fold blueprint. Host has activated the 10,000-fold critical hit. Target dimensional fold blueprint. Trigger successful. Area increased from 30 square meters to 300,000 square meters. Height increased from 5 meters to 10,000 meters. Internal spatial parameters can be freely divided and layered. 300,000 square meters. Lin Yuan almost thought he had misheard. The system had actually come through maxing out the critical hit and granting him 300,000 square meters. Converted, that was 450 mil. Although not exceptionally vast, this land was his guarantee for self-sufficiency. The supplies he had hoarded were considerable, but they would run out eventually. With a faction established, the consumption was even greater. He had been worrying about this, and now he received such a huge surprise. With land, he felt secure. What person from Dragon Nation didn't have a deep-seated love for farming? Lin Yuan calmed the storm within him, staring at the blue light door. The spatial ripples in the doorframe were now more than twice as wide. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Above his head was a pale blue artificial sky, its light simulating a spring noon. Beneath his feet was soft black loam stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was a mix of earth and grass, the temperature a constant 22 degrees. It was a small landmass where all parameters could be set independently. Su Bingbing stood behind him, stunned for a long moment. Master, is this the space fold? How big is it? 450 mil. How many vegetables can it grow? Enough to feed the whole ship for a lifetime. Su Bingbing fell silent, staring at the land, her eyes slightly red. Lin Yuan turned to look at her. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just following you. We always seem to run into good things. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the truly lucky one here is you, girl. He bent down, grabbed a handful of soil, and crumbled it between his fingers. The quality was good with a thick humus layer. Send the nutrient solution formula and the cold-resistant seeds to Feng Sihai. Tell him to arrange for the land to be planted in the next couple of days. Got it. Su Bingbing turned to leave, but she stopped at the door, came back, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Lin Yuan on the cheek. A reward. She ran off quickly, the slit of her qipao nearly reaching her waist. Lin Yuan wiped his face and bent down to continue inspecting the field. The public chat was still scrolling. Father Lin, do you still need soil? I have more. Farming master, please accept my humble bow. Where's that guy who said farming was a waste of brain power? Come out and take your punishment. I just saw the yacht shake. Did the greenhouse collapse? Collapse your head, that's a nuclear-powered yacht. No way it collapsed. Big shot Lin must be up to something big. Do you think he can actually grow something? What's the rush? Even if he does, ITLL only feed the few people on his boat. At most 100 gene of potatoes. True. Why am I jealous? 100 gene of potatoes isn't meat. Lin Yuan sent a message to Shinmanxue. Acquired land creation tech. Independent space, 300,000 square meters. Need manpower. Come back when you can. Bring reliable people. I'm forming a planting team. Shinmanxue replied instantly. 300,000 square meters. Are you sure? They'll be there tomorrow. Lin Yuan also sent the same message to Feng Sihai. Qin Xian, who was wiping away a ginger tea stain nearby, caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan's expression. The man was leaning against the bar, the corners of his mouth turned up, his spirit soaring. She continued wiping her boots, unable to stop the corners of her own mouth from rising. 300,000 square meters of independent land. From now on, no matter how cold the ice field outside got, this space would always be at a constant temperature and humidity. Granaries, planting areas, and livestock farms could all be packed inside. They had leaped from mere survival to building a reserve of renewable resources. This was a massive step forward. On the deck, Feng Sihai's fishing boat had just pulled alongside. He looked up and saw the still glowing blue light door on the yacht's 7th deck. The cigarette but fell from his mouth, rolling twice on the ice. He bent down, picked it up, wiped the ice chips on his sleeve, and put it back in his mouth. After a long moment, he finally managed to say, this ship might just become a paradise on Earth after all. After the shock, Qin Xian leaned back on the sofa. Her thoughts drifted far away. Suddenly, the communication bracelet on her wrist vibrated. Qin Xian glanced down. It was a private message. The sender was Su Jingran. She opened it. Su Jingran, Xuan, is that you? It's me, Ran. Qin Xian's brow twitched. Su Jingran. She remembered. Before the apocalypse, she was a sparring partner in freestyle fighting at the sports academy, sharing a dorm with Su Jingran. That girl came from a poor background, but was extremely ambitious. She was beautiful and never lacked for suitors, as bright and cheerful as a sunflower. She used to drag Qin Xian out for bubble tea and shopping, always noisily slurping the pearls through her straw. But that was all before the apocalypse. They had lost contact after it began. Qin Xian, Ran. Is it really you? Are you okay? Su Jingran, I'm okay. I'm in a shelter. But it's so cold here. The daily ration is just a small piece of fish, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Qin Xian, how many people are in the shelter? Su Jingran, about 30. There were over 60 originally, but half froze to death. Qin Xian's fingers paused. Su Jingran, Xuan, where are you? I saw on the public chat that you're with that Lin Yuan. The one with the nuclear-powered yacht. Oh my god. How did you latch on as such a big shot? Does his yacht really have heating? Can you really eat as much instant noodles as you want? Qin Xian Su Jingran, oh my god. Xuan, you're amazing. She sent a kneeling emoji. Xuan, I'm begging you. Can you talk to your Lin Yuan for me? Let me come on the boat too. I can help with work. He'll do anything. Laundry, cooking, scrubbing the deck, night watch, salvaging supplies. I can do it all. I'm really freezing to death here. It's over -30 at night. Even wrapped in 5 layers of blankets, I can't sleep from the cold. Qin Xian tightened her grip on her bracelet. She glanced at Lin Yuan. The man was still flipping through the supply report, his profile etched by the warm light into hard, cold lines. After spending these days with him, she knew his temper all too well. No freeloaders, no useless people, no one with divided loyalties, no one he couldn't get a read on. But Su Jingran was her sister. Among her few best friends from her past life, Su Jingran was the one she got along with best. Qin Xian, Ran Lin Yuan has rules for taking people in. Not just anyone can come aboard. Su Jingran, I know, but you're his partner. Everyone on the public chat says you're his right hand. If you ask, he'll definitely agree. Several messages came in rapid succession. Xuan, I'm begging you. I really have no other choice. The leader of this shelter is a pervert. He's always staring at me. I'm terrified he'll sneak in one night. I keep a pair of scissors under my pillow just to be able to close my eyes. My parents died early. You're the only one I can turn to. Xuan, just ask him for me. If he says no, then forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. Qin Xian stared at these messages. Her mind was buzzing. She remembered something. The reason they had fallen out before the apocalypse. Back at the sports school, she was always saying, Sister Xian, let me carry your gear, Sister Xian, eat this, Sister Xian, it'll take your night watch. It was like she had the words serve tattooed on her forehead. Qin Xian was deeply touched back, then thinking this sister was genuinely good to her heart and soul, sharing everything. She was also very generous with money, but Su Jingran had used the money Qin Xian gave her to start a business to support her boyfriend. When confronted, Su Jingran cried. She cried harder than anyone, shaking her head and stepping back, clutching her new boyfriend's sleeve, wailing. Sister Xian, don't blame me. I love him, I really love him. Qin Xian clenched her bracelet, her knuckles cracking. Qin Xian, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked up. My, I have a friend named Su Jingran. Qin Xian took a deep breath and relayed the key points of what Su Jingran had said. Lin Yuan's hand paused. He squinted, his dark pupils contracting for a moment. What did you say her name was? Su Jingran. The character for quiet, and then. Lin Yuan sneered inwardly. So it was her. In his past life, this woman pretended to be good to Qin Xian while selling her whereabouts to the Sea Temple. The Sea Temple had taken many good things from her through Su Jingran's betrayal, and she never knew how it happened. Finally, after completely selling Qin Xian out and securing a position in the Sea Temple, she smugly revealed the truth. He had learned this name in his past life 3 months after Qin Xian's death. Su Jingran had transformed into an outer squad leader for the Sea Temple, assigned to the logistics group, specifically responsible for receiving recruited family members. Her job was entirely about selling information and embezzling supplies. The Sea Temple's internal assessment of her was only 4 words. She would wag her tail for whoever threw her a bone and would bite her old master to death for a piece of meat. This woman could not come aboard, but a direct refusal would leave a knot in Qin Xian's heart, even if she didn't say it. Let her see for herself. He put down the tablet, his voice flat. Have her come over. Qin Xian was startled. You agreed? Lin Yuan glanced at her, but said nothing. Qin Xian immediately shut up, understanding his meaning. Thinking it over, knowing him as she did, those 3 words, have her come, were definitely hiding a blade. Qin Xian, Ran. He said you can come. Send me your coordinates, and I'll have someone pick you up. Su Jingran, Xian. I love you. He'll pack my things right now. Qin Xian couldn't help but glance at Lin Yuan. The man was slowly biting into an apple. Su Bingbing had peeled the light, carving sharp features on a half his face. He was the one who agreed, yet she, the one who made the request, now found her fists clenched. Ran. She murmured softly, you'd better not have any issues.